Happy Tuesday morning, Junks listeners. We are the Junkies coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, 910 The Fan if you're listening in Richmond. You can also watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. You got a three-man junk show this Tuesday. I'm Cakes, at Money Metal Cakes on your Twitter, at Cakes Flops on that Instagram. I'm joined by John Paul Flame.
What's up, Cakes?
What's up? I'm not
tired.
Tired, yes. It's a common theme. Not joined by Eric Bickle. I believe he is in the nation's heartland, Indianapolis, at this point. I think that's where he is. I don't even know. Jason Bishop, also here.
What's up?
What's up?
Mike Marr is here, too. What's up,
Mike
Marr?
Marr is in studio with us.
Setting up the phones.
It's the Mike Marr.
That's right. He will be my special guest bounty at the MGM National Harbor Cakes Classic tomorrow night, which is the first Wednesday of the month.
So I watched a lot of soccer yesterday, and the reason I'm tired is because I stayed up to watch what I thought was going to be the best game, and you can argue which. I mean, all games were close. And two of them went to penalty kicks, but last night's game between the Netherlands, who wear orange, and the Moroccan team went to extra time, and I watched all of the extra time, which is 30 minutes plus stoppage within the 30 minutes.
It's eternity.
Guys going down, injuries.
It takes forever.
And I actually shut it off before the PKs because it was already past 11 o'clock.
Right.
Yeah.
It's so late.
I watched the entire Brazil-Japan game and the entire Germany-Paraguay.
Wow, you double-dipped both games in their entirety.
Not
wow.
crazy? Well,
that's a lot.
The Germany game lasted 2 hours, at least.
Well, the Brazil game had an awesome ending because at least it ended in regulation. It was about to go to extra time.
Yeah.
It was about to go to extra time.
I feel personally robbed in the Germany game. I got knocked out. Look, I wasn't going to win that big contest that I entered. I think there are like 20,000 plus entries. I had one puny entry, but I had Germany and USA in my round of 32 as teams to advance. And Germany got hosed. They got hosed. They had a goal taken away from them in the extra time in the first 15-minute phase where they scored on the corner.
He did interfere with the goalie.
They went to the VAR. They ruled that there was an interference on the goalie.
Yeah, he did.
I thought it was dicey, but again, I had a rooting interest.
He had a bias.
I had a rooting interest to see the Germans.
He almost knocked them down.
It was. I mean, I saw some people say that it was a ticky-tack call, that it was borderline. It probably shouldn't have been
Believe
called.
me, I needed Germany.
Anyway,
I had Germany in about 3 parlays.
I mean, Germany.
Shocker.
Germany draws even in the penalty kicks, and then their guy goes up and sails it.
Oh, my gosh. That was a choke job.
20 rows into the stands.
That was a choke job.
And that was basically the end for Germany. Paraguay buries the next penalty kick.
Paraguay's goalie looked like a giant.
He looked like he was 6'8".
Yeah, he looked massive.
He looked so big. Yeah. Because initially I'm thinking, Germany, the 2 guys who missed within the 5, they were too cute. They were doing those little shuffle steps and trying to guess where the goalie was going instead of just smashing it. But part of the reason maybe they're not doing that is because that goalie's so big. They kind of got to outsmart him.
He was long, man.
And then when the 6th guy went up, he tried to just smash it, but he sailed it. But so many missed penalty kicks because, again, I didn't stay up to watch it. I watched all the extra time. And then I had a little discipline. Again, it was after 11 o'clock. I shut it down, and then I just read the recap this morning. There were all kinds of missed kicks. Yeah. And I watched the replays. I just posted it to our Instagram, Sports Junkies Radio. If you missed it, they were hitting the post left and right.
Yeah.
In PKs. The amount of nerves, though, when you've got your whole country
it has to be
rooting for you.
Massive.
Yeah.
Like the German dude who sailed
That's exactly what that was.
The German dude who sailed it. Now, he wasn't the only one that made a mistake.
Now, if he makes that, they don't win because Paraguay still has an opportunity.
Chance to answer.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you think that guy isn't going to think about that kick the rest of his life?
Yes, he is.
I mean, not that they were a favorite to win.
Huh?
Paraguay did answer it.
No, what I'm saying is that wasn't for the win when he sailed it over to the net.
Had he made that shot,
Paraguay still had an opportunity to tie. They would have
had a chance to answer, and it would have continued. And they'd still probably be kicking penalty kicks as we speak.
Right.
I mean, it just takes, those games take forever.
Does it give you?
Well, one of the guys from Paraguay also missed it wide left.
Yes.
Yep.
So,
Does it
but
give
that
you
guy from Germany? Oh my God, that was terrible.
Does it give you more confidence in the United States because the United States handled their business against Paraguay? Germany, a power, ends up losing.
It doesn't
in
give me
PKs.
confidence. You know why? It just tells me that once you get to this stage, anything can happen in these games. I mean, Japan looked like they were up to the task and could possibly beat Brazil. And we saw Germany, a heavy favorite, go down. And Netherlands were a favorite. They lost too. It doesn't give me any extra confidence for the U.S. heading into Wednesday.
It's
the answer's
soccer,
no.
and teams can pack it in and play really good defense. I mean, Germany dominated,
Germany,
and so did Brazil.
I didn't see the number, but from what I watched, Germany held the ball 85% of the time. It might not have been quite that high, but from watching it, Germany
easy.
They just couldn't finish.
The statistics might not be that, but in the first half, this would be JP's estimate.
Yeah,
in the first half, which they ended up trailing 1-0 because Paraguay scored in a header late in the first half. I would say Germany had the ball 43 minutes.
Yeah.
And I give 2 to Paraguay.
Now,
but they scored.
Where I do feel good about like Germany losing and me getting booted out of my contest is when you see the scenes of the streets in Paraguay when they advance. Like it just shows you what it means to those countries.
Right, and the people
just
crying.
to get a win in the knockout stage.
Crying in the stands.
And to beat a world power like Germany is just...
Well, Germany didn't look like a world power.
No, I mean, the headline I read on ESPN was Germany no longer a soccer superpower.
Their population in Paraguay, total population, you want care to take a guess?
In the entire country of Paraguay, I'm going to say it's 17.5 million. I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Under.
So 12 million.
Under.
8 million.
Right around 7.1 million.
Okay. Tiny
These countries, Bosnia, do you know how many people are in Bosnia?
How would I know that? 2 million.
2 million, yeah. I was going to say
3 million.
Okay.
That's it.
We laugh at 3 million. I mean, we have 3 million.
We have 3 million in Ashburn.
We have 3 million in Baltimore's not 3 million, but what's like medium to large size city?
Charlotte? No, probably Charlotte.
I don't think it's that big, but like Houston laughs at that population number. Just one city.
They're playing in Orange County, California, and I think the population of Orange County, California, one county in one state, is pretty close to what the population is in all of Bosnia.
Right.
Well, hopefully we beat Paraguay. Did we score 4 on them?
4, yeah.
How did we score 4 on that goalie?
We're better.
That guy was good.
Better.
I mean, he was
talented
really good.
offensive players.
But I will give props to our buddy Sebastian Salazar because I texted him.
Okay.
When Japan went up 1-0, I said, Brazil looks like butt.
Okay. And what happened after that?
He goes, it's a long game.
Settle in.
They can come back and win.
Yep.
I said, it doesn't look like it the way they're playing. And he was right. Brazil
had the ball the entire second half, too.
Yeah. They looked much better in the second half. They looked terrible in the first 20 minutes. They did. They looked bad. They were turning the ball over.
I mean, they turned it over at midfield, and the Japanese dude
he went right down.
ran through 2 or 3 guys, just buried the shot.
It's such a great event that you guys who don't care at all about soccer
I actually couldn't care less.
Are riveted.
It's impossible to care less. Now, there's also gambling angle, which keeps you hooked and keeps you riveted. But the games are entertaining, and they're smack dab in the middle of the day. The scheduling is amazing. Like you
last
turn on
night's
a game
game
at like 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
And it's on.
Last night's game lasted till like 11 o'clock, as I said.
I just couldn't believe
I guess you didn't watch that one.
I didn't. I can't get emotionally invested. I was crestfallen after I was watching the Germany game, and I saw the dude score on the header. I was like, oh, we're good. Even though I knew it wasn't a golden goal, I said, it's too nerve-wracking. I'm going to leave. I'm going to walk the dog. So I walked the dog.
Oh, you left before the reversal?
Left before the reversal. I went on my walk thinking, well, Germany's got this in the bag. We're good. Went on the walk, came home, and left the TV on. And I heard what sounded like the game was still going on. And I was like, well, I've been on my walk for like 25 or 30 minutes. How is this still happening? And I walk in and I see him penalty kicks. And I was like, what is happening here?
It was a crazy game.
This is insane.
If you're the Netherlands.
I mean, it was so physical. Guys falling down, getting hurt. Yeah. Was that official giving yellow cards to the coaches?
I don't know.
I didn't see that.
Because the coaches were yelling when they were going to the video to watch that goal.
Oh, yeah, I think that did happen.
The coaches were yelling at the referee,
sure
and the guy, he was giving him a yellow card.
Right.
Can you give yellow cards to the coaches?
I would assume the yellow cards can be given
I think
to the
he
bench.
gave, and then the head coach told the guy to sit down.
Right.
If you're the Netherlands, though,
Yeah.
and if you somehow take over as the head coach of the Netherlands, you got to practice your penalty kicks.
Well, I'm
I
sure
think
they do.
I heard
You think
last
they don't
night.
practice those.
I think I heard last night they have the longest streak in the World Cup
Yeah.
without losing a game. Because when you lose a game via penalty kick, it goes down as a draw.
Right.
Well, that's dumb.
They've been in
That's
3 World Cup finals,
You know who doesn't consider it a draw?
and they've
The
not
sports
won one
books.
because
Right.
they lose in penalty kicks. That's
Right.
how they get bounced.
Yeah.
Every tournament, they get bounced via penalty kicks.
I guess, like you said, more emphasis
Well,
on penalty
how
kicks.
does that work in the sports books? If you bet on a team that wins on penalty kicks, do they consider
they
that
win?
a draw?
No, I think
No,
you
it's
should-
a
I
dub.
think
It's a win?
That's a dub for
Is it?
you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's a W.
I didn't know if they had to win in regular time.
Chalk it up. Chalk it up as a win.
Well, I'm cooked because I had the Netherlands as my second pick. I'm done.
It's going to be tough for you.
I'm done.
But
I mean,
you know
I got
what?
Brazil, but I'm the Netherlands. I was hoping that they would go to at least the
Here's
quarters.
what you need. You need Brazil to go to the final,
Yeah.
and you need Congo to beat England, and you need, I hate to say it,
I know.
as
Bosnia.
a patriot, as an American,
I don't want Bosnia.
you
to
need
win.
Bosnia to upset the United States.
I don't think that's going to happen.
It's a very, very thin needle that you're trying to
It's a long pull.
thread over here.
You never know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Last night, my takeaway was it felt more like March Madness.
Yeah.
Because Brazil was supposed to win, Germany was supposed to win, and Netherlands, Morocco was more a toss-up.
Yeah.
But
Definitely close.
Netherlands has been a power traditionally.
7 goals in 3 games total.
In the 3 games yesterday.
Yep, 7 total.
Yeah. All right, when we come back, we're going to get into the Junk Sports page. A big name gets traded in the NBA. We'll tell you how the Nationals fared in their first game in Boston last night and more. We'll do that next here on The Fan. Remember, you can listen to the show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. Also streaming live on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn. Let's get into the Junk Sports page, which, of course, is sponsored, Jason, by our friends at Open Road.
Sponsored by the great people at Open Road. Got to check out their distilling company over there in Reston, Virginia. You can get your Eagle Eye Rye, your Maple Old Fashioned, your bourbon, all available at ABC stores in Northern Virginia. But if you go over to the distillery, get their vodka, get their gin, it's a really cool spot. Great spot to watch the World Cup. Yeah, Sebastian Salazar yesterday, we were going back and forth. I said, bad start, long way to go. No, that's what Sebastian said. He goes, bad start, long way to go. Brazil can totally come back. I said, if I bet Japan, Brazil would be up 2-0. That's what I told him. He says, dude, we can't lose you for the tournament. I said, dude, you're not losing me. I'm still in.
If there are games to be bet on, you're going to be there.
I think I bet on every game so far. And then when they came back, he said, you're the luckiest man on planet Earth. I said, well, we'll see about that. Talk to me after the Germany match.
Yeah.
But who's the leader in the clubhouse for our pool now that the Netherlands and Germany are out?
It's not really fair to look at it until rounds are done.
Okay, you're right.
You had teams play. Other people haven't had teams play. Weren't you in the lead?
Yeah, but I lost my second pick.
I mean, Bish is still in the lead, but
Yeah,
he had a
Yeah, I'm done. Because I needed the Netherlands to go at least another round.
Bickle's in a really bad spot.
Oh, really?
Because he
He
loses
had
Germany.
Yeah, Germany, and he just has Belgium, Sweden, and Paraguay left.
So you must be up there.
No, because I haven't had anybody play in the second round.
Yeah, but you
Neither has Valdez, I don't think.
Yeah.
Oh, no, Valdez at Morocco. Valdez is in a good spot.
He is in a great spot.
He is in a good spot.
And
He's
he
got
has
France, USA,
Because he's got
Morocco.
France. I mean, France is probably going to win the whole thing.
I mean, they're one of the heavy favorites, if
Well,
not the favorite.
You had Brazil and Netherlands, and you choked.
I know. I did. Well, Brazil's not as good as France. I'm sorry.
Can't help it. I know ball.
You know, you're a
I
soccer
know,
ball
yeah.
knower.
You know you're
Weren't you about to protest? the
No,
tournament?
I still no. I'm still in the contest under protest.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Yes.
and you'll take your winnings under protest too if you actually win it.
I never win these polls ever.
I mean,
Never, ever,
this
ever,
could be your
ever.
time.
Well,
It could be your time
you
to
might
shine,
win it
Valdez.
I mean, I guess it depends on the U.S. U.S. got to do pretty well for you.
I mean, you are on the world stage here for everybody to see your success.
France plays Sweden today at 5?
Let me pull up
At
the
5.
sked.
Ivory Coast,
Yes, 5 o'clock.
Ivory Coast, Norway.
That's a 1 o'clock.
Ooh, I'm a big
1P.
Norway guy. Really need Norway here.
They're playing that in Texas, down in Dallas.
Correct.
AT&T. France and Sweden are playing in Jersey. Man, it's going to be hot.
It's going to be a hot
You don't
one.
think Mexico City's going to be hot?
Yeah, but
That's the third game.
Yeah, okay, but Mexico and Ecuador, they're used to the heat. The French and the Swedes, they're not used to the heat.
Let me look at Mexico City's temp prediction for today.
So your
And
biggest favorite of the day is France.
France is a big favorite, yes. Should I put my whole account on France?
Yes,
No,
absolutely.
no, because the whole account jinx will happen, and
It'll
then
happen.
I'll be entirely out of this.
Right, and then you'll be pissed at me.
Yes, and then I'll be mad at you,
Right,
not
right.
mad at France.
Right.
By the way, it
I
looks
just
like
don't see them losing.
the high in Mexico City because they're calling for thunder boomers. 73 degrees.
Ooh,
Oh, it's going to be perfect.
nice. Plus, it's a nighttime game.
The heat
That's
dome,
true.
the heat dome's going to be here. It's not going to
Yes.
be in Mexico.
That's correct. Starting tomorrow.
Going to be sitting right over top of us for
I'm beating the heat dome
4 days.
This will shock you guys. I'm playing golf today with my son, beating the heat dome by a day.
Wow.
Getting out there before the heat dome.
Well,
You playing all
moves in.
18?
We're scheduled to play 18. Yes.
Scheduled.
It's
Yeah,
still
I mean,
going to be hot.
we're planning on playing 18.
Nice.
It's still going to be hot. It's going to be
It's going to
92.
be like 90, but 90 is manageable. 100 degrees with like a 110 heat index, not so manageable.
Yeah.
So Valdez is a madman. He'll
He'll go out and play 36 in
He'd
this.
go out and play in those conditions.
I've played 135 holes in 4 days.
Yeah. And
So how did you
hot
do-
temps.
How did you do yesterday? Because
I'm a little golfed out right now.
yeah, you were definitely walking down the hallway yesterday like, I'm pretty achy. I don't know how I'm going to make it through today's round.
Did you play with the guy from Beltway Golfer?
I did. I played with him, Kevin and Alex, those very nice guys, and my brother, for the U.S. Adaptive Open Media Day. I said
very
my
good.
brother was a digital producer
Oh, you did?
Nice.
Well, sure. What was the track?
at Woodmont.
Woodmont's great.
Baller course.
Baller
I get
spot.
ice.
Yeah,
Woodmont's,
very nice.
Woodmont's great.
I know. I forgot a hat.
Oh,
So you had to go into the clubhouse and buy
No,
one? No?
I had to sprint to get there, and by the time I got there, everyone was on the tee box, so I played hatless
hat.
like Robert Rock.
If you want to see his
I don't know who
swing,
that is.
because Beltway Golfer posted a video
Yeah.
on Instagram. Follow us at Sports Junkies Radio. It's in our stories. You can see him smashing the ball.
Don't you have like a quarter of Golfdom's inventory in the back of your, like in your trunk? How do you not
do you
have a
mean?
spare hat?
I just forgot to throw one in the car.
Got it.
Like I got a bunch of them in the garage and
Got
everything,
it.
and I forgot to snag one on the way out.
Okay.
I always have a couple hats in the trunk.
Got to.
Gotta have a couple
Got to have
hats
some
in there.
spares.
Never know when you need one.
That is true. It's very true.
Flame act. By the way,
Not a hat guy, although I do wear a hat on the golf course on
Yeah.
occasion.
yesterday I was paining my butt at my house because I picked weeds,
Oh, it's
That's
a
fun.
terrible job.
and I wasn't picking weeds from the yard. I was picking weeds, crabgrass, because it was growing in between my stones on my back patio.
Okay.
And that is a pain in the butt.
You just use your hand there, right?
Yeah, but then I put some weed killer on it. I just poured it all over my back patio. It's a pain in the
Yeah.
ass.
You know what? You know what I really hate? Manual labor like that.
Oh, I hate it. believe
Manual
me.
labor is
But I had
the
to do
bane
it.
of my existence.
I had to do it because if I don't do it, it's just going to grow and
I
grow and grow.
understand. Sometimes you got to do those things like,
And in the heat and with the thunderstorms,
yeah.
they grow so quick.
Understood.
So I had to pick those. That took like 45 minutes. And then I found an ant farm in my front yard.
Okay.
Found an ant farm in the mulch.
Yeah.
I have a bunch of ant farms.
Oh, I got to kill those.
I'm the opposite of a green thumb this year.
I
The
killed
clovers just took over.
them. And you can see them because there's the line of them, and you got to just find out where they're coming from
Sure.
and where they're going.
Then-
and I found them.
Then eradicate them.
And I picked up a scoop of mulch. Oh my gosh, there were probably 1 million ants.
There had to be.
with food in their mouth.
Yeah. You disrupted their colony.
Killed them all.
Yeah.
Fumbled. But I did that. Picked weeds and killed ants.
That sounds like
yesterday.
a
Love
horrible
killing
afternoon.
insects.
After Brazil won.
Yeah.
What was that?
You love killing insects like those bees that were down the street from you?
Oh, you mean the lantern flies?
Oh, whatever it was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, they'll be back this summer.
They're an invasive species, JP. You're supposed to kill them. Just so you know.
All right.
You have full right
Do you
to kill
think
them.
Ja Morant killed ants yesterday at his
No,
house?
probably not.
Picked weeds.
I'm going to guess he didn't do either of those things.
He was just too worried about getting traded to Portland. Now he's looking for a place to live in Portland.
Yep.
Ja Morant.
Yeah, you know what? You should reach out to Drab T-shirt. Drab knows Portland.
Where should he live in Portland?
Yeah, Drab. What's a nice swanky neighborhood for John Morant to move
What's
in?
the
to in
what's the
Portland?
Potomac or the McLean of Portland?
Lake Oswego.
Oh, Lake Oswego. All right.
Yeah, there was a
Sounds
special
nice.
about the Jailblazers.
Yeah.
I think that's where they all lived, right? And the residents hated it because like Rasheed Wallace was throwing parties all the time. It was loud.
Lake Oswego, Oregon. Let's see. Let's take a look. Oh, it does look nice.
Well, that's what he's going to be looking for.
Looks fancy.
It's
For
an
a house.
interesting move for Portland. Now, Portland last year actually made the playoffs. Didn't they take a game from the Spurs?
Did they really?
Yes.
Okay.
And they're on the upswing with Danny Avdia. But now they add him, John Morant, to a backcourt. He's very ball dominant. You're going to get Damian Lillard back. You got Drew Holiday, who's really good. Then you, of course, drafted Scoot Henderson. There's a lot of guards there. They're rumored now to possibly be in on the Jaylen Brown sweepstakes. So they
I guess-
probably have to trade some of those young guys in picks. I just wonder. It feels like a lot of these Western Conference teams, and maybe I don't blame them. The Spurs make it all the way to the finals. OKC's really good, young. Feels like they're all grasping.
Are they
because
just desperate?
well, Minnesota, they gotta do something, right? So Minnesota shakes it up. They move Julius Randle, and they
Get another
trade
guard.
for LaMelo Ball. I don't know how that's going to work with Ant, and I don't know how great John Morant, Denny Avdia mix, but
Dude, sometimes
Well,
you got to acquire talent, just like
Yeah.
the Wizards did. They got first-round draft picks for trading for Anthony Davis. Nobody wanted him. Next thing we know, now we're talking about trading him to Warriors and getting first-round draft picks back. So this is the same thing the Blazers did. When you're a team that's not great or a smaller market, you got to trade for talent and improve it. So they shipped out Jeremy Grant and Chris Murray.
Yeah,
They didn't give up anything.
Who gives an F?
The return
Get off
is
my
so
team.
The return is so
Yeah,
small.
I'll take Ja Morant and try to figure it out on the court later.
Damn, how bitter he is.
Yeah.
Could you get more defensive?
Oh, I mean, he loves
Well, I'm a
Portland.
passionate Blazer. I love the Blazers, Jason. I have opinions on it.
I mean, Jesus Christ. John Morant.
Can we swing you to the Wizards full time? Can that happen? Is that ever going to happen or no? You're just always going to carry
no,
a torch
I
for
like
the
the
Blazers?
Wizards, but they'll probably never be number one for me.
You know what? You have a West Coast team and an East Coast team.
if Seattle got a team back, though, you would bounce to Seattle,
No,
right?
no.
So you've always been a Portland guy.
My parents are from Portland.
okay.
I'm a Portland
All right,
guy.
so
more
John
than
You got a
Morant.
soft spot.
Yeah.
John Morant's going to Portland, and Jeremy Grant, the DeMatha boy, he's coming to Memphis. Chris Murray, who was a first-round pick, but I don't know, he doesn't do anything. He averages, what does he average, about 4 points a game?
Look, there was a period of time where John Morant, before the suspension and everything, was thought of as a guy who was ascending to be a top 5 player in the
Yeah,
league.
he was one of the best players, of course. Then he had the shoulder injury, then he had the gun charge.
The Blazers are bringing in a distressed asset, and they're hoping that they can rehab his game and his image in Portland.
His shooting percentage in the lane went down last year. Like, that's what he's really good at, is getting in the lane. And for whatever reason, his shooting percentage went down.
So, free agency has started, and, you have all these big-name players being traded. We'll see what happens with, like, LeBron and Anthony Davis, guys like that. Kristaps Porzingis, he signed a 2-year deal with Golden State for $20 million per.
That's pretty nice. $20 million per, and it seems like that's not a ton of money for him.
Yep.
When he's on the court, he's an excellent player. The problem is he's much like Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
He's
He's
oft
always hurt.
injured.
Yeah, let's see what
I did
let's see how
laugh-
many games he's played in the last few
I
years.
did laugh at the draft party that there was a dude wearing a Kristaps Porzingis Wizards jersey, and to really compliment it, he had a full leg brace on, like from it went almost from his hip down to his ankle. Like he was really selling the Porzingis bit.
Yeah.
Good for
Or he
him.
was legitimately hurt.
Or he was legitimately had some sort of surgery. I'm going to guess it's probably the latter.
So Kristaps, what is this year? About year 12 or so? 10 or 11, 12, something like that. He played 23 games, 32 games last year.
Podzgolcin, Pogozor, something like that.
Love you, Martin Gortat.
Miss Gortat, good dude. Good guy.
Year before that, he played 42. Year before that, he played 57. For Washington, he played 65.
And
we got the most out
we got
of him.
65. We squeezed 65 games out of that body. That's pretty impressive.
So for Dallas the year before that trade, he was he played 34. Year before that, he played 43. Yeah, he's always hurt, always banged up. But Golden State said, "F it,
Still going to make $20 million.
we're going to give him $40
$20
million."
million per. Pretty nice.
All right, so the Nats lose at Fenway yesterday. Red Sox pretty hot. They've won 9 of 12. They've won 5 straight. They took 4 straight in a sweep over the Yankees before this first game of the Nats series.
James Wood hit a monster home run, though, for the Nationals.
That was
to
about
lead
the
off.
only real highlight for them offensively.
Yeah, he hit number 21. But Miles Michaelis he just got shelled early. He gave up 4 in the bottom first, gave up another one in the second, gave up another one in the third.
Sox have won 5 straight now, Jason, on a bona fide heater.
Yeah, I know, but they're
Still in last place.
Oh, they still at the bottom of the division.
They're like 8 or 9 games under 500. But yeah, Michaelis was just bad. Now he ended up settling down a little bit, but he ended up giving up 6 runs, 9 hits over 7 innings, and Blake Butera just couldn't. He couldn't go to the bullpen that early. He couldn't go in the second inning. He wasn't going to do that. So
It's just like, you know what, Michaelis, you're gonna have to stay out there.
yeah, you're gonna have to deal
Can't
with it.
tax the bullpen anymore.
And so they lose 6-3. So Wood did hit number 21. Meade had a couple more hits, but it was just a bad start for Washington. They give up all those runs, and they were in a hole early. I'll tell you what, Juan Soto made one of the worst plays.
Jason's been obsessing on this.
Well, it's an awful play for a major leaguer. All right, it's embarrassing. George Springer of the Blue Jays is up, hits a ball. It's going to drop for a single. Juan Soto, who makes freaking $800 million, makes one of the worst efforts of all time that you'll ever see.
He lets the ball get.
It's
past him.
like an 8-year-old trying to make a play on a ball hit to left field. All right, he is awful defensively. Juan Soto is an embarrassment defensively.
Did you have money on the game?
No, it's
Are
just
you sure?
I'm sure. I would never take the Mets.
It's tough to bet on the Mets.
So he doesn't even make an effort, doesn't try and dive for it, doesn't stop his momentum just to block the ball.
Mm-hmm.
He just gives a D- effort for the ball. Ball goes to the wall. AJ Ewing, the center fielder, goes over, picks the ball up, and then drops it. And the ball goes another 15 feet away from him. George Springer rounds the bases. I mean, it's just the Mets are a joke. Juan Soto's a joke defensively. He can hit the hell out of the ball, but he's an embarrassment defensively.
I did see that either Vinny or Joe, whoever runs Tales from the Foxy Gator on Twitter, said, "Please make it stop. This team is making my eyes bleed." I think it's Vinny.
Is it Vinny?
I think.
Well, could you imagine you're Steve Cohen and you're spending, what's the Mets payroll? Well north of
$300 million?
$300 million.
Yeah.
And they're an abject disaster.
I would never play Soto in the field. I would just DH him or move him to first if he could do that.
It was a terrible play. I just watched the clip.
He's a joke. All right. We talked about the World Cup, led off the show with that. Yesterday, triple header. Brazil beats Japan 2-1. Germany, Paraguay go to extra time. Then they go to the shootout. Paraguay upsets Germany, so they advance.
My parlay blown to smithereens. I mean, it was a very small play.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
I mean, I took all the favorites.
Oh, I had
Big
Germany.
loser.
I had Germany.
Big fat loser it was.
3 parlays. I was hitting all my goals scored aspects of the parlays,
right.
but I didn't hit Germany, and I had them in 3. I thought they were going to beat Paraguay because we pounded them.
That's what I thought too.
All right.
Apparently, Germany overrated.
And then Netherlands, Morocco, they go to shootout, and then Morocco beats them. So Netherlands out, Germany out.
Yep.
Today, triple header starting at 1 o'clock. Ivory Coast playing Norway. That's in Dallas. France is playing Sweden. They're playing that up in Jersey, East Rutherford. And then Mexico is playing Ecuador at 9. They're playing that in Mexico City.
Very good. So a full slate of World Cup action today. Of course, the United States takes on Bosnia-Herzegovina tomorrow night. That is an 8 p.m. kick. When we come back, we'll get into a terrible diagnosis for a top NFL running back. We'll get into that news next.
JP here, and you know me. I'm a weekend warrior, played all kinds of sports, and injuries have caught up to me. In fact, nursing kind of a bad knee right now. But if you deal with back spasms, bone and joint pain, Vantastat is what you need to look at. I trust Vantastat. Whether you need urgent advice after an injury, help understanding symptoms, or just want a connection to over 400 plus CAO orthopedic specialists, Vantastat is there for you. The urgent helpline is open 365 days a year. Don't wait. Call 844-VANTA-365. Seriously, I've seen how much of a difference it can make.
When I teased the story heading into the break, I should have said a former NFL running back that got a terrible health diagnosis. And I heard this news yesterday. It kind of shook me. It was kind of shocking to hear. We have the audio. This is former Titans and Cardinals running back Chris Johnson on with Michael Strahan on Good Morning America, revealing his diagnosis.
For me, it's shocking. It's hard to process it for me because I know you, Chris, from just the incredible athlete that you are. How do you process it?
Honestly, I don't know if you ever fully process it. At first, you're in shock. Then you realize you have two choices. You can give up or you can fight. I chose to fight.
And Brittany, what was it like for you when you found out that Chris had ALS?
All I could think about was our kids and how young they are. Just, you're in denial. You want it to be anything else. You want the doctors to be wrong. The life that we previously had is like now a thing of the past. But we're still hopeful. We're hopeful, that a breakthrough will happen and that, God, a miracle will happen,
And what kind of support has helped you the most through this?
Without a doubt, my wife, Brittany, she hasn't left my side through any of this. My kids are also a huge part of why I keep going. Every day I wake up wanting more time with them to make more memories and just be their dad. They give me a reason to keep fighting.
Yeah, so pretty shocking news. I mean, he's 40 years old. He was diagnosed with the disease in 2025, and you're hearing his voice because he's using his eyes to speak with a voice-generated machine that uses his actual voice to speak.
Right, he's not talking.
Yeah, he's not talking.
Yeah.
And it's horribly depressing. I don't know any other way. Like his mindset as far as like continuing to fight and wanting to be with his family and live as long as he can with this terrible disease is admirable.
Man, to have young kids too like that.
Yeah, I mean the guy's 40 years old.
Yeah,
he's got 40. Like he should.
He's got a 5-year-old, a 7-year-old, a 10-year-old.
He should have 40 plus more years of healthy, relatively healthy living, and he doesn't.
Yeah, and there's no cure. It's awful.
We had a listener that used to call into the show who had ALS.
Yeah.
And I remember kind of over the course of a couple of years, him going from this funny, gregarious guy who would call into the show, bust our chops, to eventually his wife called on his behalf.
I remember that.
Yeah. And then I think he passed, right?
Mm-hmm. It's a terrible disease.
Yeah,
it really
it's awful.
is.
And then this is pretty sobering if you're a football player. According to scientific research by Boston University's CTE Center, the results of which were released in 2021, pro football players are 4 times more likely to develop and die from ALS than the adult male population.
Mm-hmm.
So playing football puts you at a higher risk for contracting this terrible disease, which obviously there's no cure for at this point. So I heard that news yesterday. I was just
awful
shocked when I heard it.
To listen to Strahan ask him questions, and then Chris Johnson just looking at the computer,
right,
answering them.
Right.
It's really bad, man.
He had survived a drive-by earlier in his life.
I don't remember.
He'd been shot in 2015.
I mean, the guy's a fighter, so hopefully he can hold out as long as he can, and you just hope that there are more advancements in medical breakthroughs to hopefully find a cure for this terrible disease.
I mean, it's still
they don't have one yet.
It's still a very rare disease to have.
Yeah.
But it's just terrible to watch a guy answer questions by reading a computer. Mm-hmm. Did he go to ECU?
Yes, ECU guy. Yeah.
Obviously feel bad for him, but feel horrible for his kids.
Of course.
Horrible.
Never want to see a family member go through that.
Oh, man. And he was explosive.
Oh, he was an electric
player
to watch.
He was really explosive. He was fun to watch. But I guess the nerves in your brain or in your, I don't know if it's your spinal cord, they just kind of die, which affects the muscles, and you just can't move anymore. Can't move.
Just attacks your nervous system and shuts your body down.
Yeah. So how long ago was that when that listener would call us?
15 years ago.
Was it?
Maybe even 20. Long time ago.
That's bad, man. Anyway, just think about Chris Johnson and his family, especially the kids, because 39, 40 years old, having that, it's just, it's horrible. It's a horrible thing.
Thanks for uplifting the show, Cakes.
Look,
it's a big story in the world of sports.
Ruined my day yesterday. Like I think I saw that news around 8:45 or 9 a.m. yesterday.
Yeah,
and you can't believe a guy that was that athletic and that amazing on an NFL field is now reduced to talking with a machine because he can't use his voice anymore, and he can't really move like he used to move.
It's going to be awkward to transition any topic after bringing that up, but can we just goof on Diana Russini a little bit? She's been through this scandal, but now there's video of her getting pulled over. And could she drop more names? Did you read the story about Diana Russini getting pulled over?
I saw some of the dash cam
When did
video.
she get pulled over again?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
It might have been several months ago. But she got pulled over, and she was getting pulled over because she was on her phone.
Right. Texting and driving.
So she's on her phone. She gets pulled over, and she immediately pulls basically the "Don't you know who I am?" She said she was working on a story about Sean McDermott. Here's the quote. "I'm an NFL reporter, and I just broke that Sean McDermott got fired from the Bills, and that's what I was just sending to send a tweet. I was going to pull over because I have to make calls. I know you don't care, but I'm just letting you know my reason why. It was a work thing, and it was an emergency for what I do." All right, so that's one. That's fine. But then as they're talking, the next thing she knows, she's dropping Brian Daboll's name.
Of course.
Saying, well, Brian Daboll's going to want this job. Then she asks, "Are you a Giants or Jets fan?"
No.
He says, "No, I'm a Vikings fan." Then she shows texts with Kevin O'Connell.
Look, I'll give her credit here. I'll give her credit in this. She's working the angles to try to not pay this ticket.
Yeah.
She's doing whatever she can to try to weasel her way out of a ticket. And look, I think most of us would try to work angles if we could, right? And not have to pay a $100, $250 ticket, whatever it is, for texting and driving.
She was
I'll give
doing
her
her
a little
part.
bit of credit for trying to get on.
It
she
worked.
knows everybody.
Yeah. She then said that the Vikings quarterback sucks. So she's having like football conversations.
Oh, she was
and then the
killing my guy.
officer said, "I'm going to cut you a break on the cell phone.
She's killing my guy JJM.
I understand your job requires you to be on the phone a lot. Just try to wait till you get home, okay?" He said. So it seems like it works, but it was a lot of NFL names she was dropping.
Like she's driving. It looks like she's driving in like a residential neighborhood. All she has to do is throw her blinker on, go over to the side, get her fire off her text, do whatever, and then resume driving. You don't have to endanger yourself, everybody else out on the road, just because you have to fire off a text because dumb Sean McDermott got released by the Bills, okay? And then you're going to cause a pileup at the intersection because you're looking at your dumb phone.
Yep. Well, that's what she was doing, but she did get off.
She did. It worked.
She got hooked.
That officer's probably going to be in trouble, I would imagine.
Did the officer know who it was immediately?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
Well,
No,
Why are they? Officers are allowed to give warnings, aren't they?
Yeah, of course.
Why would he get in trouble?
I don't know. Just because if it comes out that this is
I
the
don't know
reason.
I don't know if it's the best look that he's just letting her skate just because
Talking
she's
NFL.
I mean, they give you warnings if you're speeding.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
He's probably
you're gonna
fine.
pull over, Cakes. Come on.
If I need to fire off like a tweet,
Yeah, your
for
voice.
work, first of all, I would never have to. There would never be an emergency tweet that I would have to put out for my work. But if I'm driving in a neighborhood and I feel like I have to use my phone, I would rather pull over
and type it in, and
spend 30 seconds on the side of the road, a minute, do whatever I have to do, and then resume driving.
well, I would never do that. I would never pull over. I would wait until
You wait till you
I
get
get
home.
to my destination or
Could do that
get
too.
to a stoplight.
Sure.
I'm not going to pull over to do it.
I think I pulled over once on the
And if it's an
ICC
emergency?
to, like send something or like
If
a
it's an
text.
emergency, I voice text it or I just call the person.
Well, voice texting is illegal too.
I know, but
you're
it's
holding your phone.
I know, but it's easier than
Yeah.
voice text. Dude, still have my eyes on the road.
Old Flakesy has never voice texted once in his life. I sleep on that technology.
But the phone always botches words and
Though
A lot of misspellings.
yeah.
I do like to use my remote to to say whatever, like search whatever, WSOP, main event, final table, 2018. Because that's a lot of stuff to type out on a tiny little remote. I'd rather just say it into my remote. Saves me some time.
That's when you're watching YouTube?
Correct.
Gotcha.
I mean, my YouTube algorithm is nothing but poker videos and like Lone Survivor clips. I mean, and Zero Dark 30 clips. It's very specific.
You know what you like.
There's not a lot of depth and breadth to it.
So
you know what you like.
So you feel bad for Chris Johnson, but you don't feel bad for Terrion Arnold, the 23-year-old DB, first-round pick from Alabama for the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
Who just a dumb. He, of course, was arrested last week in Florida because he was charged with 4 different felonies, including kidnapping and 4 counts of armed robbery.
Well, he's facing potential life in prison.
Yeah,
life sentence.
He had to get his stuff back.
He got to get his stuff back.
Well, the Lions said.
The Lions
see
said,
ya.
"See ya." No surprise there.
Yeah, we made a mistake
because he's going to be in jail, so he's got no shot at being on an NFL field.
Yeah,
but how dumb are you? All you do is you call the cops and tell them these people stole from me.
Mm-hmm.
They stole $250,000 from me.
Yeah,
call the cops.
Yeah, let the cops take care of it from there.
What did he do? He and his boys grabbed their guns, and went over and kidnapped these guys.
Yeah, it's not going to work out well.
And he had them stream it.
Right.
Yeah.
He was so
there's
stupid.
video evidence.
Yeah, not great. All right, when we come back, we're going to tell you where Dan Quinn, head coach of the Commanders, where is he on the hot seat rankings heading into the 2026 NFL season? We'll get into that next here on The Fan.
Let's start with baseball. Nationals on the road to open up a series last night at Fenway Park, and the Nats were beaten by the Boston Red Sox 6-3. James Wood started things off with a leadoff solo shot, his 21st, but Boston answered right back with 4 in the bottom half of the first to go ahead to stay. Nats are back to 500 now, 43-43. 7-10 first pitch, another one against the Red Sox tonight for the Nats here on the Fan. Some World Cup surprises on Monday. Paraguay knocks out Germany on penalty kicks. Last night, Morocco upending the Netherlands in a penalty shootout. Also yesterday, Brazil scored in stoppage time to beat Japan 2-1. NBA free agency unofficially begins today. Teams can start negotiating deals at 6 p.m. tonight. And Serena Williams makes a return to Wimbledon today, her opening round match at noon. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. So on CBSSports.com, I believe it was yesterday, Jordan DeJohnny posted a story, 2026 NFL hot seat rankings for coaches.
Mm-hmm.
There are 5 coaches on this list.
Right.
They're not in any particular order, but I will give you the 4 coaches that are also on the list with Commanders head coach Dan Quinn.
They are in order, by the way.
He did list them in order in the hottest, like the least hot to hottest seat.
Yeah, he's got them 1 through 5.
Oh, okay. Well, at number 1, he's got Aaron Glenn.
Right.
He's had an awful record, an abysmal record.
He went 3-14 in 2025, and now he comes back in year 2 with Geno Smith leading the offense in New York. I wouldn't expect the Jets to win more than 5 or 6 games, and I'd be surprised if Aaron Glenn made it through the entire 2026 season with his job intact. So that makes sense. At number 2, he's got
Geno
Todd
Smith
Bowles.
was in the news recently.
Yeah.
That is true.
His baby's mama sent some sort of video out, or he didn't come off good. I can't remember the exact details. I think that the ex-girlfriend, she leaked a text.
Weren't the charges, though, dismissed?
Maybe.
I believe that's the case with Geno. But we can.
It wasn't a good look.
Wasn't a great look for him, but on the pro football side, it's not a great look for the Jets to have Geno Smith as your starting quarterback in 2026.
Yep.
He's clearly a stopgap solution.
Yeah, they're desperate
until they find their quarterback of the future. Todd Bowles is second on this list with the Tampa Bay Bucks. He is signed through 2028. He's 35-33 over 4 seasons with the Bucks, including a 1-3 playoff record. So he's at number 2 on this list. At number 3 is Shane Steichen. He's about to enter season number 4 with the Colts. He's gone 25-26. Apparently, the sense of urgency, quote, has never been higher in Indianapolis. So it looks like he needs a playoff appearance to keep the seat from getting super hot in Indy. Number 4 on the list, Zach Taylor, head coach of the Cincinnati Bengals. The Bengals always seem to be the same sort of deal. Great offense.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised
he
was back this year.
Joe Burrow has had a hard time staying healthy.
They don't seem to like firing coaches in Cincinnati. Didn't Marvin Lewis stay there forever?
Yeah, he was there for a while.
Well, they don't want to pay coaches that aren't coaching for them.
True.
I mean, they're a notoriously cheap franchise, so that makes sense.
But I got to think if they don't make the playoffs this year, he's gone.
Yeah. And at number 5 on the list, Dan Quinn from your Washington Commanders.
How can he not be on the list? His seat has to be hot after last season.
I just think because he hasn't been there that long. It's a surprise that he's on the hot seat after a couple of years. And the 1 year,
that's modern NFL.
The one bad year was because of a billion injuries, including your quarterback.
And also the defense was putrid. allowed 384 total yards per game. They ranked second worst in turnover differential at -13 and takeaways with only 10.
He fired both of his coordinators.
Yeah. It's
They
a huge
moved on
season
from
for
both
him.
coordinators. That usually is a last gasp move for coaches.
Right.
Now, hopefully it works out. And I agree with you, Jason. The biggest factor in their season falling apart last year was the quarterback got hurt.
Yeah.
So, I mean, at the beginning
It's
of the
not the
year,
coach's
whatever
fault.
our record prediction was, if at the beginning of the year we were told, hey, Jaden's only going to play in 4 or 5 games, Marcus Mariota is going to start the majority of the games. None of us would have predicted them to be a playoff
played in
team.
11 games.
We wouldn't have predicted them to be a winning team,
Yeah.
and they weren't.
Now, if he had all of his starters, including his quarterback, and they went 5-12, all right, different story. So I don't know. I'm just a little surprised that he's one of the top 5.
So
I think for them to move on from Coach Quinn, they would have to have another terrible season, meaning they would lose 11 or 12 games again.
Yeah.
If he gets them back to 500-ish, which I know you can't be 500 because there's 17 games, I think he would survive. But if they had a losing record, a pretty bad losing record,
yeah, if they win,
Josh Harris moves on from coaches in other leagues all the time.
If they win 4 or 5 games in 2026, which I think they're going to win many more than that, but if they crater like that, then it's going to be really tough for him to be brought back for 2027. Like, you have 2 straight horrible seasons back to back.
All right, I could see that. I just don't, unless Jaden is not on the field, I just don't see them going 5-12 again.
Right.
When they address,
It would be tough.
They address too many weaknesses, especially on the defensive side.
For the reasons for optimism in the article, he points out the Commanders had a solid offseason. Defensively, they added starters at all 3 levels. There are 2 new pass rushers in Clavon Chason and Owe, a new defensive tackle in Javon Kinlaw. That doesn't make sense. He's been there already.
Yeah.
2 new linebackers, Leo Chanel and Styles, and 2 new starters on the back end, and Amik Robertson, who they signed from Detroit, and former Terp standout Nick Cross.
Yep.
He mentions the offensive pickups of Rashad White, drafting Antonio Williams to help out at receiver, and Chigakonkwo coming over from the Titans. He says, I'd like to see Washington sign another receiver for Daniels, such as Stephon Diggs, but the Commanders are in a better place on paper at this point. And it's hard to argue that. They made a lot of free agency upgrades. I love the drafting of Styles at 7. I think Antonio Williams will be productive in the offense as a slot and outside receiver. I know there's been a lot of hand-wringing about the fact that they don't have a solid number 2 wideout. I feel like they're going to try to just cobble together.
Committee?
Yeah, it's going to be wide receiver 2 by committee.
Yeah.
And they're hoping that they get...
I mean, who knows? They might surprise us and go out and get Diggs.
They could.
I don't think it's going to be Ayuk. Could be wrong on that, but I think if they go out and get Diggs, I mean, if they go out and get a Diggs, who has already talked about possibly coming home, I mean, that would be huge.
It would be
big.
A big boost for the offense.
It would be.
But back to Dan Quinn being on the hot seat. Does anybody argue with that?
No.
Shouldn't he be on the hot seat? You give him a pass for last season.
I argue because he hasn't been. It's not like he's been here 5 or 6 years, and he's had a stretch of non-playoff years. He had an unbelievable first year 2 years ago, and then this past year there were reasons they won 5 games. If he has another 5-12 season with all of guys on the field, and it's just been a bad coaching season, I'm with you, but I don't think he should be on the hot seat yet.
I'd say it's a warm seat. He's on the warm seat right now.
That's fair.
If it's an abysmal season, then it's hot, and he might want to refresh his LinkedIn profile.
But if you go back to when he was hired and when Adam Peters was hired, you figured year 3 was the big year because they were turning over a roster.
Yep.
It takes time to go from where they were, which was at or near the bottom, to a contending team. Then year 1 completely shocked everyone. Jaden Daniels exceeded expectations. They make it all the way to the NFC Championship game. Bars raised. Regression last year. Horrible year last year. But if you go back to the beginning, we always thought that by year 3, they should be a playoff contending team. So with all these roster moves, with Jaden Daniels back, hopefully healthy throughout the season, they should be a playoff contending team. And if they fall short, I don't think it's unheard of for an owner to move on from the head coach.
If they go 9-8 and miss the playoffs, you think he's
9-8? I don't think
9 and 8.
All right, 8-9.
I think Job is safe.
8-9.
8-9. Job mostly safe.
All right, 6-11.
6-11. You start getting
Might be
into
in a little bit of trouble.
You start getting into, hey Dan, come to the owner's office and come by yourself. We're gonna have a real man-to-man conversation here.
I like Dan. He had a lot of success in that first season, but he wasn't the first choice.
No, he wasn't.
I mean, by all accounts, they were smitten by Ben Johnson.
Yep.
Then Ben Johnson said no. He bunged them.
Well,
they were like already on a plane to go see Ben.
He was disrespecting the basketball guys.
Yeah.
But it did look
So he
like
called them.
But even though he wasn't the first choice, it looked like a brilliant choice after the first year.
Yes. Yeah.
So, look, in Atlanta, it kind of happened in Atlanta where after they lost to the Eagles in the playoffs, the next 2 years they went 7-9, 7-9, and then that third year they started 0-5 and they canned them.
If they went beyond those five
that's
coaches,
a little different.
Two coaches who I thought might make that list. Now they've had successful teams, but they just haven't pulled it off winning the big one. Now Sirianni did, but I think Sirianni could be on there. He's won the Super Bowl. And then I do think Campbell in Detroit, if this season goes south.
Possibly.
Yeah, Jordan DeJohny,
possibly.
when he started the bit about Dan Quinn, he said when it comes to the NFC East, it would be easy to include Nick Sirianni in these hot seat rankings. But let's talk about Dan Quinn.
Yeah. So I wonder if Commanders fans agree with that.
Well,
after 2 years.
They're welcome to call us at 800-636-1067. Do you agree or disagree with Jordan DeJohny's column that ranks Dan Quinn amongst hot seat coaches heading into the season?
How bad does the season have to go where you just want to see an entirely different coaching staff?
I think if it's 6 wins or less, then you're going to have a real discussion about who's going to be the head coach in 2027.
You're probably right. Let's just see how it goes and how why it's 6 wins.
Right.
But you're probably right. If it's 6-11, or certainly if it's less than that, I could see them making a change. But I think everything's going to be different this year. I don't see a 5-12 or 6-11 season. I'd see them going 500, if not better.
Let's go to Joe in Manassas. Joe, you're on with the Junks. Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Junks? Love the show as always. And honestly, I just wanted to say he's 100% on the hot seat. And Cakes, it's the point that you mentioned. He's a defensive-minded guy, and our defense was the worst in the history. They couldn't figure out anything with it to do anything. I mean, I think that, let alone, is the reason he should be on the hot seat. I mean, I just think it should be the number one reason why he should be on the hot seat.
It's a good point. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate the call.
I just put that up as our Junkies poll of the day, brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka, or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. This summer, grab a Surfside, your go-to canned cocktail. It's made with real vodka, only 100 calories, and 0 bubbles. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. Question is simple. Should he be on the hot seat? We all kind of think he's kind of on the hot seat, but should he, Cakes?
Should he be on the hot seat?
Yeah, Cakes believes
I said
so.
warm seat. He should be on a warmish seat. If he has another really disappointing season,
Yeah.
you crank up the hot seat.
I say he should be on the hot seat. It should be right now. It is a results-oriented business. He's got to deliver this team to a far better record than what they had last year.
And I'll say
There's
this.
context. Like, if he has injuries again, then I'll be understanding.
Okay. And I'll say this to the caller. I would agree that he's a defensive coach and the defense sucked, but they've upgraded at so many positions on the defensive end. I don't know about the coordinator. We'll see.
Well, especially the linebacker spot. They've completely revamped an unathletic, slow, old linebacker room and injected it with Sonny Styles and Leo Chenal from Kansas City. By the way,
now, if they have another defense,
I think it's Chanel. I think he pointed that out during
Chanel, okay.
minicamp. I think it's Chanel.
If they have another bad season defensively with all these new parts, okay, then I'm going to look at him.
Then maybe you start looking at, okay, well, the parts are better.
You're making bad decisions at defensive coordinator.
Right, like you're overseeing, this is your hand-picked new defensive coordinator, like there should be improvements with Durante Jones at the helm.
But last year, they just didn't have the pieces on the defensive side. I mean, they just weren't very good.
Should Adam Peters be on a warm seat?
I mean, he's kind of married to Dan Quinn, so if Quinn's seat is hot and heating
if
up,
you're going to put
Peters should be too.
If you're going to put DQ on it, you got to put Peters on it. But usually the coach goes before the GM.
Yeah. But then you're going to let Peters pick another head coach if you're not crazy about the job he's doing?
That's true. It's a big season.
You look at some of the draft choices, obviously hit on Jaden, but Johnny Newton, meh. Ben Sinnett,
meh.
Jury's still
Luke
out.
McCaffrey,
meh.
I mean, that's his first draft.
Yeah.
Just throwing out some of the names.
Well, they just haven't had a lot of picks either.
Yeah. And then last season,
Marshawn Lattimore, meh,
Yeah.
meh, meh, 1,000 meh.
It's not an unblemished record.
No.
Certainly not.
Doesn't look good.
So we'll have to see how the season plays
big
out.
season for both of those guys.
Yep. Training camp starts, I believe, the rookies.
28 days, 27 days.
Rookies and younger players report the 24th, veterans on the 28th. So it's coming.
Yep.
It's less than a month away. You can start getting
I think they're
training
actually
camp
on the
reports.
field on the 29th.
Okay.
Pretty sure that's the first day they're on the field.
Yep. So we'll have to see how that plays
The 27th or 29th.
Less than a month away. When we come back, we'll pivot over to the Wizards. It seems like indicators pointing to the Wizards are open to trading Anthony Davis away before he ever plays one game for the Washington Wizards. Would you be in favor of that, trading Anthony Davis? We'll take your calls on that and discuss that next here on The Fan. I have to give JP credit. I feel like he was the tip of the spear as far as, like being doubtful that Anthony Davis would ever play for the Wizards, ever put on their jersey. And I was like, nah, what are you talking about? Of course, they acquired him so they could play him along with the young core that they're building here, along with the number 1 draft pick, whoever that's going to be. Turns out they got lucky in the lottery. And AJ DeBonsa is the guy. But there are definitely trade winds blowing around Anthony Davis. This is according to @FullCourtPass on X. The Wizards are open to trading Anthony Davis per @AmicoHoops. The Warriors need to find a third team to take on Jimmy Butler, as Washington apparently has no interest in acquiring him. So it sounds like if the Warriors are able to find that third party that would take on Jimmy Butler's, I think it's $50+ million expiring contract, coming off a major injury,
might happen.
That it could potentially happen, because I guess the Warriors want to try to assemble a super team of old dudes and fossils. Like
they want Curry and LeBron.
Curry, Anthony Davis would be the young pup there at 33.
Draymond Green,
who opted out of his deal yesterday to help give them some financial flexibility. It looks like Anthony Davis may never play a game in a Wizards uniform, and I did not expect that. I thought he would play at least a half of a season, if not more, for the Washington Wizards. He still might, but now I'm to the point where I'm going to be surprised if I ever see Anthony Davis suit up for the beloved hometown Washington Wizards. 800-636-1067. What are your thoughts on these brewing trade speculations about Anthony Davis getting dealt to the Golden State Warriors in a potential 3-team deal?
I would think that there's a team out there that would be able to take that Jimmy Butler expiring contract.
Right. They've got to be able to find somebody.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just guessing just because it's expiring. It's not a 4-year deal. It's a 1-year deal.
Yeah.
Here's what I think. Washington was always going to be a pit stop, in my opinion, for Anthony Davis. Some of you guys thought he was going to be here long term, at least for a couple of seasons. I never really believed that. It still could happen. Could be wrong, but I always felt like it was going to be a pit stop. That said, if I'm Washington, I hold the cards. I have the leverage. I don't have to move him.
Yeah.
I'm not desperate. I'm sorry. I don't want Jimmy Butler as part of the return.
Well, they've already made that clear, according to this source.
That's fine.
I'm out of the business. I would hope I'm out of the business of bringing in these pit stop guys.
But you want someone...
Because they had... Think about all the guys they had in the last couple of years. Guys like Chris Middleton.
I know.
Guys like CJ McCollum. These guys were not part of the long term.
Yeah, but it was part... That was their currency.
I understand.
They were dealing in those guys.
I understand why they did it. But I'm saying now you're in a position where you draft AJ DeBonsa. The guys are developing. You've committed to Trae Young. I thought this was going to be a pit stop for Trae Young. Looks like I'm wrong on that one, although he could get moved in a year or two. Now you want guys who are going to be part of the long term. And Anthony Davis is not going to be part of the long term. I don't want to bring in Jimmy Butler is not going to be part of the long term.
No, I'd rather have Davis.
I'd rather have a draft pick.
But if you know that Davis doesn't really want to be there, don't you have to deal him?
Yes.
Or do you want to just make it uncomfortable for a few months?
But you also want to get a good deal.
Yeah, sure. I think Will Dawkins would.
Like if you're Will Dawkins and you know the Golden State Warriors want to assemble this super team, then you make them pay for it.
But why are you going to get a good deal? You gave up next to nothing for him. So why would another team give you more than what Washington gave up to acquire Anthony Davis?
You drive a harder bargain.
You know what I mean? Like Anthony Davis is
you might get an unprotected pick.
Anthony Davis is not some ridiculous asset at this point. That's why Washington got him. Who did they give up for him?
They gave up multiple picks, but they were later picks.
Right.
Like late first-round picks.
And they gave up trash players, right? Did they give up some players?
I'd have to double-check the exact players that went in the deal.
But I'm just saying that Wizards fans are excited about this year, not just because of DeBonsa, but also because they think that Trae Young and Anthony Davis are going to be vital pieces. And if you deal Davis and you get a couple of average players, maybe you get a couple future first-round picks.
Yeah.
All right, that's fine down the road. But first of all, those picks are probably not going to be high.
Yeah, the players that went in the deal to Dallas for Anthony Davis, Chris Middleton, A.J. Johnson, who's a throwaway young developmental player, Malachi Branham, Marvin Bagley III.
Exactly.
Plus,
so my point
Oklahoma's
is
2026 first-round pick, 2030 first-round pick from Golden State, top 20 protected, and 3 future seconds.
my point is that I would expect
Wasn't that OKC
trade
pick? Wasn't that
for Anthony Davis
13th?
The 2026 first-round pick.
That was pretty. That was pretty high.
Yeah.
I would expect a trade for Anthony Davis now to be a similar type of haul.
That's
Washington's not going to get, all-stars for Anthony Davis.
Not expecting all-stars, but here's what you should want. Give us first-round picks. Give us your first-round pick in 2032.
God, it's so far down the road.
Washington gave up multiple first-round picks.
Yeah, you're right.
For Anthony Davis. They should at least get multiple first-round picks back in return.
And I'm sure they would. I just can't think about a first-round pick in 6 years.
I can't either.
I want to
thinking about
I know
that.
he is. If he's here in 6 years, we have no idea. He doesn't know. He's
But
going to be here 10 years, 12 years.
His job is to make the team competitive on the court and also to set it up for the future, even if he's not the guy here running it.
I just think that they're going to be more competitive if Davis is on the floor with all those other guys.
I tend to agree with you, but it just seems
seem like it's going to happen.
He just doesn't want to be here.
He doesn't want.
And if
he'd rather go play with LeBron and Curry.
Look, if he wants to, be on the West Coast with LeBron and Steph Curry and Draymond, if Draymond, re-signs to a team-friendly deal, then deal him away.
Mm-hmm.
He's never played a game in a Wizards uniform. It's not going to affect me if Anthony Davis gets dealt away to the Warriors, especially if you get a decent return for him.
Imagine if the Warriors did pull this off. You would have Steph Curry, potentially LeBron James, Anthony Davis, Draymond Green, Kristaps Porzingis.
A bunch of old hurt guys.
How many missed games?
You're right.
Because Steph is starting to get hurt.
It'd be basically an all-star team, but they're all older.
Yeah.
They'd be the talk of the Western Conference outside of the Spurs.
Yeah, but they're not. Do you see them beating the Spurs or OKC in a 7-game series?
I don't. But
I think the NBA, though, is awesome that you have these trades. The official start to free agency is tonight.
Mm-hmm.
That you're going to have all this movement.
But you're still seeing,
the NFL does it too.
Place.
The NFL does it very well too, where that offseason really grabs your attention. And you've already seen teams really shake it up, especially in the Western Conference. And so it's almost an arms race, right? How's Golden State the last couple seasons, and it may be 3 or 4 seasons, they've been like a play-in team.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't been a contender. And they bring back Steve Kerr. You're at the end of Steph Curry's career. So they're going to make a last-ditch effort to compete for a championship.
This is interesting.
Because you don't want to just waste the last couple seasons, right? Let's say
Yeah.
Curry's got 3 more seasons.
Yeah.
You don't just waste it mired in mediocrity.
Brett's-
So they're going for it.
Brett Siegel reported, quote, "As for Anthony Davis, we are told he and Rich Paul have spoke directly with the Wizards. It seems like this is a scenario where if Washington is willing to give him a max extension, he would stay. Otherwise, they want out and a trade likely to the Warriors."
So it could just be a leverage play.
There's no chance
leverage
that
play.
Will Dawkins is giving Anthony Davis a max extension.
No.
That is not happening.
That would be a
I
horrible
would be
decision.
stunned. My head might fall off its shoulders and be rolling around on the ground if Anthony Davis signs a max extension deal with the Washington Wizards. Like a 3 or
It's not
4 year
gonna
extension
happen.
that takes him to age 37.
But all of at least me, I was looking forward to a possible playoff season,
Right.
with low 40s to maybe mid 40s wins,
Right.
But that included Anthony Davis.
Sure.
If Anthony Davis
But
isn't here and they get a couple first round picks for 5 years down the road, you're not as good.
But you know what it also does? If Anthony Davis is moved, it just clears the runway for AJ DeBonsa to have a massive rookie
year
season.
True. He probably would.
It just opens up so much, and it opens up more shots and touches for Alex Sarr.
Sure.
Like it gets Anthony Davis out of the way from being ball dominant and putting up, 15, 20 shots per night.
Yep.
It opens up a lot of opportunities for younger guys on the Wizards, which I think secretly, deep down, if you ask Will Dawkins, would he rather Anthony Davis get those touches or DeBonsa /Sarr / Keyshawn George and company get them? He'd probably lean towards getting the
I
younger
don't know. I was just
guys the ball.
I was excited about seeing Young and Davis
I
and
was excited
Dabonsa
about
and
it
Sarr
too.
and
I was
Trey
excited
Johnson, all these
until
guys.
I saw that Anthony Davis
George.
was less than excited about being
He
here in
doesn't want to
Washington.
be here.
1-800-636-1067. I don't think they would do it, but if I was Will Dawkins and I was Washington, I would call OKC and ask him about Chet Holmgren.
Right.
Because Holmgren, one of the best defensive players in the game, made the All-Star team for the first time. I believe he was third team All-NBA. Had a disappointing playoff. And OKC was disappointed. Whereas Anthony Davis, when he's healthy, is proven he can deliver.
I just don't
and
know
maybe
why.
they think Anthony Davis could be that piece against Wemby.
Yeah.
They see themselves against Wemby.
That's
Right.
just
If you're
awfully-
OKC,
it's
probably not
awfully
thinking about it.
risky.
I'm just saying, I do think Washington should be aggressive calling teams and inquiring, but do not settle. Do not settle for Jimmy Butler.
Well,
And do not give him that big, huge extension.
Well, Davis becomes eligible for a 4-year, $275 million max extension on August 6th. So August 6th is a big day. If he's still on the roster, that's a big day because he then becomes eligible to get that sort of money, which
He becomes
But you don't have
eligible,
to give
but
it to him.
Doesn't
No,
mean
no,
that
it
you
doesn't
give
mean
it
you
to him.
have to give it to him. And
He's under contract, correct?
Yes.
For a couple seasons?
He is.
Yeah, he's making like $60
I
million
mean,
in a couple years.
the Washington Wizards hold the cards. They could do nothing, spurn all offers, and tell Anthony Davis, you have to play.
Are you okay with that? When you know a player doesn't want to be here, you're okay saying, sorry, we couldn't work out a deal. You got to be here.
Yeah,
I think so.
If he's under contract, like I want the player to be happy, but sorry, if you're unhappy making $62 million a year, you're just going to have to be unhappy making $62 million a year plying your trade here in D.C.
Yeah.
Sorry. A lot of people have it a lot worse than you,
And
Anthony
I think
Davis.
that would mean that before the trade deadline, if it's not traded in the summertime, before the trade deadline, he probably would be.
Right.
He was complimentary of the management. He was complimentary of some of the facilities. There was a perception that Washington is trash, right? A trash organization because they've been a losing organization for so long. They changed this perception. So maybe if they were really committed to Anthony Davis, they could say, hey, we brought you in. We didn't know we were going to have the number one pick. We got the number one pick. Now we got A.J. Dabonsa. And now we've re-signed Trey Young. Here's what our lineup's going to look like with you in there. It's going to be you, Keyshawn George, A.J. Dabonsa, Trey Young, Alex Sarr. We think that that's competitive in the Eastern Conference. So they could just do a sales job and maybe convince him to stay in Washington. It doesn't seem like that's what he wants to do.
I'm sure they've probably tried that. But if he's telling Will Dawkins, sorry, bro, I want to go to a contender. I only have a few years left. I want to win a championship. It's not going to be here. I think Will Dawkins has to deal him.
But again, there are some who believe all this stuff that you're hearing, they're all Rich Paul clients. LeBron James, Anthony Davis,
put 'em all
Draymond
together.
Green, I believe, that it's all a big leverage play.
Yeah.
800-636-1067 if you want to weigh in on Anthony Davis potentially getting traded away from the Washington Wizards before he ever suits up for the team. 800-636-1067. We can take your calls on that next.
We all know summer is heating up, and right now there's nothing more refreshing than an ice cold Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka to break the heat. It's made with real vodka, Surfside. They're only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. That's right, no carbonation. So Surfsides are easy to sip and enjoy no matter what your plans are this weekend. It's not a seltzer, it's Surfside. Sold at bars, restaurants, and stores near you. You must be 21 or over. Please drink responsibly.
The Junkies poll is brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka or Surfside Lemonade and Vodka. This summer, grab a Surfside, your go-to canned cocktail made with real vodka, only 100 calories and 0 bubbles. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. The poll of the day, should Commanders coach Dan Quinn be on the hot seat in his 3rd season? You can go cast your vote right now. 53% say yes, 46.7% say no. So the voting is pretty close at this point.
I mentioned this during the break, and you seemed unaware. I'm surprised, Cakes. It seemed like your type of story, although it's not terrorism related, but crime related.
Not poker related.
It's kind of crime related.
It's definitely crime related.
Yeah.
How aware are you of the Mexican Batman?
I have very little to no file on the Mexican version of Batman.
So your headline is, a Mexican Batman vigilante is catching and taping up alleged motorcycle thieves.
Really? This is interesting. So he's dressed in a Batman suit.
No.
He's not. But
what you're seeing is
he's Batman
thieves.
style.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Because you don't know who the Mexican Batman is.
Sure.
So the vigilante
he's
first
catching the
appeared
criminals,
earlier this month
and you don't see him.
in Lagos de Moreno, a city in the Mexican state of Jalisco. Since then, several men accused of motorcycle theft have been discovered bound to utility poles with signs detailing their alleged crimes. Many also had ratero, Spanish for thief, written on their foreheads, along with cartoon-style whiskers drawn on their faces. In some cases, motorcycles were left nearby.
The motorcycle's usually left right in front of them, wherever they're taped up.
Would you support a vigilante, Batman-style vigilante, taping up alleged robbers?
You're not supposed to support vigilante justice, even though it is. It does seem right on a lot of levels. Part of me wants to support it, but the other part of me is law abiding, and you would want the proper authorities to take care of these motorcycle thieves instead of some guy dressed up like Batman swooping in and duct taping them to telephone poles.
So authorities apparently aren't buying the superhero narrative. Prosecutors have opened investigations into the incidents and say the people being taped to poles are legally considered victims, regardless of the accusations against them.
I mean, I guess they are being assaulted by this person. This person's assaulting them and then duct taping them to telephone poles.
All right,
you're not allowed to do that.
I've got a question.
That's pretty. If it's actually happening this way, it's a pretty cool story.
It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Would you ever
But
intervene?
he is beating them up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you ever intervene in a crime that was happening in front of you?
Ooh, that's a great question.
Let's say,
I think only if a family member of mine was in peril.
Let's say you see somebody pickpocketed right in front of you.
I can't get involved in that.
Oh.
I mean, I thought you were talking about like a real, like an assault or some like a serious crime. A pickpocket is just that's relatively minor.
Well, if you see somebody stealing a purse from an old lady.
No, you're probably just going to call the cops. I mean, you're not going to run after the guy.
Here's the problem, JP. I don't know if that guy has a gun. I don't know if he has a knife. I mean, he could have anything. And I mean, I'd love to come to the rescue of an old lady, of a damsel in distress. But if the guy's going to then stab me in the neck with a knife, I kind of lose out in that proposition as I bleed out to help this old lady save $40 from her purse.
What if you saw a young mother and a child being attacked? Wouldn't the fatherly instinct kind of kick in?
Probably. It probably would.
I think that's where I'd step in, but I'm not going after a pickpocketer.
But going back to the pickpocketer
chance.
example, what if he's running?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, running.
He's got the purse in one hand, and you know he doesn't have a knife in the other hand.
Okay.
He's running.
Yeah.
You could just stick out your leg to trip him.
Oh, if I can just...
Would you stick your leg out to trip him?
Trip the dumb criminal, and then, the authorities come and apprehend him, or I can just flop on top of him and keep him immobile until the cavalry arrives, sure, I would do that. I mean, I can trip somebody. That's easy.
What if you came across someone who was threatening another person or people with a gun?
Yeah, with a gun.
Okay.
Okay, yeah.
But he can't see you. And if you come up behind him, tackle him to the ground, he probably can't shoot you.
Okay, how big is this person?
Average, I'm going to say
so
average.
I can overpower him?
You can take him to the ground, or at least attempt to.
See,
Would you do that?
Then we're going to be in a life and death struggle for the gun.
If you know he can't see you, but if you come up behind him, wrap your arm around his neck, take him to the ground, he's probably not going to be able to fight you off.
I guess I'd have to hope I have that hero gene buried deep within me that I could do it. But
now,
I'd be scared.
Okay, but if the people in the crowd that have the gun pointed at them are your family members,
Yeah,
you're going to do that.
Of course.
You're going to do that.
Without a doubt. But if it's just a bunch of randos.
But most
what if
people,
there was? I like this.
I would say 99% of America probably would just turn the other way and run.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to give you a scenario I saw yesterday that some of America's beaches are on warning because sharks. It's like that shark season, all right? And I think we talked about a viral video a week or so ago where there was a shark very near somebody that was on, I want to say a kayak or some sort of canoe, and a drone saw it, and the drone somehow distracted the shark, and the shark went away, and the person was fine.
Mm-hmm.
But let's say you're at the beach, and there's a 5-year-old girl in there just playing about level like 2 feet.
Okay,
2 feet of water. She's not deep, but she's 2 feet. And there's a shark 100 yards away.
Yeah. 100
yards
away.
Run into the ocean to pull her out.
Yes, the shark's 100 yards away.
100 yards.
Yes, of course. I can be a hero in that instance because
a shark can make up 100 yards pretty
sharks
fast.
Are very fast. You're talking to a shark expert here, JP. You know I was obsessed with sharks as a kid.
I do know that.
But yeah, I mean, if the kid's in 2 feet of water, the shark is not going to make up that amount of space in the 5 seconds it's going to take me to go rescue this 5-year-old girl. Yes.
So maybe you do have a hero gene in there.
I don't know. It would have to be in a very specific scenario for it to be unveiled.
I was far from a hero, but when that car hit the building at WJFK in Fairfax, none of you guys even thought about helping the guy who was in the car.
Didn't think about helping him.
I just wanted to get out of the building.
No, I wanted
Cakes and EB looked. Then they went back to the studio because at that point we were in that weird studio.
Yeah.
It was like off the beaten path. And then they grabbed their phone to take a picture, I think.
We had to document the goings
Nobody
on.
was there to even just ask the guy, are you okay?
Oh, what year was that?
It's a long time ago. Hey, it's Bob. Can you believe somebody drove right through my building?
It's about 2007.
Nobody gets that imitation, but it's pretty close.
It's pretty spot on.
It's pretty close.
I thought it was a suicide bomber. I tried to get out of the building.
I
didn't go take pictures.
I legitimately thought that a small airplane had crashed.
It was loud.
It was the loudest thing I've ever experienced.
It was
in person.
pretty loud.
You didn't think it was like some sort of like plane and went awry and crashed into the building?
I don't remember the specifics of it. I just remember the car being inside our building, part of it. A guy being in the driver's seat. And I went over instinctively and said, are you okay?
Yeah.
He spoke Spanish. I speak Spanish, spoke to him in Spanish. And you guys had all scurried away.
By the way,
yep, I did.
For those that don't know, like the physical layout, and that guy really threaded the needle to put his car where he put it because he had to go through a light, hop a curb.
Through trees.
I mean, how far is the building off the road? 30 feet?
Yeah, probably.
30 to 35 feet. He had to miss a big-ass tree.
Yep.
And he just wedged his car
right into the window.
Right into the production studio. I mean, Valdez, if he was back there that day, he would have been killed. Because he would have been sitting right at the spot where he came through the building.
Did he claim he just fell asleep?
I think that's what was determined.
Yeah.
I think also it was wet outside. It was raining. And he's probably like driving too fast for the conditions.
I didn't remember that.
Lost control of the vehicle, veered off, crashes into WJFK. Big scene, big commotion.
Back to the vigilante.
And then the news stations came out.
We're all lucky to be alive. We're just all lucky to be here today.
Back to the vigilante. If these guys indeed were robbers and they're thieves stealing motorcycles, I hope the vigilante doesn't get punished for, okay, pulling a Batman move, maybe beating them up a little bit,
roughing them up,
putting whiskers on their face.
I mean, they probably deserve it. They're thieves and criminals.
Right.
They're trying to steal somebody's property that they've worked hard to save up money to buy their motorcycle.
I'm on the Mexican Batman side.
I think I'm on the vigilante side, too.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Don't mind a little vigilante justice doled out here and there. Somebody protecting your property out and about. If the cop... Look, you think cops in Mexico don't have bigger fish to fry than somebody's stolen motorcycle? I think they have a little something called the cartels keeping their hands full. So, good for him. Good for the Mexican Batman. All right, when we come back, we're not going to talk about Mexico. We're going to talk about the United States, which is about to have its 250th birthday on July 4th. We're going to tell you what America is best in the world at, according to Americans who were surveyed. So we'll get into that next here on The Fan.
The world's biggest soccer tournament is here, and it's heating up in the U.S. On Kalshi, you could trade every match all the way from the opening stage to the final. Some great games. Let's take a look at today's slate. You could trade and go with Ivory Coast. They're trading at 36% to best Norway. That means a $100 trade is going to pay out, looks like about $265.86. Not bad if Ivory Coast can win. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market. That means there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download that Kalshi app. Don't forget, use the code JP. You're going to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade the beautiful game. 18 or over. Only restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. That contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Busy time in the NBA. Free agency unofficially begins today. Teams can start negotiating with players at 6 p.m. tonight. Some deals getting done Monday. Memphis Grizzlies trade two-time All-Star Ja Morant to Portland, and Kristaps Porzingis re-signs with Golden State, 2-year deal worth $40 million. Baseball Nationals open up their series at Fenway last night, losing to the Bo Sox 6-3 despite a leadoff homer from James Wood. Nats fall back to 500. They're now 2.5 games out of a wild card spot. World Cup, what a day. Paraguay knocks out Germany on penalty kicks. Last night, Morocco upended the Netherlands in a penalty shootout, and Brazil needed a stoppage time goal to beat Japan 2-1. The U.S. plays Bosnia-Herzegovina tomorrow night at 8 p.m. And tennis, Serena Williams plays at noon today her return match at Wimbledon. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We're celebrating 30 years, but we got nothing on the United States of America. Celebrating 250 years of independence on July 4th.
July 4th down here.
Not that far off.
I mean, it sucks that the weather is going to be so bad. They're not just calling for ridiculous heat. They're calling for big storms. And there's going to be a ton of people down here. You see all the streets that are being closed off?
I know.
Neighborhoods being closed.
It's pretty insane.
I mean, it's going to be so hot, but there's going to be so many people still enjoying it because it's 250 and it's July 4th. But there's going to be some bad storms coming through.
Well, I'm going to assume
just
that
keep an eye out for
DC is going to have, they have to have like emergency like water and misting stations set up like down here for the crush of people that are going to be here in that terrible weather.
Yeah.
So I'm sure they've got all that taken care of. They've got all that planned out. All right, so we wanted to talk about...
What are you guys doing for July 4th, by the way?
Am I doing... my son's coming in from North Carolina, and we're just going to hang near the homestead. Might do a Valdez move. Might get some crabs, but I'm assuming, like... I mean, could there be a more expensive or tougher time to get crabs than July 4th weekend? Like,
hey, you do it once a year.
Is it everybody going to be getting crabs on July 4th weekend, or am I crazy?
I think a lot of people just do burgers and hot dogs and those traditions. Macaroni and cheese.
Matt Myers probably going to do crabs.
I did crabs last year for my July 4th party. No crabs this year.
No crabs this year.
Okay.
Because just too pricey?
Not that many people enjoy them.
Yeah.
That's true.
And so it's kind of a lot of effort to steam them and have them all ready. And when there's only 4 people eating crabs,
I wouldn't be doing the steaming. I would go someplace where they do the steaming.
They're prepped,
and I just come home with the bags and dump them out on a table.
Yeah.
Like this guy's never steamed a crab in his life. I don't get live.
But you
crabs.
are going to do crabs this year.
Thinking about it, it's potential.
Everybody in the family likes crabs.
My wife isn't the craziest about crabs, and I'll be honest, this hurts Valdez to his core. After like 3 or 4 crabs, I get a little bit sick of picking at them.
Yeah. So you're done.
I get over them kind of quickly, but I could commit for longer. I could commit to a half dozen crabs.
That's where Jason has massive pimp hand, because doesn't your wife pick your crabs?
Yeah.
My wife loves crabs. I love crab meat. I just don't like picking crabs.
You don't like the work that goes into it.
I don't like the crab meat. I mean, picking crabs. I love the crab meat.
I don't like getting these baby soft hands. I don't like getting like little nicks and cuts on them from the crab claws, especially those little pinchers.
Will you do
they'll definitely leave marks on these hands.
Will you do the crabs?
We can't have that.
Inside or out?
Oh, outside.
You'll be outside.
Yeah, I'll just pop up a table and throw some newspaper down on. I don't know where I'd get newspaper these days, but find some newspaper or some brown paper, roll it out, and we're good to go.
I'm sure you get ads, which are basically newspaper delivered at least every other day in the mail.
I do, but they go straight in the recycling bin. I'd have to dumpster dive in the
you gotta save
recycling
those.
bin.
You can keep them the rest of the week.
Could do that.
And there's your newspaper.
I could do that.
Mike Marr, are you back there? Mike Moore. What's going on for July 4?
Well, don't let Valdez undersell his party. This guy knows how to throw a 4th of July banger. No one does it quite like Valdez and his fiance. I've been the last 2 years. Best 4th of July party you could possibly be at.
Look at this high praise.
It's
It's a low-key July 4th party?
no,
You trying to
it's
keep a lid on it?
No, it's a rager.
It's a big deal.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, there'll be like 20, 30 people over.
Excellent.
We're grilling. I have a George Washington costume I'm wearing.
Well, that's a showstopper.
Yeah.
Now it's going to be hot.
I'll try. I know, but George Washington will be manning the grill.
Is he your favorite president?
Do you have fake wooden choppers?
I got a fake powdered wig.
Okay.
Does anybody dress up as Abraham Lincoln?
Yeah, it's open. It's open for people to dress up if they want.
So it's it's an Independence Day party and a costume party.
It's not really a costume party. It's just for America 250.
Yeah.
And then burgers, dogs, sausages. I'm smoking pork. We have a keg. We have a crush station.
Keg. Wow, that's going big.
We have it covered too for the heat.
What time will the party start?
2:00.
So it's not indoors?
It's indoor outdoor. I mean,
Okay.
if you want to
Gotcha.
stay indoors. You
I
can.
remember back in the high school days, if you went to a party where somebody had a half keg or God forbid a full keg somehow, that was
were
the
there.
peak.
You were there.
Like if you got to a party and you saw the red Solo cups and you saw the keg popping out of like a bathtub or a big giant laundry bin, you knew you were in for a great party.
We have fireworks, sparklers for the little kiddies. We got
fireworks, very good.
The popsicles, the red, white, and blue popsicles.
Bomb pops,
Johnny Pops.
They're firecracker popsicles.
Well, they're known as bomb pops.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean, like around the world, they're known as bomb pops. Firecracker pops, sure.
Matt Cahill. Matt, are you going over to Matt Meyer's 4th of July party?
I haven't decided yet. I'm going to leave Valdez dangling in the wind there. I'll let him know last minute like I did for the Super Bowl party, which also was promised was going to be a banger, and there were four people there.
Yeah.
So I have my reservations about Valdez's parties.
But Mara says it's a big one. He says it's a biggie.
Yeah, well, we'll see. Maybe I'll show up. Maybe I won't.
Mm-hmm.
I know
The party will go on without you.
Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't have if it was the Super Bowl.
Hey, just be safe with the fireworks. Okay, if you got the fireworks are shooting off at your house.
Oh, I don't think they're not like the big dogs.
Do you still have some of your Super Bowl spread left over?
I do not.
So that's a big party going on over there at Matt's house. All right, well that'll be fun. It's going to be hot though. Maybe not as hot as Thursday, Friday, but it's going to be
It's
a
definitely
steamer.
be hot when you're wearing a powdered wig. And you're looking like
he's gonna be
one
sweating.
of the forefathers
I know.
of the country.
Well, I'm not going to wear it for the entire
It's
thing.
fine. You're committing to the bit.
He'll have it on for an hour and then he'll.
Why is the heat such a? It's July. We know it's hot. It's always hot in July.
No,
It's 100
no.
degrees. Big deal. It's 8
I know.
degrees hotter than normal.
No,
Big
no, no.
deal.
Yeah,
We
what do you do?
do.
It's hot.
No, we don't have heat indexes at 110, Matt.
I
come
mean,
on.
it's fine. Like it's DC in the summer. I think we'll all.
No, it's not fine. It's uncomfortable. You don't want to be outside.
It's never comfortable in July and August here.
Sure it is. If it's 85 degrees or 90 degrees, it's fine.
I mean,
But 110,
You're over
different
the
story.
heat
I'm over it because if you don't like the heat, just stay in your house.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like with your air conditioning, you'll be fine. It's not like the snow. You got to go to work.
That's
or something.
exactly. That's my point. I'm going to stay inside.
When did they come up with the term heat dome? This is the first
They
year I
make
can
it
remember.
up every year. They got a new nickname for if it tell you it's hot or cold.
We have a heat dome.
I hate weather.
I'm
I
with
hate
you on
weather
that one,
talk.
Drab.
It's so boring. Oh, it's hot or it's cold. Yes, we know this is life. You adapt to it. We spent 2 weeks talking about a 100-degree day.
That's what they do. They lead off the news with it.
Well, because
It gets people
Because
in a
some
tizzy.
people are like
It gets
this,
people
including
dizzy.
Jason
Yeah,
Bishop.
Yeah.
Hook, line, and sinker.
I don't like, well, obviously I don't like the heat, but I do enjoy what the heat brings because it brings thunderstorms. That's what I like.
I mean, I don't want these.
I don't want the 110. That sucks. I want to be inside for that, but the thunderstorms that come in, that's what I want.
I don't want Doug Kammerer and everybody that does his job to lose their jobs, but I'm okay just looking at my phone for the most part for my weather. I know that you love to patronize the local weathercasters and meteorologists.
Yeah, watch it every day.
Yeah. I just,
They'll be fine.
I'm kind of on trap
Here's what I
side
do.
here.
I wake up in the
Sorry,
morning
Doug.
and I say, temperature in D.C. today.
Yep.
Oh, 107. I guess I'll wear shorts. That's it.
That's the extent of it.
No, what I do is I cancel golf if it's 107.
Yeah. Well, as you should.
So it affects my life more than yours.
Yes. All right, so we wanted to get into this survey.
What?
They asked a bunch of Americans, what's the best thing about America? Now, they had several different categories. What's best about the American way of life? Your top answers. 44% of respondents said the people in America make America great. 20% said the land, resources, and
why wouldn't
climate. Climate, weather related, 20%.
Okay.
17% said the economic system, trade, and business, and 10% said the system of government makes the American way of life great.
This is a boring way to look at it. One of the things that is interesting about, that account that we brought up, what makes America unique and great are some of the wacky things like Buc-ee's that they don't have in other countries.
That is true.
Now, you haven't traveled to that many other countries, but there are a lot of things that we take for granted that don't exist in other countries. And you might say, well, they're like goofy, but, some of these people that are coming from the Netherlands or coming from Japan, coming from Senegal, they're seeing things that they do not have in their country.
That is true.
And that's what makes it unique. Like talking about the system of government. Sure, we got a great system of government. Freedom of religion, freedom of speech.
All right, so freedom.
All those things are great. That's what we're celebrating. But it's the little things sometimes that we take for granted that don't exist in other countries.
What do you think was listed as America's greatest invention?
Light bulb?
That was second at 14% responded light bulb / lighting.
All right.
Internet?
Internet at 10%. You guys got 2 and 3.
Cell phones. Does that count? Did we invite the cell phone?
Telephone came in at 5%. Automobile comes in at 6%. Airplane at 4%. America's greatest invention, according to respondents, democracy / freedom at 16%. It's an American invention right there.
Right.
It's American ingenuity.
And again, we take it for granted, like you said.
Another category.
Is that accurate?
Is it accurate? I mean,
I don't think we invented democracy. Wasn't it like back in Athens they had democracy?
You're asking me questions I don't know.
Or some form of it. We definitely did not
come
up with it ourselves.
This chart says, what is America's greatest invention? Coming in at 16%, democracy / freedom.
What was the Magna Carta cakes?
Did the Greeks do that?
What was the Magna Carta cakes?
It's some document that comes up on Jeopardy all the time. I'm not sure exactly what it entails. I probably need to do a Cliff Notes dive on it to tell you what it signifies.
You could maybe put us down for modern era democracy. I don't think we came up with it ourselves.
All right, one of the other questions is, what is America?
You say so.
What is America the best in the world at?
Ooh.
Best in the world.
Sports.
Yeah,
sports. 38% said sports.
Education.
Education did not make this list.
Oh, education's not good in the United States?
That's not number one.
All right.
Unless
you don't think there are other countries that have better education?
Technology and innovation as education? Because that came in second.
What are we best in sports? That would have been
sports
one of my.
is on the list.
Don't say food.
Food, 31%.
Food,
31%.
All right. A lot of options.
Apparently,
that's number one.
No,
oh.
Number one is something Americans love: movies and television.
Oh, jeez.
Movies and TV.
I don't know.
It the best.
Lately, the movies have sucked.
USA, baby, number one. 41% say music, 38% say sports, 31% food.
Hey, shout out to our former intern, David Bernard.
Yes.
I was
He's
watching Netflix with my wife on Saturday night, and the number one movie was a comedy featuring John Cena, and I believe the comedian's name is Eric Andre, and it's called Little Brother. And so we put it on, and right at the beginning, after the opening scene, they have the credits and I see David Burnad's name.
The guy's he's a mogul.
Clank David.
He's a Hollywood mogul.
Is Burnett a producer or a director?
Producer.
All right, so he gets the money up. He gets the money wrangled in, and he doesn't direct it.
He helps put it together.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He facilitates everything.
yeah, he brings money.
He
in
might
somehow.
find the director, get the actors,
You know
all
what he
that
is?
sort of thing.
He's a power player in Hollywood, is what he is.
I was like, that's Clank David.
That's our guy.
I can't believe he's
Number one Netflix movie.
Great
It's
for
all
him.
right.
Yeah, great
It's a
for him.
goofy, raunchy comedy.
Hey, that's fine.
If you want to see a raunchy comedy,
Yep.
watch Little Brother.
Hey, Jason,
Look at what I'm seeing here on Netflix.
No, you'll like that one. I will find you.
Who is that guy? I recognize him.
Sam Watterson?
Oh,
Sam,
yeah.
Something like that.
But that's a series, right? It's not just a
Yes.
one. It's not a movie.
Very bingeable.
Jason Bishop, what food best represents America? According to this survey,
Barbecue.
barbecue comes in at second at 25%.
Hot dogs.
Hot dogs, 14%. That's sad, by the way.
But that's what it is.
Hot dogs are our big thing.
Is it hot dogs?
Hot dogs are
Burgers.
burgers are number one.
Burgers.
Yep.
Burgers and dogs. That's why everybody has them on July 4th.
Burgers, barbecue, apple pie at 19%, hot dogs at 14%. This is very un-American. Pizza at 6%.
Yeah, but
we're known for pizza.
Yeah, but you get pizza here. You know, I don't know how many countries I've been to. I haven't been to a ton, maybe 10. But pizza's most prevalent here, and I've been to Italy.
To put food on your family. And you're working hard to put food on your
I
family.
mean, who doesn't love pizza? People love pizza. Have you met somebody that said, I hate pizza?
No.
Yeah, I mean, I've yet to meet that
I don't
person.
know. I could be wrong. I don't know. Limited, but I think we're number one in delivery of food.
Oh, that has
We
to.
have to be number one. I don't
case.
know that I've seen in other countries food delivery drivers.
Yeah,
I think that's an
Are
American
there a bunch
thing.
of like Uber Eats and Postmates drivers in
Switzerland?
Senegal?
I
I'm
don't think
guessing
so.
Probably not.
Yeah, probably not.
Probably not the case.
Yeah, I've been to I think I've been to 4 countries. That's terrible.
That's pretty low. Hold up. Have you ever been
I
to
may have you beat.
Hold up, you've been to Mexico, right?
Well,
Yeah, it's been to Mexico. That counts.
Counts.
You've been to Mexico.
You've
That's
been to
one.
Canada?
2.
2. All right, 2.
Spain. Right?
Spain.
Is that it?
Well, Bahamas.
Barely a country, but
Oh,
sure.
Italy. So 5.
Yeah, you got 5. You're good. You're a world
I
traveler.
think that's it.
That's okay.
I'm topping out at 5.
I think I might be 4 or 5 too.
Well, actually, I've been to France, but only because I flew through it. Does that count?
You landed at the airport?
Did you land?
Yeah, I landed in Paris.
Counts.
I'll
All
give
right.
it to you.
I was there for an hour.
Still counts.
All right, France 6.
That's pretty sad.
Well, you get to double digits before you die.
No,
You won't go to 4 more countries before you're dead.
probably not. I'd like to
I
go
think-
to. I'd like
I
to
think
go,
you will.
I'd like to go to Ireland, Scotland.
Well, that's 2 right there.
Maybe get me to 8 or.
You can probably hop over to Great Britain too. You had 3 for 1.
Possibly, but I would probably max out at about 10.
I think I'm at 12 or 13.
It's pretty good.
Damn.
But I went on a cruise and that hit like St. Martin.
Okay.
So I was only there for a day.
That counts.
Not even 12 hours.
It counts.
I've been to Bermuda. Thank you, LeVar Arrington.
Yes.
Virgin Islands.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
That's a U.S. territory. Is that really a country? U.S. Virgin Islands or British Virgin Islands? If it's a British Virgin
Give me
Islands,
British Virgin
I'll give it
Islands.
to you.
I'm not sure.
I'll give you that. That's a winner.
I've been to Costa Rica.
Yep.
The big 3, U.S., Mexico, Canada. I've been to Bahamas as well. Spain, Italy, Switzerland, Austria.
Damn, you've been to a lot.
Yeah. It's a world traveler over there.
He is.
All right,
All over Europe.
Coming up later this hour, when we come back, we're going to go through the CBS Sports Top 100 rankings of NFL players. How many Commanders made that list? And you want to keep listening at 8:45. We will give away a $50 gift card to Paisanos. So you got to keep listening to win that. We'll do that at 8:45 here on The Fan.
It's your boy Bish for Foley Mechanical. When my HVAC went out last year, I called Foley Mechanical because this isn't some franchise or a giant corporate outfit. Dan Foley owns the company 100%. No private equity, no call center, no nonsense. Dan runs a tight ship. It shows in the work they do. His team replaced my HVAC system, my water heater, my sump pump all in the same day. I got to see firsthand how skilled and hardworking these guys are. They know what they're doing, and they actually care about doing it right. Foley Mechanical is full service. They do heating, AC, hot water. They do boilers. They specialize in older homes with radiator heat. A lot of companies don't touch that. They serve D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. They proudly install Amana HVAC equipment. So if you want quality work from a company you can trust, call Foley Mechanical. Ask for Dan Foley, the owner. Tell him Bish sent you.
Coming up in just about 20 minutes, we'll give you a chance to win a $50 gift card to Paisanos. So keep listening for your chance to win that. That's coming up at 8:45. So we wanted to get into this top 100 list that our friend Pete Prisco from CBSSports.com put out. He has the top 100 players entering the 2026 season in the NFL, and we wanted to touch on the Commanders that are on this list. But before that, let's get to his top 10 players. We'll go from 10 to 1. At number 10, he has Lamar Jackson from the Baltimore Ravens.
How many quarterbacks are in the top 10?
4.
Let's
Probably
see.
4, I'm guessing.
2, 3. There are 5, it appears to be.
All right, so
5
half of the top
quarterbacks
10's quarterbacks.
in the top 10.
So you got Lamar. All right, we know who the rest are going to be.
Lamar at 10. You got Puka Nacua checking in at number 9. He led the NFL in catches last year with 129.
You see where he was last year?
He had Puka ranked as his number 63 player.
He jumped all the way to 9.
Yes.
Now, when you have 130 catches, that'll probably get you up there.
Yep. It vaults you up the list, no doubt. 8 is another wide receiver. He has Justin Jefferson from the Vikings. He only had 2 touchdowns and 84 catches last year. He was a victim of poor quarterback play. They bring in Kyler Murray. Looks like he will probably be the starter at the beginning of the season, so he should have better quarterback play heading into 2026.
Poor J.J. McCarthy. Just never really getting a shot.
I mean,
injuries, poor play.
I mean, I guess McCarthy
inexperience.
He could technically beat out Kyler Murray in preseason camp and be the starter, but
it's too early to give up on him.
He's going to be on a very short leash if he doesn't perform.
Would you take Justin Jefferson in the first round 12-team draft?
Yes.
After last year.
If I'm picking in the 10 to 12 range and he's there, yes.
Yeah.
But if I'm picking like in the top 5 or 7, no. I have
but
other
in years past, he would have been a top 5.
in years past, he would have been a top 2 or 3 pick.
Yep.
He's that good. So he's at number 8 on this list. Coming in at number 7, another quarterback, Patrick Mahomes. Last season, he was ranked number 1. He's coming off a torn ACL, and the Chiefs missed the playoffs this past season. So we'll have to see how Mahomes recovers from that ACL tear. At number 6, he has an offensive lineman, Penny Sewell from the Detroit Lions. He was ranked number 21 last season. He lauds his ability to pave the way in the rushing game for the Lions. That's why Jahmyr Gibbs, Montgomery have been so successful. We know Montgomery has moved on from the Lions, obviously. He landed in Houston, I believe.
Believe it was Houston.
It's a good fit for him, especially Joe Mixon being sidelined. Here's your top 5. Joe Burrow comes in at number 5 for the Cincinnati Bengals, close to his ranking last year of number 7. His running mate, Jamar Chase, at number 4.
He just puts up bomb numbers every year.
He has 252 catches over the past 2 seasons.
Yep.
To lead all NFL wide receivers over the last 2 seasons. Now you're in your rarefied air, your top 3, according to Pete Prisco. Number 3, Josh Allen from the Bills. He's going to have a new offensive coordinator, new head coach, Joe Brady, running the show in Buffalo. And your top 2 players on Pete Prisco's list both play for the same team. He has Matt Stafford at number 2, the Rams quarterback who led the league in passing yards and touchdowns last year. And at number 1,
leaves Myles Garrett,
the player that they acquired in a trade, Myles Garrett, who broke the single season sack record with 23 sacks.
It's crazy they've got the top
Rams
2, and they might get Aaron Donald back. Because Aaron Donald, the latest I've seen is he is mauling a return.
Is he? He wants to play with Miles?
Well, it's just probably
and possibly get back to another
Super Bowl favorite.
Yeah.
So with the
you imagine facing a front with Aaron Donald and Myles Garrett?
No.
And terrifying.
And I'm guessing Aaron Donald probably hasn't fallen off that much, even though he was out.
I always see videos of him working out.
Mm-hmm.
So in this list of 100 players heading into the NFL season 2026, how many Commanders do you guys believe or guess are on this list, and where would you have them slotted?
I heard the answer. I would have guessed 3, but I don't know where I would have slotted. I would have slotted Jaden higher than he is.
Mm-hmm.
But this is all based on last year, too.
Right.
I would guess 3, and I would guess Jaden, Terry, and then on defense,
do they have
actually, maybe it's only 2. Maybe it's only 2. I'll guess 2.
It is only 2, but the second one that you mentioned is not the one that is on this list.
So it wasn't Terry
Jaden
McLaurin.
Daniels comes in the highest on the list. He comes in at number 69. And Pete wrote up, after an impressive rookie season, injuries limited him to 7 starts in 2025.
Where was he the year before?
He was ranked at number 33.
So he dropped 30 spots.
Yep.
30-plus spots.
He says even when he was on the field, the numbers weren't as good, but he has the talent to soar back up this list. So Jaden Daniels is your first of 2 Commanders on this list of top 100 players. The second is another offensive player. It's Laramie Tunsil.
Oh, yeah. I was sleeping on offensive line.
Coming in at number 76. He says he was consistent last year in both the run game and pass protection, but he really excels as a pass blocker, protecting the blind side. Last season was not ranked. So he breaks the top 80 in Pete Prisco's list.
And
Terry McLaurin not on this list.
He probably was ranked from last year. He had to have been ranked based on what he had in 24. I mean, he put up huge numbers.
Right.
Touchdown numbers, anyway.
So do you think that's right that the Commanders only have 2 players ranked in his top 100
If it's
list?
based on last season, they were dreadful last season.
I think that seems about right.
I think it's based.
I don't think there should be outrage if there's only 2 Commanders listed in the top 100.
Now, I think they have more potential to have guys make the top 100 next season. Right, like they're going to have to produce.
Like if Adafe Owe comes in and has 13.5 sacks and is a defensive terror, and justifies getting, I think he got $68 million guaranteed.
68, right?
On a
So
$100
he'll be on his top
deal.
100 next year.
Like he'll be on that list. Maybe Sonny Styles is so impressive as a rookie that he makes this list this time next summer.
Chig could.
Chanel could. I mean, there's a bunch of guys that they are bringing in to bolster this defense that could potentially be on this list next year.
Be a stretch to believe Chanel would make the top 100 players because it's so heavily skewed offense. 5 out of the top 10 are quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And I'm sure in the top 100, there's probably a dozen quarterbacks.
I would assume. I mean, I have it listed by position, but I'm sure the quarterbacks are well represented.
I don't think this is last year. I'm not really sure where we're getting that from. I mean, he has Fred Warner ranked in the same spot as he had the previous year, and Fred Warner played like 5 games last year.
Mm-hmm.
And there's lots
that's
of
what Cake said.
There's lots of guys. I mean, injuries are going to be part of it, but I think guys like Terry have kind of fallen off a little bit. Tunsil's still playing great. Jaden wasn't great last year when he played. He was fine. Wasn't great.
Yeah, but that was based on only playing 7 games.
They were 2 and 4 the games he started.
I know, but if he played the entire season, his numbers wouldn't have been good enough. He wouldn't have been 69.
I thought Jaden would be like top 50. I'm pretty surprised he's down almost at 70 with his ranking, but it's heavily weighted, I think, from what they did last year.
Clearly, that's why Terry McLaurin falls off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Caleb's still behind Jaden. Caleb had him in the deep playoffs last year.
He probably
Obviously,
played
Pete
great.
Prisco doesn't believe in him.
No, but he has them listed as 69 and 70. They're back to back on this list.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm not surprised that there's only 2. I mean, you're not going to have any defensive players.
Yeah, you can't name defensive players to this list from a team that gave up like 384 yards of offense per game.
But Jaden will go. He will rise. He will go from 69. He will go up the list after this year.
You would hope.
I mean, that's exactly what Prisco said. He says he has the talent to soar back up this list.
Where's somebody like Justin Herbert?
I'd have to look. I don't exactly know where he is. I see Brock Purdy's at 75. He's got Baker Mayfield at 80.
I'm guessing Herbert's in the top 50. But I don't see Herbert.
He's got Jason's guy Drake May at 61.
Should be higher.
He has Justin Herbert at 63.
Yeah, there you go. All right, so top 60.
He's got A.J. Brown at number 64 after being ranked number 31 last season. So he's taken a bit of a tumble down the list.
But the guys that are up top, the top 10, I mean, those are guys that are always going to be the top 10, especially Jamar Chase.
But look, right now, entering the season, it's hard to say that Washington has top-tier talent beyond Jaden Daniels. They've brought in all these guys on defense, but they got to prove it. Like, Owe's never done it, really, to the level that you're talking about, Cakes, where it could be a top 100 player. it's almost a potential play. I mean, he's had production in the league, but not to the extent of being an all-pro or anything like that.
I think he needs to have like 12 to 14 sacks. He needs to be in that sort of range.
He has to be better than like what you used to get out of Brian Arakpo.
Right.
Which was okay.
He would consistently give you 10 or 11 sacks per year.
It just wasn't special.
Right.
You want one or two of these guys who they brought in to be special.
This is kind of surprising. He didn't have Jackson Smith and Jigba ranked last year, and he had him 13 this year, purely based off what he did last year.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of surprised that he didn't have him ranked in the top 100 last year.
It was probably just he wasn't high on Sam Darnold being the quarterback in Seattle. Yeah. Didn't know that he was going to help lead them to the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but he was still one of the best receivers in the league. Maybe the numbers.
But he hadn't really broken through yet.
Yeah, he didn't.
Last year he was ascending, but he wasn't like a star.
Last year he had a bomb.
Last season he showed that he's a superstar.
Yeah.
Is this a knock against Adam Peters? That he only has two guys that are in the top 100? Now, this is an opinion top 100, by the way.
I mean, I'd have to go look and add up all the players from each team, but, I mean, there are probably other teams that only have a couple guys. But, I'd say a little bit. I would say, yes, it's kind of a knock.
I'd say it's a slight knock on Adam Peters that there aren't more than two guys on this list. And only one guy that he drafted in Jaden Daniels.
I know when we had the discussion after the first year, when they made it all the way to the NFC Championship game, we thought Frankie Louvu was a defensive player who was worthy of maybe getting in the top 100 last year, down year. Like I said, next year, if it's only two, then that's a huge knock. Because next year, they should have a couple of guys on the defense and hopefully a couple of guys on the offense. And Chig could be that guy. Like, I don't know how many tight ends made the top 100. If he delivers in the way that you expect him to deliver, then he should be a top 100 player.
I feel like I'm building the case too much for Chig Okonkwo. Like I expect him to do well, but maybe I'm expecting a little too much out of him.
You're expecting bigger numbers that he might put up there. Yeah. Well, I think I think he's going to have a good year.
There's a void left by Zach Ertz. Like we know that Jaden Daniels
likes to throw to
loves
tight ends.
To incorporate the tight end. Hopefully it's the same in the Blau system. Like tight ends are used a lot in that system. I think Chig's going to have a big opportunity in front of him to have a big year here. He's going to be playing with the best quarterback he's ever played with in the NFL in Jaden Daniels in his short career.
Don't you think Drake London should be higher than 96?
I just think, again, quarterback uncertainty probably hurts him a little bit in Atlanta. With Penix coming back from the injury, you signed Tua to a deal.
But
doesn't have the greatest quarterback play.
But he still has the talent.
Oh, absolutely.
I think he's a better than 96
he's a stud.
in terms of his talent.
Right. Would tend to agree.
If you're basing it on the numbers, it comes off what the quarterback's doing. But I think he's better than 96 on this list.
Callers can get lined up right now at 800-636-1067. When we come back, we'll give you a chance to win a $50 gift card to Paisanos. 800-636-1067. We'll give that away next here on The Fan. All right, we're going to play a game called Top 5 for your chance to win a $50 gift card to Paisanos. Valdez, I'm going to lean on you to pull the first two callers, pit them against each other so I don't hang up on anybody, and we'll have them duel for this Paisanos gift card.
Before we go to them,
yes,
let's do an example just to refresh people. Yes. It'll be you against Bish. If you close out the top 5, you win. I'll let you have that opportunity.
All right.
Top 5, and we talked about this yesterday.
I'm cringing.
Movies at the box office last weekend.
Oh, jeez.
All right.
Movies are out.
Do you want to lead off, Jace? I will pass the ball to you. I'll let you lead.
Jace is going to lead off. If you close it out, you'll win.
I mean, the only reason I know this is we talked about yesterday. It's dumb Supergirl.
Supergirl is number 2.
I mean, I have an unfair advantage because I definitely went to Box Office Mojo to see the top 5 at the box office this past weekend. I'm clearly stalling here. Jason went with Supergirl. I will go with the top movie at the box office. That would be Toy Story 5.
Yes.
Jason, back to you. Ball back in your court.
Can I give him a clue?
Sure.
Somebody in this room saw... Actually, there are 2 movies that somebody in this room saw.
I saw one. He saw the other.
Well, you saw Obsession. I'll say Obsession.
That is one.
It is one. 5. I did not see Obsession.
I thought you saw it.
He saw one of the other movies in the top 5, Disclosure Day.
Oh. That leaves one on the board. You would win the game if you can name the last movie.
I don't know if I can name it.
Raiders of the Lost Ark.
No. Jackass.
Jackass. That's right.
Cake's the winner.
Didn't even know that was out.
Yep.
Cake's the winner. All right, let's punch up our 2 contestants.
All right, we're going to pit Evan, who's calling from Richmond. What's up, Evan? Thanks for calling.
Hey, good morning, boys. One quick thing before we start. Van Jefferson is hot doo-doo and will not do anything. I know Mo from Largo's pumped about him, but he is not going to do anything.
Why? Why are you anti-Van Jefferson?
I mean, look at the numbers over the years. He had one good season 6 years ago when he was in a good offense. This guy
he's a jag.
I don't think anybody
He's a hard jag. Well, Mo from Largo was pumped about him, and anytime I hear anyone say anything about him, this dude is a 6th or 7th receiver on the team. He is doo-doo.
Okay, all right. That's a commentary on Van Jefferson. I was not expecting that. All right, Evan will be taking on Mark in Warrenton on line 2. That is his opponent.
Good morning, guys.
Hello, Mark.
All right, Mark, we will let you lead off. The category is top 5 NFL quarterbacks in touchdown passes last season. Go. You got to give me one.
Allen.
Josh Allen was not in the top 5. That was Mark in Warrenton. I think, Evan, if you can just give me one in the top 5, you're a winner.
Yeah, I think he has to name one.
Matt Stafford.
Matt Stafford, number 1, 46 touchdown passes.
You win, sir. You get a $50 gift card to Paisanos. From football to football. One thing's for sure. Paisanos is the MVP of any watch party. Now use promo code JP35 to score 35% off orders of $40 or more. Plus, you're automatically entered to win a fully catered Paisanos watch party for up to 20 people. The more you use code JP35, the better your chances to win. Paisanos, not just pizza, something for everyone.
Everyone.
I'm going to flip it for you guys. Play real quick. Top 5.
All right.
Since that was touchdown passes,
Yes.
by the way, the top 5 in touchdown passes, Matthew Stafford was number 1 with 46, ran away with it. Jared Goff, number 2 with 34. Drake May, 31. Dak Prescott, 30. Trevor Lawrence, 29. That was your top 5 in touchdown passes. But now let's go top 5 in interceptions thrown. Cakes, go.
Top 5 in picks thrown? Ooh. Jacoby Brissett.
No.
He only played like half the
You
season.
name
That's
one, Jason. You're a big winner.
That's a horrible guess by me.
Horrible guess.
That's the worst guess of the day.
Hold on. Top 5.
Just gave you a gift. You're welcome.
Interceptions thrown. Who threw a lot? Hold on.
I mean, we need an answer.
Geno Smith, number 1.
Oh.
Yeah.
Who was number 2?
Number 2 in most picks thrown.
It's on a new team. Was mentioned on the
Sam Darnold.
No, he was number 3. He was mentioned on the show today, I think just a bit ago.
Mentioned just a little while ago.
Yeah, in the last segment.
Oh, in the top 100?
Well, he was mentioned.
CJ Stroud.
Tua. Remember how many picks Tua was throwing early in the season?
There was a lot of picks.
Tua did
So
throw
Geno Smith threw 17 interceptions last season. Tua with 15. Darnold 14, Herbert 13, Trevor Lawrence and J.J. McCarthy with 12.
I should have gone my guy J.J. I should have known that.
I mean, he went with the part-timer.
This is a horrible guess, JP. I got put on the spot.
Although Brissett did throw 8.
I also didn't have 13 seconds to think about it like Jason. I mean, he just had all the time in the world.
The video you showed me of Malik Beasley, who is one of the NBA players. There's two NBA players or former players and an NBA agent that are among 6 defendants indicted on charges related to alleged sports gambling, right? But I don't know who he was playing for. Was he playing for the T-Wolves?
I believe so.
I think it was, he was with Minnesota.
Yeah, so the video is the T-Wolves are down 9 points.
They're down 8.
Or down 8. The spread was 8.5.
No, 9 because the guy hits a free throw.
Right, so they're down 9.
Yeah.
The spread was 8.5.
Correct.
Beasley, so he hits the free throw. Beasley gets the inbound.
Yeah, he's calling like he's like, throw me the ball.
4 seconds left, maybe?
5 seconds left.
He sprints down the court where 99.9% of players would catch the ball, dribble once, game's over.
I mean, everybody else on the court is just
standing there.
They're either standing there or they're lollygagging because there's no way that the T-Wolves are going to come back and cut this deficit and have a chance to win the game.
Right.
But Beasley zooms down the court and dunks the ball with like 0.5 seconds
to cover
left
it.
To cover the spread.
100% was trying to cover the spread.
Yeah, the report is he agreed to throw 4 games during the 2023-2024 season with the Bucks to pay off a gambling debt with teammate Ed Davis.
Mm-hmm. Ed Davis, who went to Carolina.
Correct. He said, quote, Ed Davis texted Beasley, only way you can beat Vegas is sports betting. Everything else, they got the edge. His agent was in on it too, and they bet tens of thousands of dollars. And they show a play where he had to get one more rebound to secure, I guess, his over on whatever player prop. And he goes and grabs the rebound again with like 3 seconds left on the clock.
He got it.
Yeah. So now
he's a clown.
He's been indicted on federal charges for gambling.
And so was Davis.
Yes.
The guy made $60 million in his career.
Well, that
he's
going
to end up in jail.
You
don't know who his grandfather was?
Malik Beasley's granddad? I would need a hint.
There's no way you would know it.
No idea.
His grandfather was an actor, John Beasley, who played the role of Notre Dame football coach, Coach Warren, in Rudy.
Would not know that. Don't even know who John Beasley is.
I have no
You'd
idea.
You'd recognize him if you saw Rudy.
I'm sure I would. But when you tell me a guy made $60 million in his NBA career, that just means literally nothing. Because there are tons of guys who've made way more than that, who've blown through that money.
Sure.
I mean, the league is just littered with stories about guys like that. So Malik
Beasley would want to be his lawyer because he's been arrested for marijuana possession, concealing stolen property. He had a firearm incident. He pled guilty to a felony charge of making a threat of violence in December 2020. Served 78 days of a 120-day sentence. Now he's got this. I think he's had, I might be wrong, but I think he's had like girlfriend, baby mama drama, that sort of thing.
Man, Davis played 12 years, made $47 million.
And such a nondescript player.
Nondescript. I get it.
I mean, the league, they've got to come down hard on these dudes.
Yeah.
That are throwing games.
Well, it's so easy to manipulate a rebound because what was the over-under was like 3.5 on his rebounds.
Mm-hmm.
And he told his boy, he's like, I'll stay under. And he had exactly 3 rebounds.
Right. Yeah, I mean
isn't that crazy how he probably doesn't even care what the result of the game is. He's just counting his own props.
He couldn't care less.
He doesn't care. He's just counting how many boards he gets.
Yeah. He's got a mental checklist of how many he's had.
I mean, if there's a board that's coming right at him, what does he do? Just turn away for it? Drop it?
Fumble it? Don't get yourself in position.
Yeah.
Or get foul. I think those guys also manipulate the games where if they are, let's say they're up against a number and they're supposed to stay under, they'll start committing fouls.
Right. So they're
and
off,
so they're
off
taken
the
out of the game.
Yep. That's probably what he did. Yeah,
I mean,
he's going to pay the price.
The fact that these guys didn't think that they were going to get caught when there's like a paper trail of texts that they have about like. throwing the games and
I think it's
manipulating
probably
the points or the rebounds.
I think it's hard to get caught.
Oh, I don't think it's that hard to get caught.
I think it's pretty hard to get caught. I think you can manipulate a game. That's why they thought they could get away with it. You mean?
But when you start seeing these clips, it jumps out at you. Like,
I'd like to see the clip of
But you see those type of things in games all the time.
I'd like to see the clip of Beasley getting that board prop because apparently there was less than 2 seconds left on the clock. And he pushed his teammate out of the way to get the board.
Makes sense.
So that was when he needed to get over.
Yeah, it needed to get over, correct.
Man, that's really like taking it down to the wire.
Yeah,
you got 3 seconds left, and you and you get your last board.
And he pushes his teammate out of the way so he can get it.
That's what you got to do when the outcome relies on your performance. You got to go get that last rebound. All right, when we come back, we'll do Cakes' entertainment page here on the Jucks. We'll be right back.
It's your boy Bish. Let's be honest. We're all just trying to hit more fairways, save a few strokes, right? My guy Josh Cochran and his team over at Bayer Subaru in Alexandria, they're helping you out with at least one of those. Right now, you can score a crazy low 1.9% APR for 72 months on a new 2026 Outback or an Ascent. Or you can take dead aim at a new 2026 Crosstrek, 1.9% APR for 36 months. I'll tell you something else I really respect about these guys. They don't just care about what you're driving. They care about the people riding along with us, too. This month, through the Subaru Loves to Care initiative, Bayer Subaru is once again proud to partner with the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society as a drop-off location for blankets, art kits, and your personal messages of encouragement. Those items will be delivered to patients at Inova L.J. Murphy Children's Hospital. Just a really cool thing to be a part of. So do what I did. Head on over to Bayer Subaru. Ask for Josh Cochran. He's the GM. Keep a little bit more green in your bag this summer. Check him out on Richmond Highway in Alexandria or at BuyerSubaru.com.
Heck of a day in soccer at the World Cup. Paraguay knocks out Germany on penalty kicks. Last night, Morocco upends the Netherlands in a penalty shootout, and Brazil scored in stoppage time to beat Japan 2-1. U.S. will play Bosnia-Herzegovina tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Nationals open up a series at Fenway last night, beaten by the Bo Sox 6-3. James Wood leadoff homer, but Boston answered with 4 in the bottom half to take the lead for good. Nats fall back to 500. They will play again at Fenway tonight. Nats and Bo Sox, 7:10 first pitch here on The Fan. And Serena Williams will make her return to Wimbledon today with her opening round match at noon. Men's top seed, defending champion Jannik Sinner, needed 5 sets in 3.5 hours to win his opener Monday. Women's world number 1 Aryna Sabalenka and 7 seed Coco Gauff won their matches in straight sets. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. If you're watching us on the Monumental Sports Network, you will see our next guest in studio, Jason Sinaraja, who is the president of business operations for your Washington Nationals. Welcome, Jason. Thanks for coming in, man. We appreciate your time.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course.
I bet he's been to more countries than you've been to.
Are you trying to say I'm not worldly, JP? Why do you have to start off?
Just making it topical because I just saw you. You're from Toronto?
Yes, originally.
Jason
from
was asking him a bunch of like resume questions. He's like, so you worked at Google.
That's what
What'd you
do
go after that? Boom, 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 boom.
I like to find out backgrounds.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, his background is he's from Toronto.
Yep.
Yeah.
And so that's one country, Cakes, Canada.
I've been to Canada. Okay,
He's here in the
let's not
U.S.
country shame me.
Just we had a discussion of how unworldly we are.
Yeah.
How many countries have you been to?
58, I think.
Oh,
I actually, when I worked at Google, I worked
you were all
in
over the world.
APAC as well. Yeah, worked in Japan and all that. So yeah,
been
blessed to have those.
Yeah, I've got a long way to go to catch our guy Jason.
Tell
here.
him what you were on. Were you at 4?
I think I'm on 5 or 6. I think I'm in that range.
Well, the beauty of DC is you get exposed to a lot of things. So
And I'm way older than he is,
Yeah.
so I'm really behind the 8 ball.
So, kind of summarize what you were talking to Jason about. So, you're a guy who I think you got your MBA.
Yes.
And then you worked at Google, but you end up in the world of sports. How did you end up here in Washington?
Yeah, so I got my MBA at University of Virginia, so shout out to them at Darden, not too far. Met my wife there as well, so it was a good experience on multiple fronts. But I did go to Google, and then I did what most people do, which is hard networking, just sending out letters, sending out notes, sending out LinkedIn notes, and I got a job at the Cleveland Indians, and they were called Indians at the time, and one thing led to another, and here I am, four teams later.
And so for us, he's the JVS. So JVS on the show is Jim Van Stone.
Yes, yeah.
And
I'm
we've
sure
had
he
this
knows
relationship
him.
with Jim Van
Yeah.
Stone for
Jim's
years
great.
over at Monumental. You're the JVS of the Nationals.
Yeah.
I don't like to make any comparisons. I mean, they've done a great job over there. We're really, they've been great partners and talking to them about learning the market and things like that. But yes, I have a role that covers all the business side, and very excited to be here.
The Nationals, the last couple seasons, based on really the losing after the World Series, it hasn't been a hot ticket necessarily. Tell us why fans should be coming back to the ballpark. Obviously, we're into the team kind of turning it around on the field, but also what they're getting at the ballpark these days.
Well, I mean, first off, you mentioned the team. And again, that's Paul's purview, and he's done a great job, I think. But it's an exciting team, right? I mean, even yesterday, James Wood led off the game with the home run. I can't remember how many games, but it feels like every game he's leading off with a home run.
I know,
So,
he's done it a few times.
there's an excitement, right? And our record is what it is. We're at 500. We had a tough week last week here at home, but the team is playing exciting baseball. So first and foremost, the product, I think, is pretty exciting for our fans. You got exciting players like C.J. Abrams. Hopefully we vote him in into the All-Star game. So vote every day through July 2nd for the All-Star voting. But we've got Gabriel Ruiz, Luis Garcia had a
he's having
really
a bomb year.
great weekend. Right?
Player of the week, I believe, in the National League.
Curtis Meade has been a surprise. Foster Griffin's been a great pitcher. So there's the product on the field, I think, is great. So that's Paul's world. Then in my world, or the world I kind of oversee on the business side, is we're looking at the game day experience and how do we make it better. And I've spent a lot of time listening to feedback from fans, listening to our staff, and trying to find improvements that we can make every day and every game so that the experience gets better. Are we perfect? Absolutely not, right? There's still things I hear from fans, et cetera, that we can be better. But, things like getting into the ballpark easier for fans. We've moved our season plan holder gate to left field. We've improved our go-ahead entry, which is facial authentication, to make it a lot faster. We've improved or tried to improve the food experience. I'm sure your listeners probably have their views on that.
Right.
Listeners, by the way, welcome to call in and ask you questions. 800-636-1067 as we're joined in studio by Jason Sinaraja, who's the president of business ops for your Washington Nationals.
Just to stick to the food options and the I don't. Usually, if I go to a game, I'm pretty normal. I get a hot dog and maybe get some nachos. But what were you hearing from the fans regarding the food? Was it just because the prices were too high? The food wasn't good enough? What changes did you want to make?
Yeah, all of that.
Food?
I mean, first and foremost, we heard that the beer prices were the highest in baseball sports, right? And so when you looked at it, we were offering, for the most part, one size of beer. So naturally, it's a big beer. I think it was 25 ounces.
That's the big dog, yep.
Right, and so the practicality of that, of drinking that much beer at one sitting when it's hot outside, etc., probably didn't make a lot of sense, and that's what the fans were telling us. So we introduced a 16-ounce beer at $8.99, so we could at least have a lower-priced beer options. And I think that's been received well, but those are the little things,
right,
Jason, that we're trying to improve upon and make those little adjustments. Our lines at the concessions can be better. We have gotten better. We've timed it, but we still have a long ways to go. And when we have big series like we're going to have against the Yankees or 4th of July, those things are exasperated. So we're looking at ways to improve that.
So I know one thing I've heard on several of the ads, kids eat free is it that during all games, that certain games out at Nationals Park?
Yep.
That's attractive for people who are bringing 2 or 3 kids to the ballpark.
So again, I know we were talking off air about I have kids 14, 11, so I'm very sensitive to parents who have kids coming to a ball game. The cost and the affordability. We've had kids eat free over the years here. We've offered it now this season from the end of May, and we'll offer it through September. And we are the only team in Major League Baseball that allows that.
Wow!
Right? When I learned about that, I admittedly I was very surprised about that. Right. But it is a great option, right? To get a hot dog, to get water, to get a bag of chips for families and their kids.
Do some families send their kids up and order 8 sausages?
Well, you gotta have limits, JP. Come on, the families have to be respectful of the offer.
I understand. I'm saying,
are giving them.
There's probably people trying to grasp.
Like anything, right? The best intentions sometimes are taken advantage of, right? This happens across all the sports, tickets, whatever, where you try to have good intentions of affordability and things like that, and people take advantage, like brokers and stuff like that. It happens. I can't say I've witnessed that. But I can't say it hasn't happened.
Did I see $5 Tuesdays? Is it $5 Tuesdays?
Yep, great. So we've had $5 Tuesdays for a little while, and we've brought it back this year. They've been very, very successful. So $5 beers, $5 hot dogs. There's a lot of items that are every day.
$5.
Yeah, for $5, which is great, right? From an affordability perspective. The focus groups I've done with single game ticket holders, they love it on Tuesdays. And if you've noticed, our Tuesday attendance has been higher than Monday and Wednesday.
Good.
So it tells you that maybe it's working.
Yeah. What have you seen in the attendance overall since the team has played better than expected? Because I don't know if you pay attention to this. You're a business guy. I hope you do. But the team total wins expectation was about 65.5, and you're already at 43. So I think you're gonna skyrocket over the 65.5. But what have you seen in the attendance since the team is playing better?
So I do pay attention to those win totals.
I know you do.
Because we have to do our predictions and our modeling toward attendance projections. Look, it's picking up, right? I think our month of June, not only with the opponents, but also just the middle of the week. If you looked at last week, I think we averaged, and forgive me if I'm off by a few thousand here, but I think we were averaging about 28,000 midweek, right, Monday to Thursday. Now, granted, we were playing the Phillies and so forth, but I think that was a great sign of fans coming out. School's ended, more kids.
School's out, right?
There's a lot of buzz and energy in the ballpark. And I think that really kickstarted, guys. You know, if you remember mid-May, we did that hot dog promotion on a Friday night against the Orioles.
Bad day to be a hot dog.
Bad day to be a hot dog. Thank you.
Those hats were hot.
They were. I saw them going on eBay for like $300. But you know, it started off there with a very collaborative effort from our organization to put out something that would be electrifying for our fans, and it created an event. And if you were in the ballpark that day, the energy was amazing, and that whole weekend. And I think once that happened, it's really kickstarted a kind of a resurgence of attendance.
And the tarps off thing has become a huge deal.
Yeah, and that's an organic thing, right? We're not a part of that. We're not encouraging people to take off their shirts or anything like that. But we're also not discouraging that movement. I think the big thing that we saw last week, just a reminder for our fans, is keep it clean, right? We are a family, atmosphere. We want to make sure that the energy is brought by those guys, but also in a very, very positive
Maybe you
way.
brand like self-tanning or something for those pasty guys with the tarps off. Maybe that's a sales opportunity.
We have talked about that. I've gone up there to sit. I haven't taken part of it, but I've been advised not to do that.
Yeah,
but,
I'm sure.
But it looks like fun. But there's a lot of energy, and you go up there and you actually look at what's happening. And I told Grant Denny this last week when I was on. It was striking to me a couple of times I've seen families walking up there. And the dads or the boys are going up there taking their shirts off, and the mom or the daughter is taking pictures. It's created a nice buzz and a nice opportunity for fans. And again, it reminds you that yes, wins and losses obviously are key, but we are in the entertainment business,
right? And the experience,
and the experience business, and fans want to see that.
And I'm guessing a good amount of those $8.99 16-ounce beers being consumed in the tarps off section. Probably some of the 25-ounces too.
I hope so. I hope so. I hope everybody's having just a good time and being entertained the way they want and enjoying it. And we're trying to facilitate that with our amenities.
So let's talk about the stadium itself.
Yeah.
It's not a super old stadium, but it's not a brand new stadium. Are you guys looking at improvements on the stadium itself?
Yeah. The ballpark is, I believe, 19 years old now.
It's that old already?
Yeah.
It's almost 20 years old.
Yeah. And so,
oh my God.
Look, I think the bones of it are very, very good.
Yeah.
The city's been a great partner. Events DC has been a wonderful partner. But we are looking at how do we improve the experience, right? And it always goes back to the fans. Like what's best for the fans, from the VVIP fans to the everyday fans to the value-seeking customers. I think the things that have changed in sports over the last 10, 15 years, especially in the last maybe 7, 8 years, is that fans want almost personalized experiences. And you can't just offer a seat, a club, and a suite, right? And that's the way a lot of these stadiums are built. So we've got to look at how we can create zones, if you will, or districts of the ballpark that appeal to different segments of the fans, the family side, the value-seeking person, the social-seeking fan, the VVIP, like I mentioned, somebody who wants to just score
What
the
is
game.
a VVIP? I'm not familiar with that term.
There's a whole trend in
Very
sports.
valuable? Is that what it is?
The trend in sports, if you look at Monumental, for instance, as you mentioned, they have the vault, right?
Mm-hmm.
And creating that very, very high-end premium experience for those fans who want that. Equally as important is the fan that wants to just have a beer and have a hot dog and score the game.
Right.
Equally as important is somebody who wants to just be out there, maybe casually watch the ball game, but just be out there with their friends. So we're trying to create experiences for everybody, and that's part of what we have to think through with the redefinition of our ballpark.
All right, Jay, we do have a call.
Okay.
We have a fan, Josh, who's calling from Upper Marlboro. Let's see what Josh has to say.
Let me pull him up real quick here.
To town.
Hey, Josh.
Glad that you're here. Hey, glad that you're here. Welcome to town.
Thank you.
A couple quick things, man. So, just investing in the team is essential. I was a season ticket holder from 2018 to 2021, and then once the team started disinvesting, I canceled my package. This is my first season back with you guys, and it's been a good one. I bring my wife and my 3 kids there, but please continue to invest in the product on the field. When you guys disinvest, the fans disinvest. And then real quick things to improve the fan experience, and it's pretty great overall. I love the old folks who are there, the 70, 80-year-old, attendants who are just welcoming the kids. Couple quick things that will help. One is same-day ticket swaps for us season ticket holders. Right now, you got to call the Nationals if, like, you're off of work and you want to move another game's ticket to that day. You can't do it in the app. And so if you could do same day, that would be helpful. And then two small things for the kids. One is more autograph time. They want to get their balls signed and so forth. And right now, it's almost impossible to do that. And so, except for very, very occasionally. And then finally, T-shirt cannons. Right now, these guys got to try to heave them up to the top of the stands, get some T-shirt cannons so they can move those T-shirts to the kids in the back a little bit more. We're club season ticket holders. We love the product so far, but those few things might make it better.
Thank you, Josh.
Thanks, Josh. Appreciate it, man.
Jay, what do you?
He came with an agenda.
Yeah, he had bullet points.
Listen, I've been doing focus groups with our fans, including season plan holders, and it's very consistent. There's a lot of feedback that's very similar to what that caller provided. So thank you, and we'll take that down. And we're always looking to improve. And the T-shirt cannons, it's actually something I've noticed as well. So thank you for that.
All right, we'll take more of your calls next for Jason Sinaraja, the president of business ops for the Washington Nationals. And when we come back, I want you to tell everybody what you have on deck for the Pirates series during July 4th weekend.
And I want to talk about the Yankee series too.
We can do that as well.
It's going to be a big one.
We'll be right back here on The Fan. Ever see that rookie try to steal second base without checking on the pitcher? Yep, that usually doesn't end well. The same goes for investing. Making big financial decisions without a game plan, that is a rookie mistake. That's where Trajan Wealth comes in. Their fiduciary advisors have decades of experience helping clients plan for retirement, lower their investment costs, and optimize old 401ks. No guesswork, no gimmicks, just a solid strategy built around your goals. Avoid the rookie mistakes. Call Trajan Wealth at 1-855-TRAJAN1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1 or visit TRAJANwealth.com. When it comes to your future, you don't want to get thrown out at second base. Call Trajan Wealth at 1-855-TRAJAN1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1 or visit them online at TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax, actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com. Welcome back to the Junks. We're joined in studio by Jason Sinaraja. He is the president of business operations for the Washington Nationals. You're welcome to reach out to him at 800-636-1067 if you have questions about the Washington Nationals and the way their business is run. You can bounce some stuff off of Jason. He's the expert.
He is. So before we talk to another caller, another fan, you wanted to ask him about the Pirates series, which is we're going to finish up in Boston this week, and then
July
this weekend,
3rd, 4th, and 5th, the Pirates are in town. I know there are a lot of plans for that series.
Is Paul
here
Skeens,
in
is
DC.
Skeens pitching in that
Pitching on
series?
Wednesday.
Oh, he is.
We're going to miss him. Yep.
Oh, so you're going to miss him. All right, that's good.
That's good from a baseball perspective.
I mean, Skeens might bring some more fans because they want to see him, but you want to miss him in terms of...
It's better he's in the dugout.
Yeah.
Better he's in the dugout during the series. That's
Some
fine.
fans want his girlfriend to show up.
That's fine.
true.
If he doesn't show up, I'm sure Jason would have a nice seat for her somewhere in the Pirates section or maybe in a suite.
Put another 15,000 fans in the seats. He's
Sure.
all in.
Yeah, of course.
I think you guys said it all. That's great. No, but look, this is a big weekend. I mean, obviously 4th of July. The 3rd, we have fireworks, which is always a nice night. 4th is our traditional 11 a.m. game. We'll be giving out American flags. Every fan will get a free Budweiser, courtesy of, or if they, obviously you have to be of age.
That catches my attention.
But, Budweiser has sponsored that for 4th of July, so we're very grateful to our partner. And then on the 5th, we have a patriotic T-shirt that says, "Here for the fireworks." I do want to call out on the 3rd, we have a very special guest throwing out the first pitch,
Okay.
AJ DeBanza.
We're
excited about that.
I knew he
in
was
town
going
for the
to.
Wizards. Yeah,
I knew he would do that.
Yeah, and then on the
because
You're not upset that he threw one in Boston already.
Yeah, because he's from Boston. Yeah.
Tell him not to lob this one in.
Okay, I didn't see that. And then on the 4th, we have the crew of the Artemis II throwing out the ceremonial first pitch. So they'll be around.
big time.
I mean, that is big time, but I'll be honest.
AJ
AJ DeBonce's accomplishments greater than the Artemis crew. That's just my opinion. That's my personal opinion. I know.
Again, I think going to space is rather interesting. I'll give that, but
that's not
both are very special.
DeBonce is going to retire with more money in his bank.
Well, that's yeah.
Both are very
Clearly.
special, but it's going to be a huge weekend. The Pirates and us are battling it out here right now. We're very close in the standings, so we ask everybody to come out. I do want to shout out that it's going to be very hot. I know.
Yeah, Draft T-shirt. Our producer is very concerned that it's going to be super hot, so he wants to make sure that everybody at Nats Park, like they're staying hydrated.
We will have cooling stations.
Yes.
We will have sunscreen available for our fans, not in the traditional dispenser, but you go to guest services. So we are getting prepared. Again, it's all about being there for our fans and trying to be proactive. And trying to make it as hospitable as it can be. I mean, we can't control the weather, but we are very, very aware that it's going to be super hot this weekend, and we're going to try to take care of our fans.
You should have a lot of people there. And then the weekend after that, right before the All-Star break, the Yankees come to town. And that's
going to be a huge one. I mean, we have the Astros next week, too, so let's not forget about
got
that.
The Astros and then the Yanks.
Yeah. But we have the Yankees July 9th to the 10th to the 12th, excuse me. On the 10th, which is the Friday, we have a Captain America bobblehead, which is one of a kind and should be a really cool giveaway. But yeah, look, it's the Yankees. There's going to be a lot of people, I'm sure, there, maybe not wearing Nationals gear. So I'd ask all of our great fans wearing Navy on Friday, City Connect on Saturday, and the Red on Sunday to really support us and give us that boost as we go into the All-Star break. I mean, it's a huge 9-game stretch, right? So
it's a big stretch.
Come out and support the team, please.
All right, let's go to the
Yankee
phones.
fans, they'll spend money too, Jay.
Let's go to Neil. Neil's calling in from Columbia. You're welcome to call in at 800-636-1067 if you have a question for Jason. Neil, you're on with the Junks and Jason Sinaraja. Good morning.
Hey, Junks. Good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I went to a game last week for the first time in a couple of years, and I hadn't had lunch. I was really hungry. I was really disappointed in the food options. They seem to have really gone downhill. My go-to is Ben's Chili Bowl, half smoke with. I couldn't find Ben's Chili Bowl. I walked around like 80% of the lower bowl looking for it. It was just a lot of basic stuff like pretzels and hot dogs and popcorn and chicken tenders and nachos and nothing that would really fill me up or was particularly interesting. So
those are the basics for a baseball game, by the way. Let me just defend that those are things that you want at a baseball game.
I covet a lot of those things that he's just ticking off, like nachos,
he wants more options, I guess is what he's saying.
Yeah, I appreciate that call.
Thanks, Neil.
And Ben's Chili Bowl's not that hard to find.
Yeah, Ben's Chili Bowl's in 231, just so you know, in the right field area on the second level. But, I think it's something that I have been noticing as well, right? We've got to mix, to the caller's point, we've got to mix in some variety, some local flair with the traditional flair.
Mm-hmm.
Not to make excuses. I came in January. I did notice some of the things that the caller is mentioning. There's some things you can adjust very quickly. There's some things that are a little bit harder to adjust. That's one of them. We are working very, very hard with our food and beverage partner, Levy, to expand the options. I focused a little bit more on the affordability angle when I first got here, but variety has come up in our fan feedback. It is noted, and it's something we're going to hopefully improve on as we go through the course of the year, but certainly for 27.
What do you think of the model that some teams have adopted? I think the Falcons were the first team to adopt it, where it was like, boom, these are $5.
Yeah.
Like a value menu type approach.
So it's funny you mentioned that, actually, because that idea actually came from the Indians way back before that. We actually introduced 4-3-2-1. I wouldn't take it just mine. I mean, it was a team effort. But, I think the point of the value options every day is something that I launched in Kansas City, obviously did it in Cleveland. It's very much top of mind for me, and it's something that is, you might see something coming down.
It's imminent.
Yeah.
Nice.
We had the $5 offering right now. We've got to work with our partner, but I do think having that option for our fans is really, really important. Because the experience, obviously it has gotten expensive. Life has gotten expensive, and we have to be sensitive to that as well.
Now, you played baseball in college. You went to BC. You played some baseball in college. So
Very briefly,
you're not just a business guy. You were an athlete. You know the game. I know it's been a little bit of a rough stretch with the bullpen blowing some leads. But just on the positives, some of the numbers, you kind of brought some of these guys up. So Luis Garcia's numbers are crazy compared to what he's done in his past. I think his career high was 18 bombs. He's got 16. James Wood's going to be a star for years. If he's a leadoff hitter for the rest of his career, he's going to be one of the best ones, just in terms of his power. But Curtis Mead, I know his average isn't great, but the fact that they just plucked him,
what a find,
and he's got 14 bombs already, and he's hit some big ones, on pace for in the 30s. Some of these numbers, and got to credit the coaches, the batting coaches, and Paul for and his staff for finding these guys. But some of the numbers that some of these guys who weren't putting up these numbers before are kind of impressive, especially with Garcia and Mead.
Yeah, I don't get to watch every inning of the game because I'm walking around usually, but I'll watch every night. I watch the condensed game so I can see the game. I listen to the different podcasts that cover us. It is really incredible. I'm glad you brought that up, and you look at the stats and you look at the numbers. Again, I leave the baseball to Paul and his guys, but they've done a great job, in my opinion, in what they're doing and getting the most out of the players. And Blake and the staff have really utilized everybody, in my opinion, very, very well. So, yeah, like I said, there's a lot of excitement around these guys. I know sometimes they're not necessarily household names right away, but I think we're building something very, very special.
We could have 300 RBI guys.
Yeah.
With James, CJ, and Luis.
Yep.
And and probably going to lead the league in runs scored. This roster, if you would have told me this roster is going to lead Major League Baseball in runs scored, I would have laughed at you.
I think we're on pace. Maybe I have it wrong that we're I think we're going to be scoring the most runs in team history or something close to that, if I recall. So it's pretty remarkable. Again, first inning, I say this on purpose too, because ask our fans to get in the ballpark earlier too to help get that energy going. But it seems like every first inning when James comes up, there's a home run.
Yeah.
So you don't want to miss that as well.
What's your relationship like with Paul? Like, do you guys intersect a lot? Like your daily routines? Are you guys ever in the same offices? Like, how does that work? Or are you guys just in different parts of the building all the time?
No, we're on the same floor. I have an hour-long meeting with him coming up in an hour here.
Okay.
We talk pretty regularly. Again, having been in baseball and having been around some of his, counterparts at other teams and being trained really well by those, I leave the baseball to those guys, obviously, but it's important to have a dialogue. And I've told him, and say it again here, we're here to support the product, which is the baseball guys. And so we do everything, and everything I think about is usually supporting him and supporting the team. And I think he would say the same thing on the business side. And he's been amazing in terms of supporting us and coming out to different functions, whether it's talking to our season plan holders to get them excited, going to various events. He's been a great partner, and I'm really thankful for the opportunity to work with him.
Now, you had the MGM Sportsbook there for a while, right?
Yes.
Is there plans to bring a sportsbook back?
So right now we're evaluating that space. BetMGM did make the decision to close that sportsbook, to your point, and so right now it is I don't want to call it dead space, but it's a space that could be utilized differently. We're exploring options.
It's in transition. It's in transition mode.
I mean, BetMGM is a great partner.
Yeah.
So that's, again, I just want to be clear, that was their decision, but at the same time we're working hand in hand with them, and we're very supportive of the signage and obviously the partnership. So we've got to figure out what we want to do in that space. Sure.
Cakes, you can bring back your vending machine business.
No, it's a failed business. It's too big of a space for me.
Yeah, I mean, I try to focus on what goes, the rest of the ballpark right now, but everything's on the table there.
Nice.
They've got plenty of vendors. They don't need me mucking up the works over there at Nationals Park. Well, Jason, we want to thank you again for taking some time out of your day to come and join us in studio. We appreciate it. We know you've got a lot going on at the ballpark.
Dude, he just moved yesterday.
I know.
Oh, you're
he
in
was
the midst
bouncing
of
back.
moving?
He moved yesterday. Closed yesterday.
Okay, well, he had people moving him. You think?
Of course.
You think a man of Jason Sinaraj's means and importance is moving a bunch of boxes from one house to the other? I don't think that's the
I
case.
did, but no. I did move my family yesterday. They are now here. We're really excited to be a part of this community.
It's awesome.
Very good. You got a bunch of
back
home
from KC.
games coming up. You've got the Pirates on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th. On the 3rd, you've got the Freedom Fireworks presented by Budweiser. Then you have the 11:05 start on July 4th. And, of course, on the 5th, you have the Nationals Patriotic Shirt giveaway. So lots of great things for Nats fans to take advantage of. And then the Astros and the Yankees are in town after that. So super busy. Thanks for the time. We really do appreciate it.
Thanks, Jason.
Jason
Nice to meet you, bud.
Thanks, guys. Thank
from
you.
your Washington Nationals. Imagine never having to worry about your home again. No stressful who do I call moments, just the comfort of knowing it's all taken care of. That's what a Crop Metcalf membership gives you, year-round peace of mind. The expert technicians at Crop Metcalf handle everything from routine maintenance to worry-free repairs, so your home runs exactly the way that it should. Stop worrying about home care and start enjoying your home again with membership starting at just $15 a month. Learn more right now at serviceexperts.com. Thanks again to Jason Sinaraja for coming in and spending the better part of an hour with the Junks. He's the president of business ops for your Washington Nationals.
He's a cool dude.
Very nice guy.
Got some good ideas. I'm sure the direction of the team, business-wise, will go in a positive direction because
I'm sure it will.
He's been a part of baseball and business ops for many years. Smart guy.
Very smart guy. You think he's jealous of my academic resume? Yes. BC and UVA on his resume. And
Yeah, he's very jealous.
Towson University.
Yeah,
he's probably very, very jealous of my many, many academic bona fides.
But you know what, Cakes?
Yeah.
This is a way to weave this in.
Okay.
You were featured in Washingtonian Magazine.
This is true.
Thank you to Patrick Ruby.
Mhm.
I think that's how he pronounces his last name. It's Hruby.
Yep.
And Washingtonian Magazine, they did a feature on us for the
has to be
30th
Ruby.
anniversary.
It can't be a Ruby.
Yeah.
Well, you know what's funny?
It's impossible.
I say that because I'm the swim team announcer.
Yeah.
And I pronounced a name that started with KN with a silent K.
All
Like
right.
knock.
Okay.
And then the mom came up to me and she says, everybody does that.
Yeah.
But it's actually Kana. And I won't
Kana.
finish
Okay.
the name. I'll
All
just
right.
keep it private. But
Okay.
like sometimes people pronounce it differently than you think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when you look at all, I mean, I'm sure you know all the names now by well. Actually,
No, I
'cause-
butcher names left and right because I have the way teams.
Yeah, because you have the weight teams, you don't know how to pronounce them.
Yeah,
So do you ask?
no, I
ask
don't
other
ask
coaches?
anybody. I just go.
You just go and just try and pronounce it.
I'm on the JV. I'm on the B meets.
By the way, it took all of my restraint not to ask Jason Sinaraja how rich he is from Google shares from back in the day working for Google. However many
That's how
years
your brain
ago.
thinks. I didn't even think
It's
about
how
that
I'm
at
wired.
all.
It's how I'm wired, JP.
I
was definitely thinking
he's
about
got
it.
a lot.
I said this during
sure
the break.
he does.
It's a tough spot because the average fan, who he's trying to change their perception, just thinks that the learners, the ownership group, that they're cheap.
Right.
That's the perception.
He has to battle that, I'm sure.
And
on
what
a
he said
daily
to us
basis.
is true that a lot of the investments are not necessarily things that you see on a day-to-day basis or on this current roster.
Yeah.
They've invested in the minor leagues and they've invested
Yeah.
with all the things that Paul Timoni's doing. They're just not getting the splashy free agents.
Right.
And that's really all that the fans care about.
Yes.
I mean, when they come to the stadium, they want a good experience. They want good food, cheap prices.
Yep.
You know, they don't want 25-ounce beers for $30, but they also want the team to win.
Yes.
I just didn't
That's
get-
what they
They
want.
want a winning product on the field.
I didn't get that caller, though, that said he was hungry and he didn't have options to fill himself up. And he listed basically hamburgers, hot dogs,
Yeah.
chicken tenders, nachos.
He just wanted
named
Ben's
all the
chili
things
bowl.
that you wanted a ballpark.
All he listed, ticked off, were ballpark staples that everybody kind of seeks out. Like when you go to a ballpark, you want a burger, you want nachos, you want ballpark comfort food. Now, can you have your foofy area too that has some upscale different options? Sure, but you want to have your tent pole type items that you have at every ballpark.
I feel like a baseball game, because it's outside, is different than going to a hockey game or a Wizards game. At a baseball game, I don't expect a sushi bar.
No, I mean,
Well, and you also know the sushi bar is going to cost you a lot of money at a baseball game, too.
that's probably
He wanted
true.
Ben's chili bowl. All he had to do was ask where it was.
I mean,
it was
as soon as
section
Jason heard, it's like
231.
231. Boom, it's right there.
Yeah.
It's not Jason's fault that fan, a little bit clueless. He just couldn't navigate.
If you walk down
Nationals
on
Park.
that deck, you pass by it. He said he walked 80%, but
mean,
didn't see Ben's chili bowl. I don't believe
It's
him.
right as you walk in unless it's moved, you walk in the center field gates, it's off to the right. I mean, it couldn't be easier to find.
Yeah.
Last time I checked.
But we did ask for fans to call, so it was fine.
We did.
You sized for the World Cup games today. How much did you consume
I'll be
yesterday?
honest,
I consumed a lot
I'll be
yesterday.
honest, now that I've gotten knocked out of my big contest,
really?
There's a little bit of wind that's been taken out of my sails, but I'll still follow along.
Are you sized for NBA free agency?
What time did that start?
The Wizards could
in
add
earnest. What time?
I want to say 6 p.m.
Okay, good.
Let me double check.
Hasn't
that.
it kind of technically already started? Aren't guys signing already?
Let's
or
hope so.
maybe agreeing to sign.
Yeah.
And actually, I haven't officially signed yet. Yeah, I think it's sometime late afternoon.
I know ESPN was running a free agency special tonight, so I'm assuming it's right around 6 o'clock.
Okay.
efforting.
I'm not as excited about the Ivory Coast Norway game as I was.
Well, I'm excited because I have Norway. I need points to climb the ladder in our World Cup.
I mean, I'm sure I'll bet on it in some fashion, but I'm not as excited about that as I was yesterday for the Brazil game. But France, Sweden, I'm kind of excited about that.
Here it is. Teams
and
are
I'm
allowed.
guessing you know why.
Yeah.
Teams are allowed to start negotiating and reaching agreements with free agents from rival clubs starting at 6 p.m.
Perfect. Start seeing trickles of news throughout the day.
I don't know if this was a parody account. I'm prefacing it.
Okay.
I just saw a tweet.
Okay.
A parody account or a real account. But it said that the Wizards were interested in free agency and bringing back my guy, Russell Westbrook.
Oh, geez.
Do you think that's legit or...
I think it's probably a parody account.
Yeah.
Double check.
It's probably not the case.
But, hey, I didn't think that Trae Young was going to get a $200 million deal, and yet he did.
$212 million, I believe, was the exact number.
No, I think the free agency thing, it's fascinating because in the NBA, these guys are moving around. We've already had Giannis move. You've had LaMelo Ball move. Now you've got John Morant moving. We're going to find out what happens with LeBron James, the Anthony Davis thing, which we talked about earlier.
I saw that Bradley Beal is a free agent.
You can bring Bradley Beal back.
Bring Bradley and Westbrook back.
Sure. Run it back with the old cast of characters.
I think the Wiz will, they'll be semi-active in free agency. They're not going to sign any big names. I'm just wondering if they're going to make a trade with Davis in the next few weeks. Or days.
I'm fully ready for it to happen.
Yeah, I'm kind of expecting it now.
I'm bracing myself for the fact that I'm never going to get to watch Anthony Davis play.
Yeah, you're not going to see that.
1 minute for the Washington Wizards.
I don't think you will.
And I'm okay with that. Life goes on.
But I would assume it's going to happen pretty soon.
Yeah.
If it does.
I would guess the same.
And you said August 6th was he's eligible for his extension.
For 4 year, I believe it's a 4 year, $275 million max extension.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I'm praying Will Dawkins does not give to him.
But it could.
I just don't think that's going to happen.
It could get real interesting. I mean, obviously, the Anthony Davis to Golden State to pair up with LeBron James and Steph Curry. That's a big rumor, but Jaylen Brown's in play. By all accounts, Jaylen Brown's going to be traded. The Wizards have assets.
Yep.
If they wanted to make a move, they could certainly call some of these teams like the Boston Celtics and see if they can make something happen.
Yep. Shake it up. Shake up the power balance in the East.
Now, I think that Jaylen Brown's value is a lot higher than Anthony Davis because Jaylen Brown's durable.
He's younger.
Finished, I want to say, 6th in the MVP race this past season. Compared to somebody that was mostly in street clothes for most of the season. But you could maybe move him and a top prospect and a pick to get Jaylen Brown.
Sure.
I mean, he was
all about it.
Fourth in the league in scoring.
He's only 29 years old.
He had a bomb year.
He's a stud.
And he probably wants out because he's been part of these trade rumors for weeks. And he probably said, well, you want him to trade me for Giannis? Okay, well, I want out.
Right.
Trade me.
Yeah. Is he doing the bit where he's scrubbing all of his social medias of all the Boston,
Is that what he's doing?
I think that's been his bit.
Yeah.
And how would that lineup be then? If you've got Trae Young, Keyshawn George, Jaylen Brown, AJ DeBonta, Alex Sarr.
It sounds like a pretty loaded lineup to me.
Sounds like AJ and Sarr don't get a lot of shots off, if that's the case.
You're probably right. It's probably the case.
But that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
They're not going to get Jaylen Brown.
I don't know. I think it's going to be an interesting day in sports with the World Cup games. I don't think the World Cup games is necessarily like today's slate is
They're not that
the
sexy.
premier slate. I thought yesterday's slate was really good. And the upsets, it feels like March Madness when Germany gets knocked off and then you have what happened last night to Netherlands getting knocked off and Brazil was on the verge.
They were teetering.
Yeah.
It was
mean,
close.
it feels like March Madness right now in the World Cup.
Well, tomorrow
32.
Tomorrow is the big day.
U.S. versus Bosnia at 8 p.m.
Correct.
Mike Marr and
And hopefully that doesn't go to
tomorrow.
Hopefully that doesn't go to a shootout.
Let's hope that's not the case.
Man, those shootouts! I couldn't believe that one German dude kicked it 5 feet over the net.
Yeah, it was
over
bad.
the goal.
It was a bad look.
Well, he just tried to blast it.
I know, but the guy's
It happens.
What professional soccer team does he play for? got to be somewhere over there.
I don't
mean,
know.
I couldn't
tell you who he
I
plays
couldn't
for.
imagine that. I mean, that he's got to be thinking about that the rest of his
It's gonna haunt
career.
him. It'll haunt him till he goes into the ground.
Yeah, but three guys missed penalty kicks.
Yeah, but he missed it the worst.
His was especially galling.
I don't know. The one guy hit one. He did the little stutter step, and he tried to go lower right, but it was lower right middle. I mean, the goalie didn't have to do anything.
Yeah.
The goalie just was right there.
And by the way,
Yeah.
the goalie's not supposed to move or jump until the ball is struck. That's such garbage.
Well,
Those
you're not
guys-
supposed to cross the line. You can jump around.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
try
you
and get
can
big.
move back and
Yeah.
forth.
Try to make yourself bigger.
Yes,
Yeah.
they do.
But I know because Messi missed the one in the group stage. He missed the penalty kick. But yesterday was such a big deal. I just couldn't imagine one of those guys kicking it over
Hey,
the goal.
if Sebastian gives you a winning parlay, ship it my way because I had a small loss. I need to recover it today. I need a bounce back day. Sorry, I didn't have Brazil, Paraguay, and Morocco on my 3-game parlay yesterday. That was not. That was.
I'm
not
sure
in
he's
the
going to
offering.
have France in some sort of a parlay.
Yeah.
And maybe over goals or
Mm-hmm.
something. He probably thinks France is going to destroy Sweden.
Take Norway, France, Mexico. There you go. Gave it to you.
I mean, you came up with that in 3 seconds. I'm supposed to just take that
Norway, France, Mexico.
I'm supposed to take that as gospel.
Norway, France, Mexico.
I mean, I did that
takes.
yesterday. I did all the favorites, and
It bummed you.
it bent me over.
Yeah.
so to
Although
speak.
Ecuador could beat them.
All right, we got to get out of here. We'll see you again tomorrow. B. Mitch and Finley, they're coming up next, right here on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? It's a big day in the NBA free agency. Unofficially begins today as teams can start negotiating deals with players. The legal negotiating period starts 6 p.m. tonight. Officially, deals can be signed and things open up next Monday, July 6th, but the work has already begun in the NBA. Memphis Grizzlies Monday traded two-time All-Star John Morant to Portland. Kristaps Porzingis has re-signed with Golden State 2 years and $40 million. It was a wild day in the World Cup. Couple of teams heading home early. Paraguay knocks out Germany on penalty kicks. Last night, same thing happened to the Netherlands, knocked out by Morocco. That's the earliest exit ever for the Dutch in a World Cup. Brazil had to have a stoppage time goal to beat Japan 2-1. U.S. will play Bosnia-Herzegovina in the round of 32 tomorrow night at 8 p.m. And the Nationals try again at Fenway tonight. Another one against the Bo Sox. Nats were beaten 6-3 last night despite a leadoff homer from James Wood. Nats now 2.5 games out of that wild card spot in the NL. 7:10 first pitch tonight here on The Fan. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. We'll try that again. Points north, south, east, and west. It's B. Mitch and Finley. We got Toby Altizer sitting in for Mr. Mitchell today. Good morning, Tobo. How you doing, bud?
What's going on, man? Yesterday was a fun day of soccer. It was a late night of soccer, watching some of the Netherlands and Morocco game.
That was a hell of a match.
Yeah, I mean, all of the games so far have been incredible. So excited for some more games today. Hoping for, I think there's 3 games. Mexico plays later tonight, so it should be fun.
Mexico, Ecuador tonight. There's been what I would think are some upsets, right? I think Paraguay beating Germany. So the penalty kicks, as somewhat like until the U.S. plays tomorrow night, I don't really have a dog in a lot of these fights, right? And I understand people don't like the games ending in penalties, but the game has to end at some point, and goals are hard to get in this sport. The only thing, the penalties are kind of junk now that they have hydration breaks. Like, you're getting a break. Like, you shouldn't be that gassed that you can't keep going. But at the same time, penalties are riveting television.
Oh, man.
Just incredible to watch. And, like, the up and down swings of it. Like, one dude misses one. It's so fun to watch. The Netherlands-Morocco game last night was physical, dude. You had a dude on each team gushing blood at various points. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. These dudes will flop and roll around on the ground like they got shot with like the slightest toe to the calf.
Yeah.
But the two dudes that were actually bleeding tried to just play right through it. It was an interesting dichotomy of like trying to get the call versus like I'm staying on the pitch no matter what.
That one dude had the look of a warrior where he was bleeding from his head.
Yeah, the Dutch dude.
Yeah. And his blonde hair was stained red at the front of his head from where it was bleeding. That was crazy to see. And yeah, I mean, it's been a blast to watch. And so hopefully on Wednesday, there's no stress for the United States. Hopefully they just roll against Bosnia, because I don't know that I could watch those matches like they were last night with the United States in it and be able to not have a heart attack at some point. But hopefully they roll. But it's been a blast to watch these games. I mean, it's something that I was excited for the World Cup, and I think I slept on how excited I would be, because now it's like I'm going to go home today. I'm going to watch all these things.
The knockout stage is so good.
It's so much fun.
So today we got 1 o'clock Norway, Ivory Coast, 5 o'clock France versus Sweden. Watching France play is pretty electric.
Mm-hmm.
And then tonight, 9 o'clock, Mexico, Ecuador. These 9 o'clock matches, it ends up being kind of a late night. Like, what time did that thing end? 12:30-ish?
I mean, it was late. I don't remember the exact time, but it was late, especially when you've got extra time and then you throw in the penalties.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's
because there's like the stoppages in between where they're all like meeting up and talking. Like, it adds on. So I wouldn't mind tonight if it goes a little quicker. I'll say that. I also got to give credit to Luigi, who was in with us yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I said and thought was correct that you can say the Netherlands or you could say Holland, that they were synonymous. I thought it was a country that had 2 official titles. Per Luigi, and maybe, I don't know if we have any Dutch listeners, but somebody can call us. The Netherlands consists of 12 provinces, so like 12 states, if you will. 2 of them are North and South Holland. So technically it isn't Holland. Technically it's the Netherlands. But they're all Dutch. It's all Dutch to me, Toby. So I wanted to clarify that. I'm sure you feel better now that I have. Something that you don't feel good about, I'm guessing, is the Nats last night.
Oh, man.
I had that. They were second screen for me last night because I was watching the footy. But just kind of got rocked, especially early.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a mixed bag anytime Miles Michaelis starts for the Nats, and this was the bad Michaelis. The only positive was that he got rocked early and then was able to lock in a little bit and go through 7 innings. That's mainly it, because only had to use 2 pitchers yesterday. But, I mean, first, batter of the game, James Wood goes yard to tell everybody to calm down a little bit on his slump. First time he's ever played at Fenway, so that's got to be a really cool feeling. First time playing there to go yard against a really tough pitcher in Ranger Suarez, and then it didn't matter because the Nationals gave it right back and then some in the bottom of the first inning with Michaelis giving up a couple of jacks to Wilson Contreras and Caleb Durbin, and they just were kind of fighting uphill the rest of the way. They had some chances to maybe get in it late, but I don't know. It's just tough when... And this is a testament to this Nationals ball club for them to be where they're at. You don't feel like you've got much of a chance on Michaelis start days. Littell has been kind of up and down. Beginning of the year, you didn't feel like he had a chance. Then he went 5-0 in May, and then he's kind of somewhere in the middle right now of you don't feel great, but you're also not as bad as Michaelis. But, I mean, 2 to 3 out of the 5 guys in their rotation you don't feel good about. And yet they're 500.
Yeah, I mean, credit to the Bats. They've been carrying them for a while now, but the Sox just came out red hot. I didn't get to see. So by the time I got the TV on, so I went and played a little Twilight 9 yesterday. It was
there you go.
Quite enjoyable.
Did you hit it well?
No, my game is a wreck. Like I don't know if it's ever coming back. Honestly,
you lost it.
I got paired up with this young man and his grandfather. So it was really cool to like see that interaction. And the young guy is a rising junior at Stevenson University, lacrosse player. But like, you meet on the tee, shake hands, whatever. He's like, go Commanders. Like clearly this dude is aware of my work, I guess. And then I'm like, great. Like this kid thought I was cool. And now he's watching me slap it around in and out of the woods. And whatever vision he had is gone. The way my current game is, like Jeff might give me a run at this point.
No way.
I don't think so, but
that's what I was about to ask.
Like I like to at least be putting for par.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And like on the 4th hole, I went right off the tee, so I'm laying 2, but I have like 60 yards in from the right angle on a pretty wide green. And I put it on the green, so I'm putting for par technically, but I hit it so woefully short that I'm like, I have like 30 feet for par uphill. And then like I leave that short, then I hit the next one long, and it's like, great, that's a double. You know what I mean? Like it's so sloppy. And I know when my game is good, it's like pars and bogeys. And when my game is sloppy, it's bogeys and doubles. And I'm on the wrong side of things right now. And I'm disgusted, frankly.
Just avoid the doubles and triples.
Yeah, I mean, triples are just going to bury you no matter what. But I don't know, man. Golf is a confounding game.
Just keep swinging, brother. Just keep
Jeff.
swinging.
I need all the support I can get, pal.
Yeah, get lessons from Jeff.
Jeff decided to mess with us. Jeff announced that he was back this morning in a very Jeff way. And then right as the show's about to start, I was in the aquarium and he's like, yo, the Wizards just traded AD. And obviously for us, doing live programming would mean we have a lot to do all of a sudden. And then he's like, I'm just messing with y'all. So I'm glad Jeff's back. There is some thought that if AD gets traded, it will be today. Talking about Anthony Davis with the Wizards. I did notice, Toby. Now, you generally will dress for the day's sporting event.
Yeah.
Whatever the day's sporting event is your gear.
Mm-hmm.
And you are all wizarded out right now. Have you heard what PFT is saying about the Wiz? PFT commenter? His new hashtag is "Let's get Wizarded." So Toby is fully Wizarded today. Why did you go full Wiz today? If anybody's watching on Monumental, Toby's got the DC basketball hat and a Wizards shirt on.
No specific reason. Just was repping the Wiz. Just a good time to be a Wizards fan for AJ DeBonsa and company. I don't know. We'll see if the Anthony Davis stuff goes down, but I wasn't thinking ahead to that, JP. Honestly, it's just luck of the draw today.
Okay, that's fine. You're allowed to just wear what you want to wear. There was a big trade yesterday in the NBA. Ja Morant to the Trailblazers. I don't want to disparage Jeremy Grant and Chris Murray for the pieces that were returned to Memphis, but it's pretty crazy how good Ja Morant has shown to be at times in his career that he gets moved for Jeremy Grant and Chris Murray and no picks. Like, there's not a pick attached to that thing. Clearly, there's some off-court issues with Morant that have been significant, but damn, dude, like, the price has fallen on Ja Morant.
Well, and that's what's so funny is you look back at that 2019 draft, JP, and we're having the discussions about Zion and Ja Morant and some of the other guys at the top of the draft, and then you look at their numbers, and you would consider these guys not to have lived up to their expectations, I would say. But like Zion in his career is averaging 23.8 points, 6 rebounds. Ja's averaging 22.5 points, 7 assists. Yeah, so you wouldn't think that that's bad, but when you throw in the context of Zion never playing basketball and Ja Morant dealing with everything that he's dealing with off the floor.
I mean, how long has he been? How many games has he been suspended for?
I don't even know. And that's the crazy part is like you would say that those stats don't make it seem like a bust compared to like an Anthony Bennett or something like that, but then they just don't play or they have something else going on and there's a distraction. And so their value, even though they're okay players or even in some cases good players, they're just not nearly the guy that you thought you were getting when you're drafting 1-2 and the way we talked about that NBA draft, which is crazy to think about. Now to see Ja
Morant last year played 20 games, averaged 19 points and 8 assists a game. So like that's well off his career averages. Yeah. Over the last 3 seasons, Ja Morant has played 9 games, 50 games, and 20 games.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know what you're getting there. I guess according to Kevin O'Connor from Yahoo, he thinks the Morant trade is setting up for Portland to go after Jaylen Brown. I don't want to disparage the Blazers because that's an organization I've always thought is cool going back to, like, the Clyde Drexler days when I was a kid. But going from the Boston Celtics and winning a title 2 years ago and everything that I would say Boston is generally one of those teams that's like a contender over, great periods of time.
Yeah.
They're one of the iconic franchises in the NBA. Going from Boston to Portland feels like a real step down for Jaylen Brown.
No, big time. I mean, you go from somewhere where every single year you're competing for the Eastern Conference and feeling like you can get to the NBA Finals and having won it a couple of years ago, and he was a Finals MVP, not Jason Tatum. And now if you could potentially go to Portland where, like, in my lifetime, JP, like, they were somewhat cool because of the Damian Lillard years. But outside of that, like...
I'm a lot older than you.
There's not a lot that has been there. Like, I know Darius loves them with, like, the Brandon Roy year. But even so, like, it's not like they've ever been all that relevant. So for him to end up out there potentially with Ja Morant, I think they're fun if they're playing together. But there's so many questions about that basketball team. And, Damian Lillard, I think, is still out there. It's just, I don't know. It's a weird time in the NBA seeing some of these guys get moved because I don't honestly understand. And part of it is the relationship aspect when they were trying to trade Jaylen Brown for Giannis. But I don't understand their proclivity to just 100% move on from Jaylen Brown.
Dude, I don't either. And I think it's just like the toothpaste is out of the tube at this point, and they've acknowledged that they want to move him, so now they have to move him in a way. Like, I remember when the Wiz were debating signing Brad Beal to the Supermax, and it obviously was a mistake, but there was this thought process like, oh, you have no choice. You drafted him. He's good. You got to pay him. And I feel like with Boston now, it's like, oh, they have no choice. Like, he wants out now because he knows they tried to move him. And whatever's going on between he and Tatum, and he's got like a stream. I don't know, man. It seems inevitable. I would have tremendous interest in Jaylen Brown to the Wizards
100%.
if they can make that happen. What is kind of the latest with Anthony Davis? Because I saw I saw some dude on Twitter saying it's a done deal. You just got to wait for the Shams tweet to make it official. But that was just some dude. What, if anything, do you think this is just a ploy to get AD the max contract here?
I mean, it's definitely not nothing. Like, that could be something that's in the works. Him and LeBron kind of playing some of that leverage with their respective franchises. But I do feel like there's more smoke here than just kind of playing your cards right to get a payday. I think that there is some smoke that, Golden State would be interested. I don't know, though, with them signing Porzingis now and them not being able to give their full mid-level exception. I mean, if we think that the NFL salary cap is confusing, good luck trying to figure out an NBA salary cap. So I can't figure out all the permutations of what they can and can't give LeBron if they do those sorts of things in terms of contract. But they can't give him their full mid-level exception anymore, according to Bobby Marks. So maybe that takes it off the table. But at this point in his career, I don't know if LeBron, if he wants to play in Golden State with Anthony Davis and Steph Curry, I don't know that he cares about the contract amount that much. He's not going to get a max deal. So it's just, I don't know exactly what is going to hold it up or what they're going to try to do there, because today is the start of free agency. So you could, theoretically try to
get today or tomorrow.
I think it's today.
Okay.
So I think you could try to get something done and then try to get the ball rolling with LeBron. But, again, like we were talking about yesterday, the Wizards hold the leverage. So it's not like they have to be the ones moving with haste here. It's the Warriors.
Dude, according to Windhorse this morning, and I just sent you this stallion, I don't know if we're able to turn it, but Windhorse this morning says he thinks it's unlikely for Anthony Davis to be traded. He said, I don't have the data that says the AD trade is likely. I don't see the Wizards want to do that. And the Warriors told Jimmy Butler they aren't trading him. So maybe this Anthony Davis to the Warriors thing is kaput. Maybe this is all posturing at various moments, by these teams involved. I just don't know. As a Wiz fan, I know what I'm not into, and that's giving Anthony Davis a supermax.
Correct.
4 years, 275. That's what I'm not into.
And going back to before they gave Trae Young the deal, you would have chosen, if you had to give one, it would have been Trae Young over Anthony Davis?
Probably.
Yeah.
I might have been in the don't do either camp.
Sure.
But I can wrap my head around the Trae Young contract, especially knowing they didn't go supermax with him. They matched what other teams could offer. The Davis one, the problem is he'll never get to free agency because it's just not how the NBA works. Like Rich Paul will just force his way out of
Correct.
Washington, or like they'll have to buy him out, or it just goes nuclear. I don't know, man. There is some part of me that wants to see them all on the court together and see if they can play.
Completely agree.
But maybe they get involved in Jaylen Brown. It's just crazy because it seemed like this Warriors thing, it wasn't nobody saying it. It was Shams Charania, right? Like the top dog in the NBA. But now he said likely. Now you have Windhorse coming out and saying not likely.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have to hear exactly what he said. Just reading some of the quotes, I don't see traction from the Wizards to want to do that. Maybe that's just something necessarily like the Wizards aren't keen on making the move, but if you give them the correct offer, they're not necessarily trying to ship AD out, but understanding that if the Warriors really want him, just send us the correct offer and we'll send him your way. So I don't know, maybe it's just phrasing there, but Will Dawkins all along has said that they're going to try to get an extension done. So I think this kind of sticks along with that. So we'll see. I don't know if they end up getting a deal done or not, but I don't think that there's nothing going on between the Warriors and AD.
We're going to open the phone lines up now. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Listen, NBA trade market is hot. John Morant just got traded. Giannis got traded last week. There's been a zillion trades out of Charlotte. Do we think Anthony Davis gets moved today? The Warriors are going to try to act fast if they're going to get LeBron. If that's going to happen, that's going to happen today, most likely. Do we think Anthony Davis is getting traded? 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067.
Brought to you by FH Fur. Let's start with the World Cup. It was a wild Monday. A couple of teams knocked off early, certainly earlier than they expected. Paraguay knocking out Germany on penalty kicks. Same thing happened last night with Morocco stunning the Netherlands in a penalty shootout. Brazil had to get a stoppage time goal to beat Japan 2-1. Of course, we're waiting for the U.S. tomorrow. United States plays Bosnia-Herzegovina in Santa Clara tomorrow night, 8 p.m. The U.S. with a win would face either Belgium or Senegal in the round of 16 next Monday night. So we could be in for a little bit different kind of Monday night football coming up next week if the U.S. advances. Baseball, Nats looking to bounce back, losing 6-3 last night at Fenway. Nats have another one in Boston with Kate Cavalli on the hill tonight. 7:10 first pitch on the Fan. You heard B. Mitch and Toby talking about it. Big day in the NBA. Free agency officially, unofficially kicks off tonight. Teams can start negotiating deals at 6 p.m. We'll keep our eye as well on the Anthony Davis situation. If anything happens, you'll hear it first here on The Fan. For 45 years, FH Fur Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning and Electrical set the standard for premium comfort. To celebrate, get 0% financing for 72 months and a qualifying new system purchase. Total peace of mind since 1981. 877-CALL-FUR or FHFur.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. A beautiful Tuesday morning in the district. I know the heat's coming. Doug Kammerer, NBC4 chief meteorologist, is going to join us at 11:30 to tell us just how hot it's about to get. What's hot right now, though, is the NBA, both the free agency market as well as the trade market. Ja Morant got traded. Crazy his fall from grace, and a lot of it's self-inflicted. But you've seen my guy, former Terp, Kevin Huerter, sign a 3-year, $27 million deal to stay in Detroit. A lot of action going on right now. What's crazy is it was Ja Morant, yesterday that was saying Anthony Davis to Golden State is really gaining steam, right? That this is really going to happen. And I kind of think we all thought that might happen. And now Brian Windhorst, I believe this morning on ESPN, is kind of saying the opposite. Here's Brian Windhorst talking Anthony Davis.
I'm taking the Anthony Davis thing off the front burner. I do not have data that says that that's likely to happen. Now, I could change my information could change. I do not see traction from the Wizards to want to do that. The Warriors told Jimmy Butler they're not trading him. I think the focus right now is, can they get LeBron James away from the Los Angeles Lakers?
So Wendy, and I guess LeBron came out and kind of slammed Wendy. But like Wendy's been covering LeBron since Akron, since St. Mary's St. Vincent, or I think
that was his break into the biz, covering LeBron.
Now, I don't know that he knows definitively, and I think he's even saying, I don't know, but I don't see it happening. The question is simple for the phone lines. Do we think Anthony Davis is getting traded to Golden State? Like, where is this? Let's start with our guy, Mark in Largo. Mark, what's up, dude?
Hey, what's up, JP? How you doing, buddy?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. No, he's not getting traded. And I'm going to tell you why. Windhorst is right. By them signing Porzingis and bringing back Al Horford, you really don't need Anthony Davis. And they're more, I hate to say it, I guess they trust them more than they trust the other two. I think if they were going to trade, if the Warriors were going to trade for Anthony Davis, they would have done it before the draft. Because think about it. If they could have gave the 11th pick and got Anthony Davis in return for that. They could have did that before the draft. They really could. Because basically, Washington wasn't going to move unless they get Jackson, which was their 11th pick. So I doubt if that happens. Now, I will say this. That still doesn't rule out the question that Anthony Davis won't get traded. He still may get traded. It's just not going to be with the Warriors.
All right, Mark. Hey, Mark, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
I think this is the first time you've called and not ended yelling.
Oh my God!
I always appreciate the passion, but this was
I guess because D Mitch is on vacation or something like that. I'm trying to calm myself down because I have to control myself when I'm talking to D Mitch because him and Doc are the only two people when they rise up and they ain't got to say, okay, it's time for me to lower down. I can't go there. I can't go there with that. And nothing personal against you. I love you, JP.
It's okay, dude. All good.
You done a good job. So let me ask you this.
Okay.
Let me ask you this, JP. Do you see outside of this trade, do you still think Davis may get moved?
Yeah, I think plenty of moves could happen. I think there's going to be action. I'll frame it this way. Thanks for the call, Mark. Good to hear from you. Have a safe, happy 4th of July. If you don't trade AD, do you then have to sign him?
I think that's kind of what the leverage is here for Anthony Davis, right? If you're not going to move me, then go ahead and sign me that max contract. And I don't know that the Wizards necessarily want to do that. I know plenty of Wizards fans that don't want to do that. So it's interesting. But, I mean, you look at Golden State, and I think he brings up a good point that if they were so interested, would they have just done this before the draft? I think there is a scenario in which they could say, we wanted to make sure that we got our asset, Yaxel, that we could at least feel like we've got somebody young that we're developing that's playing with this team and trade future picks. Maybe just thinking that we need that one extra guy to have on this team versus previous or future teams. Because when you think about if they trade for Anthony Davis and come up with the master plan that we've heard from Shams, where it's Steph, Draymond, AD, and LeBron, that team is playing, 1 year together? Maybe 2. I highly doubt even more than 1 year. So if that's the case, you feel like maybe you can get Yaxel in and he can start to be part of that group that plays with them, the young guys, and then maybe takes over after the fact. Maybe that's some of the thought process, so it doesn't preclude it, but I do think it is a good point that maybe they're less likely to do it, and they weren't as keen on doing it because they didn't do it before this year's draft.
Let's go to Bones in Southeast. What's up, Bones?
Hey, my main man, JP, man.
How you doing, bud?
Shout out to Mark and Lago, man, for not, yelling out, right? But it don't make sense to me. You know what I mean? I ain't got the Wizards, trading AD, man, because, that would go against everything that they were trying to accomplish in the beginning when they first acquired AD. So we need AD, man, to help develop, the young big men that we do have on the roster, man, and we need him, to solidify, the leadership with him and Trae Young. Nah, that would go against everything that they said that they were speaking about in the beginning, that don't make sense to me. I ain't with that one. Thanks for taking my call, man. Love you guys, man.
Thanks, Bones. Good to hear from you, bud.
Appreciate it,
man. I get that folks are excited about seeing AD, Trae Young, AJ DeBonsa, Keyshawn, like all the young talent. Like it would be exciting. But if my options are trade Anthony Davis or extend Anthony Davis, I'm on the trade side of that.
100%. 100%. I don't think that there's a scenario in which you can at least explain away the Trae Young one. And I know most people probably were not for that extension, but I think there is a way that you can explain that one and it makes some sense and that it won't feel like it's going to blow up. I don't know that you feel as good about doing that for Anthony Davis with the injury history, with his age, because at least Trae Young is still in his late 20s.
Yeah.
Anthony Davis is into his 30s, and he's someone that was already injury-prone in his 20s. So that's going to be difficult to feel like you're going to get the bang for your buck in a max extension with him.
And not that Father Time doesn't come for everybody, but, like, Trae's skill set is shooting. Obviously the quickness and all that's super important, but, like, he's a shooter.
Yeah, and a passer.
That tends to age better than being, like, a big man.
Correct.
I don't know. The NBA is so hard to get a read on. So I'm just kind of scrolling through Shams' Twitter feed here. Do you know where Bradley Beal is now? It is remarkable what has happened to Beal.
Was he with the Clippers last year?
He was with the Clippers last year. He has declined. Bradley Beal signed a contract in Washington for $250 million. Let that sink in. $250 million.
Yeah.
You ready for at least to me, the latest Brad Beal update?
Yeah.
Los Angeles Clippers guard Bradley Beal has declined his $5.6 million player option for next season, making him an unrestricted free agent. You want to bring Beal home?
No.
How old do we think Brad Beal is?
30.
He probably came into the league at 19.
32?
All right. We're going to pull up the Brad Beal file. What do you think his rookie year was?
Oh, man.
And granted, you were probably 10.
Yeah, I mean, what did Wall get drafted in 2010? He's probably 2012, somewhere around there.
Rookie year was 2013. He is 33. He just turned 33 like a week ago. Actually, 2 days ago. Happy birthday, Brad. Man, I really liked him, and he had some really good seasons, and then it just kind of went away.
Yeah, it just went sideways.
Gang after Glay. That's crazy to think Brad Beal was making, like, the dollar amount changes on that contract are crazy. Not that $5 million isn't a ton of cash. You and I would kill for that, but in the NBA, that's super nubs. Kevin Huerter made more than that with the deal he just signed with the Pistons.
Right, yeah.
I don't know what's going to happen with Anthony Davis. I do know I am not into a Supermax extension.
Correct. And that's the tough part. Is like, you're right that I would love to see this team play together because I think that it would be fun. I mean, the rim protecting duo of Alex Sarr and Anthony Davis would be one of the best in the league. And that's not being hyperbolic just for the sake of being hyperbolic. Like, you got one of the best shot blockers of all time in Anthony Davis, and you got one of the best shot blockers in the league right now in Alex Sarr. So that'd be really fun to watch together. But I don't think that that's something that when they made the trade for Anthony Davis, they're thinking long-term here. I don't think they're trying to think that he's going to be here for 3 and 4 years. I don't think you're signing him to that extension. So I think that maybe you just hope that you can get some sort of assets. I mean, it seemed like when we were talking about this yesterday, it seemed like this Golden State thing had real legs. Maybe it doesn't have as much, but I mean, even Wendy said in his statement there on ESPN, like, it could change. It's not saying definitively, no, this isn't going to happen. Just maybe not with the urgency that some people were thinking that it gets done today. But I don't know how interested other teams are. That's what I thought was interesting about Boston potentially being linked here with Jaylen Brown. That's what I thought's interesting about Golden State. And maybe it's just more along the lines of what I was thinking of. Maybe he has to play some games here, and then a team gets, a little bit desperate towards the trade deadline, and then maybe you get your most value there.
Yeah, I mean, if he plays games and plays well, you're almost in another rock and a hard place, similar to like the Nats with CJ Abrams. Obviously, they're at different stages of their career, and the Nats payroll is an issue. The Wiz don't have that. Like, they'll spend the money, right? But if he plays and plays well, and the Wiz are competing, and like we get to Thanksgiving and they're the 5 seed in the East, then can you flip them? Because isn't the point to compete now?
Yeah, I mean, that's the tough part, but I think the most difficult thing here, honestly, that complicates it is, what if Anthony Davis says, I'm not playing unless you sign me? Trade me. Like, that's where it gets really difficult.
And when, like, leverage is an interesting thing. If you ever watch wrestling, not pro wrestling, I'm talking about, like, actual wrestling. The dudes with the headsets on. Like, leverage can flip fast. UFC fights. Like, all it requires is one dude to, like, flip the other guy over and pause. And, like, maybe the Wiz have some leverage in trying to move AD right now, but if he then says, if you don't extend me, I'm not playing here, you get stuck selling him for 15 cents on the dollar.
Correct. And that's where you don't want to be, because you did
and that
trade
was part
assets
of the
to
risk
get this
in
guy.
acquiring him.
Correct.
So, I don't know, man. It's a tricky spot. Here's what we're going to do. We got to switch things to football. Doug Kammerer is going to join us at 11:30. At noon, we're going to have a conversation ranking the GMs in town. Who's the best? Who's the worst? It's B. Mitchell Finley. My man Kevin at Stafford stayed on hold, so I'm going to take his call real quick. We're kind of waiting to see what's going to happen with LeBron and then in turn with Anthony Davis. Yesterday, it really seemed like AD was getting traded to the Warriors. Today, maybe not so much. Brian Windhorst is saying, I don't think that's likely to happen. Kevin is in Stafford. You think AD gets traded?
Well, I don't know if he's going to get traded, but if it was me, absolutely. Why would you sign a load management specialist like Anthony Davis? When he got traded to the Wizards, I told my son, I said, you watch, he's not even going to play one game for him. And you could tell just by looking at him sitting on the sideline, he did not want to be here. If it was me, I would go after Mitchell Robinson in New York, and he's only 28 years
That's
old.
a big fella that will provide. That's an interesting one. I don't know that they're going to make a big signing like that, and I imagine Mitch is going to command some real cash. But if you need somebody to kind of back Sar up in the interior, Robinson's your dude.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing that they're lacking right now is a backup big man behind AD if he ever plays here and Alex Sar. So if they could get somebody else, I'd be very interested. I know Bagley, I think, is going to be a free agent, and he'd at least been here recently and played pretty well when he got chances, so maybe they could go after someone like that. But it is something that they're going to have to look at regardless of whether they keep Anthony Davis or not. They need a backup big.
Just looking through the Anthony Davis games, right? He played 20 games last season. The year before, he played 51. 42 of them were for the Lakers. Since he's been traded for Luka in a true blockbuster trade, he's played 29 games over probably a season and a half. And I just don't know how much of it was injury versus how much of it was, I'm not playing for Dallas. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But even going further back, he's not that removed from 23-24. He played in 76 games, so that's including the playoffs. He was an all-star. He was second-team All-NBA. Like, I guess we're going into 26-27, so how long ago was 23-24? 3 seasons ago?
3 years, yeah.
We're only 3 years removed from a second-team All-NBA, first-team All-Defense, All-Star season where he averaged 25 points a game and 13 boards.
Yeah, I mean, when he plays, he's good. I mean, even last season in 20 games, he was averaging 20 and 11. Right? Like, so
now, the prior seasons on the Lakers, played 56 games, 40 games, 36 games. Now, the 36 games was also the bubble year, so I don't know how many they played overall that year.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you could get 50 games, if he was going to be here. Like, if you just assume that he's going to play for the Wizards and take out the extension talk, just whether he's going to play here or not, like, if you could get 50 games out of him, I think that'd be great. And I think you can count on 20 points a night, 10-plus rebounds, 2 or 3 blocks a night, and that'd be great. But I just don't know that that makes sense for their long-term plans if he's going to force the leverage of sign me to an extension or else.
I agree. If you could remove the extension conversation and get 50 games out of him, I think it's a success.
Yeah.
I think you've achieved. I just don't think that's going to happen.
No. Well, I think what's less likely, 50 games played or the not worrying about the extension? Like, I think the big part here is I do think that they're going to play that leverage of, well, if you're not going to sign me to that extension, then good luck, get me out of here.
I wanted to ask you a non-basketball question, Toby.
Yeah.
Brandon Ayuk has made a lot of videos lately, right? Brandon Ayuk has become this major flashpoint kind of for the NFL right now in a very quiet period for the NFL. The only quiet period for the NFL. And while we get so consumed in the Ayuk content, I think it ignores a fair question to ask. Do they need to add at wide receiver? Do you feel there's a need to add at wide receiver?
I think they do. I mean, I just look at their options, and this is the good and the bad of it. So let's start with the bad, so that way we can get to the good. The bad part is, of the guys behind Terry McLaurin, take your pick, Treylon Burks, Antonio Williams, De'Ami Brown, Luke McCaffrey, Jalen Lane, Van Jefferson, the only guy that's gone over 500 yards in a season of that group of receivers is Van Jefferson. And I don't think that a lot of fans are all that thrilled, although I think some of that has changed a little bit after DQ was kind of shouting him out at minicamp. The flip side,
Van Jefferson also is a former second-round pick.
Yeah.
Like, he's a real NFL pro receiver.
Correct. And so, I don't think that a ton of these guys have a track record. Now, one of those guys is Antonio Williams, who you're high on, I'm high on. So, obviously, he can't have much of a track record as a first-year guy. But the flip side of it is, you could sell me on just about any one of these guys. Traylon Burks, you could say, yeah, former first-round pick, never was used correctly in Tennessee, has kind of come into his own. Yep, never healthy. Maybe he stays healthy here, and he's good. Antonio Williams, I like what he's going to be able to do as a rookie. De'Ami Brown, you could say, well, can you recapture some of the stuff in the playoffs? Luke McCaffrey was showing improvements last year before he got injured. And you can go down the list and do that. So I think that's the tough part about this is for fans that are going to say, no, they don't need to add, they're going to immediately say that. I think my pushback and the reason that I would say that they need to add one is you could sell me on any one of those. I could also at the end of the year say Luke McCaffrey finished with 250 yards, and you couldn't say, man, that's shocking, because that's what he's done his first 2 years.
Totally. It is an interesting, like you can see the glass half full or half empty.
Yeah.
And in 24, they got away with it because Terry was healthy and really good. And Jaden was really good and able to find a bunch of different people. Last year, the injuries pile up. I do knock them for going into the season with Noah Brown as their number 2. And I wonder if we need to look at this year with Burks through the same vein, right? Like Traylon Burks in his 4 years in the NFL has played 11 games, 5 games, and 8 games. Like he's missed significant time. And maybe those are all just fluky. And this is, I asked him after one minicamp practice, like, does this feel like a fresh start for you? And he said, yeah, in a lot of ways it does. This is like the first offseason I've been able to have where I have continuity on the team, even though they changed offenses, but continuity largely. Same receivers coach, same team.
Same quarterback.
Same head coach, same quarterback.
Yeah.
And to be healthy. Like to get through the offseason healthy for him is a step. I like Trey a lot. Really interesting dude. Big outdoorsman, family guy. But like in hindsight, we knocked them for rolling with Noah Brown and then Noah Brown getting hurt. Are you doing that with Trey? And he's going to get, like when you watch them, he's the guy lined up opposite on the outside Terry the most, or at first. You know what I mean? Like he's going to get those cracks. It creates an interesting question. Coming off a 5-12 season, who do you think the pressure is greatest on? Adam Peters or Dan Quinn? We'll explore that when we return. It's me, Mitch Finley.
Brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. Baseball Nationals look for the bounce back at Fenway tonight, beaten by the Bo Sox 6-3 last night. Despite a leadoff homer from James Wood, his 21st of the season, Red Sox answer with 4 in the bottom half, took the lead for good. Nats are back to 500 again, 43-43, 7-10 first pitch for the Nats and Red Sox tonight here on The Fan. NBA free agency is officially getting underway today. The official start is really next week, but things get really cranked up tonight. Players can negotiate deals with teams officially beginning at 6 p.m. And 7-time champ Serena Williams is back. She makes her return to Wimbledon, playing at noon today. Frances Tiafoe also in action this afternoon in London. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Luda! I have the same birthday as Ludacris. Shout out to Luda. B. Mitchell Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Interesting conversation in the break. And as you look at this Commanders roster, you look at this Commanders team, I think if you see the world through burgundy and gold colored glasses, my man Jeff probably sees a 12-win team out there. I think if you...
Possible.
You look at last year, they won 5 games. We're now 2 seasons into the Adam Peters, Dan Quinn experiment. And 1 year was fantastic. 12-5, got all the breaks, made it to the NFC title game. Did get worked in the NFC title game, but they got there. Last year was a disaster. Injuries, bad luck, terrible defense. So, it's hard to know who this organization is. It was, almost bipolar. They were almost like the inverse of each other.
Yeah, 12-5 to 5-12.
Right.
Literally.
Now, I do know, so when the question is, who faces more heat this year, Dan Quinn or Adam Peters? One thing you got to understand about life in the NFL, on game day, generally, the GM, in most places, the GM is sitting with the owner. So as a game unfolds and things go wrong, the GM is able to say to the owner, damn, why is he doing that? Right? Whereas the coach is down on the field and just that's the man in the arena, right? So the bonds between a general manager and an owner tend to be higher than the bonds between the coach and the owner, or the coach and the general manager are kind of seen as one sometimes. Like you just saw this in New York with Joe Schoen. Joe Schoen's been terrible.
Awful.
But because he watches the games with the Mara family, Joe Schoen got an extension. They had to get rid of Daboll. They kept Joe Schoen. He got an extension. Apparently, he and Harbaugh work well together. I've met Joe Schoen a number of times. He's a charismatic dude. I can understand why they wanted to work with him versus Daboll's a jerk. I can see how that schism occurred.
Yeah.
And Schoen comes out the better side, right? Now, here in Washington, AP and DQ seem pretty tied at the hip. But if they have another bad season, I think if you don't win at least 7 games, Dan Quinn knows the reality of this business. If you go 5-12 and then what would that be, 6-11, it's gonna be really hard to outrun that storm for the head coach. But I think Peters is okay, kind of regardless.
Yeah.
Just because those bonds are different. But I do think specifically with this Ayuk situation, I think the Commanders were interested in Brandon Ayuk. They were interested in not trading for him, but bringing him in once he got released to 1-year incentive-laden deal. I think there was real interest there. That calculus has gotten more complicated, and that's going to fall on AP. I think there's a lot of pressure on both of them. For me, there's more pressure on Dan Quinn.
Yeah, I think that...
More immediate pressure.
100%. There's a chance here that... And I think this goes back to a little bit of what we were talking about last segment with the wide receiver conversation. it kind of depends upon what your expectations for the year are. If you're expecting and you say that 7 or 8 wins is fine, then this receiving core is probably fine. But if you want to see this team get to the playoffs once again and just give yourself a chance to maybe go on another magical run with Jaden Daniels at the helm and try to get to at least 10 wins, then maybe it's not good enough. And I think that's kind of where Dan Quinn is, where I think that fans will probably be calling for DQ's job even if they just win 7 or 8 games, JP. Like, if they don't make the playoffs, fans are probably calling for DQ's job, and I think rightfully so. And that's just kind of the territory it comes with. But I think that Adam Peters does deserve some heat here because you mentioned the Ayuk situation, and I think this is where he misplayed his hand a little bit. I think part of the reason that we're looking at the receiving core right now the way that it is and we're having these discussions is because they're just kind of banking on Ayuk. And you should have known that banking on Ayuk as a wild card is going to bring some extra stuff with it. And now you're seeing some of that extra stuff, and it makes it so that maybe you sign Ayuk and he's fine, and we all look back and go, yeah, it was a crazy saga, but he's a good football player. It also could blow up, and then it comes back to hurt you as the general manager that decided it was worth it to sign this guy when there were other options available. Stephon Diggs is someone we've talked about a lot this offseason, and similar type of vein where there's some off-field things, but on the field, he's a good football player still. You saw what he did last year in New England. But it's even other options. Like, they explored the Alec Pierce thing. I think that would have been a mistake to pay him that much money. But I go back to, we talked about this when he just got signed to Minnesota, Juwan Jennings. And I was not in on Juwan Jennings at the beginning of free agency because I thought he was going to get overpaid. And then to see the contract he got in Minnesota, it seems like Washington should have been in. And then Keim reports that Washington was never really in on him. And, if you get beat out, that's one thing. If Minnesota signed him and you never got a
number you're uncomfortable with.
Yeah,
right?
like that's one thing. For them not to be interested, it tells me that Ayuk was the plan. And I think going in with a plan on someone as wild as Ayuk is, it's a little bit, now you're seeing it. Like, you're putting yourself in a tough spot where now you almost have to make that move because you kind of planned on it, and he's put you in a bad spot where it's probably not the right move at this rate.
Joe is in Manassas. Joe, whose seat is hotter, AP or DQ?
What's up, guys? Love the show as always.
Thanks,
to be
bud.
honest, I think honestly they came in together, right? They're going out together. The reason why, and JP, you made up a good point that the general manager watches the games with the owner, correct?
Yeah.
So that being said, why wouldn't the owner be like, well, you hired this bum? Like, I would be sitting there being like, hey, man, well, you hired this guy. That's a direct reflection of you, isn't it? Doesn't it start at the top? So yeah. I personally think that they're going to go out together. If they have a bum season this year, I think the ownership's going to be like, hey, man, you laid with this guy, so let's go.
It's a good call, man. I appreciate you. We'll open the phones, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. The other, I think, interesting, perhaps complicating factor here, at the end of this season will be the first time the Commanders can negotiate an extension with Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
And I think there is a school of thought, a group of people, and I think to some degree fairly, that don't believe the organization has done enough for Jaden from a weapons perspective.
Yeah.
Right?
I'd be one of those.
And you start to wonder what Jaden thinks. If Jaden loves the way everything's been run. And not to suggest that a quarterback should run the operation, but when you see let's say Jaden has another really good season. Like, that'd be 2 really good seasons out of 3. And quarterbacks have influence. Quarterbacks should and do have influence. Like, dude, you know what just happened in Baltimore? Lamar said it's him or me with Harbaugh.
Yeah.
And Bisciotti picked the quarterback. Maybe that thing had just kind of run its course over time, but like, quarterbacks have influence. And that's going to be another factor in all of this because the money, everything's about to change.
Yeah. And I also don't think that while AP and DQ have been tied together at the hip, I don't think AP is going to pull the Mike Rizzo, Davey Martinez thing from last year. Remember, Mike Rizzo would not fire Davey, and so ownership said both of you are gone then. I don't think that Adam Peters is going to necessarily tie himself to any one coach the same way most general managers in the NFL do not do that, right? Like, you might work well together, but if it's not working, we'll move on from the guy because it's just not working. And I think Adam Peters, to his credit, you get a lot of cash in the bank when you draft Jaden Daniels, and you're correct about that. You get a lot of cachet for that. Now, some of the stuff, like his draft classes in future years outside of the first round, have been a little bit questionable. You go back to even the Jaden Daniels year, 6 picks inside the top 100, and Jaden was a home run hit, and the rest of them were, mediocre to bad in some cases. So there are some good and bad. Laramie Tunsil trade, I think, is a net positive. The Marshawn Lattimore trade is a net negative, right? So there are little things going back and forth there. But I don't think that it's something that Adam Peters is, unless this Ayuk situation goes where they sign him and then it blows up, I don't think he's on the hot seat by any means. I think that DQ definitively is, because if they have a mediocre season, I think that he is probably going to be gone. But I do think it is something that you have to evaluate Adam Peters and understand that just because he drafted Jaden Daniels doesn't mean it makes up for every sin that he's committed while he's here.
Right. A lot of folks want to weigh in on this. Mike is in Annapolis. Mike, what do you think? Hot seat.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How you doing, bud?
So, I'm doing all right. I want to go back. I think it was a couple days ago, a couple weeks ago. JP, you were talking about how the Commanders cannot comment on Ayuk because he's under contract.
Yeah.
But let me ask you this. Can they go out there and field a question and then answer it along the lines of, we feel comfortable with what we have in the building moving forward?
They've
We're
said
not
that
actively
repeatedly.
speaking.
They've said that repeatedly.
Yeah.
Like all of them have said that 100 times.
So do you read between the lines on that for the Ayuk thing? Does that kind of settle the camp a little bit?
No, I don't think so. I think what they could do that they haven't, and this is not their style, like they are extremely closed off. They do not want to get involved in the media. They could easily, they have my number. You could text me. You could text Kime. You could text Nikki. They could text Schefter. They could text Rapp, Garofolo. They very easily.
They could text me too.
They could text you, Mike. They very easily could put the word out that they're out of the Ayuk business.
Yeah, 100%.
I agree. If Mike Garofolo tweets out, just so we're clear, Washington is not Brandon Ayuk continues to say he's going to the Commanders. Per a league source, the Commanders are not interested.
Correct.
That could happen, no problem, and it hasn't.
Gotcha.
So, appreciate the call, Mike.
All right, thanks.
See you, buddy. Let's go to Kenny in Largo. Kenny, what do you think about the hot seat?
What up, JP? Toby, how y'all doing, man?
I'm good, bud. How are you?
I'm good. So, my personal opinion, I believe Adam Peters should be on the hot seat more than DQ. DQ, he a player's coach, man. Like, players gonna run through a brick wall for him. And Adam Peters, he the one who made all them trades for Lattimore, bought all these old players. That's why the reason we was slow and all that last year. We just was in the championship 2 years ago. So I'm not blaming DQ for our failure. And I don't think he should be in the hot seat. Even if we did have another, bad season or okay season, I feel like Adam Peters should get looked at. You don't want bringing these people in, too.
Fair. Thank you.
About it.
Thanks for the call, bud.
I will say the one thing for DQ, and he talked about this at OTAs and minicamp, and I'll be interested to see how he follows through on it. The thing that I'm most interested for him, fans are going to be very frustrated if it's another light training camp. I don't think that it's going to be. He said it's going to be their most intense, most competitive one yet, but they cannot come out of the gate slow, because he may feel that way right now, our last caller, but if they start 0-4, he ain't going to feel that same way then. So that's the thing. If Dan Quinn goes out and they have the team ready to go and they come out playing well, then maybe you can feel that way, but they're going to have to change up the way that they've approached training camp. They're going to be ready to go out of the gate, or they're going to end up in a hole that maybe AP and DQ can't dig themselves out of.
More competitive is great. They need to be more physical.
Yes.
Like, I saw at minicamp a greater... Things were running faster. Like, I still can't confirm if this is a word or not, but there was greater rapidity. Like, there was more rapid action. And granted, you're also trying to install 2 new systems on both sides of the ball, so you need as many reps as you can get.
And it's not just because the guys are faster. There was a sense of urgency.
Yes. Camp needs to mirror that. I applaud DQ for recognizing the status quo was not working and making changes. Camp has to look different. And As somebody that's there every day, you get to see the flow of it. And I agree with the caller there. It's interesting to get a pro DQ call coming off 5-12. And let's be clear. I think you and I both would say let's go 10-7 and not have to have this conversation.
Correct.
But it's an interesting time right now as you gear up for what is coming. Let's go to Ward in Ashburn. What's up, Ward?
Hey, how's it going?
Good, dude.
I think that Adam Peters should be on the hot seat no matter what. Personally, just because it's been 2 years in a row. I mean, I'd give him some credit this year just because of free agency. It's been 2 years where Washington's had almost the most cap space, and this year was the 1 year where they did mainly a lot with it, with the big signing from big dude in Seattle. But I also just think that him banking on Ayuk to basically just be released from the 49ers when everybody has known that this is going to be a fiasco from the start. But second, I think that no matter what, the wide receiver room should have been a huge focus, and it hasn't been for the past 2 years, and it's just been kind of a question mark in the whole roster, and I think that's one thing that's really setting Washington back.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair question, and they've continued to try to draft that position, and at least so far, the draft picks haven't hit at that position. Thanks for the call, dude.
And one of the things that I thought was interesting when we were having this discussion last year about paying Terry McLaurin or not is so many people pointed out, well, Jaden can get it done without having an elite wide receiver. And I have utmost confidence in Jaden. So I believe that statement. When you say, you could throw 3 Jags out there with Jaden, he can probably figure it out. Assuming health and, a good scheme, I do believe that. But that's not how he should be operating on a rookie contract, JP. That's the point of if he's making Patrick Mahomes money where he's making $500 million, then sure. Tell him to get it done with one guy and Terry McLaurin and a bunch of Jags. But when you've got him on the rookie contract, that's when you should be able to help him out and try to maximize that. And I don't think they've necessarily done that. Now, Jaden's so special, assuming health this season, I think he'll go out there and have another really, really good season and, hopefully is a Pro Bowler and an all-pro candidate. But I don't want to have to live that way in year 3 for a young quarterback.
Let's go to Manny in Southeast. Manny, what's up, dude? Where do you weigh in on the hot seat?
Fellas, hey, listen. I really don't think there's anyone's on a hot seat unless we, like he said, we start out 0-4, 0-5. Because if they really thought they was on a hot seat, do you think they would have instituted two rookie
coordinators?
Coaches, coaches. 2 rookie coaches on each side of the ball. Especially when our defense was trash.
It's a fair question, dude. And there was all this talk of the turnover from the Rivera era where the drafting was you can't be playing that card.
It's 3 off seasons.
And one more thing. These guys forget that we 2024. It's only been 2 years. 2024, we said let Adam cook. So in 2025, he cooked. Got hurt. It's only been 2 years. We act like we going through a Ron Rivera, Daniel Snyder era all over again. It's been 2 years. We had 1 year to the NFC Championship. We had 1 where everybody got hurt, and we didn't do that good. Of course we're not going to do that good. You know what I mean? Like I was saying earlier in recent combos, everybody talk about we good with the wide receiver room we got, but they still complaining about the performance on offense. It's impossible.
Manny, it's a good call, bud. Thank you. I appreciate the call, Manny. I do think fans' perspectives may not match ownership's perspective
100%.
on wanting to give this time. And, dude, both those guys probably signed 5-year deals, and Josh Harris doesn't like paying people not to work.
Yeah.
You've seen it in the NBA. He's given Sixers coaches long leashes. Let's sneak Kevin in real quick. Kevin, what do you think, man?
What's up, Kevin?
Hey, thanks for taking me. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think that Peter should be on the hot seat. I think he's made some terrible draft picks, some terrible trades. The Kinlaw thing last year was a total joke, and that's backfiring. I don't know why they paid him that big money, and the Lattimore trade was terrible. I think he's the bigger problem than Quinn.
The Lattimore trade was terrible. The Kinlaw stuff I find interesting because I think the way people viewed his cash versus the reality of the cash at that position, like
right,
he was paid like a second tier dude. I mean, if you look just at AAV for what Kinlaw got, I mean, he's probably top 20, I would say. I mean, you can argue if he's a top 20 player or not, but I do think the conversation around his pay outpaces the reality of what he got related to his position group in the NFL. Now, he also played 17 games and had 0 sacks. So, like, I get...
Yeah, I think the tough part is I think there were guys that you could have got much cheaper that maybe could have given you what from our amateur eyes a similar type of production. And real quick, the only issue I have with part of the reason why I would consider moving on is because last season watching this team, it was something where it wasn't just injuries. Well, did it play a major role?
Right.
Sure, but I watched this football team have a healthy game and they just didn't look good. So it's not just they were injured and they'll be back to
the Vikings
being just
game
fine.
was the first fireable offense of the new regime.
Yes.
They came out flat off a bye, and it was a disaster.
Yes.
And I said it then, and I stand by that. That was the first, what are these dudes doing? It's not good enough. Now, they did respond late in the year and get some wins, but complicated issue. What is not as complicated, but seems going to be extreme, the heat that is coming for the 4th of July. NBC4 Chief Meteorologist Doug Kammerer joins us next.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Keeping our eyes on NBA free agency, which unofficially begins today. Teams can start negotiating deals with players at 6 p.m. tonight. Of course, we'll keep our eyes on any possible moves by the Wizards. There have been trade rumors surrounding Anthony Davis and a report recently and overnight that the Wizards may be interested in bringing back Russell Westbrook as well. We will see and keep you posted as things happen. Baseball, Nats try again at Fenway tonight. They open up a series against the Red Sox with a 6-3 loss last night to Boston. 7:10 first pitch here on the Fan, and 7-time champion Serena Williams is back in London to play Wimbledon. Her opening round match gets underway today at noon. Celebrating her birthday, discover the stunning collection of Tacori fine jewelry at Mervis Diamond Importers. From engagement rings and anniversary bands to necklaces and bracelets, at Mervis you'll find the largest selection of fine quality diamonds and Tacori jewelry in D.C. Go to mervisdiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. For those that hear this song, Here Comes the Hot Stepper, I cannot confirm or deny that Doug Kammerer, NBC4 chief meteorologist, requested this as his walk-up song, but let's find out together. Hello, Doug. Was this your walk-up song?
What's up, boys?
We're good, man.
My walk-up song. No, I don't think that was ever my walk-up song.
All right. If you
I'm
want
not sure.
one, just say the word, whatever you want.
Okay. All right, you got it. I've always been asked that question. You know, as a baseball player, you get walk-up songs when you go up to the plate. I've always thought about those. So it's either, for me, it was always Foo Fighters or Stone Temple Pilots. But, you know, STP may be a little bit dated by now.
I think STP still plays, dude.
play.
It still plays.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we can make that happen next time. So
there we go.
I want to ask you about the heat that's coming, but I want to start. You were on vacation last week, Jersey Shore. What town? I forget. Avalon? Where do you go?
Sea Isle City.
Okay, great.
Yeah, just north of Avalon, just south of Atlantic City.
Perfect.
Great spot.
I know you and Clark have gone there forever, right? And it's
buddy. Absolutely.
I love it.
You'll see Clark and I are the guys that are out there, the 50-year-olds boogie boarding.
That kind of tracks, knowing you both. That's funny.
Yeah, totally.
I know how big of a Commanders fan you are.
Yeah.
You were on vacation, so hopefully not really glued to your phone. How much, if at all, have you paid attention to this Brandon Ayuk saga?
Oh, I love the word saga because my goodness. I've definitely been paying attention to that and watching his videos and trying to figure this whole thing out here. And I don't think you touch somebody like that with a 10-foot pole. I don't know. I mean, I know he's a great player, but he hasn't played since, and he didn't play last year. And now you're bringing somebody in with baggage. I don't know. I don't know how that plays. I want to hear what B Mitch thinks about that one because, you bring a guy
pretty
like
close
that in the locker room. Is he a great guy in the locker room, or is it just a play on things?
We're all just gonna. It's like a soap opera, dude. We're just gonna keep watching, see what happens, man.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we'd love it if he was a weapon for us, right? I mean, he's a phenomenal player, but you just don't want the distractions.
Yeah.
All right, let's get down to business, Mr. Kammerer. The Heat Dome is coming. What makes something a heat dome? Tell us what to expect. And it's tough because 4th of July weekend, it's the 250th anniversary of our great country. Like there's so many great reasons to be outside, but damn, it looks like it's going to be hot.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about some serious heat here. I'm thinking we're going to set records on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So 3 consecutive days of records. That's pretty intense. And if we do set a record on July 4th, that would be obviously the hottest July 4th in recorded history. So that's something that we're going to be watching for sure. It's kind of amazing. The high temperatures for those days are right around 100 degrees, 101 degrees. So, that's going to be some real heat. And then you add in the heat index. That heat index could be well over 105 to 110 degrees. So we've already got a heat advisory in effect for tomorrow. we have what's called an excessive heat watch or an extreme heat watch on Thursday and Friday, and that's when the heat index could get up to 110.
Damn.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Like, I'm a big believer in it's hot in the summer. It's supposed to be hot in the summer. Don't complain about it. What is average for, this time of year versus like how much higher than average are we going?
Yeah, average is 89. So we only have to, during the summer months, it's a lot easier. Well, it's not easier, but our records are closer to the actual temperature by about 10 to 15 degrees. And what I mean by that is during the winter months, you can get a 20 degree, the record could be, or the average high could be 50, and the record would be 71. Our record high is not going to be 109 when our current temperature is 89. So our records are closer to the actual temperature because it's harder to heat up. But our record high temperature on Thursday, for example, is 101. Friday's 101. And July 4th, our record is 100. And I say only 100 because that's actually one of the cooler records that we have in the month of July. So July 4th being the fact that we've only seen 100 once or twice is kind of interesting.
Is there any chance of precipitation on the 4th?
Yes, and that's a big factor too. We've got a trough of low pressure, so we've got some what pretty much just means a potential storm that comes in on Saturday, and that could give us a chance for some severe weather. And I think we could see that on Friday and again on Saturday. And Saturday, of course, being the 4th, a lot of people are going to be downtown. And we get the fireworks going on late night. We heard last night they're going to go off around 10 or 11, which is
late, dude.
I think ridiculous. That's ridiculous that they would go
it's
down.
It's usually
late.
right
You've
at
got
sunset,
families
right?
that go down there for that, and the families cannot. I mean, you got kids, Jay. I mean, you go down there with your family. You can't stay down there at 11 o'clock, and then they're saying it's going to be the longest in history. I mean, what are we going till 12:30?
That's crazy. Yeah,
that is crazy.
I don't understand that whatsoever. So here's a question for you that I don't understand. I have 3 places saved in my phone for weather, right?
Yeah.
One is here, obviously, Washington, like my house.
Yep.
One is Augusta, Georgia, because it's the most magical place on earth.
Love it.
And then I have Bethany Beach, where I'm headed. The weather at the beach looks a lot cooler, but still hot, but cooler.
Yeah.
I'm looking at this. So Washington, my phone says on Friday is going to be 102 degrees. Right. Augusta, Georgia, which is probably...
Now, your phone, by the way, when your phone says that, you're talking about the NBC4 app, right?
Of
the
course
NBC
I
Washington
am.
app?
Of course I am.
Of course, yeah, of course. Yeah. Thank you.
It says Augusta, which is 300 or 400 miles south of us, is going to be 10 degrees cooler. How does that happen?
Right. Okay, so that happens because that heat dome that we're talking about, that area of high pressure that's going to set over us, is going to be right over us. And that allows those temperatures to really heat up. So when we talk about the temperatures to the south, we're going to be warmer than most places in the south. I mean, you can actually be warmer. Philadelphia could be warmer. Up around the Boston area could be warmer than us.
Wow.
So they could be up around 104, 105 degrees, where we're sitting at 102, 103 degrees. So it's all about where that heat ridge, where that heat dome, whatever you want to call it, that area of high pressure sets up. And then it's where that wind is coming. So if you've got high pressure directly over us, then that means that parts of Georgia, for example, Augusta, is going to have more of a northerly flow, and that's going to keep them a little bit cooler, where we're going to have more of a southwesterly flow and keep us on the warmer side.
You're saying this could stretch all the way up into Boston, New York. I mean, it's funny seeing some of the Europeans come over here for the World Cup, and they complain about 75, 80. Right. They could get 110.
Oh, yeah, easy. I mean, I think that they're already under excessive heat watches and warnings up in those areas as well. So, this is going to be this heat wave is going to be something that, I mean, obviously we're talking about here on the radio. We're going to be talking about it all day today on television. You're going to see it on nightly news. You're going to see it on the Today Show. I mean, you're going to see it everywhere. And this is the kind of heat that we're talking about across the East.
They might actually need those hydration breaks in the World Cup.
That's why they're put there.
Dude, oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, right now, guys, we've got, I'm just looking at it, all the way up into Maine. You've got an extreme heat watch all the way up into Maine with the heat index up to 110 into Maine.
Wow, that's crazy, dude.
Yes, and as far south as this goes, to your point about that, as far south as this goes, is you've got some heat advisories down around Atlanta, Georgia, and places like that. But even that heat advisory does, by the way, nothing for Augusta, like you were just talking about. But even
it's a
Atlanta, they've
magical
got
place.
a heat advisory. That heat advisory is for a heat index that may get, let me make sure I read it, up to 107. So we're expecting it to be warmer in Maine than Atlanta, Georgia.
Wow, that's crazy, dude.
Yeah.
Talking with our friend Doug Kammerer here on the Rude Guest Hotline. You can give Doug a follow at Doug Kammerer, Kammerer. What are you doing for the 4th?
I'll be at the beach too.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, I'll be at the beach too, and I'm excited about that because obviously I love going to the beach for July 4th, but I don't want to be in this heat. I mean, I'm going to be working here Thursday and Friday. I'll be here right on through those days, but I'm hoping to get up to the beach. Now, the thing about the beach, it's very interesting, as you know, during the morning hours, it is going to be extremely hot. And then you're going to get that sea breeze coming in during the afternoon. Now, normally that sea breeze comes in maybe 1, 2, 3 o'clock and really helps to cool things down. So if you're on the beach, that beach temperature, you might be sitting at 85 degrees after it was, say, 97. Maybe it gets up to 97, then the sea breeze comes in, drops you down to 85. But just a mile or two inland, it's still sitting at 100 degrees. So being right by the beach, especially this time of year, because the water temperature is only 68 degrees. So you get that sea breeze pretty easily coming in, which means you're much cooler right along the beaches.
Right by the beach, boy. Are you going to Jersey again, or are you going to be in the Delmarva Peninsula?
Yep. I'm going to New Jersey one more time.
All right, so we will not.
One more time.
We will not share a glass.
And then hopefully I get some friends of mine that have places in Bethany that invite me over during the rest of the summer.
Well, dude, if you were going to be there this weekend, we'd have to go to Matt's again, have some oysters and a cocktail.
We would, buddy. Absolutely. Those oysters were great.
I know you're going to be busy, dude. I appreciate you making time, and I hope people listen. Be smart. Don't leave your stuff in the car.
I would just
it's
say,
melt.
today, here we are Tuesday. We're talking about moving in tomorrow, obviously with the heat, but really Thursday, Friday. If you have any air conditioning issues and you've been neglecting them, I would definitely try to get somebody in there today or tomorrow.
Get a Rude system and call Crop Metcalf. You'll be all set.
There you go, because you do not want your AC to go out. The big thing about it is our temperatures at night might not get below 80 in some areas, and that is really hard on the body. It's also extremely hard on air conditioning systems to keep things on the cooler side. So watch out for that next couple of days. Take care of the elderly. Make sure they got fans, and keep your dogs and bring your dogs inside too. I mean, a lot of people leave their dogs outside for an extended period of time. Bring the dogs in too because they can't deal with the heat.
Doug, I saw on your Twitter that I didn't realize yesterday was the 15th anniversary of the derecho. Have I ever told you my derecho story?
No.
So we had friends in town. I had college buddies in town staying at my apartment. We were out on U Street at this bar called Solly's. And it was, midnight, 1 a.m. whenever that storm started rolling through. And we were standing outside on the street corner, hypothetically maybe having a piece of tobacco. And
right.
we're like, man, it's storming pretty good here. And the old school Washington Post newspaper boxes? I saw the wind pick one of those up and blow it down the street. And I was like, guys, I think we should go inside. That was wild, man.
Still to this day, one of the strongest storms we've ever had because it hit everyone.
It was wild.
We saw winds up to 90 miles per hour across parts of the area. I mean, we had millions of trees down. We had over 1.5 million without power. That was a devastating storm, and it was a similar pattern to what we've got coming up later this week. So I'm not calling for a derecho or anything like that, but it's something I'm definitely watching because this is the kind of pattern that does it. If you remember that day, June 29th, 2012, we hit a high temperature of 104 that day. So there was tons of energy in the atmosphere when that storm system came through, and it just blew through here like nothing else.
Crazy. All right, man. Thank you for the time.
Thanks, Doug.
You bet, guys.
Appreciate you. Take care. The great Doug Kammerer. Appreciate him making time for us. When we come back, we're going to play Price is Right, sporting event style. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Got some information from the mayor about the RFK campus master plan. Going to talk about that in about an hour. Looks like a lot going on with RFK, man, moving forward. Right now, though, one of the fun things to discuss has been ticket prices surrounding the World Cup and how they compare to other sporting events. We've done this a few times, usually pretty fun. Stallion's going to tell us some games. We're going to guess the cheapest get-in price. What do you got, RC?
All right, so we're going to get started here. Actually, we're going to get into the World Cup action in a bit.
Okay.
But we're going to start with the MLB All-Star Game because I think this might surprise some people. That's coming up in just under 2 weeks now at this point in Philadelphia. Their first time hosting, I believe, in like 20-plus years at this point. It's been a long time. So Philly fans are going to be hyped to get into the MLB All-Star Game according to
No cheating, Toby. Are you looking it up?
I'm not looking it up. I'm not looking it up.
He's a cheater for sure.
He started typing something.
He is a cheater. He's a
he
big
also has
cheater.
women calling him during the show.
Okay.
That's Toby Altizer
Mr.
right
Ladies.
there. So the MLB All-Star get-in price for the All-Star Game, what's the price?
$300.
I'll go $250.
Yeah, I took my answer. I was $200 for the nosebleeds.
$251. JP, you guessed $300?
$300.
Right now, the cheapest get-in price is $588. So JP, you get the win there.
I'm good at this game.
You are.
You weren't that close, but
I was closer to you. You don't have to look. It's not about outrunning the bear.
true.
It's about running faster than the person next to you when the bear is
you're
chasing
right.
you.
All right, tonight we're getting to World Cup action. Mexico against Ecuador in Mexico City. What is the
Sheesh.
get-in price?
I have a question.
Easily
Yeah.
1,000.
Have the prices in Mexico been comparable to the prices in the U.S.?
I'm going by U.S. dollars.
I didn't mean in pesos. I meant like, is it roughly?
Yeah, what's the conversion rate we're working with?
I mean, like, sure.
Mexico playing in Mexico in the knockout stages.
It's similar-ish.
$2,500.
35.
I'll go 1,800.
1,400. White Brian is a winner because you can't go over. 1,700 is the get-in price on the nose right now. So yeah, it's pretty expensive.
Is it at Azteca? Is it in Mexico City at that like famous stadium?
It's in Mexico City at Estadio Bonarte.
Yeah, I think they call it Azteca, I think.
Maybe, I don't know.
But you know what?
It's in Mexico City.
Mexico City is serious elevation. I think
Yes.
it's like 6,000 feet up, and they always have a big advantage because
Yeah.
of that. But you know who ain't worried about it? Ecuador. The entire country of Ecuador is probably 2 miles above sea level.
Did you see what they were doing last night outside the Ecuadorian
Trying
hotel?
to keep them up all night? That's brutal, dude. White Brian, give me the elevation of Quito, if you will, please. All right, Stallion.
All right. So we're going to go now to the U.S. side of things. In San Francisco tomorrow, the U.S. of A is taking on Bosnia at Levi Stadium. What's the get-in price?
2,800.
2,000.
$3,000.
1,800. No one gets a point. 1336
What?
according to SeatGeek. Or no, SeatGeek, yeah.
That's crazy, dude. My boy was in Seattle for the U.S. game. I think they played Paraguay in Seattle. He was looking at $2,300 a ticket.
Yeah.
I think it's because it's Bosnia.
The knockout stages will be less expensive because it's harder to plan for people.
Oh, like the Tartan Army came and knew exactly where the 3 matches were, and they could be there for all of them.
Yep. You know how you see the Freddie account that's following Germany around?
Yeah.
I saw some dude that was excited because he hopped on a flight. He was going to watch Germany play on the 4th of July in Philly. And in the middle of the flight, he's like, you think I can tell the pilot to turn around since Germany's not going to play?
Not how it works, Freddie.
Quito is 9,300 feet above sea level.
Oh, man.
Damn.
They're playing on the moon.
9,300. I've been in the Andes Mountains. You are up there, dog. You are up there.
Yeah.
All right, Stallion.
All right, we're going to stick with the World Cup action here. France, Sweden, today at 5 p.m., MetLife Stadium, 2 pretty big nations, 2 pretty big soccer nations. What's the get-in price?
In New York.
In New York.
Good thing they're playing today and not in the heat dome.
Yeah.
2,500.
I'm going to go less. If the U.S. is 13,
US is 13.
I'm going to go, let's go 900.
Remember, you get a chance to see Mbappe play.
I'll go 1,550.
Okay.
1340.
Toby nailed it. 921 get-in
Ooh.
price today. Now,
That's
Toby, are you
crazy.
cheating?
He might.
He might be because he
You
keep
guys can
typing
see
every
his
time.
computer.
Okay, you
Can
can
see
look
it?
at it.
Joey, put Toby's computer on
Oh,
television.
I can't say what's on that screen.
If Jeff can't say it, damn. It's like the elevation of keto.
Yeah, so that's pretty crazy. All right, I got two more here. The Home Run Derby in Philadelphia. That's in less than 2 weeks at this point. What's the get-in price?
$1,000. I lost this one.
Is Home
You
Run
did,
Derby more than the game?
There's
Can't
no
be,
chance.
Right? $125.
I'm gonna go $200.
211.
White Brian's the winner. $476 get-in price.
Jeez.
It's Philadelphia.
Is that more than the game was?
No,
No,
game
it's
was like
l-
$580.
Okay.
Game was $588. $476 for the home. That's going to go down. It's definitely going to go down, but right now that's the cheapest get-in price.
All right.
So
you said you have one more?
One more. Usher and Chris Brown at Northwest Stadium Saturday, July 11th. What's the get-in price?
$500.
Uh,
To get in.
150.
You said
You said
150?
$150 to get in?
JP, 150?
150.
I'll go 505.
210.
JP's the winner.
Bang!
And JP, I believe, wins the
150?
Price is Right again.
150?
Yeah. What?
Jeff, you're going to that, but I know you're not paying for a ticket.
No, bro. 150? That's
right.
surprisingly low.
It's 188. Is
What's the
get-in.
cheapest to get in tonight? Nats at Fenway.
35.
31.
$5 is Tuesday.
17.
Cheapest I see is $40.
Fenway.
Fenway's small.
Oh, they
People
on
love Sox. All right, when we come back, there's a lot of optimism with all of the sports leadership in Washington, I would say. All these Adam Peters, Chris Patrick, Michael Winger, Taboni, they've all been very active. Who's the best? How do you rank them? Who's doing the best at their job? It's B. Mitch and Finley.
This update is built by PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Our eyes on London's center court as Wimbledon continues today, and 7-time champion Serena Williams makes her return to the matches there. Her opening round match against 20-year-old Australian Maya Joint is coming up in moments. Serena had already won 5 Grand Slam titles before Joint was born in 2006. It's Serena's first match there in nearly 4 years. Also, Francis Tiafoe in action. He'll play his first rounder coming up this afternoon as well. Nationals open up a series with a loss at Fenway last night, getting beaten by Boston 6-3. Nats with Cade Cavalli on the hill try again tonight at Fenway 7-10. First pitch for the Nats here on The Fan. This month, score $125 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $600 off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Welcome back, B. Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer sitting in for B. Mitch today, and B. Mitch and Finley is brought to you by Rude, the official show sponsor. B. Mitch and Finley, don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. And remember, if it ain't rude,
it ain't right. All right, so here's the conversation the boys were having. We do GOATs on Tuesdays, right? But I don't know that we have to make this an official GOATs segment. We wanted to talk about who's the best GM in town. And we're talking about the big 4 sports. So please don't yell at me about the Mystics or DC United or whatever. We're talking Commanders, Caps, Nats, Wiz. And I think before we can rank these dudes, we have to establish who we're ranking.
Yeah.
I think for the Commanders, it's Adam Peters.
Correct.
That's who we're ranking. I think for the Nationals, it's Paul Taboni.
Mm-hmm.
You guys educated me on something yesterday that the reason they gave Taboni, I think this is what you and Stallion were telling me, the reason they gave Taboni the president title is that's what they needed to get him. Because if he was going to be a GM, he had opportunities to be a GM, but the Nats were able to offer president, which is a bigger deal. So that's cool. Taboni is who we're ranking for the Nats. For the Wiz, you're all whizzed out. You're getting wizarded today.
Mm-hmm.
Are we ranking Winger or are we ranking Dawkins?
I think they're a tandem.
So what name do you write on the piece of paper? Winger? Dawkins?
Watkins.
Dinger?
Dinger. Dinger might be better than Watkins.
Dinger? I don't know, because I think they both have responsibilities with it, so I'm good with either one.
I believe it was Dwight Eisenhower, but it might have been Harry Truman said the buck stops here, right? Like you go to the top. We'll go with Winger for conversations.
Sounds good.
And then with the Caps, are we doing McClellan or are we doing Chris Patrick?
I feel like if we're going to do presidents, we got to just go with McClellan then.
So in that vein, McClellan's the only one of all these dudes with a ring.
Correct.
Now, granted, that was 2018.
But it's a ring.
Sure. But that impacts how you rank these guys.
100% does.
Are you prepared with your rankings?
Sure. Let's see. McClellan has to be 1 because he's won a ring here.
And built the most consistent year in. Now, granted, they just missed the playoffs and they barely skated in.
But there's expectations every year that you're going to compete for a playoff spot. Even if you get in, and don't go far. Like, there are expectations of a competent, pretty good hockey team. So I think he deserves credit for that. And obviously on top of the championship and the cup run there. So I think he's at number 1. It gets tough because of what are the expectations and plans here? Like, does Winger get knocked for going through the entire tanking process? I don't think so. right? Like it's part of what they were trying to do, and they accomplished it to get AJ DeBonsa. So I don't know that you can put him at 2, but I also don't think you can put him at 4. Adam Peters took a team in year 1 to the NFC Championship and then managed to fall off to 5-12. And Paul Taboni, we have a half season's worth. So it's kind of tough behind that. I'm going to go just because I know the inner workings a little bit better and I really trust what they're doing. And maybe this is a little biased, but I love watching Paul Taboni work. So I'm going to go Taboni.
Hold. Pause.
Yep.
We're going to circle back to this, but we do have breaking news out of the NBA.
Breaking sports news on 106.7 The Fan.
Breaking sports news on The Fan presented with some NBA news coming up just moments ago. Shams Charania has just tweeted out within moments that LeBron James has informed the Lakers he will continue his NBA career next season, 26-27, but that the franchise can move on without him. He is not returning to L.A., and of course, free agency unofficially begins tonight. Teams can negotiate starting at 6 p.m., but his agent, Rich Paul, CEO of Clutch Sports, has informed the Lakers LeBron will play. It'll be a record 24 NBA seasons for him, but he will not return to the L.A. Lakers. With breaking sports news from The Fan, I'm Earl Forsey, 106.7 The Fan.
So now we know at least, and this is like the most LeBron fashion. He is the language here. He has informed the Los Angeles Lakers that the franchise can move on without him because he will play elsewhere.
Yeah, I'm playing, but not for you guys.
I mean, just the ego involved to inform the organization they can move on.
Yeah.
Because he's in charge of everything.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's just so rich. But LeBron's not going back to L.A. There's a lot of speculation this was all about just getting another contract in L.A. He's not going back to the Lakers. Hard for me to see any situation other than LeBron going to the Warriors.
Well, and that's what's funny about this whole Anthony Davis thing we heard from Windhorst earlier. You know, Windhorst is obviously a credible source.
Yeah.
So is Shams Charania. And Shams hasn't backtracked on any of the stuff that he said from yesterday. He's kind of been radio silent since he's thrown out some of those reports about Anthony Davis potentially going to the Wizards. Kevin O'Connor, haven't seen him necessarily backtrack anything. It's just been kind of windy that was pouring cold water. But if LeBron is saying that I'm not going back to the Lakers, the Warriors are at the top of that list, and from other reports, we've seen that LeBron doesn't want to go to Golden State unless he's going to get Anthony Davis with him. So that's the weird part about where we're at here is you're getting conflicting reports on the Anthony Davis side. But now that LeBron said he's not going there, how many realistic options does he have? I mean, anybody be interested in LeBron, but I think for him, there had been speculation about maybe returning to Cleveland to finish things out. But I think it would make sense that the Golden State angle, it kind of fits with what LeBron likes to do. So then I kind of think that Anthony Davis ends up playing at Golden State.
All right, so I believe this is fact. Rich Paul is also Anthony Davis's agent, correct?
Yeah.
So Shams, I think the language here matters. Shams just had this tweet, obviously, has this news. LeBron has told the Lakers he ain't coming back. But what's important to me on this was not per sources. This was per Rich Paul. I'm going to read the exact language from Shams. Breaking. LeBron James will continue his NBA career for the 26-27 season and has informed the Los Angeles Lakers that the franchise can move on without him because he will play elsewhere. Clutch Sports CEO Rich Paul tells ESPN. So if Shams yesterday is saying Anthony Davis to the Warriors makes a lot of sense, and Rich Paul is AD's agent and LeBron's agent, and today he's literally quoting Rich Paul, he is at least speaking to the decision makers.
Yes.
And Wendy is saying, I don't see it happening. And I'm not doubting Wendy, but apparently the Warriors have told Jimmy Butler they're not going to trade him. We're not trading you right up until we are, man.
Correct.
So in the actual steps of this process, this is only step one. Step two is LeBron actually signs with the Warriors. We've been kind of vacillating on how we feel about this, about AD going to Golden State. Where are you now? Now we at least know this was not just some bluff to drive up the Lakers' cost for LeBron.
I still felt pretty good that he could end up there. I mean, it's something that's difficult, JP, because we know who Shams' source is now. Obviously, it's Rich Paul himself, and he's the agent of LeBron and AD. But is Wendy just talking to the front offices, and that's why it maybe doesn't make as much sense to him, and that's kind of where he's getting it from? Because it's just, it seems like there's a lot of smoke, and then you had Wendy throw cold water on it, and it's not taken away from Wendy. Obviously, he's been a credible source, but it's just something that's a little bit odd to see how this is all playing out, where it seems like the things don't go hand in hand, and yet we're moving more towards what Shams reported. I don't know. I also have a hard time believing, and after we hear that there's a chance that AD and LeBron could link up again in Golden State, that LeBron's just going to go to Golden State without AD. Like, I don't think LeBron's going to get what he wants, right? Like, that's kind of how...
Paul's going to get what he wants.
Yeah, so LeBron's going to get exactly what he's looking for, which I think is Anthony Davis to Golden State. It's just a matter of when, not if, it feels like to me. Because if this is going to be the case, and I mean, I guess there's still a chance that LeBron doesn't go to Golden State and goes elsewhere, but I mean, unless it's Cleveland, I don't know the other landing spots for LeBron.
I mean, the Spurs?
Maybe. I mean, he can kind of go wherever he wants, because like we said earlier, it's not like he's looking for a max contract anywhere, but I don't know.
I don't know either, man.
There's also so LeBron, by the way, like you said.
Let's just, totally. No one's in love with himself more. But this is what Windhorst said this morning, right?
Anthony Davis thing off the front burner. I do not have data that says that that's likely to happen. Now, I could change my information could change. I do not see traction from the Wizards to want to do that. The Warriors told Jimmy Butler they're not trading him. I think the focus right now is, can they get LeBron James away from the Los Angeles Lakers? I'm taking the Anthony Davis thing off the front burner.
So Windhorst certainly pouring cold water on it. And we also now know that Shams is talking directly, not that that's a surprise, but for him to actually quote
and
Rich Paul in this is interesting.
Windhorst literally said in the clip that's from this morning at like 8 a.m., says that he's taking it off the front burner, but things could change. Their focus is make sure LeBron doesn't go back to L.A. Well, number 2 is accomplished, right? Like the number 2 thing on the checklist there that he mentioned has been accomplished. So now do you just pivot back and go, all right, well, now that we know LeBron's not going back to L.A., all right, let's get back in on this Anthony Davis thing. I mean, things could happen quickly.
What happens with Bronny?
Well,
do the Lakers just kind of release him quietly and let him sign with the Warriors or wherever Dad goes?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Or do they try to develop him and they don't feel like they're forced to have him on the NBA roster and he can play in the G League or get sparing minutes? I don't know.
The Bronny thing subplot I do find interesting, but whatever. We'll see what happens there. The language is just so rich. I'm taking my talent from the same man that brought you. I'm taking my talents to South Beach. LeBron James will continue his NBA career for the 26-27 season and has informed the Los Angeles Lakers that the franchise can move on without him because he will play elsewhere. Like, it's just so extra. That's your guy, Stallion. Just so extra.
I mean, this is the LeBron experience. Like, and I'm not gonna lie, like, this is stuff I kind of hate about him. Is that, like, there's always an announcement about an announcement. Like, he's announcing that he's not coming back, and then it's like there's gonna be an announcement that there's an announcement coming that he's gonna join a new team. And this is just the LeBron experience that I personally hate. And I'm also going to hate.
But you're
when
a
he joins
Broniac.
I am a Broniac. So I made this bet. I'm going to lie in it. And right now, like, that's kind of what LeBron is. And he's going to join the Warriors. I'm going to hate it. I'm going to hate every second of it. But this is just what it is. This is it.
The memes are so good. Somebody posted a picture with Steph, LeBron, Draymond, and AD in Warriors jerseys. And they said, who's stopping this? And someone quote tweeted it and said, arthritis.
Arthritis. I've seen people take pictures of all of their knees. Like,
Right.
it's going to be that's a weird way to go about it. I guess you're chasing a ring one last time with that team, but I don't fully understand LeBron's thought process there. I guess just to play with Steph for the fun of it, bring AD along for the it's weird. It's really weird.
It's weird. But it kind of circles us back to the conversation about the GMs in town, because this puts Michael Winger, Will Dawkins firmly on a very, like, they have to make a really big decision now.
Yeah.
Right? It's significant what has to happen. And we'll go back to your rankings. Then I want to open the phones, 800-636-1067. How do you rank? And it can be like your confidence level in the four big sports in town. Caps, Commanders, Nats, Wiz. What front office are you most confident in? You led with the Caps, with McClellan.
Yeah, I'll go Caps. I trust what Taboni's doing, but for them to be able to develop the talent, I'll go Nats second. Wizards are last just because of the fact that I need to see them be able to turn things around and win first, but I actually have a lot of confidence. So Adam Peters is probably third for me. But that's the tough part, is I really trust this Wizards front office and what they've been able to do. I just need to see them be able to win before I can, fully buy in. But I trust what they've done so far, and there's no reason for me to think they're not going to be able to get this thing going in the right direction on the ascension part of
So
that
you're
rebuild.
at Caps, then Nats?
Yeah.
Okay. Caps, Nats, then Peters?
Yeah.
Wiz dead last.
But it's not. It's like I trust all of them implicit. Like it's just the Wiz. They've just because of the nature of where they've been, they're the last. But you could revisit this in 2 years, and they could be second or first.
Agreed. Hell, depending what happens with AD, they can move up.
Yeah, 100%.
All right. So you went Caps, Nats, Commanders, Wiz.
Yeah, and I mean I understand there's a little bias there.
Stallion had a topic for us yesterday. How grateful are you for Paul Taboni? Which I thought was rich. I think there's real reason to be excited about the Nats. But are you worried your foot's a little too far on the gas?
Maybe a little bit, but it's again I'm a little more plugged
if
in.
If they
and
were 5 games under 500.
It's still seeing like the growth of guys, and it's not just at the major league level. It's not even based solely on record, but just seeing the improvement throughout the entire system and understanding some of their processes a little bit. So, I'm a little more biased towards that because I understand their process a little bit more than everybody else's. But I mean, I can understand that it's a small sample size. We've had just over half a season.
Well, and for the Wiz, whatever level of excitement there is, they were the worst team in the league last year.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let's let Cue Ball weigh in. I'm going to open the phone lines up now. 800-636-1067. Cue Ball, how do you stack the GMs up in town? Cue Ball, you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
All right, man. Fire away.
What's up, man?
All right. Obviously, we said Adam Peters is number one. And right now, I got to go with the Wizards GM number 2.
Wow. Then
Just
Caps,
because of
then
the news
Nats?
that's out there. The Caps and then the Nats, yes.
So you still have the Nats last, despite a really exciting
Well, you know what? I flipped that. I'm going to flip that, JP. Only because the Nats have improved this year, but we got to do something about our pitching staff.
Yeah.
We're in these games. We're winning them, but we're losing them too. But the games that we're losing, well, let me reverse that. The games that we are winning, and then we turn around and flip it, we get to the 8th or 9th inning, the home stretch, and we fold up. That's, I don't know, a little disconcerting. I don't know. But the gentleman that called in earlier, you guys had the Nats representative on earlier with you guys, and the caller that called in gave an awesome response, being a season ticket holder with the family thing and how he gave it up. Now he's back. And, we're witnessing the experience of what the year is like now, but that the pitching staff needs to be rectified.
All right. Appreciate you, Cue Ball. Phones are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. How do you stack up the GMs in town? Who's running their team the best? Who's running it the worst? Are you optimistic for all of them? It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. Busy day in the NBA. Free agency unofficially begins 6 p.m. tonight. We found out a big name is going to be a free agent. Just a few minutes ago, you heard the breaking news here in the fan. Shams Charania of ESPN reporting LeBron James has decided to return for a 24th NBA season, but will not return to play for the Lakers next year. Four-time league MVP is going to play elsewhere for a record-breaking 24th NBA season. Baseball Nationals looking for a bounce back against Boston tonight. 7:10 first pitch here in the Fan at Fenway Park. And Serena Williams going to have to wait a few minutes. There's still action on center court. She will be on the court maybe in about an hour or so to play her opening round match today in her return to Wimbledon. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
This is a really interesting debate because people are all over the map on this thing. If you're considering the kind of the last 5 years as your snapshot, the Wizards have been really good at tanking. They've gotten very good at being bad, which is what the mission was for Mike Winger and Will Dawkins, right? But now the hard part is building it back up. And you just signed Trae Young. LeBron has now told the Lakers he ain't coming back. So I personally think this AD to Golden State is back on.
Real quick,
yeah.
Mark Stein said about 15 minutes ago that while the Warriors are at the front of the line, Golden State is not operating as though it has a mandate to get Anthony Davis.
I have a crazy question for you, Toby. If LeBron wants to play with AD,
he's going to get AD.
Couldn't he just come here?
Well, he could. He could. I don't know if that makes sense for the Wiz, but he could.
Does it not?
I don't know that it does. I mean, what they've been so big on is playing their young guys and giving them a chance to grow by playing. I don't know that LeBron being here makes sense. Tell you one thing, Cap One Arena would be filled. It'd be filled for a potential Ovi last season and a potential LeBron last season. Capital One Arena would be the place to be.
Dude, if he really wants to play with Anthony Davis, and you have to move, you have to go through all these series of hoops to get Anthony Davis to Golden State.
Yeah.
Now I'm guessing he really wants to play with Steph too, but
tell Steph to come on over too.
Isn't the just hear me out. The easiest path for LeBron to play with Anthony Davis, he's a free agent.
Yep.
Just sign in Washington.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Does anyone think there's a remote possibility of that?
No.
I don't either.
No.
But I'm just 1 + 1 is 2. We don't have to make super complicated. Again, I'm not expecting this to occur, but it is the easiest path.
Could you imagine? I mean, it would give us stuff to talk about. I mean, just wild. It's a crazy thought, but it's so crazy. I mean, it's not going to happen, but it'd be fun to think about.
He's a free agent. They have salary cap space.
I just don't if you're so intent on playing with Anthony Davis, and maybe this is part of the LeBron thing, we were talking about this yesterday, you were just playing with him in LA and you got rid of him. Now, part of it is to get a Luka Doncic, but maybe he just didn't have the sway that he wanted in LA because they just pulled the trigger to make sure they could get a Luka Doncic, who now is just the face of the Lakers after LeBron, which they lucked into. But I don't know. I don't get it.
I don't think it's going to happen, but it's interesting. AD is here under contract. LeBron's a free agent. You can just sign here. All right. Anywho, Joey just pointed something out. Michael Jordan played his last 2 seasons in Washington.
Oh, PFT commenter's been all over this. He's like, you want to be the GOAT? Come here and win a championship for DC and do something Jordan could never do. Undisputed GOATs.
Are there Vegas odds, W, on where LeBron's going to sign? Because I'm guessing it's Miami, Golden State, maybe Cleveland. Where are the Wizards on those odds? Let's get Wizarded, baby. All right. We're trying to rank the GMs in town we feel the strongest about. Toby has said Caps, Nats, Commanders, Wiz.
Yeah.
We just talked, a colleague of ours, I won't put a name to it, just said he would have the Commanders last. And that the Commanders are one Jaden Daniels draft pick away from 2 bad seasons.
Yeah.
The Caps are undoubtedly one, I believe. Just for the longevity.
Correct.
The ability to keep it going. They made some significant trades this offseason. The Caps are number one. Maybe it was easy to take Jaden at number 2 overall, but I'm still giving him credit for taking Jaden number 2 overall. This leadership group, over the last 5 seasons, this leadership group has gone deeper in the playoffs than anybody else in town. I'm going Commanders 2. I'll actually put the Wiz 3 because I'm just so excited how everything is gone and the young talent and the way they develop. And like they rank last for me, but wildly encouraging start for the Nationals brain trust. Like generally, if we were going to do this exercise, it'd be like, this guy sucks. That guy sucks.
Yeah.
This guy's got to get fired. I don't feel that about any of these dudes.
And that's the most encouraging part, right?
Exactly.
It's like, I could rank this literally any way that you want, and we're going to be arguing because someone's going to be able to defend, and I'm not going to be vehemently disagreeing with them.
Right. Let's go to Austin down in Raleigh. What's up, Austin?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, man. How are you?
Good. So I think it's got to start off with the Nats, just off of what the new GM has done with trading players and getting the farm system built back up, kind of adding on to what they had before. And I think a very close second is definitely the Caps, just because of what they've done and the trades they've made. And then I'd go Wizards. Just they've got a ton of picks, a lot of young guys, and then of course, Commanders got to be at the bottom. Some questionable trades and picks that they've done, but they're still good. And I agree. I think either way, you can put these any way you want, they'd be good.
It's a good call. Thanks, brother. I'm gonna guess Jeff's list, and then I'm gonna let Jeff tell us his list.
Let's go.
Commanders, Caps, Wiz, Nats. That's my guess.
No.
Okay.
It was actually Commanders, Caps, Nats, Wiz.
Okay, I was pretty damn close.
Yeah. One with the Commanders, we can't like totally disregard Jaden Daniels. The Laramie Tunsil trade.
Yeah.
Connolly is coming around. I just think we've seen the most from them right now. With the Caps, I mean, to be honest, I'm going off of the hockey games that I watched this year. They look decent to me. I don't really watch that much hockey, and
you should make next year. Jeff breaks down the hockey games,
and the Nationals, they're hitting the ball. It's just the whole 106.7 crew. We could go in there and probably come back and win a game against them too, because the bullpen is just giving it up. And the Wizards, I just put them as because we don't know yet. Like Toby was saying, we got to see them win. We got to see if AJ's skills are going to transcend to the NBA. There's just a lot of questions there.
Jeff, that was a relatively contextual list, buddy. And of course, you went Commanders 1, but I think you were pretty fair. I love the hockey breakdown. Our boy Los is in Severna Park. Los, how do you rank them?
What's up, Los?
What's up, guys? So obviously the Capitals are number 1, especially what they did this offseason so far. For 30-plus on average goal scorers, number 1 on my list. Commanders are number 2. Wizards are number 3. And honestly, the Nationals can be number 2 if they can show me if they can sign C.J. Abrams and Woods. If that happens, then I know they're in the right direction. And this is coming from a Nose fan. So that's my rank on it. And JP, I miss the Scottish, man. I went up in Boston to party with them. I miss them every day. That was a party. So, yeah, take my call, guys.
Thanks, bud. It's got to be Caps 1. Yeah. I'll go Commanders 2. And honestly, the Nats and the Wiz, it's kind of 6 or half dozen because we have a larger body of work with the Wiz teardown portion, but we haven't seen them rebuild yet. We haven't seen what it looks like on the court. The Nats, we have a very small sample, I would say. We have 80 games. And I know you're excited about the processes and trying to work with hitters to do different things. And you can point to certain guys and show the improvement. I just want to see it over a year.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they're almost in similar phases, just maybe with the Nationals, they've reached a phase a little bit quicker than we expected. Like they're still trying to build this thing up to win, so we're not seeing them. I mean, they're above 500 or at 500 right now, but they're not realistically going to win the World Series this season. But the Wizards, in order to do it in their sport, they've done the correct process to make sure they could get the guys in. Now they got to try to find in the next couple of years the correct mix of being able to win ball games. It's the same thing for the Nationals. It's just a little bit different in baseball. They've kind of skipped a step of like the true rebuild year, but doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be able to go out and win the World Series the next year or two. So they've got to still try to find a way to build it up. So they're kind of in the similar vein. It's just one's maybe a little bit ahead of the other in terms of schedule or in terms of record, but yeah, that's the fun part about where we're at right now with DC Sports. You got young superstars. A lot of the GMs seem like they're going to be really good as well. And even though some of them are just getting started on the job, it's a really encouraging time.
Stein, what's your list, dude?
Number one, I got to go to the Caps. Like Brian McClellan, just great. I think they've done really good things there at the Capitals, so they're number one for now. Number two, I'm going to go with. I think I have to go with the Nats.
You guys have half street vision, dog.
So the thing is it's a little bit of recency bias with this whole thing, but like the turnaround is so real. And it's like, it's not just at the major league level, it's throughout the farm system. Everything that they have done, like a Seaver King, like I know I've told you about him, JP, like last year at this time, he had like a 600 ops in Fredericksburg and high A Wilmington. Just wasn't really doing too much. And all of a sudden, this guy's a top 100 prospect.
So can I ask a question to that?
Yeah.
These dudes have been in charge 7 months?
Yeah.
You're confident that Seaver King didn't just put it together? That it was the dudes that have been in charge 7 months that have changed the... Like, it's tough because there's so many people you can point to. Jacob Young finding his power stroke, right? Like, but like, are we confident that it's the processes and the computers that have changed all these ball players that we're growing and evolving? I'm asking. I'm not saying it isn't, but like at some point that is an assumption.
Well, sure, but I think you said it perfectly. The number of guys. If it were just 2 or 3, It's like, all right, they've come into their own at 25. But it's the number of different things, talking to the different players, and just some of the resources that they have. And, some of this, if Rizzo had embraced some of this or even had the ability to do some of this, maybe it's a little bit differently.
The Bunny probably also was able to walk in and say, yo, I'm not coming unless we get these things.
Absolutely. So
he had leverage.
I think, honestly, it's one of those things that it's the number of guys. Just the difference that you've seen for so many different players. It's not just, some guys, I'm sure it's clicking just because of the fact that now they've played in the majors 3 or 4 years. But for some of them, it's truly like a different approach, and you're seeing it.
Stallion has something on the show sheet for 1245, which I am vehemently against. And it would alter my GM rankings should it happen. Nobody go anywhere.
Welcome back. B-Mitch and Finley. Toby Altizer sitting in for B-Mitch today. Coming up at 1 o'clock, Nikki Jobvala of The Athletic going to join us. Wrote a story on Brandon Ayuk, so we'll get into some more Brandon Ayuk in just a little bit.
Terrific.
But, yeah, right.
I did just get a text from a dear friend down at the beach. He said, nobody cares about the Wizards. Take some time off, damn it, and get down here.
I'm hoping that changes. I
am too. It got me thinking. Newey Scruggs is a friend of mine, a great reporter down in Dallas. Newey is hysterical. And he always says, Jerry Jones could sell that hopium like nobody else, right? Cowboys fans always think they're going to go get a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I think we're so high on the Wiz and the Nats right now because we're all hitting the hopium. With the Nats, it's like, they're playing good baseball. What if they spend some money? What if these kids develop? What if they can get some pitching? What could this lineup be? The more realistic question with the Nats for Paul Taboni is like, is he still going to trade all these dudes away?
Yeah.
That's like the reality.
Very true. I would say that the reason, and I maybe should have explained this a little bit better, part of the reason I have some of the excitement I do about the Nats is I think they've shown themselves a way that they can win ball games and be competitive year in, year out without spending big-time money. And that's something that is still a major question mark about this ownership group is, are they going to be able to, or are they going to spend the money if that's something that comes down the line? Now, you run into a Dodgers and you're probably not going to win that series, but you can at least get into the playoffs and be competitive. We've seen it with teams like the Rays. We've seen it with teams like the Brewers. So, Mike Rizzo to me was still a good general manager in terms of being able to build up a big market team when you gave him the ability to spend money. That was not the case when you limited his payroll and he struggled with drafting players and developing them. Now I think you're seeing a chance for them to at least be competitive again without having to spend big time. But like you always point out, are they going to spend the money when necessary to try to get over the top? And that's still something that we don't know.
And with the Wiz, it's selling hope because now you've got the Bonsa. I think the Winger Dawkins crew. The only real questions at this stage are the Denny trade. And I understood what they said about the timeline, that Denny was ready to really play and win.
And you're seeing it.
And they didn't want to win. The now biggest question, the Trae Young contract was one, but now what is going to happen here with Anthony Davis is two. And I think if Davis ends up staying here and gets supermaxed and then has injuries and stuff, I think the Wiz fan base could flip quick.
Oh, 100%.
I think one way the Wiz fan base could flip quick, Stallion, dumbass. I'm blaming this on Stallion.
Yeah, I co-sign.
According to Jake Fisher and Mark Stein, report the Wizards have interest in a reunion with Russell Westbrook. Out.
Yeah, I'm good.
Who wants this?
Russell Westbrook,
Speak
maybe?
now or forever hold your peace.
I don't know, man.
This cannot be real, right?
No. I mean, desperate times call for desperate measures. This ain't a desperate time. I don't know what would be the reasoning for that for the Wizards. I know the reasoning for Russell Westbrook. It's to continue to have a chance to play meaningful minutes. I don't know what the reasoning would be for the Wizards.
What team was Westbrook on last year?
The Kings.
The Kings. No. This is a hard no.
Yeah, I think you'd redo rankings, and I already had them last.
Yeah.
You'd have to redo it because I don't see how this would make sense. If you look at their...
You just paid Trae Young, like...
Well, and he wouldn't come here as like a star option. He'd be your backup point guard or something of that nature. But I don't understand how... So Trae Young is your starting guard. And then you've got Bub Carrington is probably your backup point guard. John Wall was on with the Junks at the draft party and said that Will Riley should play some as their backup point guard, which, he's 6'10", so you don't think traditionally, but he can do some of those things. So if that's the case, you realistically, in terms of point guards, probably only need one more. Maybe just in terms of having depth at the guard position, maybe you want one or two more. But If anything, there's any position I'm targeting right now, it's a backup big.
I think that also, like the NBA, you want stars. And Russell Westbrook, like, yes, he's not some mega superstar, but this is a future Hall of Famer.
You want him?
I'm not saying that I personally would want him, but I think the Wizards' reasoning as to why maybe they would want him is maybe it attracts someone else. Maybe it keeps Anthony Davis a little happy to have another star in the building. And, like, I think it's not the craziest thing out
butts
there.
and seats?
Butts and seats. He was good with the Wizards, too. Like, remember they got off to a fast start, and everyone was really happy with what was going on here? Like, listen, I get it from a basketball perspective why you would say no, but if you're giving him 20 minutes a night, who says no to that coming off the bench? And he's a good veteran leader who plays D, hustles. Like,
I will say,
you don't have
though,
to worry about the guy.
If this is a butts and seats thing, which I don't think that it is,
bring Brad Beal back.
You have AJ DeBonsa. Well, like,
you keep saying that.
You have the number 1 overall pick. Like, are you just acting like he's not going to be that enticing to watch?
I mean, I'm not saying that. Like, I think AJ DeBonsa, like, I am here for AJ DeBonsa.
Russ Westbrook will turn 38 in November.
I don't think that, Russell Westbrook 8 years ago was a butts and seats guy. I don't know that he is at this point in his career. I mean, he's not an awful option, but I don't see how it makes a ton of sense for them for that to be their pivot as a backup point guard.
But ask yourself this, like, does it attract other players that maybe want to come here? Maybe it's not just this year, but, like Russell Westbrook, I don't know who his agent is. Probably is Rich Paul, if I had to bet. Like, seriously. And who does he tell? Like, oh, this is a great organization, guys. Like, you're going to want to come here. Will Dawkins, he's got this thing right on track. Brian Keefe has been incredible developing this talent. Keyshawn George is a future star. AJ DeBonsa is the real deal. Like, if you kind of have that clone surrounding the Wizards going to next year's free agency.
Russ Westbrook is not rep by Clutch. He's rep by Excel Sports Management, Jeff Schwartz.
Westbrook knows some people in the NBA. Like, I feel as if that...
Dude, I did not think I'd be today years old to hear Stallion out here stomping in line for Russ Westbrook to join the Wiz, who
I'm
are
good.
rebuilding. 38-year-old Russ Westbrook.
Coming off the bench.
DeBonta has some Russell Westbrook in him.
I'm good. I have no interest in Russell Westbrook.
Check, please. Nikki Jabvala next.
Brought to you by the largest fireworks store in the East Coast, Guerrilla Fireworks. Well, an interesting day in the NBA free agency unofficially begins tonight. Teams can start negotiating with players at 6 p.m. One of them will be LeBron James, deciding to return for a 24th NBA season. He did inform the Lakers he will not play there next year. So the four-time MVP entering his record 24th NBA season will be a free agent officially tonight at 6 p.m. NBA insider Scoop Robinson has said the Wizards could be among the teams with interest in LeBron as a free agent. Baseball, Nats look for a win, look to bounce back tonight against the Bo Sox at Fenway Park. Nats baseball 7-10 here in the Fan. Tennis, seven-time champ Serena Williams returning to Wimbledon. Her opening match has been delayed a little bit. Still action on the court, center court, so she's about to get underway, hopefully within the next hour. Guerrilla Fireworks, largest fireworks store on the East Coast, is now open, featuring all major brands, rockets, mortars, artillery shells, Roman candles, and more. 30 minutes from the DMV. In Charlestown, West Virginia, Guerrilla Fireworks, 1 mile from Hollywood Casino. Celebrate 250 years of America by lighting up the sky. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Out here raising hell. Fired up to welcome in Miss Nikki Jobvala to the program via the Rude Guest Hotline. Got to remind everybody, Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitchell Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and enjoy budget-friendly financing options with low monthly payments. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't Rude, Toby,
it ain't right.
Hello, Nikki. How do you do?
I'm great. How are you guys?
I am good. Your mailbag got some Commanders fans a little uproarious. Were you expecting that response?
Oh, did they? I'm scared to check. What are they saying now? About Ayuk, I'm assuming, right?
Yep. You're not getting a heck of a response this time of year about Josh Connerly or Jordan McGee, but Brandon Ayuk gets folks fired up.
Apparently, yeah.
You can read all of Nikki's work in The Athletic. Nikki did a mailbag for The Athletic, in which the question came from Brian K. He said, how realistic of an option is Brandon Ayuk for the Commanders? His talent isn't in question, but he seems like a character risk. And you answered it in print, and now you get to answer it on radio.
Fantastic. Yeah, I don't think I correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think I said anything that isn't already known or obvious at this point. I mean, there was interest at one point, and when I say interest, it was they would consider him if it were, if he were in shape, if he were interested, if he were released from the 49ers, and really only on like a 1-year highly incentivized deal. I mean, he hasn't played in close to 2 years at this point. It's like, more than 19 months. He had the injury last season, with everything with the fallout from the 49ers. And mind you, this was all pre-Instagram rant season, right? Then if he were anything close to the player he was a few years ago, then yeah, he adds significant depth to what they have now. And if it didn't work out, they would stand to lose really nothing with a deal heavy on incentives. So that was the thinking then. It's possible it could have changed since, with everything that has gone on. I think there's plenty of reason to maybe give teams pause about, sort of how things have been handled and so publicly. But that's what I knew as of like a month or two ago. But yeah, it's been a weird few months for him, for just all the headlines surrounding it. And a lot of it, I think, is just there's not much else going on. So that's sort of the focus for the NFL. But yeah, it's raised some red flags, certainly on social media and, outside of the team. Their thinking is not totally known at this point.
I agree. It's complicated, right? And I think the order of the videos and the volume of the videos, I think in some capacity, the video from this weekend, that was the longest, where he actually explained some of his quarrels with the Niners. And I don't know how unusual it is for a GM to go to a player's house. I don't think it's that unusual. Usually those relationships are pretty deep. But at least he provided some context for why he feels so wronged. I think it would have served him better to start with that rather than all the weird stuff and then get to that. Does that make sense?
Right. Sure. Yes. And I think it'd be foolish for anybody to think like, you know, you get into these negotiations, they're always very public. It's not like you and I, if we had a contract negotiation, just be between us and whoever, you know, is involved, really. It's not social media fodder. It's not everybody's business. It's not all out there. It's not subject to everybody's judgment. But those can become, obviously, tense. I mean, we saw it with Terry, and, you know, Terry's an ultimate pro, and, you know, when that was signed, both sides said, oh, yeah, water under the bridge. You have to wonder if that's always the case, right? Is that really true? I think for any normal human, there'd be some emotion attached to that time. And it seems like that's very much the case for Brandon Ayuk, that, you know, sort of the tensions that came up during the negotiations before they ultimately offered what they did and he signed it, that it created some tough feelings that may not have been resolved, but it's been interesting.
Does it change anything, Nikki, that he was so adamant about the Commanders in some of these videos, saying like, cut me, I'm signing with the Commanders tomorrow. He's wearing a Commanders hat saying, get Commanders season tickets. Like, does that change anything, or is it just, you know, it's crazy videos and they're crazy regardless?
I mean, I think the Commanders were always sort of pegged as like, if the 49ers would release them and, you know, with or without the Instagram rants, you know, that was sort of the best fit, I guess. And, I mean, the Commanders clearly have a need there. He knows Jaden Daniels well. He has ties with Adam Peters. It sort of made sense on paper. And maybe he ran with that. Maybe he's had conversations with Jaden just about anything. You know, it's obviously tampering if they try to do anything beyond that. But, you know, beyond that, it's just maybe just viewed that as like the obvious fit for him, and he wanted to be close to his friend. I don't know.
It is so
the part with the agent, though, that I was like, I mean, I'd known that they hadn't been officially working together. Obviously, you have to file paperwork with the NFLPA, but I think it was widely reported that, yes, on Saturday, the agreement was terminated, but it's not clear who terminated that, whether that was the agent or if it was Ayuk, because either can actually do it.
And agents do fire players. That does happen.
Yes.
You and I know players
Correct,
that have been fired from their agents. It's the whole thing has just gotten to be so messy. You understand the procedural stuff of all this. Do you think how long do you think the Niners are willing to take this? If he doesn't show up for camp and he said he's not going back to that building, you think they just keep him on the left squad list? Like, I think there is
I mean, they could.
I think there is a real place for this to go. I mean, whatever level we're at now, even higher. And like, if he refuses to show up, they could just keep him in purgatory.
I mean, he's just on the reserve retire, like did not show list. So yeah, they could. He's not counting against their roster cap. I think it was Schefter, right, that reported, you know, he would probably, most likely, I don't know how I framed it exactly, that they were considering releasing him before the start of camp. I could see that, but again, you know, with every post, you have to wonder, is that still the case? Does that change feelings on their end? I don't know. I don't believe the narrative that was out there earlier about they canceled mini camp because Ayuk. I mean, they're not going to cancel for one player. Like, that's ridiculous. But yeah, I feel like this could drag on. I think they also have to, you know, sort of ask the question, like, what benefit does it do them? Does it create any sort of distraction for the team if the players are being asked about it? But that's something that they would, because they're going to owe him something no matter what, but, you know, they've already said they were going to avoid his guarantees, so.
It is such a crazy situation. As we sit here on June 30th, do you think Brandon Ayuk ends up in Washington?
I felt like there was a good chance maybe 2 months ago. I think the longer this goes on, it becomes harder to, I guess, justify in a way, because, I mean, every team does this. You tout, oh, we want to get the right player, we want to get the right kind of person, that commander standard. And not to say that Brandon Ayuk is in any way a bad guy. The only, like, legal issue that has come up is the speeding, right? I mean,
yeah, I
think I probably have more speeding tickets than him, maybe.
At least you didn't film yours.
But right, so and I don't think we can jump to any conclusion based on these posts that there's any sort of mental issue. We don't know Brandon Ayuk. We know what he's posted, but that's it. And the team, obviously, with Adam Peters, with Jaden Daniels, they certainly know him better. But I think from a public relations standpoint, and then also from the physical standpoint, I don't think you can assume that there are no questions about his physical ability to play. He hasn't played in over 19 months. You know, he was dealing with that injury. You know, is he the same type of player he was a few years ago? That's a big question. I mean, there are few receivers that can come back from that time off and jump right back into it. He's still, you know, in his prime age-wise, but, you know, there's going to have to be a lot of vetting, and they're going to have to really think through, is this worth it? Will it provide, you know, the upside high enough to kind of take that risk?
How much of a need do you think getting another receiver, especially a veteran that maybe like Ayuk, could help this team out? How much of a need do you think that is?
I think there's a need to get another playmaker, another pass catcher. I mean, I like what Shig did in camp. I think Rashad White kind of impressed me as a back. But I think right now you just have Terry and some good depth behind him, but you still don't have that number two, which is the same case they were in last year, you know, with Noah Brown being hurt so often, is you just don't have a complement on the other side. And we don't even know is Shig going to be that go-to that he sort of was, that for Jaden Daniels that Zach Ertz was, you know. I thought losing Austin Eckler last season was one of the biggest blows to the season, because he was able to get open. He was able to get those chunk plays. He was able to be more than just a back, obviously, with his pass-catching ability. So they don't have that either. So I think they need another playmaker, and specifically another pass catcher.
It is remarkable, because if you look at the receiver room, you can go glass half full or glass half empty and sell yourself or be skeptical of the entire room. You know what I mean? And
totally.
Outside of Terry, obviously. Talking with our friend Nikki Jabvala here. You can read all of her work in The Athletic. You can give her a follow at Nikki Jabvala, NICKIJHABVALA. I want to switch from Ayuk because it's just so constant and omnipresent. In your mailbag, you had one thing that I wholeheartedly agree on. It said, if you were the Washington GM, what 2 moves would you make to strengthen the team? Number 1, add depth, especially at receiver. Number 2, improve the internet in the media room. I want you to know how vital that would be for all the improvements the organization has made. How is the internet still so bad in the annex?
I will never understand it. But if I can achieve that, I might as well retire, like I wrote. I mean, that'll be a career highlight for me if I can do that.
All right, so we had this conversation earlier. Who do you think faces more pressure this fall, Dan Quinn or Adam Peters?
Dan Quinn, I think. I think I applaud his reasons for making the wholesale changes he did this year, knowing that it may not have been working as well as he hoped, or he didn't envision like a sustainable future with the systems they had in place last year. So I applaud him for making wholesale changes and not trying to just tweak and think things will be different, because we've seen that, approach many times before. But it is a gamble. I mean, year 3 is that you got to prove it season, and I believe had they not gone to the playoffs in 2024, had they had just even like a finish 500 or even a mediocre season, I don't know that he would have gotten this season to prove himself. And that's not to say, I mean, I haven't been told anything like they were,
right.
That was ever a consideration. I mean, nobody talks like that on the teams, but I just think you got to look at the urgency across the league, be it head coach, quarterback, even. I mean, it's a win now or you're gone league. I mean, I'm old enough to remember when you got at least 2 seasons as a head coach, and now, I mean, a lot of guys don't get that anymore. So yeah, I think this is a you have to win or we gotta start over type deal. Just because that's been the record across the NFL. I want to believe that Adam Peters has sort of a longer leash in this, just because that's, again, how things have typically been done across the league. I mean, look at the Giants, like they've had how many coaches? But that's just sort of my gut feeling. I think it is a lot on Dan. This is a very important season for him.
You mentioned those wholesale changes, 2 new coordinators. What were some of your impressions from seeing them at OTAs and minicamp?
Yeah, I thought they were very impressive. I think Durante's incredibly impressive. I felt that way from, that first introductory presser. Incredibly smart, incredibly articulate. And by articulate, I mean the way he explains things. He explains his vision. The way he teaches guys on the field, that was totally evident throughout OTAs and minicamp. So I really like that. Guys seem to have bought in. And I think really they do feel really strongly about Blau, too. I mean, I didn't sense that any player really doubted it. Not that they would totally express that publicly, but you felt like they were all pumped about what's to come. I mean, you look at Terry. This is the happiest I've seen Terry in years. The O-line, of course, they like this better than, all shotgun helps them. So I think there's a lot of belief in these guys. Just do they have the personnel and can they put it all together to bounce back?
I'm going to ask another question from your mailbag, Nikki. I encourage everyone to read this because if you don't know Nikki and know how funny and sarcastic she is, this mailbag is a good glimpse. What is your way too early breakdown of the 53 from Johnny M?
It's a wasted day in June is what it is.
The reply, a way too early breakdown of the 53 is called a wasted day in June. I also encourage fans to change their mindset about the 53 because it's now a 70. And with the Saturday night elevations, it has changed tremendously. So you got to think of it as a 70, not a 53. Agree. I wanted to conclude with this. And I'll open the phone lines up with this. 800-636-1067. One play. So we got to watch minicamp. And we got to watch OTAs. And we're getting a glimpse. I'd say what we've seen perhaps most is what the new offense is going to look like. Mm-hmm. Because you're able to see that in real time. But until pads come on, it's really hard to get an evaluation on some of these players. Like I was pretty impressed by Antonio Williams. But until I see him get off press coverage from an NFL corner, I don't know that that's going to translate, right? I was really impressed by Sonny Styles. He seemed to be in the right position every time on 7-on-7. But is that going to continue when there's offensive linemen trying to take out his knees? Like we're going to learn a lot more. One on each side of the ball. Who are you most excited to see play once the pads come on?
I'd say Sonny, obviously, on defense. Offense, I want to see what Bill can do. Second season, obviously, it's a new system. He comes in bigger, obviously. I want to see if he's made some noticeable improvements just in pass blocking, pass catching, things that they asked him to do, because he's such an important part of this offense. And I agree with you totally that you don't know anything really until they put the pads on. And I would take it further to say that you really don't know anything until you see those joint practices because, starters play so little in preseason games that those are pretty much meaningless anymore. So those joint training camp practices have always been like the best gauge of where this team was at. I mean, I think back to like Emmanuel Forbes. That was when the issues first started to come up when those practices against the Ravens. I think about Jaden against, was it the Jets when he really looked good?
Yeah.
Or no, it was the Dolphins. It was in Miami when you're like, wow, this kid really has it.
Kind of picked him apart.
The Giants not the Giants, the Patriots when we were up in Foxborough. That's when you're like, oh man, this defense has some serious holes. This is a problem. And when you really got to see how that, the offense ran without their top 2 receivers, you're like, oh boy. So So those were really important times in the off season. So that's what I'll be looking for.
Can I ask you one more? And this is for the mailbag. They're going to have a fan practice the day they have the joint practice against Miami. Where's everyone going to go?
Yeah, great question. Can you imagine what the internet will be like then?
Oh, man.
There will be zero tweets from any
Zero
reporters.
internet.
Somehow the fan tweets will all
no
get
more
out.
bandwidth. No more
It's going to
bandwidth.
be packed. Thank you for the time, Nikki. I hope you have a great 4th of July. Have fun with that little boy.
Thanks. See you guys.
All right. See you.
Thanks, Nikki.
That is our friend Nikki Jobvala from The Athletic. Give her a follow at Nikki Jobvala. I'm going to ask you guys the same question. Who do you want to see most once the pads get on? Who do we really need a real glimpse of football to believe in? 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067.
Brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. NBA news, big news today. LeBron James has decided to return for a 24th NBA season, but the four-time league MVP today told the Lakers he will not be back with them. So LeBron is officially a free agent. That negotiating period, the window opens up at 6 p.m. tonight. Baseball, the Nationals opened up a series at Fenway last night with a 6-3 loss. They'll look to bounce back this evening. Nats and Bo Sox. Nats 500 again, 43-43. 7-10 first pitch. Cade Cavalli on the mound in Boston tonight on the Fan. And we're still waiting for Serena Williams' return to Wimbledon. Seven-time champ has her opening round match coming up soon. There's still some action on center court. She should play very shortly against 20-year-old Maya Joint. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Midcap 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Oof. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. We're talking Commanders. Who are the players you're most excited to see once the pads come on in August? Who needs to prove it? All of our Commanders coverage is brought to you by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Let's start with Paul in D.C. Paul, who are the players you want to see most, dude?
What's up, Paul?
I want to see the fat man in his uniform, man, and see how we're going to look with this power running game, man, because I think that's going to help us. As far as the defense is concerned, everybody. Absolutely everybody, man. But I want to see what the fat man look like, man.
Dude, so it's funny. I say the fat man, too, because he openly, Anthony Lynn told me, he's like, yeah, we got to see what he's got once pads come on. Mm-hmm. And then he said, when the pads come on, that's my kind of party. He's a power runner, wants to lower his shoulder, wants to get downhill. I'm excited to see that. In the running back room, I also want to see Bill. Bill talking about needing to expand his game. I think a lot of that is specific to pass protection. And you don't really get a taste of that until you see guys blitzing and the back having to pick up a blitzer. And Bill's got to be better in that capacity to continue to grow his role right now.
Yeah, I'm excited for Bill because I think this run scheme is going to fit him so well. So seeing him be able to get full speed and bounce off contact, I'm excited to see how it fits him. On offense, though, JP, it's kind of tough to evaluate this singular position. It's more so like an entire position group, but if I had to single out a specific player or position, I want to see what Nick Allegretti, Golbin, these guys at center look like, because the offensive line, I'm confident in Tunsil. I think they can figure out left guard, whether it's going to be Chris Paul, which I would assume, but even if Brandon Coleman's fighting there, and then Cosme and Connerly, like you still feel good about the O-line in general, but I didn't necessarily love moving off of Biotish and assuming that Allegretti's just going to step in and be just fine. So I want to see what the center position looks like when the pads come on and be able to, work with Jaden in the new offense. And on defense, Adafe Owe, when I was out there at OTAs a couple of times and just seeing him, like his size is noticeable. Just him being a bigger defensive end that can set the edge, long arms. The way I described him to some of my family that's fans of the team is like when you saw Javon Kinlaw standing next to the other defensive tackles, you're like, that guy's different. It's the similar type of way, not as imposing as Javon Kinlaw, because not many people are, but similar type of way to Adafe Owe with the other edge rushers. Like, he is just different. So I'm excited to see him setting the edge, getting around the corner, getting after the quarterback.
Yeah, man. For me, Sonny Styles, I'm excited about too. In 7-on-7, 11-on-11, he always seemed to be primed and in like the position to make a big play. And I want to see that happen. You know what I mean?
Like, he wanted to hit people. He just couldn't. Like, you could see it.
Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067. Who do you want to see, man? And I think it's a great place to just build the excitement for camp. And a lot of fans get to come to camp. Mm-hmm. The Commanders, to their credit, have way more open practices for fans than I would say is kind of average in the NFL. I think the Eagles do 1. Commanders are doing 11. And I know there's 6 is it 6 for season ticket members and 5 for regular folks? But you got opportunities to get out to Ashburn if you want to see them. Yeah, Jeff, you look itching.
Oh no, I was getting prepared if you was about to come to us.
That's what I meant. You looked like you were ready to fire away here.
Oh no, I was just getting ready. But for my answer, I would have to say Sonny Styles. I can't wait to see him in equipment. He's already a big guy without equipment on, so he's going to look like Megatron, not Calvin, but the actual Megatron in equipment. And I gotta agree with that first caller too. Fat Man, I want to see him too, because when we first when we picked him up and stuff, I looked at his highlights and I was like, why we get another running back? Let me go see who he is. Man, he runs so strong. We might see some bodies this year if he make the 73. And when I mean bodies, I mean a lot of what's them angry runs that they have on TV.
Yeah,
that's what we gonna see.
Jeff, I love you, buddy. J-Dogs forever.
But, bro, it was my answer, bro. I got to. I had to say it. I'm not going to change it.
I'm not mad at your answer.
Yeah.
Not. However, there's the 53 and there's the 70. But there's not a 73.
I thought, my bad. My bad. I just realized I said that too. My bad. The 70.
Jeff's just adding extra players.
I love you, Jeff. Never change.
Jeff's always got people on his roster.
Yes. You might come back to me.
73 Tilted Stallion. He's like dying over there. It is going to be really interesting to watch, and it's like you almost inherently want to say the rookies, right? Because they're new.
Yeah, of course.
We haven't seen them, but there's so many new players also.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how does Nick Cross fit in?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And my biggest position that I'm worried about is corner. And when is Trey? I would think Trey Amos is back for the start of camp. That's a broken leg sustained, 9 months ago or so.
He seemed in high spirits when you saw him at OTA. He's just not obviously participating.
Right.
So hopefully that's something. But yeah, I mean, seeing some of the physicality at that corner position, I'm curious to see too. I mean, just the defense in general, like how physical is it going to play? It seems like it's going to be a different style where you're getting downhill, being more aggressive. Just seeing the entire defense play as a unit when they're all out there with the pads on, I think is going to be really fun to watch. But I mean, the Sonny Styles is probably the most obvious answer on either side of the ball. Like a linebacker drafted 7th overall that is a freak athlete that we haven't had a chance to see just hit anybody yet or play linebacker, because so much of the linebacker position, even though it is mental and being in the right spots, it's also about hitting people and tackling. Like, we haven't seen him be able to do that yet, and he was so good at that at Ohio State. I'm excited to watch him.
Yeah, dude, it's Styles is an obvious one. But to your point, Owe looks massive. Amenahu looks massive. There's just Leo Chenal.
Yeah.
Standing next to Chenal and just, like, I'm very accustomed to how big NFL players are. Like, I'm used to it. That dude, remember Andre Carter, the DN that was here that just had muscles on top of muscles? Chenal's kind of cut like that, dude. And I've enjoyed watching Van Jefferson, and he looked really crisp throughout minicamp, and I'm curious if that continues. The kid, I wish we remembered who the caller was, Jeff. The dude that called in talking about Robert Henry, the undrafted running back. When I watched Henry at minicamp, so he's wearing number 30, and he looks like Eckler out there. Now, he's not as jacked as Eckler, because Eckler is just all muscle. But Henry, this is incredibly unimportant, Toby, but I'm planting my flag now. I think Robert Henry is your preseason leading rusher.
Oh, he's going to be one of the darlings we're talking about?
That's one of my favorite games, is you make your picks for preseason leading rusher and leading receiving yards. And hell, we can do it for quarterbacks. I don't know.
Yeah.
When during minicamp, when Hartman and Kaliak Manis got like extended looks, I don't know.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jupe in the DMWV. What up, Jupe? Who do you want to see out there?
What's happening, fellas? I want to see the whole entire linebacking core together with Sonny Styles, Lou Vu, and Chanel, how they operate out there. On the offensive side, to this day, I'm interested in seeing in these inflated targets to Terry and how that looks, along with Chig and my guy Williams. And I'm saying with Jeff, I want to see Fat Man. Funny story real quick. That was my son's nickname when he was born. I called him Fat Man because he was fat and chubby.
That's funny.
So that's all I got for you guys.
Thank you, Juke. Good to hear from you, buddy. Have a safe Fourth. To that story, when my youngest daughter was born, she was 10 pounds. She was a week late and 10 pounds. That girl did not want to leave the belly. But I used to call her Tank just because she was so big. And Lauren's like, you can't call a baby girl Tank.
That's tough.
Yeah, like you don't want that one to stick on.
Yeah.
Like I don't think
Tank.
Going into second grade, she needs people calling her Tank. But you go down the list, man. Watching Chig, seeing how he fits in this offense. There's also it's going to be so different watching these tight ends because I really enjoyed watching Zach Ertz get off the line of scrimmage.
Yeah.
He was such a tactician and clinical and precise. These dudes aren't that. And this offense won't call for that like it did under Cliff. And if you just look offensively, I think this is really interesting. Trey McBride for the Cardinals is now among the best tight ends in football. Maybe he is the best tight end in football. He played one season with Cliff in 22. I think Cliff was still in Arizona, right? And he had 29 catches for 265 yards. The following year, that jumped to 81 catches for 825 yards. It's continued to jump. The last 2 years, he's gone over 1,000 yards. Last year, he had 1,200 yards with 11 touchdowns.
Yeah.
The specificity with which the tight end position is required in Kingsbury's offense, largely at near the line of scrimmage. There's not a lot of downfield stuff to tight ends. I think Chig and Ben Sinnott are going to have so many more opportunities in this David Blau offense. I think it's going to look dramatically different.
Yeah, it's funny because Ben Sinnott is the guy that it just feels like there's more in there that you just haven't gotten. And I think he's a good blocker, so he can help out Bates in that front. And I think his run after the catch stuff, remember how, was it last preseason that Yankoff had the one play where he went nuts and everyone just lost it? Ben Sinnott had that his rookie season in the preseason, and everyone went crazy, and then he's just not been heard from since.
Dude, I looked this up. Do you know how many targets he's gotten in 2 years in the NFL?
Not like 20?
18.
Yeah, it's not many. And to me, the funny part about him, JP, is when he was brought in.
53rd overall pick.
When he was brought in, the talk was use check, which you can see a little bit of. I mean, he's not as versatile and he's not as maybe
He's
good a
athletic,
blocker,
though.
but he can do some of the stuff that Juszczyk does. But also Kittle. And think about what Kittle does. I'm not saying that he's going to be George Kittle, but catch the ball near the line of scrimmage and be a yak guy. That's what Chig is going to do. But
I think they're also going to catch the ball down the field, which is going to be a big difference.
Sure, but even just finding a way to get him the football and let him run after the catch, JP, like a tight end should not be that difficult to get the ball to allow him to show off some of those run after catch abilities. And I think maybe in tandem, running a little more of 2 tight end, even 3 tight end stuff, maybe you could see him have his best year yet, which, it's not like it's saying much because he struggled his first 2 seasons. But I think the tight ends are going to be massive for this offense. I'm excited to see both those guys as well.
Up with hope, down with dope. Norway's up 1-0 when we come back. World Cup preview, Nats preview, making some bets. Grant and Danny at 2 o'clock. Roll out. 2.5 is the number, Toby. 2.5. Quick personal update. I've lost my wallet. You know how you had to come let me in downstairs this morning, Stallion?
Oh, I do?
Yeah. So I'm parked on the street. I took the Jeff Walker route. I just parked. I didn't pay anything. I didn't do anything about it. I just parallel parked my Toyota 4Runner, and we're going to walk out there in 12 minutes and find out how it went. What do you think happened? I'm voting no ticket.
I'm hoping for that for you.
The Nats are out of town.
Nats are out of town.
Yeah,
if the
no
Nats
ticket.
were here, I'd be.
Oh yeah, you get that $100 pink slip on your window.
You think I'm good though, Jeffrey?
It's tough, JP. I usually
You are
pay,
the expert.
Yeah,
in
I
parking
usually
tickets on
I
this
usually
program.
pay around like 12 o'clock, 12:30 because it's 2-hour parking. So it all depends if they came around yet. But I'm wishing you the best.
Thank you. And also, we're all hoping that my wallet is in my golf bag where I think I left it.
That is a big hope.
Yeah, because if not, somebody is rich.
Well, I've been monitoring my credit card. No one's used it.
Yeah, they're gonna wait till you go to sleep.
This was last night.
Messing with you, bro.
I played Twilight yesterday. I'm pretty sure. I'm hoping that I left my wallet in my golf bag.
Dude, it's so unsettling when you lose stuff like that.
When you lose stuff a lot, you get fairly settled. Like, do I look that worried about it?
No.
Have I mentioned it all day?
Like twice.
Yeah, I don't get mad or upset over things like that.
Yeah, because you and I, J-Dogs forever. I lose stuff constantly.
Yeah, you could get a replacement.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'd have to get a license.
Dude,
honestly, the biggest hassle is the damn parking card for downstairs.
I lost my license at the NCAA tournament at Cap 1, and somehow it was turned back in at Lost and Found.
Well, that's good. What good does having someone's license do?
Nothing. But thank God, because I literally needed to rent a car to drive to Augusta in a week.
Yeah. I mean, I need my wallet back. I need to be able to park here tomorrow. I'm driving to the beach. I need my driver's license. So let's hope two things: no ticket, and that my wallet's in my golf bag. I'll report back. I will text the group thread. All right, here is your always comprehensive World Cup preview from the B. Mitch and Finley program. Norway's up 1-0 on the Ivory Coast at halftime. Yesterday, when we got off the air, Japan was up 1-0 on Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
We know how that went. So these things can flip. Norway's got a 1-0 lead. Then at 5 o'clock, France versus Sweden from New York. That should be an excellent ball game. Is anyone here not taking France to advance? Crickets. What is France favored? Well, I imagine they're minus 280. I know Sweden's good, but France is freaking France.
Yeah, heck, maybe
To
more.
advance, France is minus 1,200.
Damn.
Jeez.
All right, and then tonight, so I'm going out to dinner with my boy Z tonight, who claims there's a spot that nobody thinks about that's the best steak in D.C.
What spot is that?
I don't want to say. I don't want to put any pressure, but I will report back tomorrow on what my boy Z claims is the best steak in D.C.
Yeah, I need to know.
Yeah, I'm quite excited because this place has been there forever. It's not far from my house. Very excited about this. But we're going to watch Mexico versus Ecuador.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like Ecuador tonight. What are the odds in Mexico, Ecuador?
Ecuador is plus 148 to advance.
What is Mexico? Minus
182.
That game being in Mexico, though, that has got to be some sort of jolt of emotion, but that's also got to have some pressure.
Oh, of course it's going to have pressure. Going to have big-time pressure. It's going to be a fun one. I mean, the environment, I can only imagine, is going to be incredible because we already talked about the Mexican fans were just outside the Ecuadorian hotel, just making noise the entire night, honking horns, banging pots and pans so they couldn't sleep. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a raucous atmosphere. But, yeah, I mean, I have a feeling about Ecuador tonight. I agree.
England tomorrow at noon. The U.S. obviously tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Can't wait for those games. Stallion, give us our Nats Red Sox preview.
Tonight we've got Connolly Early going up against Cade Cavalli.
Who's the guy? What's the
Connolly Early? He's a second-year guy. He made his debut in the wild card game against the Yankees. I believe he made his starting debut. Toby, you might be able to cross-check.
He's from
there.
Midlothian.
Yeah, he's from this area and down in Richmond. So
Connolly Early.
He's really
the parents
good.
tried too much with the first name.
It's a lot. Just Connor Early. How about that?
Yeah.
Connor Early.
Bill.
Not Connolly.
Bill Early.
Yeah, Bill Early. Bill Early.
The Mystics just played against a woman named Late. I learned that.
Late Early.
Carla Late, I believe is her name. I think she's French for Portland. And then Connolly Early.
Yeah, there you go.
A lot of days and times here.
Speaking of late, that Mystics game went late the other night. Four OTs.
You know what's crazy? I learned this. Shout out to Heather McDonough. The Sticks on Sunday game went 4 overtimes. The only other 4 overtime game in WNBA history, also the Mystics, 2001, 25 years apart. Dude, so WNBA games are 40 minutes regulation.
Yeah.
Add 4 overtimes, that's a 60-minute game. Sonia Citron played 53 minutes.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, that's wild.
That's brutal.
She's a baller, dude. Went over 30 points. They got the dub. Let's make some bets. W, how we do?
Toby and Wes won. Everyone else lost.
Great.
Boom.
What'd you have?
Morocco.
Damn.
Give me Ecuador tonight.
I think I took Holland.
Ooh, Toves, I was about to go in that too. I'm with you. Give me Ecuador.
Dos para Ecuador. Stallion?
I'm going to go Cam Schlittler over 7.5 strikeouts against the Tigers tonight.
Yeah.
7th most strikeouts in the American League.
He's got to go with
Cam
the Yanks.
Schlittler.
The
Love
B?
that guy.
Sweden not to score, under 0.5 goals.
Sweden not to score. I'm taking the Nats on the run line, plus 1.5. I actually think the Nats win. Thank you to everybody for listening today. Thank you to Doug Kammerer and Nikki Javala. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Enjoy the soccer.
Brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. The big NBA news today, LeBron James will return for a record 24th NBA season, but he told the LA Lakers today he will not return to play for them. So LeBron is moving on after 8 years in Los Angeles, will not be back with the Lakers. Free agency officially begins tonight, 6 p.m. One of the NBA insiders, Scoop Robinson, says the Wizards are among the teams who could have interest in LeBron as a free agent. Baseball, be interesting to see the Nats get a win in Boston. Red Sox won their 5th straight last night, knocking off the Nats 6-3. Nationals back to 500 again, 2.5 out of the wild card spot. 7:10 p.m. first pitch for Cade Cavalli tonight at Fenway for the Nats here on the Fan. And 7-time champ Serena Williams still waiting for the matches to end on center court to get back in action. She'll play for the first time in nearly 4 years this afternoon at Wimbledon. Her opening round match now should be coming up in just a few minutes. When your HVAC strikes out, call Foley Mechanical, your go-to for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised, Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Ro Forsey on the Fan.
What's up? Welcome in. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Tuesday, June 30th, 2026. We'll take you up to 6:30, 4.5 hours from now. Pre-game, Nats, Red Sox is there in Fenway Park for Game 2 of 3 tonight. You'll hear that program right here on the Fan when we are done. Danny, it is hot, and it's only going to get hotter. So today, high of 89. Tomorrow, the heat really gets here. It's coming. 95, then Thursday, 99.
Yep.
And hold your horses, Harleen Susana, because we're going to the triple digits on Friday.
That's your Hyundai.
That's 100 miles per hour. 4th of July, Saturday, we're back down to 98, so it'll be nice and cool.
Nice and balmy.
As we celebrate the 4th of July. But I looked up the weather this morning because everyone's been talking about a heat wave and the heat index, and it's going to feel like 115 and never leave your house and make sure your air conditioning's working. And for D.C., it just says in red, bold letters, excessive heat.
Excessive. Because that's what it is. It's excessive. Hot. I get it. It's summer. I'm familiar. I'm aware. The excessive heat. We all know what that means. It's oppressive. You can't stand. You can't sit. You can't walk. You can't stop. You can't talk. You can't do anything. You just go, you wave your hands around. It's like, I'm just so hot. I'm just so hot. And then the thin Instagram influencer people love it for some reason. And that's the thing I'll never understand. I guess if you have no body fat and all you do is like go places somehow, like you travel around the world, like you have no job or do nothing, and then you're like, LOL summer, like just my summer in a snapshot, and it's just montages of you being hot different places. I guess you'd like it.
Well, I get why you'd be annoyed by those people and envious and jealous and have a contempt, but I don't understand not understanding. If you're hot and when your shirt's off, it's appealing to the opposite sex, then you should absolutely want it to be 100 degrees, and you should be glistening in sweat.
Is that all it is?
With abs around a pool.
Because you could take your shirt off if you're hot. You just do that all the time. I get that. But
I think I told you the story of my son.
What you about to say about me? Like where you're just taking your shirt off?
So my kid is in the back seat. We're driving to his Little League game. We're stopped at a stoplight in like this neighborhood area near the ballpark. And this dude comes running by our car, probably 3 feet from the window, like real tight quarters there, shirtless, sweating. You can like hear his ear pods basically as he ran by. You know what I'm saying? And about a minute down the road, my son's like, Dad, he goes, do guys take their shirts off and show their muscles so girls will like them? And I said, well, some guys.
Yeah.
If you have those muscles, you might do that. I said, that particular guy, I think he was just hot and sweaty while running. But yeah, there have certainly been guys that are very muscular.
You do some peacocking a little bit,
that might do that.
Right.
And I think I have to have the same conversation with you. Danny, if you have muscles, you take that shirt off so that girls will like you.
What I'm talking about, but it's not just dudes, it's the attractive people. But the part that I resent isn't you're attractive, like, oops, I don't have that many clothes on, haha, lol. It's the liking of the excessive heat. I want everyone, as long as everyone admits that it's miserable, like, you don't feel a different thing than I feel. I understand, like, my wife, when it's 68 degrees, she's cold, I'm comfortable. I get that. There's a slight difference there.
There
right?
was a mom.
She's not an ogre like me.
Of a kid on our baseball team who would wear hoodies while I was so hot out on and I'd be like, what are you doing?
Right.
How is that possible?
So I get there's a margin of error. I understand that there's a slight difference. You know what I mean? Like that old meme account, like bleep that girls say where it's all the whole bit was pass me a blanket when it's not hot or when it's not cold rather. I understand that. When it feels like 115, I just need everyone to admit that it's miserable. And don't pine for it when it's nice out.
Well, how about must have been yesterday, 2 days ago, we're talking with Toby, I think it was, and he's planning on playing some golf midweek. And you were, of course, trying to wrangle him into the exercise routine. And you're like, but it's going to be super hot. And he's like, I don't care about that.
He doesn't care.
100 degrees?
He doesn't care.
It doesn't change your plan?
He's going to go out and golf for hours.
Doug Kammerer is telling you to stay in your house. He's saying, don't do physical activity outside. And if you go outside, get back in the air conditioning as soon as possible.
You listen to Doug Kammerer's handsome face. You watch those eyes, and then you scan down slightly to his beautiful, beautiful face telling you, don't go outside. You listen to that handsome man.
It's got to be hot enough that we just don't golf for a few days.
Don't you think?
Enjoy air conditioning.
Just put it on ice for a second.
Sit in your basement, turn all the lights off. And you know what I like to do is on a day like maybe Saturday, 4th of July, I like to get a washcloth and run it under the water as cold as I can get it.
Go ahead, Grant.
Maybe even throw it in the freezer.
Go ahead.
And then I'll put it right on the back of my neck.
Go on.
And I'll just sit there in a dark basement with a washcloth on the back of my neck just to lower my core temperature a few degrees. I'll do that move at some point this weekend. Maybe even send out an image on my Instagram, not a shirtless image like the skinny people do. I'll do my washcloth on my neck image, Grant H. Paulson on Instagram.
I don't want to say you sleep on this film because you probably correctly overlook it because it's a little bit nubs. Okay?
Give me the actors.
Robert De Niro, Wesley Snipes. No one in the producer studio has seen it because A, it's a movie. B, it took place more than a couple years ago.
De Niro and Snipes?
Yeah.
What era?
1996. It's a nubs movie.
I got nothing.
The thing that I like to do on a hot day like that, in addition to the air conditioning, well, something called The Fan, starring Robert De Niro. The Fan.
Okay.
So he's an obsessive fan who gets mad that Wesley Snipes' character
I do know that
isn't that good at baseball, or is a star but is going through a slump and then decides he's not going to care, and that made it better somehow. Anyway, I like fans.
Well, I sleep with a fan on me every single day. I can't sleep otherwise. It's both the noise and the air. But if I don't have a fan, it will ruin my sleep, and I need some type of noise. Generally, the fan provides both coolness and the noise. But if we go to my in-laws' house down at the beach, Cape Charles or something, anytime I'm sleeping in a hotel or whatever, it's just not going to be as good for me if I don't have a fan on my head. I got to be the guy that packs a fan, which I've never been that.
You can't be a fan pack guy. You're going to check the fan?
I shouldn't. But I need a 106.7 though with me.
Seriously.
Otherwise, what are we doing?
Now, what are we doing?
How do I sleep? LeBron James is coming back for more basketball, people. Let's start there. Season number 24 is loading, and as expected, it will not be with the Los Angeles Lakers. LeBron James, who is number one on the all-time scoring list, 43,440 points. Number one on the all-time games played list already. Going to add to his 1,622 games. Nobody's ever played more minutes in the history of basketball, over 61,000. He's number one in field goals made and attempted, in playoff points, fourth in assists, sixth in steals, 22nd in rebounds, top 10 in three-pointers made, top 70 in blocks, the four-time champion, four-time NBA MVP and Finals MVP, and 22-time All-Star is coming back for a 24th year.
What a remarkable career this is. Again, despite I can do two columns. One, I've pretty consistently rooted against him. I find him so irritating in a number of things. But it won't end.
But he also doesn't really slow down. Yes, he's not the same as he was when he was winning MVPs back in the day.
You're forgiven.
21 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists. He's still out there. It's at better, I think. I'm looking at it. 21, 7, and 6 last year.
Yeah.
He just keeps playing great basketball.
He's incredible. And again, he can't be the alpha on a championship team anymore. That's not a slight. That's what happens when you're 41 years old and you've played, as you said, more games, more minutes. His longevity is the story. In addition to his incredible skill and how good he is, and he came along at the perfect era, he'd be a different player in the 80s where
you got Rick Mahorn throat chopping you every time you go by a guard, or, there's no space to maneuver. It's 9 bigs on the court and maybe 1 point guard. I'm exaggerating slightly. But in this era of no hand checking and 5 out, nothing but space, this bull in a china shop was able to play all sorts of different ways: bully ball, jump shots, get fouled, go to the rim, get out and run. Some of his best plays, or most famous plays, the block by James meme. My kids do that to each other. They'll yell, when somebody swats something somewhere, block by James, doing the Mike Breen bit on Andre Iguodala's most famous play. What an all-time player this dude is. Again, as irritating as I found him, you got to tip your cap, dude. It's unbelievable.
So I'm looking up all of his numbers and diving deep into his career today after I saw he was coming back for year 24 with the show about to start. This is crazy to me. I want to know if this resonates with you in the same way that it hit me. The longest stretch he had playing for any one team was who?
Lakers, I would guess?
The Lakers over the last 8 years.
Uh-huh.
Because in Cleveland, he started his career and played 7. Then he moved on to Miami, and that was his shortest stay of 4 years. Then he went to Cleveland for 4 more. So he had 11 total with the Cavs, but it was broken up 7, then 4 with Miami, then 4 with Cleveland, and then 8 with the Lakers. So it's crazy. One of those was the COVID year where they won a championship, whatever, and that kind of breaks things up. But the longest he's been in any one place is actually Los Angeles, which, I don't know, I would have lost money on that. It just felt to me like that would have been early career Cleveland. I get that it was broken up by Miami, but 11 years it felt like more Cleveland to me.
I know what you mean.
When I think of LeBron James, first team I think of is the Cavaliers. And it's possible, I guess, he could go back, end his career there. I think that would be fairy tale and really storybook.
Third time going to Cleveland, yeah.
Third time's the charm. Go back, year 24, try to put something together there. But it does sound like the wheels are in motion. I don't think this is all a big coincidence. We had the stories yesterday about the Warriors making their moves. They seem pretty confident they're going to land LeBron James. Seems like his agent, Rich Paul, who's the agent for Draymond Green, who's the agent for Anthony Davis, is doing the thing he does where, he designs the team. He plays general manager, and they get the super team assembled, the Avengers that they want. The odds-on favorite has to be Golden State. I haven't looked today to see what a sportsbook is saying, but how could you not expect him to end up a Warrior just right now?
Right. I don't know salary cap permutations. I know they signed Kristaps Porzingis to a medium-sized deal plus.
But they didn't do that, and that's not going to prohibit. They're not re-upping with Porzingis on a 2-year extension and then going, whoops, we don't have money for LeBron now.
You wouldn't
They're
think.
probably doing some accounting.
Whether they go first apron, second apron, damn the torpedoes, we don't care. And again, the approach to me is, I wouldn't do this, but I understand it. We've got a 38-year-old in Steph Curry, probably a top 10 player of all time. He put us on the map, all the championships, all the single season wins record, game changer, superstar here. We owe it to him to try one last ride. Let's try to put the band together. You probably can't build it. You don't have time for that. We'll just workshop it, or we'll just sort of makeshift it, do it in a lab, Voltron style. Let's go get a bunch of old heads that are probably oft injured and can't do it the same way anymore, throw them together in a blender and see if we can do something special. You're trying to microwave it. I get that. So I understand the approach, but it just, I don't know. It may be one of those, we don't care about the future picks. We don't care about future salary cap implications when we go over the second apron for 2 straight years. That's, damning when it comes to the future. The future is right now, this minute.
All NBA 21 times.
21 times.
23 years. Before we get to some possible Wizards ramifications, implications based on the James news today, his basketball reference page that I was living on for about an hour this afternoon, I know that you can sponsor these and presumably then you can edit whatever you want to on these pages. The number of nicknames listed for LeBron James on his basketball reference
I noticed
page
that too. Isn't that funny?
is insane. How many of these are actual nicknames? I'm going to go through them. How many of these are like, oh, I've heard him called that. That's a real thing. King James is obvious.
Yes.
That one's good. LBJ. Yes, I've seen that a million times. Chosen One. I've never heard LeBron James. Maybe in a column or something.
So that was the old school, and that was that Sports Illustrated cover back in the day when he was a teenager still.
Right, exactly. It was listed in a magazine, but I would not call that a nickname for LeBron James. No one is just saying, Chosen One is here, and you know who that is.
Fair enough.
Bron, I've heard that. The Little Emperor.
That one?
I've never heard the Little Emperor in my life. Basketball Reference claiming that it's one of his nicknames. The Akron Hammer, got that one.
Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, definitely.
You've heard the Akron Hammer?
Early in his career, absolutely. Out of Akron, dunks. Yeah, I've heard Akron Hammer for sure. L Train, didn't know that was a nickname of his. Have you?
No.
Benjamin Buckets.
Nope.
Never heard that. By the way, that's hilarious because he doesn't age.
He doesn't age.
He just seems to be like continually playing great. So instead of Benjamin Button. Benjamin Buckets. But I've never heard that in my life until I saw that on his basketball reference page. Captain L'America?
No. Right?
I can't be.
No.
I mean, that's just not something I've ever heard.
No.
And then lastly, Legoat.
Nope.
I've definitely heard people call him that. They're misguided and young and they don't know anything about history and they've never heard of Michael Jordan. But you've 1,000% seen people call him Legoat.
I don't think I have. But that,
Are you serious?
Yeah, but that's a me being an old awkward dude thing. I'm probably not in that. I'm not in those, to borrow from Dan Quinn, not in those spaces
right.
where people are casually throwing around Legoat. I think I avoid those. Like, it's full of disease.
Year 24, likely with the Warriors, but I guess we'll wait and see. What does this mean for the Wizards? Now, we heard from Brian Windhorst today of ESPN, much earlier in the afternoon. Windy said on television that he is taking the Anthony Davis storyline off of the front burner because he doesn't actually think there's anything imminent here, and there's no evidence, he's saying, that Anthony Davis will in fact be traded. So if that is the case, then you start to say, okay, well, maybe if Anthony Davis is traded, it'll be in season. It's going to take a little longer from now. We're not going to worry about this. And then almost immediately, the plan starts coming to fruition that's supposed to end with Anthony Davis being a Warrior, where LeBron, for all intents and purposes, opts out and says, thanks for the time, Los Angeles. I will be playing, but it won't be with you. So these are not conflicting, but it is a little bit of an emotional roller coaster if you're a Wizards fan, where early in the day, Wendy's like, yeah, I'm not so sure about this. And then later in the day, the thing that needs to happen for Anthony Davis to potentially be traded happens, and the ball starts rolling downhill.
Right. It feels like we're caught up in something else that has very little to do with us, if that makes any sense. In other words, this is a complaint. It kind of goes to my general feeling of my gripe with the NBA, which is there have been so many markets. Every once in a while, a team will go from not cool to cool. And once you're in one of the cool markets, you're always at the centerpiece of these kinds of deals, where Boston and OKC are linking up on this, or the Miami Heat are linking up on this with LA or whatever. And everyone else is just kind of a farm system. They're your plebes. You're the unwashed masses there to deliver the best players to their desired destinations. And I don't like the Wizards being included in that. I don't want to get swept up in anything. I want the Wizards to be great. I want the Wizards to be the city. And that's kind of what a lot of this Winger and Dawkins stuff, a lot of the goodwill they've engendered with the CJ McCollums, the Trey Youngs, hopefully Anthony Davis of the world. You want to be one of those preferred destinations at some point. You got to go from uncool to cool before anything else can happen. So I don't like being sort of swept up and being, I'm in the audience clapping like a seal, but just because I got to be part of a deal. I don't like that.
How much grasping do we get to do now as Wizards fans? LeBron is available. For the moment, we don't know where he's going to go. And we do know that he likes and wants to play with Anthony Davis again, and that Anthony Davis is under contract for the Wizards. How much grasping should we do about, here, I know a way you can play with Anthony Davis.
There's this one way. You'll love it.
I thought about that right away.
Did you?
The other thing I thought about is Bronny. What happens with Bronny and the Los Angeles Lakers?
He's coming too, I think, buddy. Doesn't he?
Unless this clears the path for him to get 40 minutes a night starting for the Lakers. Maybe the path is now open for the Bronny show. He doesn't have to live in the shadows of LeBron anymore. He gets those minutes. Have you thought about that?
No, okay. I did not think about that specifically.
Is it going to be a second-round pick in like 15 years that the Warriors begrudgingly give up for Bronny?
It'll be a cursory thing. But just because, again, it's everyone has to kowtow to the guy. So, like, it'll be that you got to hire his security team, his good buddy to, like, make sure anyone needs lotion that he'll give it to you.
He's not the first
agent,
one.
his marketing.
Tom Brady wants Alex Guerrero with him everywhere he goes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Roger Clemens supposedly wasn't staying at the team hotel. Like you want to do business.
LeBron's the best at it, man.
One of the greats.
I want to rebuild. Get me Lance Stevenson and a bunch of old heads.
Here's one other Wizards storyline. This dropped last night. They apparently have interest and are being considered a fit for Russell Westbrook. So my initial response to this was, I don't want this. Please stop bringing in really old guys at the end of their career. I'm trying to get younger and explosive and fun, and you're ruining my time. But even though Russell Westbrook's about to be 38 years old, he obviously has a relationship with the front office, the coaching staff. Keefe was in Oklahoma City like Dawkins was, and he's been here in D.C. for a season back in 2021, led the league in assists, was 11th in MVP voting, actually helped the Wizards become relevant for the 65 games that he was playing in, putting up triple doubles. He averaged 22, 12, and 12. 12 and I think right around, 11 rebounds per game? I'd have to
11 and a half rebounds per game.
So he averaged a triple double that year?
Yes, he did.
God, what a year he had here. But it came with a lot of scratching your head, weird.
Sure.
Are you kidding me?
He's
moments?
going to throw 94 at the backboard a couple times.
But I actually could get on board with this if this is 15 to 18 minutes a night as a backup point guard, and you're 38 and you know your role, and this is your last season basically, and you want to play mentor, and you're going to play behind Trae Young because I don't have a true point guard that I trust for the second unit, and you come in and it's sub 20 minutes a night and you're cool with that. If that's something he's willing to do, I could get down with that. I just don't know that that's Russell Westbrook's role, or that that's something he would allow himself to do.
He signed up for something similar in Sacramento last year. It didn't work out that way. Ended up starting a lot more than was the plan. He ended up playing a ton. But that was the idea. I don't think he was making a ton of money. When you hear Russell Westbrook, you immediately assume, oh my God, we're doing the max player thing for that guy. I don't think it is. If it's what you described, 20 minutes a night, you run the second unit. And I mean run. You guys get out and run. We're going to push the pace and try to outrace people and get easy buckets and good looks for the Will Rileys of the world, for Trey Johnson if he's with that group, etc. That would be the idea to me, is we'll play fast with you and kind of keep pushing the pace. I don't have an issue with that. If it's anything other than that, if it's no featured role, it's a multi-year deal, or it's decent money, I'd rather not do that. I'll find my point guard from the G League.
If we get any more NBA news, and we will, because free agency is kicking off here this evening, and I'm sure the Wizards will be in the middle of some of these rumors, you will hear it first on the Fan, so don't navigate away. We've got you all day long on Grant and Danny. Next, Paul Taboni spoke yesterday, a rare Q&A with reporters in the dugout at Fenway, and Taboni discussed the trade deadline and how he feels about the Nationals right now. We'll get into what he had to say on the Fan as soon as we return.
Beginning at 6 p.m. today in the NBA, teams are free to negotiate with players, but any deals announced tonight will be reported, not official, until they can be signed on July 6th. The player headlining this free agent class is LeBron James. He made more headlines today, announcing he will be returning for a record-breaking 24th season, but it won't be with the Lakers. It's worth noting the Lakers did want him back for another season. In a semi-related matter, Kristaps Porzingis is reportedly returning to the Warriors on a 2-year, $40 million deal. He averaged 16 points in 15 games last year. And according to Mark Stein, the Wizards are interested in a reunion with Russell Westbrook, who led Washington to its last playoff appearance back in 2020. In baseball, the Nationals play the Red Sox tonight at 7:10 again. 6:40 pregame with Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler right here on the Fan. Nats are coming off a loss back at 500, 43-43. It's Cade Cavalli against Connolly early. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin D. Domenico on the Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is the Fan on the 30th of June. About ready to turn the calendar over to July. Critical stretch coming up for the Nats in the days ahead. They dropped a game against the Boston Red Sox last night. 6-3 final score. This was one of those where your starting pitching gave you no chance. Miles Michaelis took the ball, gave up 4 runs in the first. In fact, James Wood hit a leadoff homer. So you got some positive juice and some momentum going. And then immediately after Michaelis took the mound, you were down 4-1. He would give up runs in the second and the third. They were down 6-1 after 3, and they couldn't battle back. To Miles Michaelis' credit, he went 7 innings.
He did.
So he ended up wearing
Which I did not have in the office pool after that first.
Figured some things out, and this is the one, I would say, beneficial thing about a guy who's got an ERA up around 6 this season is that he will give you some length. And when he's getting his teeth kicked in, he's kind of paid to just do that. You know, hey, you're going to give up a lot of hits and a lot of runs, but save the bullpen for a bit. And he was able to do that. And because there was no bottom of the ninth for the Red Sox, you only needed 1 inning, 1 bullpen appearance basically last night, which freshens a lot of those arms up and helps you potentially win a series. So that's one of those hidden things in baseball, I think, sometimes. Game 1 of a series where people will be upset at Michaelis because he pitched poorly early last night. And understandably, he's got a 5.4 ERA, he hasn't been particularly good, but he also really helped the ball club have a better chance to win today and tomorrow.
That is well put. We used to talk about this all the time when it came to Patrick Corbin. It wasn't always the first game of a series, but I know this isn't fun, and I know he's just getting shellacked every time, and there's nothing in his repertoire that he can throw to get anybody out at any point in time. That was the Nationals' Patrick Corbin, not the guy that pitched elsewhere. But anyway, the point is, there's value in that. There's value in somebody that's going to go out there and take the ball every 5th day and be the lead goose and be one of the leaders among a younger staff at that point. There is something to that, especially a bullpen. It just seems like they're always in these stretches where there's no off days for 2 weeks. There's no off day for 17 straight days or whatever. And the bullpen is gassed. It is tired. It's overworked. It's beleaguered. It's the butt of every joke right now. And you save it like that against the struggling team. As you said, you're in a chance to win a series now.
Paul Taboni met with the media yesterday, which is not something throughout the season that's going to happen every single day from a president of baseball operations. I don't actually know why he talked to the media yesterday, but my guess is it's because he was back in Boston for the first time, which is where he was when he was hired to come over and run the operation. And I'm sure all of the writers and columnists and media people in town wanted to chronicle that story, and you can't do it without him speaking about his time there. So my guess is it was just coincidental that they got to ask him about the trade deadline about a month out. But because he was back in Boston, because everyone was coming up and giving him high fives and handshakes and hugs, that was one of the stories. The Red Sox, by the way, since he left, have had a disastrous season, and their president of baseball operations might be fired before the year ends or at the end of the season, whereas Taboni in year 1 looks like a potential savant who's got the Nats ahead of schedule at this point. But what's interesting and what I wanted to talk about with you today is he was asked about the deadline and what is going to happen. Are the Nats going to buy if they stay above 500? His answer was not overly revealing, but actually made plenty of sense to me. He said, quote, "I don't know what we're going to be thinking a month from now. So the same mindset remains. We're just going to keep going over the course of the next month and see where we're at and go from there. His point is, the players will determine what we do a month from now. Now, I still have my reservations about if they'd actually legitimately buy. I don't think they would. But let's just say, hypothetically, they're awesome this month, and they're 5 over 500 at the trade deadline. Based on what Taboni said yesterday, Danny, there's reason to believe he would go out and help them try to make the playoffs. The other side of that is they have lost more games than they've won in the last week and a half. They haven't been playing quite like they were last month when they were exceptional in June. And if it goes the direction it's gone more recently, where the bullpen falters and the starting pitching isn't as consistent, and the lineup, instead of being number one in the sport over the last couple of weeks, is probably somewhere back end top 10 or something if I looked it up, then maybe you're 4 or 5 under 500, and that makes his decision too, where you do trade Foster Griffin or Luis Garcia. I doubt C.J. Abrams, but maybe Abrams, and you sell.
What do you think, in his heart of hearts, truth serum, dark room, no microphones, it's swept for bugs, like the FBI's, making sure there's no surveillance devices. What do you think he wants?
I think that his preference would be that he is able to sell a couple pieces off without people being mad that he's not giving them the chance or this isn't good for the clubhouse. Because he knows, and he's right, they can't win anything meaningful this year.
Yep.
But fans don't necessarily care about that. They want the good times to keep rolling. They want August to be competitive. They want September at Nats Park to be fun. They want to add because it's more exciting to do that than to subtract.
Yeah, when I'm paying and there's a game in August, if it's meaningful and there are more good players on the field, that's better for me.
But Paul Taboni knows that he's got the bullpen right now with the third highest ERA in baseball, over 5. That he's got a rotation with an ERA of 4.34, which is not even in the top half of Major League Baseball, just outside of it. And that there's really not a legitimate path to significant success when you can't pitch better than that. Now, if you were to add a starter and a couple of relievers, could you possibly make the wild card? I guess. Are you going to go deep into the playoffs with this group? Not likely. And you're still counting on the lineup sustaining itself and guys who haven't put full seasons together, like C.J. Abrams or James Wood, tailored off last season, to continue to carry this team. And so those are things he's got to consider as well. But he's been extremely transparent about this.
Yes.
This is what I give them credit for. For whatever gripes people have had over the years with Ted Leonsis, I do feel like he is mostly always very transparent in telling you what they're doing. You might not like that they're not going to rebuild and tank. Right. That's what he was saying for a long time. And then more recently, they said, hey, we're going to be bad. It's going to take some time. You got to give us another year. Wait till you see this draft class next year. Paul Taboni has said this is a multi-year process. This is going to take time. And I think his feeling behind the scenes now, if I had to guess, is fans have gotten excited because we're ahead of schedule or overperforming or whatever's happening. And that excitement triggers the hope that we do something. My job is to not react to that. I have to do what's best for the ball.
I have a very, very good plan. That's part of why I was hired, by the way. I guarantee he revealed some of the elements of his plan during the hiring process.
And we should probably trust the plan more now than we did then, just based on the staff that he put together and how well they've done.
100%. And the results speak for themselves in that regard. It's almost like you go, sorry, this worked too well. I mean, think of it's almost the curse of that immediate success. Think of year one of Rivera, right? Where they weren't particularly good. The division is maybe the worst division in the history of football. And they, quote unquote, won it with a 7-9 record. And that changed everyone's eye line. The expectations were so good. Does that sound familiar with the most recent Washington 53, right? That year one with a bunch of cast-offs and veterans and Noah Brown and Zach Ertz, who hadn't been healthy for more than an hour and a half. All of a sudden in the NFC title game, everyone's expectations are sky high. That's kind of what's happening here. Not to the same degree. They're not going to the NLCS or anything, but they're picked for 65.5 wins. This is one of the lowest over-unders in the sport, and they're going to do that by the All-Star break numbers approximate. And so everyone's going, oh my God, this is great. Hold on, not so fast. Don't put the cart before the horse.
There is a flip side, and there's a devil's advocate to be played here. That somebody, and I don't know whose job it would be in the front office, brings up to Taboni, I'm sure, in some of these meetings, which would be, it is hard to be good. And it is really hard to be 500 or better in baseball. A team like the Orioles with jobs on the line for Mike Elias and players where they're determining what are we doing this year, next year? Are we going to sell guys off? They'd give their left arm in that front office to be where the Nats are. They're 39 and 47.
Yep.
They can't figure it out. Boston was built to win this season. They're 10 under 500. A team like the New York Mets has one of the great payrolls we've ever seen in the history of the sport. They're 15 under 500. They can't field a baseball at this point. The San Francisco Giants, I could give you more teams, but sometimes, whether it's a chemistry thing in the clubhouse or you just don't come through in the big spot with 2 outs, or you guys underperform or have down years or injuries set in, it's hard to be where they are at this point of the season.
Yes.
Do you have to occasionally just look the gift horse in the mouth and say, well, shucks, let's just see?
I got to act accordingly. That's certainly we talked about this, and you're going back and forth. Every decision, it's a cost benefit, right?
Yes.
Where you're going. I'm of the mindset in general, and we talked about this last week when the bullpen was melting down every single night. But I'm in the process of general going, if I'm not any good yet, I don't know what my team is in 2 years, which is what I'm building towards. I'm not going to give up a single asset in my building. I want that Spencer Strider story. I want the guy that nobody thought was going to be any good that rockets through my minor league system now that I've got some good tools in place to actually develop some players for the first time in a couple of decades here. I need even throw in Theodore, even the last guy in some deal, the player to be named later that nobody cares about. If I'm not winning at the big level, I'm sitting here trying to develop as many things as possible, either assets for me or for somebody else in trades as they come along. I'm hoarding my prospects, in other words, at this point. The only way I break glass is in case of emergency. And last week it felt like there was an emergency.
Yeah.
Last week it felt like, okay, now the emergency has happened. They're pretty good, and this bullpen is non-competitive.
That way you never give yourself the opportunity to be the team that got hot and went on the magical carpet ride.
Totally.
But because it's year one of the plan, this is not a season where I would deviate if I was Paul Taboni. I'd stick to the script. If this was next season, I might feel differently. If this is 2 years from now, obviously it's a different story. It's your first year setting the foundation, still far away, knowing from a talent standpoint where you need to be. So I think the decision is pretty easily made for them unless they get hot and get a handful of games over 500. We can talk more about this later on. The World Cup is ongoing in the knockout round. Team USA's road ahead got scarier. That's next on Grant and Danny. We got World Cup action going right now and on in studio. Norway just got a goal minutes before stoppage time to take a 2-1 lead as they try to advance in the knockout round, which brings us to the Americans, who are set to play tomorrow night, Danny, as they try to advance to the round of 16. And for the Americans, one last favorable matchup where they will be a favorite. Remember, they came into this thing, depending on where you look, somewhere between 16th, 18th in the world. You're getting to the round of 16. This was always the expectation. So as amazing as those first two games were, they obviously win 2 of their 3 games in pool play. They didn't try to win their third game. They only played a couple of their regulars for much of the game. They still got to get to the round of 16 for this to have even been like holding serve, a success, so to speak. A massive success would be getting to the Elite 8 and winning another game. But if they don't get to the round of 16 and get by Bosnia, then it feels like a lot of what happened in the pool play was for naught.
Well, those 2 games were so great, and the U.S. played in a way they have not played in my lifetime, that everybody's eyeline went, oh my God, maybe this is better than 2002. Meaning they could do something special here with a favorable draw. And then you started to look at all the permutations. And one of the permutations would have their second round opponent, I believe, either been Egypt or Senegal. With all due respect to those teams, yep, sign me up for that in the round of 16. But it turned into Belgium. And if they somehow get by Belgium, then it's Spain. So if you just end up going, like you said, and I agree with literally every word because I think it's factual, but when you go, yep, they got to the round of 16, it just sort of feels like those 2 games were great, and that was fun, and they won the group, and, it's kind of what we expected. This could have been kind of this unbelievable ride, something, and again, they haven't done in 24 years since 2002. It could have been really, really cool. Now, again, they still have to play the games. Who knows? We see upsets happen. Paraguay, who the U.S. woodshedded, beat Germany last night on penalties. The Netherlands was one of the heavy favorites. They basically played a defensive shell last night against Morocco and looked like they were terrified of them. So weird stuff happens. I mean, it's a one-off sport. Eliminations happen. It's hard to score goals. You go to penalty kicks. It's any man's game. But their draw went from, oh my God, this could be so favorable. Like I think if Egypt had beaten Iran, who's been eliminated, they would have had a great chance to play one of those 2 teams in round number 2, which is far more favorable than Belgium, who's top 5 in the world.
So a few things. They got to the round of 16 previously a bunch. That is something that they have done. That's a fairly normal thing. 10, 14, 22, 94. Like we've seen it. We've done it. So that's fine. That having been said, when I start hearing like oh no, the draw is not what I thought. Now we've got to play ... To me, that's just saying you don't trust them to actually beat the good teams. The only way they were going to do it is if they got a cakewalk, so to speak. So I get it. Mm-hmm. It's okay to have the easier path. If you're a playoff team and you are in the Stanley Cup playoffs, I want the Capitals to play a team that just upsets somebody that's not as good, because it doesn't really take away from the accomplishment. It's still a playoff bracket, a playoff tournament. But by nature, it does mean I don't think as much about the Capitals. If they can't beat the Penguins, they need to face Montreal or whatever. So when I hear that, I think they could win those games if they play at the level they did in their first 2 games, which was elite for this World Cup in terms of scoring for and allowed and margin of victory and possession and all of those things. And we've seen really good teams lose to teams like Paraguay that they beat, by the way.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I guess I'm not as dejected as you, because my point is it's the World Cup. Eventually, you got to play some big boys.
Oh, of course, yeah, and it's the best of the best qualified.
It was looming, and if it happens a little bit earlier, so be it. If they are who we think they are, then they're going to have to beat a good team. And bottom line is they should be in the round of 16, because this is a game where they're a heavy favorite again, and they should win this game. Mm-hmm. If they don't, I think it's a gigantic disappointment.
Agreed.
But once they get to the round of 16, now to get to the quarterfinals, I guess it would be, which is like the Elite 8.
Yep.
To get to that round, they're going to have a really, really good win. I kind of wouldn't want it any other way. I wouldn't want some like beneficial draw where you're playing the 29th best team in the world and that can be taken away from you.
Wouldn't bother me at all. I would, in fact, relish it. I would much rather, because kind of to your point, you said it. There's a line of demarcation. There are, in any given year, again, weird stuff happens, flukes happen, upsets happen. You can play this after some team that nobody expects wins the World Cup. But there's basically 7, 8, maybe 9 teams that could realistically go through and win a tournament like this. And then there's kind of the next tier down. Nothing wrong with being the next tier down right away. We all want to be in that elite tier.
Right.
It ain't reality, though.
I'll take tier 2.
Yeah, tier 2. And the United States right now is towards the top of that second tier. Again, a team that we thought was in that elite tier just lost in Germany last night. The Netherlands also kind of the same boat.
So if you reshuffled world rankings right now, you'd have them a good bit higher than 16 where they came.
Yeah, they're probably in that 13 to 15 range, right? And that's really good. I'd like to be there, hopefully continuing to ascend. But there's a difference between playing someone else in that bucket. It's like, think of the NFL playoffs. Couple 9-8 teams squaring off here in the wild card round versus 14-3, home field advantage, plus 180 point differential, star quarterback MVP.
I totally get it. But for the accomplishment, it doesn't water it down. For the fun of winning the game, it's obvious. Who cares? Just go win. For me, everything I'm viewing this year through is through the lens of, like, have we made major strides in American soccer? And my answer through the first round is yes. I think just beating teams we knew we were better than anyway in getting a fortuitous draw in home games in the United States does less for that credibility, if that makes sense, and like the feeling of the growth of the sport. Whereas if you go knock off Belgium or one of these teams, you're announcing your presence with some authority that, hey, actually, U.S. men's soccer is making real strides.
Well, sure, if that happens.
That's kind of what I want to do.
If that happens, I'm all in favor of it. I'll be whooping and hollering and throwing a damn party Wednesday night if that's or when, whatever, if and when they play Belgium. But I'm also, as a scared fan or as a prognosticator or whatever you want to call our role here, looking at it going, yeah, their road just got a lot tougher than a couple of days ago.
Sure.
If something had broken differently.
But my point is they will have already played 4 games before that game that you worry about. How many of these do you get?
Right.
At some point, you kind of have to play someone pretty good. It's the World Cup.
It is coming, yeah.
Next, the plans for the site where RFK 2.0 is going to be built. The new Commander stadiums have been released, and we've seen some renderings on what's going to be built around the stadium within that community there. We've got the details for you next on The Fan.
Serena Williams is back playing in her first singles match at Wimbledon since 2022 right now. She's won 23 Grand Slam singles titles, battling Maya Joint as we speak. Joint leads 4-3 in the first set. We will keep you updated on the Fan. The LeBron James news of the day. The King announced he will be back for an unprecedented 24th season. He will not be playing for the Lakers, where he spent his last 8 seasons, won a championship in 2020. Staying in the NBA, Mark Stein reported that the Wizards are interested in a reunion with Russell Westbrook, who led Washington to its last playoff appearance in 2020. In the World Cup just now, Norway knocked off Ivory Coast moments ago, 2-1, advancing to the round of 16 to play Brazil. In baseball, Nats Red Sox tonight on the Fan, 7:10 first pitch. Nats are 43 and 43. The Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin D. Domenico on the Fan.
Grant and Danny welcoming you back on the Fan, brought to you every day by the law firm Condorian Murad.
Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Let's go to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And welcome onto the show, Martin Ostermule. He is a D.C. reporter for Notice, and he had a lot of the details on the area down around the RFK 2.0 site where the Commanders are building their new stadium. We want to ask him about that site and what's going to be erected around that stadium. Martin, thanks so much for the time. How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good, buddy. Thank you.
Very well. So I guess you could paint with a broad brush to get us started here. What can you tell us about the plans? We've known for many, many months this was not just going to be a stadium. What else are they thinking for right around where the Commanders will be playing their home games come 2030?
Well, I think the first thing to notice is that, come 2030, you're going to see the stadium. You'll see kind of a plaza in front of it, and you're going to see the parking decks built out. Everything else will still be undeveloped. There's going to be a lot of surface parking lots that remain for the first couple of years. But eventually, probably a couple of years down the line, the ideas are pretty ambitious. I mean, we're talking thousands of units of apartments and other types of housing, up to 6,000 of those. We're talking 1,200 hotel rooms. We're talking hundreds of thousands of square feet of retail and kind of entertainment and commercial offerings, and a lot of parkland. They're going to really use a lot of the site. A lot of the site has existing playing fields on there. A lot of it is along the Anacostia River, so they're going to keep that open for people to use. But it's going to be a really, really different place than it has been in the past.
So the thing that jumped out to me, the biggest, I had to reread the sentence like 15 times because I'm a bit of a rube here, Martin, but the football team is going to handle the development of the Plaza District and Riverfront District, D.C. What does that mean? In other words, the football team's now in charge of building apartments and hotels and Starbuckses and Dunkin' Donuts and things like that? Help me understand that.
Yeah, basically. I mean, you got it right. So as part of the deal, the district wanted to get this done as quickly as possible, and their thinking was if we hand over as much of the land as possible to the team is then incentivized to get it done really quickly because they want more people there. They want the place to be a success, right? The district, it's a government. It has to deal with the usual government process, which can be slow. So basically, a lot of the residential development and entertainment development is going to be led by the team. They're going to take charge of it. There is one section that will be led by the district, but it's not one of the bigger parts of the land. So yeah, the team has, a lot of power here. They have a lot of incentives to get this done and get it done more quickly than the city could because they want this place to be a destination.
Makes sense. And it also speaks to, I remember when Nats Park was built in 2008, and for a long time, and there were reasons for this, there was a recession back then, whatever else, but all of the plans that we'd heard so much about hadn't come to fruition.
There was a McDonald's and a car wash.
Right. There was nothing here for years. I don't know if you remember or were around for that or have thoughts on that, but it did hurt the Nationals. And yeah, the idea being, I guess, that the team wouldn't allow that to happen because what's good for them is also good for the city, and they need people down there.
Right, exactly. And I was around for what was there down by Nats Park before Nats Park. And you're right, there wasn't a whole lot. And even to this day, you go to Navy Yard, it's completely transformed. The area around Nats Park is totally different. But there are still little plots that still haven't gotten done. And part of it's the economy, part of it's development patterns, and part of it is just it's slow when the government gets involved because they have to go through zoning and all these sorts of things. And the idea here was much more like, listen, we just want to offload this on someone else who's going to move it forward because we see this project as being one entire project, not a stadium and then a bunch of random things around it. They want the whole thing to be an experience that draws people in and keeps them there for longer than they would if they were just going to a normal NFL stadium.
This could be a bad question, but is any part of it strategic because of just all the red tape from a government standpoint with D.C. and the federal government and being at odds? And, is federal government allowed to step in and be a fly in the ointment as they're trying to get things done? And if the Commanders are doing it, then there's no power over them? Is that a thing or no?
Well, the federal government could step in at any point. We know this because this remains federal land. The district has a long-term lease on it, but the feds have a lot of power. But yeah, I think the idea here was that the Commanders and the NFL are pretty powerful, pretty influential, and pretty well connected, so that if anything kind of gets stuck on the federal side, the Commanders would probably have as much, if not more, power to get it unstuck than the city government would. Because again, there you involve politics. I mean, city government is run by Democrats. The Republican administration in the White House has fought with the folks in the city. So I think the thinking was also, listen, we hand it off to the Commanders. They're well connected. They know how to get this sort of stuff done. They can grease the skids where necessary and probably do it faster than we could.
Martin Ostermill with us here on G&D reporting on the new RFK 2.0 site. So the parking decks, parking garage things, that's source of consternation for, sort of city folks that want to walk, scoot, metro, everywhere else. But for football goers, that's a concern in the different direction. They want 10 times the amount of parking there, but I understand kind of the push and pull. What can you tell us about those?
Yeah, so I mean, the current site at RFK, or what RFK used to be, had something like 12,000 to 15,000 spots, like super well known for tailgating. Northwest Stadium out in Landover has something like 20,000 spots, great for tailgating. The new site, the new stadium at RFK will not have nearly as much. They're thinking 8,000 tops, 6,000 of which are going to be in parking decks, and 2,000 are going to be first surface lots that will eventually get built up. But then those parking spots will get reincorporated elsewhere on the site. But basically, this has left fans with the question like, well, where do we tailgate? I mean, there's not going to be surface parking lots that offer that kind of ample space to get that done. The team has floated the idea of using the tops of parking decks and having designated areas up there for tailgating, or also using this plaza district, which is this kind of big open space we're going to have in front of the stadium that's going to welcome people to the stadium as a site for tailgating. But I think that's still going to be an issue that the team is going to have to work out with its fan base over the next few years.
Martin Ostermule, who wrote the piece in Notice, you can go check it out. This is on the stadium site for the Commanders and what all is going to be built and by who over by the stadium. So sticking with the parking decks, you had an excerpt from what you were reading about these plans and the design. It sounds like one of the points of consternation is how they're actually going to look. I guess someone, and I don't know who it is, but they don't want it to look like parking garages because it's an eyesore, I guess, the rest of the year. So they're looking into maybe having like a unique architectural design. Like, what is the deal with that?
Yeah, so again, being that this is federal land, and you know where the site is, it looks straight down East Capitol Street to the Capitol. So it's got really interesting kind of historic monumental views. And there was some concern that if you put these big parking decks, it's going to block some of the view sheds. And let's be honest, we might love parking, but we never like where we have to park, nor do we think it's great architecture. So the team and the city are basically coming up with this idea of like, we know these are going to be big parking decks. There's no getting around it, but let's at least kind of design them in a way or put some cladding on the outside, some sort of design on the outside that makes it look a little less like a parking deck, or at least a parking deck that's interesting. And they've done this, I think down by Nats Park, one of the parking decks has some kind of murals along the side. It's that sort of thing. It's just kind of sprucing up a parking deck. Look, you're not going to convince someone it's the Leaning Tower of Pisa or like the Eiffel Tower, but you can make them think, oh, that's a pretty parking deck.
To that point, though, on Nats Park, I'm assuming these are going to be a lot bigger, and maybe that's the answer. But I've never once thought about garages B and C at Nats Park when I drive by. It's a ballpark. There are these very square parking garage-looking parking garages. There are only two of them. There's not a lot of parking at Nats Park. It's mostly people coming via Metro, or there is still some surface-level parking you can find in the neighborhood or whatever. Are these just so much bigger that it's a big deal? Like, I think it's furniture in the room. It's like a chair. Nobody notices those garages in the Navy Yard, I don't think.
Yeah, no, these are going to be big. I mean, these have to fit between 2,500 and 3,000 cars. They're something like 11 stories tall. They're not they're going to be hard to miss.
How many?
And I think
do we know how many of those stories are under? Like, how tall would they be? Because the Nats, I guess, only goes up 4 or 5 levels from the ground. But I guess this could be as many as, 10 or 11, you're saying?
I think they're still trying to determine if any of it's going to be below grade. I mean, the thing is that's ideal. It makes it much more expensive. So I think those plans have to be ironed out. But I think all the renderings have shown pretty big buildings, big parking decks regardless. And I think the difference between this and what you see at Nats Park is, number one, this just fits more people, so they have more flow of humanity coming, so they have to find ways to get them there. And second of all, it's right next to a residential neighborhood, so there's none of the kind of surface parking lots you could probably find down by Nats Park if you need to park other than the parking deck. So parking is going to be an interesting point of discussion for the next couple of years.
So you mentioned residential's right next to it, and it's certainly not going to be, they're not mostly in the style that they're talking about with the new residential here, Martin, right? It's a lot of row homes, places that have been there forever, and now you've got kind of the new, I don't have a better word for it, but sort of corporate style apartment buildings are going to go up with a whole bunch of units, et cetera. What's the neighborhood saying, and kind of what's the balance there to try to make it fit, but also maybe leading change into kind of revamping that neighborhood in the future?
So I think it's still early days. Like, I haven't yet started seeing people complain too much about the design because they're just barely starting to take a look at it. I think what's interesting is that they're not trying to make this look like what Navy Yard was, because Navy Yard was kind of ended up being a bit of a blank slate. Like, they knocked down a bunch of industrial buildings and they could put up these very modernist looking buildings instead. This being next to like an old historic residential neighborhood, I think they're going to want, and they've designed it to look already a little more like the neighborhood around it. It's going to be taller. They're going to be residential buildings, so it's going to look different than row houses, but they're going to use a lot of brick. They're going to make it look classical. And again, because it's a federal site and the feds have a say in this, they're going to want to be really sensitive about making it, acceptable to federal officials who may have opinions about architecture. And we know that the current occupant of the White House definitely cares about architecture.
Martin Ostermule is with us on Grant and Danny. You had mentioned an excerpt or a takeaway from some of the literature on this was about grocery stores that are coming in and what that means for affordable housing and housing units. Was there a set percentage they have to hit of affordable housing as part of the plan, and what's the math look like there?
So it's between 6,000 and 6,500 units all told of housing. So it's like all the housing that they could probably fit on the site. And of that, 30% has to be affordable. Like, affordable is a squishy concept because
I was going to ask, what is the definition of affordable? Because that's changing probably all the time.
It's always changing, and the city itself has different kind of bands of affordability from 0 to 30%, 30 to 50% of the area median income. So basically, they're going to have a mix here. They're going to say some of this housing is for people who are literally just minimum wage workers. Some of the housing is going to be people who are first responders and teachers and make that sort of money. So it's going to be a mix, and again, 30% of 6,000 units. I'm a journalist, not a mathematician, but it'll be a good amount of units.
Tell me about Kingman Commons. So the park north, there's all sorts of stuff that's changed a lot since I was a kid, but there's soccer fields, there's the different parks, there's a farmer's market up north if you kind of go towards Oklahoma Avenue, Benning Road, etc. There's a lot of stuff they want to kind of keep and maintain there. How does kind of Kingman Commons fit into that?
So Kingman Commons is going to be kind of a residential area along Oklahoma Avenue next to Kingman Park, which is the existing neighborhood.
Yep.
And then just south of that, you'll get all the kind of recreation spaces. You have the fields that are there right now. There's a bunch of them. There's a playground, stuff for recreation. And they're going to keep all of that, and they're going to add an indoor kind of sportsplex, like an indoor sports facility that the city's going to build. So that entire side of the stadium, like the northeast corner of it, right, exactly, towards Benning Road, is going to be recreation and open space. So it's going to be kind of cool. I mean, for residents, that's a great benefit. But even for people who come to a game, I mean, if you come a couple hours early, you have a lot of places to explore and look around and enjoy.
So as someone following this as closely as you are, what do you like most about these plans? What do you think is going to be a slam dunk? And then where are you the most curious, or nervous is probably the wrong word, but you go, I don't really see how this is going to work here. There's going to have to be more done.
I think the city and the team were really good about setting aside spaces for recreation and parks. Like, instead of saying we're going to take 180 acres and completely build over it, and that was somewhat of the criticism of Navy Yard, that it was very built over. And they've also thought about how to connect it to the Anacostia River, which they have done down in Navy Yard. So I think turning towards the river and using the parkland is a great idea. The only thing I would be concerned about, and I think people should be aware of, is the timing of all of this. Again, the stadium has to be done by 2030. That is like they will get that done before anything else. It's just how they phase in the rest of the development. Because the first couple of years of people going to the new stadium, they're going to look around and there's going to be a lot of old surface parking lots that have been there for decades. And there won't be a whole lot of residential or commercial stuff yet. So I think it'll be probably the mid-2030s when we're going to start seeing the real full transformation of the site. And that's if nothing gets in the way, and something always gets in the way. So we'll see how the timing works out.
The elephant in the room, though, isn't it still Metro?
It is still Metro. Yeah, I mean, the one station there is Stadium Armory. The city is going to pay $300 million to expand it. I mean, they can only expand it so much, but to just get more people in and out of it more quickly. But the next thing is there was talk about building another Metro station, kind of the next one along the line on Oklahoma Avenue, but that's just not feasible because of cost and also the technical aspects of it. So instead, Metro has proposed building a rapid bus line from Union Station all the way down H and Benning to get to the stadium. Now, again, someone has to pay for that, and no one has determined who's going to pay for that yet, but the city is going to have to get on the planning for that one very soon.
Martin Ostermule on Grant and Danny. In the end, I think you could say that Muriel Bowser ended up being huge supporter of sports in D.C., in that she had to rescue the Caps Wizards thing after it was a fiasco, and you can make the case D.C. was involved in what happened there, but obviously getting the deal done with the Commanders as well. I know there's going to be a new mayor eventually, and I think Janice Lewis-George just won a primary or something like that. I don't follow D.C. politics all that closely. I live in Virginia. I work in D.C. But how could things change moving forward from a sports stadium standpoint with a new mayor who might be less of a sports fan?
It is true. She's less of a sports fan than Mayor Bowser is, but she was still committed to the deal. I mean, she had some concerns about how the deal was structured on the front end of things, but then helped make some changes to it and then voted for it. So I think she recognizes she's been in D.C. long enough. She's a lifelong Washingtonian. I think she recognizes the value and the importance of the team to folks in D.C., and not just folks who've been here for 10 years, but folks who've lived here for their entire lives. Like, there's a recognition there of the value of the team and also the power it has of the team to kind of transform this entire site in one go. So I don't think she is going to be the sort of person to get in the way of that. And I think Mayor Bowser is probably going to do as much as possible before she leaves office to ensure that nothing can quickly be undone. So I think there's going to be some work being done this year to make sure that we get this set in stone and it's going to get finished on time. I think the most you could see is there could be concerns about the sorts of labor that's used to build these sites. Like Janice Lewis-George is very pro-union, so she's going to want to make sure that a lot of those jobs go to union workers, which happens a lot. But, that could be a hang-up at some point, but I don't foresee anything else big.
Martin, you touched on it a moment ago, but if you wouldn't mind reminding our audience here, timetable for, kind of next steps here, everything from the debate, the 11th hour strangeness, then at midnight it goes fine again, shovels in the ground, etc. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, what we're looking at now is kind of the dirty work of getting the site ready for construction, which is currently happening. If you have folks listening who have not been down to RFK in a couple of years, they should go just to witness how the old stadium is completely gone. It's basically a blank slate. It's just getting cleared off. And construction is, I don't know when construction will actually happen. I think it's maybe later this year that it would be as soon as they could start. But yeah, construction is going to start moving on the stadium soon. And then, like I said, it has to open by 2030. That's the one thing they can't miss that deadline. There's a lot of other deadlines they can be flexible with, but not the stadium opening.
Martin Ostermule is with us on Grant and Danny. Notice Reports is where you can follow the publication on social. DC Reporter. Last one, this is off the beaten path a little bit, but I just saw that you were writing about this today. So I'm just curious, as someone who buys a lot of tickets and on the secondary market routinely gets tickets to events in DC, what is going on with the bill that Charles Allen, who comes on our show a bunch, is trying to introduce? What is the deal with the StubHubs of the world and the future in DC?
Right, so that is a bill that he introduced that got a first vote in the council today. And basically what that would do is that would kind of rein in some of the secondary market sellers, like the ticket resellers, like the StubHubs of the world, and put more restrictions on how expensive the tickets can be when they're resold. He initially wanted a price cap, which is like he wanted a certain percentage above the value of the ticket was the most you could sell it for. That has changed a little bit, but there's still a lot of changes left to come. And most of this is actually just going to impact music venues. The sports facilities are not covered And mostly because I've talked to him about this, but he said that sports are different than music venues. I mean, lots of people who go to games are buying season tickets. You don't buy season tickets to go see to the 930 Club. There's no such thing, really. So it's just a different kind of marketplace and mechanism. So basically, if this bill passes the council, which it could happen in the next couple of weeks, it shouldn't have an impact on the sports side of things. It's more the music side.
It'd be great for consumers, though. How much of a precedent is there? I mean, is this a thing in a bunch of cities already?
I mean, Maryland has kind of a law that touches on this, but doesn't impose a price cap. If DC went for a price cap, that would be pretty unique. Now, there's a lot of movement in the world of ticket selling generally. I mean, there were these lawsuits against Ticketmaster and Live Nation and kind of this back and forth over the role that they play in ticket prices. So, again, DC is a pretty small player in the grand scheme of things. So even if they pass this law, we have to wait and see how it plays out and how the sellers respond.
Martin, great info, man. Appreciate it. Great reporting as well. Thank you.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, outstanding. Martin Ostermuhle of Notice on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Speaking of stadiums, the Nats are playing at Fenway Park, a rare trip for them to Boston. You could see how important and how much fun the players were having yesterday to go out and see the Green Monster and sign their names inside like every player gets to when they play their first game there.
Yeah,
they were
Dave,
like little kids.
Yeah, Dave Jagler did the player interview they do for the pregame show. Usually it's down on the field for BP in the dugout or whatever, which is also pretty cool. But he and PJ Pullen were talking right underneath the Green Monster on the warning track. And they both stopped like 15 different times in the interview just to tell you, how cool is this? You grew up an hour away from here. I grew up 45 minutes from here. I was a fan. So was I. Isn't this amazing? Like, they couldn't get over it, how cool it was.
I want to have a discussion about historical sports venues and the most impressive you've been to, the one that was maybe the most nostalgic or emotional when you got to go to it. And if you want to hop in on that, you can. 800-636-1067. We'll do that next on The Fan.
Brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. In baseball, the Nationals play the Red Sox again tonight at 7:10. 6:40 pregame with Charlie Slows and Dave Jagler on the Fan. The Nats coming off a loss. They're back at 500, 43-43. It's Cade Cavalli against Connolly Early. LeBron James has informed the Lakers that the franchise can move on without him because he will play elsewhere next season. LeBron posted on X that it was, quote, truly an honor to wear the Lakers uniform. Serena Williams back playing her first singles match at Wimbledon since 2022 against Maya Joint right now. Joint won the first set and leads the second set 2-1. In the World Cup this afternoon, Norway knocked off Ivory Coast 2-1, advancing to the round of 16 to play Brazil. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin D. Domenico on the Fan.
Suarez with a 2-0. Swinging a long drive, right field. Forget about it. It is going and long gone. It clears the Red Sox bullpen, and the Nationals on the board. 3 pitches in, 1-0. Another leadoff home run for James Wood, his 6th of the season, 21st home run overall. An absolute no-doubter off the fastball from Ranger Suarez. What a start for the Nats.
And then Miles Michaelis happened. But hey, James Wood Bolt, we're back. Number 21 on the season. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your day. So the Nationals are at Fenway Park in Boston. Opened in 1912, the oldest active Major League Baseball stadium, features an iconic 37-foot green monster out in left field. I will say it is bigger when you go.
Yes.
I have only been down on field level once, and it is just stunningly tall. Whatever
it really
you
is.
think it's going to look
like. It's the right
like,
name for it. It's a green monster.
It's so big.
Mm-hmm. I sat in for the World Series when Boston went to the World Series, and they came back and beat the Yankees 3-0, and they played the Cardinals. And we were able to get tickets through a good friend, and I sat in one of those uncomfortable seats where you weren't actually facing home plate. You have to turn to the left. The whole thing was so stupid.
You're facing right center.
Yeah, but we are in left field down the line, and you're next to the green monster, and I couldn't see. If a ball goes into the corner, I couldn't see it. I mean, not even being hyperbolic, you couldn't see it. But you look to the left, and then you had to crane your neck back up to an angle that your neck doesn't go to try to see the top of the thing. I mean, it really is massive.
When I went last, I sat down the first base line, right field, all the way down past, like into the corner, past the pesky pole, and my seat was facing directly straight ahead, essentially, into the bullpen, visitors' bullpen. So, like, the pitcher was warming up with his catcher, and the ball was coming, like, right at me. Now, I was up about 20 feet in the seats, but the point is, like, I'm not angled toward home plate like you normally would be. I'm angled directly at the bullpen, just with, like, a clear shot of the pitcher throwing, warming up.
Yeah.
Which is not facing the correct direction.
You can see whoever's in the bullpen first. You got that going for you.
But it's a thing you got to do. 1912 is a long time ago, man. It's a 100-plus-year-old ballpark. It's in so many movies. Most of them have Ben Affleck involved. It's in the town, for sure.
Yeah.
I love the town.
The Cathedral of Boston.
I just love going to Fenway Park. And even though it's a overrated, like, place to watch a game, I'm never going to turn down a tour. I'm never not going to go when I have an opportunity. Wrigley Field pummels it. That's the other one on my short list here in terms of baseball ballparks. That was opened in 1914. Ivy-covered brick outfield is probably the thing most synonymous with Wrigley Field. Staple for all historic sports venues. So to me, Wrigley, 9 out of 10, 9.5 out of 10. Fenway's like a 5.5 out of 10 as a ballpark. But they're both amazing, both on my short list of things that I've done in terms of historic venues. I think my number one, right up there with Wrigley, I'm going to maybe put it narrowly above Wrigley, is Lambeau. Got the full tour at Lambeau, got to run out onto the field from the tunnel with, like, the fans blare. You know, they make this fake noise like music and fans, and you run out of the tunnel for this tour that you do.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just iconic and awesome and legendary. I loved everything about Lambeau. It is just football history brought to life. They don't let anybody touch the grass, touch the field there, ever. Anybody. They don't have soccer games. They don't have concerts. They don't do anything. If you're not a Green Bay Packer or an opponent, you don't get to go on the field.
So good.
I think that's awesome. There's a lot of things like that. So I would put that on the very short list. Yankee Stadium I went to, if you count that, there's so much history there. That would be on the pantheon for me.
I did both old and new, by the way. There was no reason to make a new Yankee Stadium, to be honest with you, other than they wanted more luxury suites. The old one was perfect, and they just rebuilt it with more suites.
Yeah, old Yankee Stadium is the one I'm referencing.
Yeah.
The new one doesn't really have much history. And then Madison Square Garden was still one of those in terms of like aura. When I was in a arena, and they're playing the bells and the whistles that you hear for years and years on television with Marv Albert, and Stephon Marbury's playing in a playoff game, I think, when I was there that night. I mean, it opened in 1968, considered the world's most famous arena. It's hosted some of the great boxing matches and hockey and basketball games ever. So that one's up there for me. I have not done, I don't know about you, have you done the Rose Bowl?
No.
Pasadena?
Mm-mm.
I'd like to do that. A lot of the college stadiums are not on my list. Like
I want to go to the Big House. I want to go to the Horseshoe. I want to do the Swamp. I want to do, what's LSU's called?
Death Valley.
Death Valley, I think. I want to do that.
I did LSU Stadium. That's the only other ones you just said I did. Big House, Horseshoe, a lot of that stuff I have not done. Happy Valley would be cool. Anything I haven't said that you did that was great?
Yeah, so a couple of others I'd throw in there. It doesn't have the history yet, but it's on its way to it. It's San Francisco's ballpark. It's still more the modern. It's like post Camden Yards.
Yeah, I just think that's a great ballpark.
It's an amazing ballpark, but I'm telling you, if we get another 15, 20 years, it'll start to be, you'll look up and go, that was built 40 years ago? It's on the way. So that's one of those where I'm going to tell a grandkid when it's on television, I've been there, and it's phenomenal.
Yeah, maybe. When I think of this conversation, Wrigley, like they were
It's
built
not there
in
yet.
1912.
Yeah, it's not there yet.
Lambeau's it was around for Bart Starr.
Right. So like the invention of the Ford Pass before and after, Lambeau's already been there. So here are a couple that I would add. Old Trafford, Manchester United, built in 1910. I'm not one of these bandwagon, fraudulent nonsense people that just decides I'm going to follow an English soccer team to a place I've never been. I've never understood how people do that. God bless you. Know all the chants, sing along at a bar in Richmond, whatever you're doing. But you still recognize this has been here for 116 years.
Yes.
This play, now they've added to it and changed it up, but it's like the dudes that invented, kicking backwards and the first bicycle kick, whatever it is. The stadium is so old and the history is incredible. It's a museum in and of itself. Going there was amazing. Same with Etihad Stadium where Manchester City plays. But a couple of these spots in Scotland that we got to go to when I did this tour with my son for his old club team, which is one of the most amazing experiences I've ever had. Celtic Park, Ibrox Stadium for these like the town and community is so small. It's not even like the size of DC. It's like the size of Springfield, Virginia. But everybody goes. Yeah. And it's the biggest deal. And they tell you in advance, by the way, don't wear the opposing color, even if it's underwear. If anybody sees it, they will attack you. It's like it's to that level of it. Those are pretty amazing.
I think about it from the standpoint of what do I want to get my kid to? I've got to get my kids, and specifically the ones that care about sports, which right now is my oldest son, basically. I would want to get him to Fenway. I would need to get him to Wrigley. I would want to get him to Lambeau. Maybe, I don't even think MSG would make the cut of, it'd be cool. I don't think he has to go there. That would be a neat thing, don't get me wrong.
Like if we're up there, let's try to see a game.
I'd like to get him to every stadium. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. Right.
But like if you don't go there, gosh, that would be a real shame. Is Soldier Field on that list? I always thought, I went there because it's Soldier Field, and I thought it was going to be awesome, and it's kind of dumpy. I think
it's exactly dumpy. Yeah, I've never been specifically, but that's the rep. That's why they're trying to move for.
Yeah, they're headed
forever.
to Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
Charlie's in Silver Spring. We're talking legendary venues for sports with the Nats at Fenway. What's up?
Hi. I know it was never considered a great ballpark by the baseball intelligentsia, but I just want to put in a good word for a good old Memorial Stadium in Baltimore. I thought it was a wonderful stadium and saw so many entertaining themes and crowds and games there between 1966 and 91, and was able to go there a number of times right at the end of the 91 season. And those are about my best sports memories, really.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Respectfully, that's why. That, you know what I mean? Like you're a kid, we're filled with wonder. I went to see Boog Powell and Brooks Robinson, and then I saw Cal Ripken and Mike Devereaux. That's why you like it.
83 World Series championship will make you like a venue. Nats Park got a little better in 19.
Yes, it did.
That said, I think that's where my first game was. My parents told me they took me there. I'm sure they did. But I don't remember it. My earliest memory was going to Camden Yards as a 4 or 5-year-old a few years after it opened. But that's probably where I went to my first baseball game, assuming my parents are remembering which kid I am correctly. Because now that I'm a parent, there's really no way to keep score of all that. Like, my dad's like, yeah, we definitely took you. You were in a stroller. And I'm like, that could have been Ryan.
Did you?
That could have been Sean.
Was it?
Hopefully it was me.
Yeah.
Gerald in Newmarket. What's up?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up, buddy?
Good topic here. I was on a work trip years ago down in Alabama, and I was staying in Birmingham, and I ran into this guy. I was asking him to put the O's game on the TV at the bar, and they would. So we started talking about baseball, and he ended up being the president of the Historical Preservation Society for the ballpark down there that the Barons, the Black Barons, played at. So I met him the next day there. He gave me a whole tour. Got to go in the dugout. They filmed a lot of the movie 42 there.
Yep.
Jackie Robinson played there. Willie Mays, Reggie Jackson, like pretty much anybody in the game played there. So it's pretty amazing to see those old worn wooden steps in the dugout and all that.
Regions Field in Birmingham. There's actually a documentary done on it. There's a series that Jonathan Mayo of MLB Network, MLB.TV, does with the MLB Pipeline crew, where he goes to some of these amazing minor league ballparks and facilities around the country. And you learn about the ballpark in the city. I think it's called Grassroots. But he did Birmingham as one of those, and I watched it. You want to talk about intertwined into a community and the importance of a facility and what it meant historically to some really awful times in our country's past, like an amazing venue. Shane in Fairfax, what's up?
What's up, Commander Danny, Lieutenant Grant? Great topic, fellas. How y'all doing today?
Good, buddy.
Good, bro.
I'm not even going to touch Neyland Stadium because I'm not even going to go there, but we already know that is the ninth wonder of the world, so I'm not even going to go there. But I would have to say the Rome Coliseum or Newcastle. All of my stadiums will be in Europe. I love the Europe out that way. Their stadiums up there are just state-of-the-art, but I'd have to say the Rome Coliseum or the Newcastle out in England, where it's a big castle. It's where they make the Newcastle beer, if you will, and out that way, so it's fantastic. So. But my goat is going to be Neyland Stadium, boys.
Shane,
is that 110,000?
Why do I feel like you have like an incredible tailgate there? Like, we should go there this fall for a football game to eat at your tailgate.
Here's what I'll make you a deal. I'll make you guys a deal. If y'all do that, y'all can sit up down there. I have a house down there in Knoxville, Tennessee, right there, walking distance to the thing. We got a big boat. It's called Cohen's. It's a restaurant down there. I know the owner. We can set you guys up there. All your travels will be on me. You guys can come down there and do what you got to do.
Let's not dismiss this.
If nobody's ever been to a football state, you need to check out Knoxville, University of Tennessee. It's a life-changing experience.
All right, Shane, we're revisiting this as we get closer.
I'm not kidding.
That's
all my. I want to do that.
No, all you got to do is call me. You got my number. I got y'all.
All right, Shane. Darius has your number. We're gonna have our people reach out to your people.
Because I'd never done a big time college football game. I went with my buddies when we were in Austin. I went to Texas.
You went to Texas,
and I go. I just got to do this, even though I'm twice the age of everybody in this dumb place. This is too good.
So my experience, which was such a bummer, was my wife and I have talked about doing this for the 10 years that we dated or whatever. We got to go to an SEC game. We got to go to a big football game. We've never done it because I always worked on Saturdays. I went to Mason. I didn't go to one of these schools that has big time football. And so I get these tickets to LSU. The only game I can get is UAB, but everyone's like, don't worry. It doesn't matter who they're playing. Tailgate's going to be unbelievable. It's going to be incredible. And then we went, and it was like one of the worst rain days that they had, like in stadium history or something. So all day it was just pouring, and nobody tailgated. I mean, there was nobody at that game. And by the time the game kicked off, it was cool within the stadium. There were some good vibes and energy. But we got zero of the atmosphere experience that everyone has always told me about. That's the extent. I've been to a UVA game against Notre Dame where Will Fuller caught a touchdown pass from Deshaun Kaiser in the final seconds to beat Virginia. That was my experience of college football, basically.
Yeah.
And then I went to Pitt, South Florida, at Heinz Field, an NFL stadium, when LaShawn McCoy ran wild on South Florida. Like, those are the two college football games I've ever been to other than that random. And guess who I saw at quarterback for LSU? Jaden Daniels. As a junior, not Heisman Trophy winner.
Okay.
This was the first of 2 seasons of Jaden Daniels. So I went and saw Jaden Daniels before the rest of yins. I was on Jaden Daniels before the rest of you. You Drake May lovers, you.
Whoa.
Yes.
Whoa.
I'm a Jaden Daniels guy.
Wow.
Not you guys.
Wow.
Yeah, I was the first one to see him live. He's my guy, not yours. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Grant and Danny, welcoming you back on the Fan. Breaking news out of the NBA, more in the top of the hour with Kevin DiDomenico. Looks like the Clippers are nearing a deal that's going to send Kawhi Leonard back to the Raptors for Dick and some other stuff. Let's see. Grady Dick, Brandon Ingram, 2 first-round picks, a pick swap, 2 second-rounders. That's a lot of stuff.
Wow.
So basically, the Raptors are going to get Kawhi back. The Clippers get Dick. And Ingram, 2 first-rounders, a pick swap, 2 second-rounders.
I was holding it together.
And this is all via Shams Charania.
It just, when you don't say his full name, it turns into that.
Grady Dick.
No, I'm talking about Kawhi Leonard. What are you talking about?
Oh, Brandon Ingram.
Yeah, Ingram. Anyway, it took a long time for that reunion. I mean, Toronto's strategy was, let's get Kawhi Leonard in here. Let's win a lot and then try to get him to sign. And he was like, no. Now, what is that, 7 years later, 8 years later? He's like, okay, maybe.
You think people grow up sometimes, you know?
I'm 46 years old.
They don't.
I'm 46 years old.
Boys don't really grow up.
And I'm grinning over here.
I just want to hear that trade conversation. You know, they're like,
you want what?
Can we have Dick? And they're like, no, we're not giving you Dick. And they're like, are you sure? Like, Grady's not on the block? They're like, oh, Grady's on the block.
Oh, we'll trade you Grady.
We'll take him. Oh, man. That's his name, people. Let's go to Chris and Luray. Hello,
Good
Chris.
Lord.
How are you?
Hey, fine, guys.
What's up, buddy?
First time caller. We were talking about
That's what Jim Zorn's talking
We're
about.
talking about iconic venues. Yeah, what do you got?
My first time I ever flew on a plane was to Boston in 1972, and my dad was on a business trip, and we went to a game there on a Sunday afternoon, and we sat behind Pesky's pole, and that was before they put everything on top above the Green Monster and everything behind home plate.
Oh, this is the original
It was the
Fenway.
original Fenway Park.
Yeah. Now, that was unfortunately not the one I saw, but it close enough. I mean, Fenway's Fenway. I would also say when you go to one of these places, and we're talking about this because the Nats are at Fenway now and some of the cooler places we've seen games, you should absolutely get tours. I've done a tour at Lambeau. I did a tour at Fenway. Did I do one? I guess I have never had a tour of Wrigley, now that I think about it. I would love that. But I think that's a huge part of my experience when I go to new ballparks. You mentioned San Fran. I've done one there.
Yep.
The tour of venues is great. And our guys, Kandori and Murad, who fly us to games each year, they always have, the last couple of years, we've booked these tours.
It's been really cool.
I think it's the neatest thing you can do as a sports fan. Brandon in D.C., what's going on?
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Hey, bud.
Hey, I heard one of y'all say something about the Packers, Lambeau Field, that the Packers won't let anybody play on their field other than them and the opponent, correct?
Yeah, that's kind of their bit.
So that's not true. So 11 years ago, the Wisconsin Badgers played LSU in Lambeau Field, and they LSU was number 5, and they upset them. And this September, I want to say Labor Day weekend, Wisconsin is playing Notre Dame in Lambeau Field again.
Nice. Yeah, so I didn't say it's never happened before, but what they don't do
The
is
general practice.
Yeah, what other teams do, which is like, we're going to have a soccer friendly. We're going to have a concert. They don't play that game. So all time ever, dating back to 1960, there have been 4 games there. 2 were in the early 80s. There had not been a game there since 1983 until the 2016 Wisconsin game that you're referencing. And I guess they're doing another one. And I'm sure there's a ton of money to be made, and it's probably good for Wisconsin and everyone in the area that they think it's really cool. So great that they're getting involved. But as an example, if you went back to 1983 and you try to figure out how many non-NFL games are in most NFL venues, it's a very, very, very high number. The Packers don't really do that. That was my only point. It's a very rare thing. Let's go to Dylan in St. Mary's. What's up, Dylan?
What's up, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
All right, so this one isn't legendary in age so much. It's only been around for 20 or so years, but because of the location and the energy, I would say the Bell Center up in Montreal. That's like what I think a lot of hockey fans and players would consider to be like the mecca of hockey right now. it'd be cool to see the Forum in its heyday, but they've kind of turned that into like a mall now, I think. So that's not, I wish it was more of a museum.
Good one. What about the Bell Center?
Haven't done it. I would love to do it. I would love to go to any game in Canada, honestly.
That seems
big.
pretty iconic. I did
Yes.
when I did a stand-up tour of Canada. I did a game in Calgary. It was fine, but I go, yeah, I'll take Capital One.
I think that, a playoff game at any of the venues in Canada, like Winnipeg,
Might be a different story, yeah.
Edmonton would be amazing, but Bell Center would probably be at the top. I almost got to do it. There was a time where I was in Toronto. We almost went to a game there, and then with Montreal had it pop up that maybe I could swing that, and it didn't end up working out. But certainly something I would love to do at some point. Last one, let's go to Joey in Cape Cod. What's up, Joey?
Appreciate it, Grant. I went to Yankee Stadium. I'm 41, and when I was 8th grade, 1999, 98, my dad took me to the old Yankee Stadium. Mike Bordick hit a soon-to-be game-winning home run in the 9th inning. They won 7-6. It was either on July 4th or something around there, but it was iconic for me to see that. But I also wanted to say I'm at the game tonight with my family, and
you're going to the Nats game at Fenway?
Boston.
He's
breaking up.
Bummer.
Sounds like me. I'm guessing Cape Cod to Boston can't be that far.
I feel like it's not. I can't prove it though.
Odyssey app working out. Bordick, by the way, my guy, such a good infielder.
Talking about a slugger, Mike Bordick?
That was not a slugger.
No, he was so smooth at short. People sleep.
He was a very, very good defensive player. After Cal moved over to third, he's occupying short. That's he's got a little like J.J. Hardy to him. Just every play gets made. Not a big arm. He was a good player.
How do you like taking that job though? By the way, where it's like I'm going to play where? He's going to play where? Okay, cool. No pressure.
Whatever you say,
Sounds good, guys.
Show's brought to you by the law firm Kondorian Murad. Their attorneys there to protect you. You got to go to kmlawyers.com. Let them know we sent you to get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Our Beltway Blitz is next.
And it's brought to you by the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, Guerrilla Fireworks. NBA teams are free to negotiate with players tonight at 6 p.m., but news already breaking hours before. The Los Angeles Clippers are nearing a deal that will send Kawhi Leonard to the Toronto Raptors for Brandon Ingram, Grady Dick, 2 first-round picks, 1 pick swap, and 2 second-rounders, sources tell ESPN. This would bring Kawhi back to Toronto, where he led the team to a finals title back in 2019, winning MVP during that finals, averaging 28, 9, and 4 during the 6-game stretch. Out in L.A., LeBron James has informed the Lakers that the franchise can move on without him because he will play elsewhere next season. Serena Williams battling right now in her first appearance at Wimbledon singles since 2022. The 44-year-old is playing against Maya Joint, who's 24 years younger. They're in the second set, tied at 5. Joint took set 1. Guerrilla Fireworks, the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, is now open, featuring all major brands, rockets, mortars, artillery shells, Roman candles, and more. 30 minutes from the DMV in Charlestown, West Virginia, Guerrilla Fireworks, 1 mile from Hollywood Casino. Celebrate 250 years of America by lighting up the sky. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
Beltway Blitz time on Grant and Danny. We'll cover the Nats, game 2 of 3 in Fenway with the Sox. The Commanders coming up on this Blitz, but we got to start on the hardwood. There's a lot of basketball news today. And Josh Robbins covers the Wizards for The Athletic to get us started on our Beltway Blitz. Josh, why don't we begin with your reaction to the rumor mill churning on Washington that the Warriors want Anthony Davis to pair him with LeBron James, who we found out today will play year 24, but will not play with the Lakers?
Well, my reaction was shaking my head because there's so many rumors out there, and they intensify come free agency time, and the vast majority of them tend to be false. And I don't see any indication that the Wizards want to trade Anthony Davis. In fact, I don't see any indication that Golden State wants to trade for Anthony Davis. So that specific one, I think, is bogus. I would be shocked if somehow Davis winds up with the Golden State Warriors.
It doesn't make some sense to you that if they do get LeBron, that Rich Paul wouldn't want to pull some strings with the weird Draymond Green turning down of the $27 million, all represented by him? You don't see how that would come together?
I could see how Rich Paul would want that. I could see how Rich Paul certainly wants Anthony Davis to get paid, but I don't see any indication that the Warriors are interested in reaching a long-term extension with Anthony Davis, and I don't see any evidence that the Warriors themselves want to do that deal. I'm not sure that the Warriors need Anthony Davis to lure LeBron there, especially after LeBron apparently has ruled out the Lakers already.
So where do we stand, talking about Washington from their perspective, with Anthony Davis? What's kind of the next phase? When will we know more?
Well, for what it's worth, as I've been saying for months, which isn't to say I know everything, but I anticipate that Anthony Davis is going to start at least training camp in the regular season on the Wizards roster. That's what I anticipate. But there is an important signpost coming down the pike. August 7th, that's the first time when they could agree and ink a extension, which would be 4 years topping out at $475 million. I'm skeptical that they reach an agreement before the regular season, but if we're looking for possible signposts, that's one to monitor, the possibility of them reaching an extension, Davis and the Wizards.
What about the story, I think it was Mark Stein had last night, that Russell Westbrook is someone with interest in and maybe interest in Washington mutually linking up with the team again for a second tenure here as a backup point guard?
Well, I don't want to sound like the jerk who munches on saltines in bed and leaves crumbs, but I find that to be difficult to believe. I just don't, I would be surprised if the Wizards somehow signed Russell Westbrook in free agency. I think they've got enough guard as is. I'm not sure that he's a fit. I'm skeptical of that one too. Now, I do anticipate that the Wizards are going to add a big man at some point in free agency. Maybe not in free agency, but maybe via trade. That I'm quite confident in saying is going to happen. But Westbrook, I wouldn't bet on it. Let's put it like that.
Is Bub the backup point guard then? Do they feel good about that? Has he done enough to show he can kind of run that second unit?
Right now, I would say Bub is the backup point guard, but there are a lot of questions about his game that I think need to be answered. His court generalship for certain, his ability to attack the basket, and above all else to defend, particularly at the point of attack. And so what's his long-term future with the Wizards? That's a valid question. I think if he's going to be on the roster to start the year, and I think that he probably will be, the upcoming season's got to be a year in which he defends better. But yes, right now, Bub is the backup point guard with the caveat that D'Angelo Russell is still on the roster. And there's no guarantee that he'll reach a buyout or there'll be any sort of deal before the start of training camp. It's possible that he actually remains on the roster at the start of training camp.
Where might they go shopping for a big man?
Well, that's a big problem because a lot of the more attractive possibilities are already off the market. So they need defensive rebounding. They would like a little bit more rim protection behind Sarr and Davis. And Robert Williams III, apparently he's going back to Portland. Isaiah Stewart traded to Memphis. Yusuf Nurkic set to return to the Jazz. It's now a thin free agent big man market. Maybe, and this is speculation, maybe Mitchell Robinson would make sense. If you don't mind adding a shot blocking, heavy steel big man who can get another team could force to the line. Maybe Precious Achiuwa would make a little bit of sense. Maybe that's a hole that has to be filled via trade, though.
Josh, thank you. We really appreciate it.
My pleasure.
It's Josh Robbins of The Athletic. The Wizards getting started with free agency with the rest of the NBA in just a couple of hours. Let's talk baseball. Kyle Williams covers the Nats for the Baltimore Banner. Was in on the Paul Taboni access yesterday as he is back in Boston and wrote about that. I read the piece today, actually, and thoroughly enjoyed it. It sounds like he was a pretty popular commodity pregame when he was trying to get his workout in, Kyle.
Yeah, it's like whenever you go back to a place where you used to work and you just like he was running into so many people, so many familiar faces, like, clubhouse attendants, just everybody just was coming up to him saying, "Hey, Paul, how's it feel to be back?" And yeah, he couldn't go far without somebody like stopping him or interrupting him. So I mean, it's been quite the homecoming for him.
Kyle, how far do they have to go in either direction, positive or negative, over the next month or so to kind of inform and dictate what they do at the trade deadline? In other words, it's obvious if they go 15 over, if they have the greatest month ever, yeah, they'll add and see what happens. If they're, the other way, they lose 10 in a row and are out of it, yeah, you could sell. But what's the line of demarcation there? How far do they have to go in one direction or another to decide, okay, we're sellers, we're buyers, or something in between?
Yeah, I wouldn't put a number on it per se, but I would say they'd have to be, kind of like you mentioned, like the 15 game over mark. Like it'd have to be like a sizable, significant, in both directions. Whether it's like above 500, below 500, to kind of dictate what they do. Because Paul has been steadfast in, the bigger picture, the long view, those future Nationals teams. Like he really wants to build a sustainable winner here. So he's cognizant of not like taking too many wins far from the future to add to the present unless it like absolutely warrants it. But that's kind of I kind of wrote about in my piece that they're right now, 500 is kind of like, that's what makes it tough for him, just like deciphering what to do because there's a month left to go and they're not really in an obvious situation. And they're a 500 team, but coming into the season, they weren't pegged to be a 500 team. So it's one of those things where it's like, how do you, they have obvious needs with the bullpen and the starting pitching, but I really think that the next couple of weeks are going to be pretty important when it comes to shaping what they do at the deadline.
Kyle, I am a big fan of this group, and I know oftentimes when you argue or make a stand against something they're doing, you're kind of arguing with a computer perhaps, but I don't understand what Andres Chaparro adds, let alone why he would ever hit second. And who am I to argue with a lineup that's number one in Major League Baseball in scoring? But I don't think it's because he's batting second. I think that's just something that happens to be happening, and they also happen to be good. He's hitting 163 on the year, over 3 seasons now, and in 91 games with the Nats, he's a career 196 hitter. That's crazy to me. You've got a guy like Luis Garcia batting 7th last night, coming off the Player of the Week honors, and Chaparro is hitting second, which is routine to get his right-handed bat against lefties, even though he hasn't hit lefties either. And then the other guy that's interesting to me is Jose Tena. If you look at his last 30 games with at-bats, he's hitting 164 with an OPS somewhere short of 500. He's not a particularly good fielder. I don't get – there's a few things at the back of the roster that I don't understand what they see.
Yeah, a lot of it, like you mentioned with Chaparro, they like the handedness factor. They really like to be able to mix and match. So against a left-hander, you're going to see a lot of Chaparro. Curtis Meade started off like that. He was brought in to smash lefties. Once he had a lot of success against lefties, they started giving him more regular at bats against right-handed hitters. I think Blake's he really wants to use the entire roster and just truly as you've seen with the pinch hitting for Tena too. He's done that plethora of times. It's a lot of it's they really believe in the handedness factor. So if you see, a left-handed hitter, a left-handed reliever come into the game, you're likely to see, Chaparro pinch hit. And if you see, a lefty starter and then, a right-handed reliever come in, you're going to see them, adjust accordingly. He really believes in it, and he really likes to mix and match as much as he can to, also keep the entire roster involved as well.
Kyle, thank you as always, buddy. We'll see you at the yard soon.
All right. See you. Thanks, guys, for having me on.
You got it, my friend. Thank you as always. Hit that local 53 sounder, please. Rare opportunity here. A guy that has his own radio network. He is pro whoever the U.S. is playing. He's Team Canada, Team Bosnia. This is the Rooster Radio Network's own from HD2. Chris Russell joins us in studio.
Hello, boys.
That's in studio.
I was actually walking in the Navy Yard today, and I heard some screaming from around the bend, so I went down an alley, turned left a couple times, and I saw him sitting there, and he was screaming about how talented the Bosnia roster is in soccer, who he'll be rooting for tomorrow night, it sounds like.
Correct. And I've already I've become Toby Altizer Jr. I've already invested in my Bosnia-Herzegovina jersey to wear on Thursday.
Troll so hard. It's the best.
Yeah.
You are the one seed.
By the way, when I ran into you in the alleyway there, I was in my car, and I almost drove over your co-host's foot.
Really?
I almost did, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's true. I did see him today in the parking garage, and he was struggling to find parking.
This is Chris Russell?
As Chris Russell would be one to do. And I had to help find him a parking spot on the second floor.
I said, it's nice to see where I rate around here. Grant on the first floor, me on the second floor.
I got a first floor spot today. No big deal.
Grant and Danny on the first floor, the Rooster Radio Network on the second floor.
The thing that makes no sense is, it's literally just, is there a spot? Or
it happens to us all the time.
Danny got here at 126. He found a spot. Yeah. You know what I mean? I was here, I found a spot. You were here, you didn't. It doesn't mean that.
I think there's a reserve spot. I think it says the Grant and Danny Radio Show.
No, they're not doing a seniority thing. I'll tell you that right now.
I think so.
I know that for a fact. Can you break down this France-Sweden game in terms of formation and tactics? It's coming up here at 4.
Yeah, they're going to run a 4-3-1-2 and a 3-4, and they're going to blitz a lot. No, I can't. Okay. I know Mbappe.
You do know Mbappe.
I know he's going to score a goal. I know that France won because of a silly turnover by the opponent last time out across the goal mouth. I know it would be I know the boys in Vegas probably have France as a heavy favorite because of all they know.
Yeah.
That nobody else knows. I know that.
Rini, we did have you on to talk Commanders
Hi,
football
yes.
if you're interested in doing so.
Sure. Why
So,
not?
on the brand new episode of Take Command, very popular podcast.
I've heard that about that.
Myself and Logan Paulson. We actually went through all positions. NFC East ranking 1 through 4. Where do the Commanders stack up? Quarterback, wide receiver, running back, tight end, O-line. We'll do defense next episode. Where would you have them ranked the highest, do you think, in terms of ranking them among the 4 teams in the division by offensive position room?
Ooh. Well, we know it's not wide receiver, even though I'm a little bit more optimistic about the wide receiver room than I think most.
Cowboys 1, Eagles probably 2. Best you could have Washington's 3 over the Giants because of the neighbors in
Yeah. If I had to pick one position, and it's more because of depth and possible options, and because I'm bullish on this one guy, I'd say tight end, right? I mean, Philadelphia's fine with Goddard, right? Goddard's back, right?
He is back, but it's funny. Logan's not high on Goddard. Now, they did draft Stowers, so I think it's a beast. And Goddard caught 11 touchdowns last year.
Yeah.
Like 600
10
yards.
against the Redskins.
I guess I overlooked Goddard a little bit. I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to pick out one. It's not the running back room, because how could you? I mean, even though Saquon's off of a down year, how could you pick the Commanders group over Saquon? You know, and Dallas, I think, is probably a little bit better in that area. So
I had Dallas 2 at running back behind Philly. The highest I ranked, I gave Washington. Quarterback, we just did starter because it's a little bit murkier. So I had Daniels 2 in the division.
That's fine. Totally
I
fine.
had Hurts 3 and Jackson Dart 4.
Totally fine.
Yeah, I don't hate any of that.
I mean, would you say offensive line? Or no, because of Allegretti. But I think Allegretti's going to be fine. I think there's a lot of worry about Biotish. I don't think Biotish was as good as people think he was, especially last year. I thought he got bullied a lot by interior defensive tackles.
It's totally fair, but I still don't understand the logic on that move. Like, if you don't want to start him and you want Allegretti to win the job, by all means. If you needed that $10 million for blank, by all means. They've got third most cap space in the sport, and they're just kind of going, we got an internal answer here, which is fine if you're up against it. I just kind of didn't understand the purpose of that.
But it's probably because they had Linderbaum circled, and they thought there was no way they were going to get outbid on him, and they were wrong, right? And then they didn't have really a second backup option to that once Connor McGovern went back to Buffalo. That was the guy that I thought they would pivot to or would focus on, because he wouldn't be as costly as Linderbaum, but they had Linderbaum or bust.
Hey, this is off the beaten path, but before we let you go, Danny, I want you to weigh in on this too. I don't believe in this conspiracy theory, but I'm going to read it to you anyway.
Yeah.
So you know that yesterday, Bronny was guaranteed a contract for a couple $1 million?
Oh, yeah.
That was yesterday.
Yeah.
Today, LeBron opted to tell the Lakers, I'm not coming back.
Daddy once again took care of the bills.
So do we think that's what happened?
Yes.
Klefta said LeBron intentionally ghosted the Lakers until Bronny's contract had to be guaranteed yesterday, then comes out the next day to say he's not going back to L.A. Seems intentional and smart. Do we think that's what happened?
Yes. Who said that?
100%.
Klefta. It's just a social media account.
Okay, yeah.
This is Klefta?
Yeah, the Rooster Radio Network said that a couple of hours ago.
The analytics amigos, actually.
Yes.
Are saying it, Randy.
Do we have a quick minute here? Have you guys talked about the PSL story and NBC4 and all that stuff today yet?
We have not. I saw it yesterday. We talked about the updates of the stadium site, but the PSLs is not coming.
All right. I got a text from a buddy who I've told you about, who works in professional sports. His family has 4 season tickets right around the 50-yard line, so they're obviously good seats. He's had them in his family since 1960. Okay, he has them now, but his dad before, whatever. 47 years or whatever. 60 something
Let me help
years.
you.
Whatever.
40 to get to 2000.
Yeah.
26.
No, actually, I'm
66
sorry.
years.
I think it was like 70. I have to check the date when exactly.
I think that's the important part of the story, right?
Anyway, the point being is it's a long time. Just relax. Relax.
No,
relax.
not until you tell us how many years. Check your text message.
What's the exact number of years?
I don't want to know anymore.
We will not move on.
Just slow down. Anyway, the moral of the story. Listen to me. The moral of the story is this guy thinks he's going to pay $100,000 or more in PSLs for 4 tickets at the new stadium. $100,000 or more.
Even though he's had him in his family since?
I thought it was 1960, but apparently it's not 1960. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. That's like 57 years. No, 67
No, it's more
years.
than that.
God,
66. Yeah. So two things. One, that would be what I'm not paying. That would be the end of the road for me.
Yeah.
Two, the PSLs thing's just going to be astronomical.
Yeah.
I mean, it is.
This is. I'd like to introduce everyone to sports.
Yes.
This is a thing. It's not awesome.
So you want a new stadium?
Yeah.
I didn't remember that there was PSLs at FedEx Field.
I can't remember whether they did or didn't.
He said there was.
Said there were.
I
paid
remember
them.
the huge. I don't know if it was a controversy.
He paid them.
But I remember it was a big deal at one point in time, very early on.
Yeah, he paid them, and he's probably going to pay this because he doesn't even
wanna
live in
lose
the area, and he goes to one game a year. He sells the rest of them. But the point being,
Why would you do that?
Because he doesn't want to lose, the right to have them. And there's something important about the lineage and the connection.
There's a season ticket waiting list too, Grant. Don't forget.
Yes. I'm just saying, over 100,000 or more for the right to
that's
buy
nuts.
the season tickets.
This
which
says, by the way, this quick search. No, FedEx Field, now Northwest, did not have personal seat licenses for general seating during its history.
I
remember a
didn't think
story
they
about that. though, at
did,
some point.
but he said he paid it so maybe they called it something.
May
different.
have been for certain kind of season tickets, but I there was something. I know this is great. We're all like, I think there was something. Maybe there was. I have no idea one way or the other. But if you want that new stadium, which it no longer in the millions, it's billions of dollars. The one time we need capital PSL thing is very real. Every new stadium you can think of has it, and it stinks.
Is PSLs only in the initial year? Or is that any time you ever buy season tickets? Like if I jumped in year 8 with my wife, are we dropping $20K on a PSL?
I don't believe.
Because Danny, you're saying it like it's just to raise capital,
Yes.
which would be initially. So in 5 years, you don't need a PSL anymore.
So in other words, if you wanted to wait a year and then get season tickets, do you have to still pay a PSL? I think if you want season tickets, you pay it.
I believe
think so, too.
I believe that's the case, but I'm not 100% sure. It's a great question.
That's so much money.
Yes, it is.
Sorry for screwing up the math. I
No, it's fine.
apologize.
I do have a tweet here.
Yeah.
From Matthew, who wants to know, do you know what year your friend got the season tickets?
Let me go check the text thread, okay? And
Spencer
get back to
Carberry
you.
was on the show last week. We talked Alex Ovechkin's future with him. Want to get into that next on G&D.
Breaking news out of the NBA, the Raptors are trading for 2019 NBA Finals MVP Kawhi Leonard. It'll be the return of the two-time MVP up to Canada. The Clippers will receive Brandon Ingram, Grady Dick, and 2 first-round picks, according to Shams Charania. This is the only team Kawhi wanted to go to after multiple bidders came in on the former Clipper. Meanwhile, out east, Mark Stein reported that the Wizards are interested in a reunion with Russell Westbrook, who led Washington to its last playoff appearance back in 2020. Out in L.A., LeBron James has informed the Lakers that the franchise can move on without him because he will play elsewhere next season. It'll be a record-breaking 24th season for the King. In a semi-related matter, Kristaps Porzingis is reportedly returning to the Warriors on a 2-year, $40 million deal. He averaged 16 points in just 15 games last year. Right now at Wimbledon, Serena Williams battling in her first appearance at Wimbledon, singles since 2022. She's 44 years old, playing against Maya Joint, who's 20. They're in a winner-take-all set, tied at 1. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
Grant and Danny on The Fan. Spencer Carberry was on the show last week. We talked Alex Ovechkin, and he said a decision is looming. Could be coming in very early July. Well, we turn the page into July later this week. We'll get into that in a minute. Neil in D.C. wants to hop in on PSLs. These personal seat licenses, for people that don't know, basically you just pay a lot of money to get...
For the right to pay money.
The right to buy a season ticket. So the money essentially reserves you a seat, and then you still pay the full amount of whatever a season ticket costs. But, Neil, I guess you've done this before for a new stadium?
Yeah, I'm a Atlanta Falcons fan living here. First, I appreciate listening to your show. But when we built the new stadium in Atlanta, and I bought into it, paid $10,000, and what that gives you is a right to buy the tickets every year. But the good thing is you do own the seats for NFL games. So when the games come, of course, you can sell the seats if you want to, or you can go. At the end of it, if you get tired of paying for it, you can sell the PSL rights to someone else, and you can recoup that money, provided your team is winning.
I was going to say, that's great if someone's willing to buy it. That's interesting. What about, do you, because you buy that PSL, if the team makes the playoffs or if they host a Super Bowl at that stadium, which that one does all the time, do you have the right to those events still because your seat is your seat, or is it only for Falcons games?
What they normally do is you have the right to early sale of those seats, so you still have to pay extra. When you buy your season ticket, you pay for regular season games and you pay for the preseason games. And then if the team goes to the playoffs or the Super Bowl, the NFL owns all those seats, but normally PSL owners have the right to pre-sale, which give you, an opportunity to buy a little bit reduced rate, but you still got to pay extra.
Gotcha. Yeah, so basically, I appreciate the phone call, dude. It sounds like you get right of first refusal, for lack of a better term. There's some nuance to it, it sounds like, but you have to offer people something to entice them to say, hey, we need a huge amount of cash up front from you for the right to pay a bunch of money in the future, right? So there's got to be some sort of enticement program, and it sounds like it's to, from the caller's perspective and what I read before, it's right of first refusal on most stuff. And once you have the season tickets, they're yours to do with as you see fit.
It's just so much money.
It's a ton of money up front, just is.
They're talking about a minimum maybe of $15,000 for, the seats that don't cost as much. And then you're talking about
the average cost.
I don't know where this number came from for Russell's buddy that he was just referencing. He's had these tickets dating back to 60 or maybe 50 or maybe 40 or maybe 50 or maybe 60. But whoever that person is with those seats that have been in the family for so long, well, $25,000 is what he's speculating his are going to cost him. Again, I don't know where that number came from or comes from, but it's just an astronomical amount. All right, let's get to Alex Ovechkin's future. So we had Spencer Carberry on the show last week. If you guys missed this interview, he was incredible. I really think even this many days later, because it was after their huge moves, you should go back and listen to what Carbs told us. He was candid and just gave us a blueprint even for what they plan on doing in free agency coming up in a couple of days. It's available wherever you get your audio. But there were two Ovi answers I want to play here, and then we're going to have an Ovi conversation. The first was, how do the moves that they've made so far affect Alex Ovechkin? Because they went out and they got 2 30-goal guys. In bringing in Jordan Kyrou and then Alex Tuch in a sign-and trade, theoretically, you probably just took minutes away from Ovi. You slotted him down deeper on the depth chart. You took power play time on the first power play away from him, maybe for the first time in his career. He may not be out there for the full 2 minutes. So I've seen people speculating in both directions. By going out and getting 2 30-goal guys and taking a lot of pressure off him to be the guy, they got better. Maybe Ovi just wants to win hockey games and he's more inclined to play because they're going, quote unquote, in. They are really trying to win in his final season. The flip side is maybe Ovechkin doesn't want to be pushed down the depth chart. Maybe he doesn't want to play on the third line or only get, half the power play time or occasional first power play unit time or what have you. So maybe this makes it less likely that he comes back. The question to Carbs was, do the moves that they made have any effect on Ovi's future? And were they made based on any conversations with him that led up to going and getting some more firepower?
I don't think so. I spoke to him this morning. He's on vacation with his family and doing some working out there and spending time with his family. But at this point, no, there's been no decision, and he's sort of just sort of spending time with his family and trying to make the best decision. And when he tells us he's ready to sort of decide, we'll be right there for him. So there's no timeline. There's no way I'm leaning that. He did, mention and say that today that he's following and seeing the moves and was really happy for the organization and about acquiring Jordan and Alex.
Now, he said no timeline, but there was another point in the conversation where he said that the thought was around early July they would get some word from him, and that certainly sticks with what we've heard from the team throughout this process. Well, we're coming up on July here on June 30th. Here was his other answer. I thought this one was more important. Asked about a role for Ovechkin. This was last week on Grant and Danny, and Spencer Carberry, I think the way I asked it was, would he be amenable to you giving him less playing time, less top-line time, and really having to be more of a role guy for the first time in his career? This is what Carb said.
Above all, O wants to win. I know sometimes we lose track of that because the goals and the individual accolades, and he's 41 years old, and you're like, he genuinely wants to win. So as we improve the forward group, if now all of a sudden we've got 2 more 30-goal scorers, and that means O plays a minute or 2 minutes less of 5-on-5, and we're a better team, he is going to raise his arm and go, yes, I love this, because he wants to win. And it's no different on the power play as well. And I think that's where we'll try to utilize of improving our forward group the way that we have, is really leaning into our depth and being able to, even Pierre-Luc Dubois, even Tom Wilson, his minutes got high last year. Like, can we now bring those down maybe 2 minutes a game, maybe bring O's 2 minutes a game down, and now he's much more effective and efficient as opposed to having to play 19, he's playing 17, and those 17 minutes are higher quality. So a little bit more quality versus quantity, and I think now you get 12 forwards that are continue to roll out there, and you get to utilize and are maybe playing 1 minute less, but you've got way more effective minutes.
So that was Spencer Carberry on the role for Ovechkin possibly changing and how he would handle it. Here's the question I'm going to tee up, and we're going to answer this next, and we'll take some phone calls as well if you guys want to chime in. Do you think what has happened over the last 2 weeks, where the Caps have clearly gotten better, they've added immense firepower, 2 more 30-goal scorers, they're going for it, it would appear, they have climbed the Eastern Conference projected standings based on their talent. Do you think all of this makes it more or less likely that Ovi comes back? And if he does come back, what role do you think gets carved out for him? 800-636-1067. Do you think it's more likely that he comes back? And now, what is the role waiting for him when he does? What should that look like? 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan.
Above all, O wants to win. I know sometimes we lose track of that because the goals and the individual accolades, and he's 41 years old, and you're like, he genuinely wants to win. So as we improve the forward group, if now all of a sudden we've got 2 more 30-goal scorers, and that means O plays a minute or 2 minutes less of 5-on-5, and we're a better team, he is going to raise his arm and go, yes, I love this, because he wants to win.
That's Spencer Carberry right here on Grant and Danny. The Caps have made some huge moves over the last couple of weeks. They have added 2 30-goal scorers. Alex Ovechkin said when he last spoke, his family wanted him to keep playing. He hoped he would keep playing, but the third leg of the tripod was always going to be the organization, the Capitals. He needed to talk with them. And we still await word. They say they're waiting on the call. They're waiting on him to tell them. But Carbs told us he spoke to him last week.
Yes.
Sounds like they've been in pretty regular contact, I would imagine. He is happy with the moves. I've always thought he was coming back since that final press conference to end the season. I thought it was a formality at that point. I now think it is a lock because they're going for it, because they're going to be better. If they had gone the other direction and really gone younger, made a real youth movement, and it felt like they took a small step back to try to take a couple steps forward in a couple of years or something, like last offseason in a sense, I might have felt differently. But I think it's a certainty that he will be back this year. And I'm starting to buy what Carbs is selling here. I think maybe it is at a little less money than I feared. Maybe it is around $4 or $5 million instead of $8, $9, $10 million. And maybe it is that he's willing to do a lot of the secondary stuff to take the back seat for the goodbye tour that we were told he never wanted. Maybe he's signing up for that.
I thought he was coming back since he waved off the handshake line, and there were subtleties before then. I've been convinced of it, and I still think he is. I also think now a clear message has been sent by Washington's brass. Let me read you this. Alex, as you guys all know, is a really competitive person, and he wants to win. That wasn't Spencer Carberry. That was the GM, Chris Patrick. Sounds like there's a little something called a company line that's going around. He definitely wanted to see what we did here this offseason, help inform his decisions, so I think this will give him some more information to make a decision on. And you heard Carberry talking about less minutes, less role, but more effective minutes. That's the selling point. To me, that's the positive spin. That's the polish. And I'm not ripping these guys, by the way. This is the way I would handle this too. If you want to come back, dude, our term's not yours. If you want to come back, you're welcome to. We ain't doing the thing that we just finished doing for the last handful of years. That was awesome. Thank you for that. This is the new thing. The new thing is you're not top line Timmy anymore. You're not doing 2 minutes of power play time anymore. You aren't out there for 20 minutes to, skate around slowly and hopefully find a shot. We're going to play you less minutes. We got guys that can do both ends now, who can play some better defense than you can at this stage, who can do some of the things in our system that you probably can't do. Not your fault. You're one of the greatest of all time, greatest goal scorer ever to live. It ain't your fault that's who you are, but it's also who you are right now. Your role is going to be reduced. We welcome you back, but it's not His Royal Highness Alex Ovechkin, and we throw roses at your feet like you're the Prince of Zamunda. You are a half of what you made before, less ice time guy. You're welcome to do that if you want. We're moving, not moving on, but we're moving.
Yeah, it's also, I'm just trying to figure out how they're going to do this with the lines.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to find how this is all going to work without someone like Ryan Leonard getting screwed over all the way down to like the bottom group and being a fourth liner or something. Right. So I could see a world where maybe Tuck, Luke Dubois, and Tom Wilson are on a line, just a massive, defensive, heavy, awesome offensive line. Then you've got some variation of maybe Kyrou with Strome and Protas. And then the third line where Ovi might fit in would be like Ovechkin with Ilya Protas, the kid center, or probably Sortif. Maybe Ovi with Sortif and like Anthony Beauvillier, something like that. And then I guess Ryan Leonard and Ethan Frank would be on the bottom line with Ilya Protas. Super deep. You're 12 deep. If Ryan Leonard's on your fourth line, that's awesome. It also means maybe he's not going to flourish like he might have been able to. We'll be talking midway through the year, like, why does he only have 11 goals? What's going on here? But without injuries, I don't know how this is all going to work. But when Ovi comes back, I think, putting him on the third line, putting him on a power play unit where you're not always on the first group, you're not getting 120 seconds every single time. Maybe he is actually cool with that. I wonder. I mean, they're not going to make the moves that they made without talking to him first. especially if the line of communication is open enough that while he's on vacation, he's talking to Carbs right after they pull off the sign and trade for Tuck. It tells me he has been, I'm not suggesting he's like pulling strings. I just think they are keeping him abreast of what they're doing.
But I think the only thing, and maybe semantics, is I don't think it's permission. I don't think it's with your leave. Hey, are you cool with this? I think it's this is what we're doing.
No, I don't think it's permission. He hasn't told them anything. I can't wait for you forever.
Right.
You're lingering out there. So here's what we're thinking. It's more of a stop me. Today, I had to put together the schedule for you and I doing post-game. You and I are talking about dates we can do. And I emailed it to, the person that we email the schedule to. And I'm like, here's the dates we could do. Let me know if there's an issue. That's not a permission, but it's a, hey, on this date, we'd rather this. Let me know. And I think the Caps are going, all right, here's what we're doing. Here's what we're doing. And
we're not waiting anymore.
Ooh, I like that. Let's go to Marcus in Brandywine. What's up, Marcus? How are you?
Doing well. How you guys doing today?
Good, buddy.
Good. You touched on a pretty good point towards the end of that little spiel there. So to the original question, if everything that Carr said is true about Obi wanting to win, all the moves we made, it's a win now mode. So if he's really wanting to win, of course, why wouldn't he be back? This is a perfect opportunity. Albeit minutes may go down, goals may go down, but the efficiency and effectiveness probably won't. He'll probably be on the ice. A lot of times in the game, some empty netters, ice the game, maybe on the back end of some power plays.
Well, guess what else, Marcus? I'm going to keep you on, but just to add this in, you're also going to get some better matchups. If you're on a top line with Tom Wilson and, PLD or, whatever it might have been, it was a lot of Strome, but you're going to get the best defensive pair still plenty of the time when you're the only 30-goal guy on the team. That's not the case anymore. It might actually help open things up for him to have more efficiency.
And it'll definitely open it up for him too. And then to your point about like you specifically you singled out Leonard, he may get moved down, and it's almost like, listen, if O comes back, and I know that a lot of guys on the team will know, like if he comes back with all the additions that the organization just made, somebody, maybe a few people will get pushed down, and if everybody else is okay with that, knowing that the goal is to win. I feel like he should be all right with it as well. I mean, they always say don't meet your heroes, and this is going to be that time to really show us if he's going to be that guy that's about him or if he's really about winning.
That's such a good point at the end there. We're about to find that out. And the Caps, to Danny, to your point, they've got a message they're putting out there, which is, I don't know if they're doing it almost to lead him in that direction, like, you're about winning, right? Because you really want to win, right?
If you don't... Because that's how they're painting it. Like anybody that's got any issue, and this may brush against politics. I want you to know we agree with you, and the other side's terrible. But the framing of a thing is the most important part of the thing. Where it's like he's in favor of this, and it could be, oh, that sounds like the worst thing ever. It's actually pretty nice, whatever it is. So when you frame it that way, he likes winning. And if you go, well, wait a minute, I'd actually like to be paid $9 million. Whoa, he don't want to win? What the hell's the matter with him? That's the framing, because he's not here to give any kind of messaging. Here's their message. We've got better, younger, highly paid players. Your role's going to be reduced. If you don't like it, it means you're not about winning.
Kevin in Arlington, what's up?
Hey, boys. I just want to give you an update on something I learned last night on NHL Network. But before I do, Grant, this is how I think the bottom six plays out. It's Ovi at left wing. It's Protas at center. It's Leonard at third right wing, and then it's Miroshnichenko, it's Sordas at center, and it's Frank. At right wing.
Where is Beauvillier in that?
Good question. I still think he may get traded. All right.
So if he got traded, that makes sense. But in the meantime, Miro isn't starting over him. But yeah, I like that third line you just built.
Yeah, but they've been talking about getting Miro. They have to see him. Now, if Obi leaves, you don't have a problem with Beauvillier, or you might even want to bring up Cristall. So I guess my point is there's some moving pieces. But this is what surprised me. Marty Biron was on NHL Network last night. He talked about there's an update that Ovechkin is expected to announce his decision on whether to extend or end his NHL career on July 25th in St. Petersburg, Russia. The announcement will coincide with the annual Match of the Year charity hockey game at the SKA Arena between NHL and KHL stars in St. Petersburg.
They said
What
that?
if-
He's going to announce it then?
Yes, this is new information. And what if what EB has been saying on the Junkies that, my source tells me that Alex was unhappy with his minutes being reduced. Well, how's he going to feel about being on the third line? I guess my point is, I've been thinking, yeah, he's coming back, and he may, but there's this new wrinkle that he may not, and he may instead play in Russia this coming year, and that's why he's making the announcement in St. Petersburg. So I thought this was really interesting information that hadn't been reported locally, and I just wanted to let you know that.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Thank you, buddy.
I want to react to this more next hour because I got a couple thoughts on that. I mean, succinctly, I would just say I don't know anything, didn't hear the report. I think he's going to say something well before the 25th. That's still almost a month away. That'd be fairly egregious in my opinion. Like, I thought early July, which is the start of free agency, was way, way, way too late. And the Caps are playing ball and being very nice to let him have that much time. So July 25th to me is that's fairly silly, but I guess it doesn't matter that much if they're setting the money aside just in case. I think he's going to play. I would be shocked if he plays in Russia, but very, very interesting if you're suggesting the 25th in St. Petersburg is when the announcement's going to come. I'll take the under. I think it's going to be July a lot sooner than
hope so.
Maybe in the next week or so, but we'll get more into that later in the 5 o'clock hour. I do want to talk to Jason Timko around the NBA next. There's a lot going on in basketball today. Kawhi Leonard is being traded. Free agency is about an hour from really getting going. The Wiz are in a lot of rumors. So we'll talk about all that next right here on The Fan.
Sports Update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? In the NBA, the Raptors are trading for 2019 NBA Finals MVP Kawhi Leonard. The two-time MVP will make his return to the Toronto Raptors from LA. So, to recap the last week in NBA free agency, Giannis traded to Miami on June 22nd. LaMelo Ball traded to the T-Wolves last Thursday. John Morant traded to the Blazers yesterday. Kawhi back to Toronto today. And LeBron announced he'll play a 24th season, but it won't be in LA. More craziness to ensue for sure. In baseball, Mark Zuckerman just reported that Mitchell Parker has a grade 3 UCL strain and will most likely need Tommy John surgery. The Nationals are in Boston playing Game 5 of a 6-game road trip against the Red Sox tonight. First pitch, 7:10, 6:40 pregame right here on The Fan. Celebrating her birthday, discover the stunning collection of Takori fine jewelry at Mervis Diamond Importers. From engagement rings to anniversary bands to necklaces and bracelets, at Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of fine quality diamonds and Takori jewelry in D.C. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
Big day in the NBA free agency set to get underway. Grant and Danny keeping you up to speed on everything going on live on The Fan. Brought to you today and each day by the law firm Kondori & Murad.
They can help you set up your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Let's talk hoops with Jason Timpf, one of our favorite basketball guests. You know him from his work as the host of Hoops Tonight over at The Volume, joining us on the Rude guest hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Jason, good to catch up with you on free agency day in the NBA. How are you?
I'm doing good. I can't complain. This has been probably the craziest offseason of my time covering the league so far, and I feel like it's not over yet. So here we go.
It's just getting started, and it is amazing how this sport just dominates the headlines. I feel like every year we say this one was wilder than the last, but yeah, it's been nuts. And being here with the Wizards, where they just had the number 1 pick, and they're involved in a lot of these rumors, it has been a blast. But let's just start with LeBron. We found out that he's going to play year 24. It will not be with the Lakers. He's informed them thusly. Is it the Warriors? Could there be another team? How do you see all of this going?
Yeah, this whole thing was so strange. There was a lot of noise coming out in the last couple of weeks that the Lakers didn't want him, but I was so hesitant to embrace that simply because of the fact that LeBron is still really good. The Warriors need good basketball players. LeBron's 42, probably doesn't want to move, so you would think that all signs would have pointed in that direction, but apparently the sides were just too far apart, and here we are. I keep coming back to Golden State simply because I think there are some disqualifying factors with the other teams involved. Like, to me, the Cleveland thing, especially when you're getting these statements from LeBron's camp about, through Shams and through Dave McMenamin about how he wants to have fun, like this is going to be about happiness. Happiness to me doesn't seem like standing in the corner while Donovan Mitchell and James Harden run 50 pick and rolls a game. So, I don't understand why Cleveland makes much basketball sense. It's also far away from his wife and daughter. Miami, similarly far away from his wife and daughter in a similarly clunky basketball fit. Golden State just checks every box in the sense that they're close to home. They're going to be able to pay him a decent amount with that mid-level exception. It makes a lot of sense on the floor basketball-wise in terms of him enjoying playing with Steph Curry and the ability to have the ball in his hands while not necessarily needing to score a ton. Like, it's a very natural basketball fit for him. And I think it's a great fit off the court in the sense that these are all his buddies. And if you're going to do another season at age 42 and the back-to-backs and the road trips and the flights and the team dinners and stuff, it just seems like a lot more fun with Draymond and Steve Kerr and Steph Curry than going with some kind of huge generational gap or some other kind of funky group of personalities. So obviously it's been reported that he's going to take meetings and, or at least Rich is going to take meetings and he's going to canvass the league. But to me, all signs point to Golden State.
Is there another basketball fit out there that people aren't talking about?
Yeah, in terms of pure basketball fit, the one that makes a ton of sense to me is San Antonio. One of the gifts that LeBron has is a lot of times when players are making decisions in the middle of the floor, they're good at like, oh, they helped off the corner, I can throw to the corner, or oh, they helped off the wing, I can throw to the wing. LeBron is uniquely gifted at feeding bigs. He just always has been. Even in this weird role alongside Luka, where he was doing it, attacking closeouts a lot of the time, he was like the only Laker who could drive a closeout and hit Ayton or Jackson for drop-off dunks, because he just has a really natural feel for that interior passing. And so the idea of pairing him alongside Victor Wembanyama as a guy who could get him opportunities closer to the basket, who could be the grown-up with the basketball in close games late. They straight up have a hole at power forward. I thought that was one of their downsides against New York specifically, was even though Victor is so tall, I thought they were kind of physically outmatched on the perimeter just by the size of New York. And I think LeBron could address that. The thing that I always come back to there is it's just kind of the weirdest narrative fit. I don't know if I'm Victor Wembanyama, if I want my first championship attached to LeBron James of all people. And so even though it's a great basketball fit, I'd love to see LeBron playing in the Western Conference Finals in some really big games. I just think that there's just too much weirdness surrounding that situation. And then, as I mentioned, like De'Aaron Fox is your oldest rotation player there, and he would have been the 7th oldest New York Knick, to give you some perspective. So, like, there's a similar generational gap there that I think would be strange for LeBron as he's navigating the 82.
Jason Timpf on Grant and Danny, NBA free agency getting underway, which doesn't mean what it used to, but that doesn't mean there's less news, because there's just trades and rumors, and it's still amazing. Jason's the host of Hoops Tonight for the Volume Sports. What about Anthony Davis and the Wizards? I just saw that Mark Spears is saying that the Wizards aren't interested in trading Anthony Davis. We know that Rich Paul came out and tried to get the ball rolling, some momentum for LeBron to Golden State with Draymond and Steph, and that Anthony Davis could join them there. The little fly in the ointment is the Wizards have to want to trade him too. How do you think that ends?
Yeah, it's interesting because I think there's quote-unquote fly in the ointment both directions, in the sense that I don't think necessarily the Warriors want Anthony Davis. I think Rich Paul and LeBron James want Anthony Davis in Golden State. And so it's created this interesting dynamic where, okay, if I'm LeBron, and again, I'm just going to go play 1 or 2 more seasons in this ultimately I'm going to make this decision purely based on happiness and enjoying my time on and off the court. Man, Anthony Davis makes a ton of sense, right? Let's get another buddy on there, on those flights across the country and the team dinners and all of that. Like, that makes a ton of sense, right? But for Golden State, look at their front court rotation. Like, even without LeBron right now, you have Guy Santos, Yaxel Lendenberg, Draymond Green, Al Horford, and Kristaps Porzingis all in-house. So you add LeBron to that, and that's not counting Quentin Post either. So, add LeBron to that, I've got 3 power forwards and 4 centers before I even get to Anthony Davis. So, there's kind of this dynamic where I could understand the Wizards being like, hey, why am I giving you Anthony Davis on the cheap when I have some short-term utility for him and you're desperate? But if I'm the Warriors, I'm very much not desperate, because I have an incredibly deep front court rotation already. So the way I look at it is that, to me, that move is probably secondary to the LeBron move. And what I mean by that is, first of all, those Warriors picks, guys, I don't think there's a better asset in the league draft-wise over the course of the next few years. Steph is 38, and LeBron's going to be 42. I think Steph turns 39 next season. These dudes are old. They got 2 years tops. A 2029 Warriors first is a fantastic asset. That team doesn't have anything to have any sort of competitive roster after this specific attempt to put a contender together. So, I would argue, if this thing settles either before training camp or at the deadline with Jimmy Butler plus a 2029 Golden State first, that's a fantastic return for Anthony Davis. I'd argue that's a better return than anything they sent out to get Anthony Davis to begin with. So we'll see. I know it appears on the surface like the Warriors are the desperate team there, but I don't think they are, because frankly, I don't think the Warriors necessarily are into that idea as much as Clutch Sports is. But ultimately, you could see Rich Paul. The one thing that's super weird about this is we've just seen Rich Paul and Anthony Davis get kind of skeevy with the way they behave around a trade demand. So I'm hoping, especially for the Wizards' sakes, that doesn't happen. But we've already seen AD make some really strange quotes since he went to Washington. And frankly, if he doesn't want to be there, y'all have a lot to be excited about. I love Trey Johnson. I like Keyshawn George. Trae Young actually is, even though he's a flawed player, is actually one of my favorite flawed players to watch in the league. I was huge on A.J. DeBonsa over Darren Peterson. I'm very glad Washington went that direction. Alex Sarr, I think, is one of the most underrated, under-discussed young players in the league. Washington's got a bright future. Regardless of what happens with AD, they're going to be fine.
So, Jason, there is talk of an extension for Anthony Davis, and it's for an awful lot of money. And I've been arguing, it seems like, to deaf ears to my colleagues around here, that I don't know that the extension means sort of like Indigo Montoya style. I don't think it means what we think it means. In other words, today, or it used to be, you sign an extension, that means the guy's here, he's part of the furniture, he's the plan, we're building around him. Now I think it's just kind of what you have to do to eventually facilitate a trade, right? I mean, so what would it mean if Davis does sign an extension here? Does that mean he's part of the plan, or is he part of the plan in the sense they're going to ship him at some point?
Oh, man. I'm going to be honest with you guys, and I understand that this is in the context of the LeBron Golden State discussion. It's going to come off as biased, but it's the honest to God truth. I think AD is more tradable now than he's ever going to be if you extend him on some sort of expensive deal.
Okay.
As someone who rooted closely for Anthony Davis when he was with the Lakers, 2024 was the only real good season he had after the championship. 2021, he breaks down before the end of the season. 2022, he breaks down in the middle of the season. They miss the playoffs. 2023, he gets his butt kicked by Nikola Jokic in the conference finals, like just completely outclassed by him. 2024 is the year where he was healthy all year. He played 70-something games, legitimately was awesome in the first round. The Lakers, that was one of the closest 5-game series you'll see. They led late in like every single game in that series. Anthony Davis was great. And then 2025, again, he breaks down. And it just has become a thing with Anthony Davis where there's a certain amount of injury history with him where if he's on the thing with the Warriors is if they trade for Anthony Davis, what they're thinking is we've got this short window of time to contend with him. Maybe we work out an extension, but we're going to be bad anyway. So if we're going to be bad, we can take on bad money and absorb those types of contracts to try to recoup draft compensation if we end up trading picks to try to build around LeBron, AD, and Steph. They're in a different position to be able to handle Anthony Davis as an albatross contract, whereas Washington, it's fundamentally different. You guys are ascending. You're ascending in a real direction towards trying to compete in the league. And so I honestly think even if it's not Golden State, let's say Boston calls up and goes, we want Anthony Davis. I think that Washington should be looking to trade Anthony Davis before giving him some sort of extension, unless the extension is team favorable. If it's in the ballpark of $40 million a year or less, now what you're talking about is near market value for a center, because starting centers in the league, make between 30 and 40 million. So in this era under the CBA. So I think a lot of it just depends on what the extension is. But if he's asking for 4 years, 280, I'd run like the wind.
Yeah, you and me both. I'm with you on that. How about the Kawhi Leonard trade today? Clippers nearing a deal reportedly to send him back to the Raptors. Brandon Ingram, Grady Dick, 2 first-rounders, a pick swap, 2 second-rounders. Reaction to that?
The draft compensation was crazy on that deal. I was legitimately very surprised, but I think part of the reason for that is because they didn't really send out any rotation talent. If you include a Colin Murray-Boyles or an RJ Barrett even, I think the draft compensation comes down considerably. But I love this deal for Toronto. My thing is in that conference, it's gettable. The conference is gettable. I know the Knicks won the title, but I view them as a second-tier contender. Giannis in Miami, to me, second-tier contender. Boston, barring any sort of splashy move, second-tier contender. Same thing goes for Detroit. Same thing goes for Cleveland. Those are all beatable teams. And you take that Toronto team with how good Colin Murray-Boyles looked as a switching 5 and as just a menace around the basket on offense in that first-round series. Scotty Barnes looking like one of the better, kind of young ascending talents in the league, especially in the playoff context as a two-way player. Yeah, Jacoby Walter and R.J. Barrett and, Emmanuel quickly had the hamstring injury. He was out. You just simply take Brandon Ingram, who played terrible in that series and then missed the end of it, and you replace him with Kawhi Leonard, who just in basic form, he's an awesome spot-up guy, so he can play off the ball off of Scotty Barnes just as a catch-and-shoot player, a guy who can be a reliable late-game scoring option for them. To me, Kawhi Leonard, Scotty Barnes, and Collier Murray-Boyles with R.J. Barrett, and Jamal Shedd or whoever it is that they play at point guard, that is a nasty switching defensive lineup that doesn't really have any weak point other than the guards in which you're going to be going against lanky defenders on the back line. I just think that's a really fun team. I don't know that I'd put them above specifically New York or Boston, but I like that team more than Cleveland. I like that team more than Detroit. I like that team more than Indiana when they come back, with all the Tyrese Halliburton weirdness with his illness. I think that team is very capable of winning the Eastern Conference.
Jason, I got to ask you about LaMelo Ball. Normally, if you get a guy that shoots 37% from three, average 20 points a game, 7+ assists, and averages more than a steal per game, and is pretty dynamic entering his prime years, sold for a bunch of future picks, you'd kind of scratch your head. But people are doing spin kicks who are following this league on Charlotte's behalf and kind of scratching their head for Minnesota. Just quantify what we saw there.
Yeah, that's kind of where I landed too. It's weird. I'm a little bit more pessimistic on the deal for both sides. I know everyone loves the deal for Charlotte, and look, I like a lot of things about Charlotte. I really do, but I think that LaMelo Ball was kind of the unique straw that stirred the drink, so to speak, in the sense that he was the guy who would be initially breaking down the defense in a way where I think Brandon Miller and Con Knipple and all of the shooting that they got, and all of even Kalkbrenner and Diabate, what they did as offensive rebounders, all of it stemmed from the initial chaos that LaMelo Ball created. And their offense fell off of a cliff when he was off the floor last year. And what I keep thinking about is okay, cool, you don't like LaMelo Ball's personality, fine. And again, I don't profess to be the biggest LaMelo Ball fan either, but you take him off that team, you end up in a playoff series, and it's who's your five? Okay, Kobe White, Con Knipple, Brandon Miller, Naz Reid, and Diabate. Who's breaking down an elite defense? Who's the guy that's picking on a switch against Toronto and getting the defense in rotation? Who's the guy that is going to consistently, again, break down an elite Eastern Conference playoff defense? And now you could tell me LaMelo's not that guy either, but my thing is LaMelo at the very least was the initial kind of offensive force for that team that everyone played off of. So I actually expect Charlotte to go back a level as a playoff team. Don't get me wrong, they might win some regular season games, but they strike me as a first round exit type of team next year. And then for Minnesota, you gave up all of your front court physicality in Julius Randle and Naz Reid. And I think Anthony Edwards is a bad defensive player at the guard position right now. He's really good at guarding one-on-one. If it was a king of the court contest, he'd be the best guy in the league, but that's not basketball. It's about navigating screens and defending off ball and being attentive when things are whirling around you, and he's bad at that. And then LaMelo Ball is just legitimately terrible at everything on defense. So, I think they're bad defensively in the backcourt. They literally don't have a power forward now. Maybe they get a Tobias Harris or somebody that does an adequate job of filling that position. But to me, on the Minnesota side, it was a risk that had a small chance of upside, but a larger chance of them becoming worse. And again, this was a team who won 5 playoff series in the last 3 years.
Jason, before we let you go, we're talking to Jason Timpf, NBA, as we're minutes away from official free agency here. One of the big needs for the Wizards is clearly depth in the front court. Because Sarr's coming off of a surgery and hasn't been particularly durable yet as he's developing into a young star, and obviously Anthony Davis may or may not be here for the long haul. So some of the names being thrown around are Mitchell Robinson, Marvin Bagley, Zach Collins. I've seen Mo Wagner, Nick Richards, Dwight Powell, Andre Drummond. There are others. Anybody that you think's a particularly good fitter that you really like to see them link up with?
Mitchell Robinson would be fun. I think he's the kind of guy specifically as an achievable option, because I think you don't necessarily have to pay a ton to poach him away from New York. The other guy that you didn't mention that I would consider, especially considering the potential fit alongside Alex Sarr when he is healthy, is John Collins. One of the things I like about John Collins he's a very good rebounding four. And, like, for instance, there's a lot of players, a lot of people are high on Rui Hachimura coming off of his playoff run. And don't get me wrong, if you leave Rui Hachimura open, that thing's going in every single time. He's a knockdown shooter, but he's a terrible rebounder, doesn't have a ton of utility outside of just strictly shooting open shots. And so I think a guy like John Collins is a guy that has turned into a reliable three-point shooter who also can, let's imagine Sarr, who can be a little thin and, he kind of is that 4-5 hybrid in that sense. John Collins is the type of power forward that kind of makes him useful as a five. Not to mention John Collins has played with Trae Young in the past, and they have some chemistry together.
Before we let you go, Jason, this is a public service announcement. You got a pickup game going, and Jason is there. You put Jason on your team. You select Jason Timpf. I've been watching your highlight videos the entire time you're talking, dude. Really impressive, man. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me on, guys. Have fun with the rest of the offseason, and I'll talk to you guys soon.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Should be fun. There's Jason Timpf.
Like, he's nasty. Jason is.
Got game. He can throw it down.
He's 360 on people. He's reverse dunking on people. He's hitting step backs. Like, you cut him off, that's adorable. He's got a counter to your counter. Jason Timpf can play. I'm here to tell you.
We haven't talked much football. There's some Brendan Sorsby news I want to get into that has been disseminated to the NFL about one of the top quarterback prospects collegiately. That's next on Grant and Danny.
Brought to you by the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, Guerrilla Fireworks. Minutes ago, 44-year-old Serena Williams lost in her return to Wimbledon singles for the first time in 4 years to 20-year-old Maya Joint in 3 sets. In baseball, Mark Zuckerman just reported that Mitchell Parker has a grade 3 UCL strain, will most likely need Tommy John surgery. The Nats are playing in Boston Game 5 of a 6-game road trip against the Red Sox. First pitch at 7:10. It's a 6:40 pregame on the Fan. Reported today by Shams Charania, Kawhi Leonard will be traded back to Toronto, and LeBron broke that he'll play a 24th season. It won't be in L.A. Guerrilla Fireworks, the largest fireworks store on the East Coast, is now open. Featuring all major brands, rockets, mortars, artillery shells, Roman candles, and more. 30 minutes from the DMV in Charlestown, West Virginia. Guerrilla Fireworks, 1 mile from Hollywood Casino. Celebrate 250 years of America by lighting up the sky. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
G&D, welcome back. You're listening to The Fan. We'll take you up to 6:30, 1 hour from now. Nats baseball tonight. They're at Fenway Park taking on the Red Sox. A memo was sent out today to NFL teams letting them know that Brendan Sorsby will officially be available and eligible in the 2027 NFL Draft, but not until then. Remember, originally, he said he was going to come out in the draft. The league said not so fast. Then he was going to be a part of the supplemental draft. The NFL said there would be no supplemental draft. He was going to sue the league, go after the NFL. Those charges are not going to he's not going to pursue that litigation. That's not happening. So now it sounds like he's going to take his league mandated year away from football and deal with it and basically have to find another place to go play, whether that's the CFL or the UFL or do something else. But he will be eligible for the NFL draft in 2027.
This whole thing was so strange to me from the NFL's side of things. They just decided, you know what, we're just not going to do a supplemental draft. Now, so I think they hid behind
there was some
that it was so late with the paperwork and everything's so murky. We can't possibly do it. It really felt like, well, this is the only applicant, and we're trying to punish him somehow without punishing him. And so they did kind of a workaround and said, turns out there's no supplemental draft this year, kid. Sorry about that. Bad luck to you. See you later on down the line. And now this is kind of the compromise that they're sort of working out to avoid legal questions.
Yeah, I think they wanted to do anything they could to avoid him joining the league after his controversy without a real punishment. I mean, you're dodging essentially what would have been a collegiate suspension to come to the National Football League. I don't think they would have had any wherewithal or anything to fall back on to actually penalize him. So in theory, he could have been a starter in week 1 with this story hanging over him. It would have been a terrible look, horrible optics for the NFL. So I'm sure that they found out legally what they could do. And the best case was, what if we just didn't have the supplemental draft, which looked shady, and that's why he wanted to go after the NFL. But that's generally a bad idea. You're going to lose. So here we are. He is not going to be in the supplemental draft. There won't be one. And they have, I think, probably come to an agreement with his people behind the scenes, his agent or attorney or whatever. Like, look, there's going to be nothing, no hurdles, nothing thrown in front of you in 27. Let's let bygones be bygones. Let's let a year go by here, and then you will be draft eligible like any other player come next year. You just have to basically sit this one out. So now I wonder what he does. Is it the Canadian Football League? What a coup that would be for the UFL. I mean, if you're the DC Defenders or one of these teams, why wouldn't you? Wouldn't that be a massive national story if he's lighting up the UFL?
This is my point.
We said this. Pounce on that.
We said this a number of times before about quarterbacks that had some kind of baggage or whatever you want to call it, good, bad, justified or not. Otherwise, that's what you do. You bring the lightning rod. You bring attention to it. So now all of a sudden, the league is lucky to have you. You use them basically to get some football practice over here instead of throwing on a high school field with a couple of buddies. It makes perfect sense. I think it's exactly what should happen. By the way.
There was a memo sent today to NFL teams. This is Adam Schefter reporting, letting them know officially that Sorsby has decided not to pursue any litigation. Sorsby then put out a statement of his own. He said, "There has been a lot of news about me out there, and I want to share this statement to make sure things are clear. I accept 100% responsibility for my actions. I did not have control of my gambling problem, and it took getting caught for me to realize that, but it was truly the best thing that could have happened to me. Because of this, I have been able to get the help that I need and fully focus on my recovery. The news about the supplemental draft changes nothing about my recovery journey. I will continue to take it one day at a time, focusing on making myself better throughout this process and making sure to share what I have learned, and I will continue to learn with others going forward." He says, "I'm fully committed to being the best version of myself that I can be while getting ready for the 2027 draft. God makes no mistakes, and I look forward to seeing the good that is to come from this." Look, this could end up being a blip on this kid's career eventually. There's always going to be people in life that once you screw up, they never like you or they'll never let it go, or there's going to be some jerk that's trolling him in a stadium 10 years from now if he's a great quarterback, talking about whether he bet on the game or not. But if you actually try to apologize and take it on the chin that you screwed up, which this statement, I think, does that. Now, how we got here was circuitous. I think he tried to cut some corners and didn't really seem to want to go to his room to serve his timeout. But if he sits out a year, you're not playing college football, you're not playing in the NFL, even if it's just because it's mandated and you weren't able to, rather than you just trying to do what was right and say, I don't deserve to play football. Now, you've served the time as far as I'm concerned. This will ruffle feathers, I'm sure, but when Michael Vick had the horrendous life-turning endeavor of, getting busted for the awful things he was involved in that dogfighting ring. Just as bad and horrendous a thing as you could do short of like killing people, right? He went to prison. Like, he served time. And I remember at the time, my feeling was, as a younger person, I was like, did he go to jail? Did he get in trouble? Has he done the mea culpa? Has he said I'm sorry? Has he, is still working to help the opposite happen as he's going and educating people on not doing this? Like, what should happen here? He should never get to live again. He shouldn't get to be a free person again. He shouldn't get to play in the NFL again. So I'm a second chance guy. I always have been, and I will be with Sorsby. It also sounds like he's claiming this was not that I was just a dumb college kid in my dorm making some bets. He feels like he got heavily addicted and really fell into, not unlike alcoholism or anything else, a true addiction that took his life over.
Indeed. Yeah, I've never liked the punishment structure. We have that in our society. We have tiers for it. We all know that jaywalking is not as bad as like armed robbery, for example, and there's punishment that's according. And so it's worse to put a parlay in than it is to like assault somebody via NFL rule. So I've never liked that part of things, the way that their tier discipline kind of goes, where they're way harsher on minor things than they are on some major things, but that's a digression. So I'm not necessarily a second chances guy or otherwise, but the thing that I do care about, I always call it my Andy Pettit corollary. Remember, when everything's swirling around the Mitchell report, everything's swirling around, the leak, this guy did steroids, this guy didn't. Andy Pettit was like, yep, I did it, my bad. Standing ovation, beloved, afterthought. No one cared anymore. But everybody that put a finger, in the face of Congress, read my lips, I never did. Everybody thinks of you as a joke. And when you denied it for all those kind of years, it affects things, right? We don't mind you getting caught. It's when you yell at us and lie to us and get all kind of pissed off that we can't forgive it. And I think that's kind of the general way to do it. Now, some people never forgive certain things, and that's totally fine. That's your prerogative. But in general, we move on pretty quickly as a society when someone goes, yep, that's my bad. When you kind of play the victim and accuse people of things and get all defined kind of backed in your corner, we kind of keep hammering you a little bit. As a society, all you got to do is, you know what, I own that one. That's my bad. And we tend to forgive.
I'm fascinated to see where he gets drafted. I would imagine it would be mid-rounds. At this point, I'm guessing it might even be like the 4th or 5th round, whereas he would have been a first-round pick. But what if he goes and he lights it up in the CFL or the UFL as like an elite
I bet you
season?
would, yeah.
I'm sure he will. But then, a year from now, the momentum is more positive, and like anything in life, I'm not saying this is even right all the time, but you just wait, and people are less passionate to hate you or care about the bad thing that you did. I'm curious to see where this lands for him in the draft a year from now. When I went to Adam Schefter's account to get the statement that he had posted that I just read from Sorsby, I saw that he narrated and wrote a piece about the pending wedding that's coming up in days ahead for Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce called Love Story. Do you know that this aired where he did this like narrated Jeremy Schaap piece about their wedding?
No.
What a
I had no
wacky-
idea.
This could be good for your Adam Schefter character that you do. Darius, play a clip of this.
Each year we go from football season,
The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60.
to the off season,
Kansas City Chiefs select Mansour Delane.
to wedding season. Only this year's wedding season includes a marriage of pop culture and pigskin, singer and scorer, a beauty, and on the football field, a beast.
Kelce over the shoulder. He's got the catch. He's got the touchdown.
Taylor Swift is about to marry Travis Kelce in one of the most anticipated and celebrated
Pause
weddings.
this real quick there.
That
How wacky is this? He's like he's no selling it. He's kayfabing it. I think he's being serious. I can't really tell. It's actually hilarious. And my favorite thing is that he posted it on his account with like nothing. It just said love story. And it's just going to be a bunch of angry football fans that are furious that he's talking about Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce.
It's pretty embarrassing.
Which they need to get a job. But it's just so funny to me. All right, keep going.
World has seen. There have been big weddings
Pause it again.
before.
One of the best love stories the world has seen. That's a comment.
Is it though?
Go ahead.
Princess Diana and Prince Charles, Kate Middleton and Prince William. And some of the most storied weddings have merged entertainment and sports, starting back in January 1954, when Marilyn Monroe married Joe DiMaggio. There were other notable unions over the years: Victoria and David, Georgina and Cristiano, Giselle and Tom, Sierra and Russell, and even last summer, Haley and Josh.
Pause this real quick.
But Swift.
This is actually a produced, written vignette on marriage.
But he referenced
by Adam Schefter.
He referenced it. Diana and Charles. I would look up those details before you start citing them, Big Cat. I might do a quick Google search or watch The Crown.
I don't know that all of these marriages ended well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That one was fairly
Tom
rocky.
and Giselle, not so much. All right, keep going.
Gosh. But Swift is one of the world's biggest stars. Kelce is one of the most charismatic players in this country's most popular sport.
Travis Kelce's had a lot of big catches in his career. This would be the biggest.
And now they are about to take their own vows. This is what their fans have waited for since the couple started dating in 2023, when she showed up in a box at Arrowhead Stadium, the biggest star in a stadium that included Kelce and Patrick Mahomes. From there, their love story grew, along with the fascination that people had with them. Their relationship involved a Super Bowl ring,
And the Chiefs Kingdom, champions of Super Bowl 58.
an antique engagement ring,
Feels like, I was on top of the world after the Super Bowl, and right now even more on top of the world.
and now they get ready to ring in their own new partnership. The wedding of the year, maybe the decade, maybe the century, is upon us, and right around this country's 250th birthday. This will be one of the defining celebrity
about?
events of this, or really any, era. It will be peak wedding season before it's time to get back to football season.
I think I love it. Like, I don't know is it funny? Is it supposed to be funny?
I've reached my final form, each one without shame. There's no embarrassment left. I'm just narrating this drivel, this dreck, this nonsense. America's 250 years old. It's the same. Oh my God. How far we have fallen.
But don't you think he's being funny?
No.
Doesn't he know that
No.
was funny?
No.
You think he was doing an actual story?
I think he doesn't know where he is anymore. This is the guy that used to like break news, like through like incredible reporting and diligence and doggedness. Now he's a $9 million a year text receiver, and he's just a water carrying hump for the whatever the league wants, or whatever some agent wants to get out. This is a massive thing. No, it's not. Quite frankly, on E it is, but that's not your beat, dude. You know what I mean? Like, what are you talking about?
Well, I just kept waiting for anything that was notable or reporting being done. It was just like a 8th grade project could have done that. Literally,
Yeah.
they could have written and produced and done.
My nephew
that
did
story.
a PowerPoint. And that's the quality of it.
Basically, I'll sum up that 2 minutes and 48 seconds. They fell in love and they're getting married.
They're getting married.
And he's just telling you that why exactly. I guess the wedding is this week, it sounds like. G&D with you, taking you up to 6:30, and that's baseball tonight on The Fan.